Long Live Summons Chapter 185 to Chapter 220. Wait, you guys are really here. The old cunning fox suddenly appeared not far away and shouted, I have been searching for you guys for a long time, quick, help me save them. Yu Yang shouted and rushed over to grab the old cunning fox's collar and dragged him into the teleportation door. Stupid, let go, we have already saved them. You are carrying your sister to save them, aren't you just fooling around? The old cunning fox hurriedly pulled Yu Yang, this impulsive boy. Yu Yang and Yu Bing were stunned when they heard this. Fourth mother was already saved? Could it be that the old cunning fox saved them? How did he know that fourth mother and the little girl were kidnapped? Nonsense, if I leave her behind, what if the enemy is still here and attacks Yu Bing again? You are not here, how can I leave her alone? Yu Yang did not think that leaving Yu Bing behind was a good idea. Although it was inconvenient to save them with her, it was better than leaving her behind. If he left Yu Bing behind, she would be frightened and easily let her imagination run wild. She would be easily attacked by the enemy. Yu Yang would not leave his sister behind no matter how tired he was. As for fourth mother, she was already saved. That was obviously the best news. Yu Yang and Yu Bing did not look into the process of saving fourth mother. They were overjoyed and hugged each other and cheered. After confirming again and again, Yu Yang realized that the old cunning fox was not lying. He immediately felt a wave of fatigue. He did not help at all and even ran around for half a day. But no matter what, fourth mother was finally saved. The old cunning fox did not take the credit and waved his hand, I did not save her. It was His Majesty and Marshal Yu who brought people to rescue her. When I heard the news, she was already saved. I was only responsible for finding you two. The person who wanted to kidnap fourth mother was Thousand Goblin King's subordinate. He was very strong. Marshal Yu and General Feng Kuang were both slightly injured. Luckily His Majesty was fine. Let's go, your fourth mother is waiting for you. This time, it was really dangerous. If not for the state grandmaster's reveal, inherent skill, Thousand Goblin King would have succeeded. I didn't expect the Thousand Goblin King's power to be so great. When mentioning the Thousand Goblin King, the expression on the old fox's face became a little serious. Grandfather and General Feng Kuang are both injured? Who is this Thousand Goblin King? Yu Bing was shocked. In the Soaring Dragon continent, Elder Yu Hai, who was a great elder, might not be the strongest ranker, but he was extremely famous. He was almost invincible on the battlefield. He had once fought against an army of 200,000 with 500 soldiers and defended a solitary city on a precipice for an entire month. Although it was a natural stronghold, this battle record of defending the isolated city to the death was something that the marshals and generals of the world could only look up to. It was precisely because of this battle that Elder Yu Hai was given the nickname Iron Wall Yu. That battle was the battle that made Elder Yu Hai famous. After that battle, Elder Yu Hai lost his left hand. However, Elder Yu Hai did not retreat from the merciless battlefield just because he was injured. On the contrary, he shone brilliantly and became more and more powerful. He had fought more than 1,000 battles in his life. Other than a few battles with the demon abyss where he retreated due to the great disparity in strength, he had never lost a battle in his life. He was the most trusted marshal of the Dixia Empire. As for Feng Kuang, there was no need to mention him. Although he was not as good at commanding troops as Elder Yu Hai, he was more powerful than Feng Kuang. Just from his nickname 10,000 Withered Bones, one could tell what kind of person Feng Kuang was. Whether it was the human soldiers of the Soaring Dragon continent or the demons and demons of the Demon Abyss, he had killed more than 10,000 people. That was why people gave him the nickname 10,000 Withered Bones. Even with Elder Yu Hai, General Feng Kuang and the Dixia Emperor Jun Wuyu's combined forces, they still managed to return after injuring 2 people. It could be seen how terrifying the enemy's strength was. However, he had never heard of the name Thousand Goblin King before. Who was he? Was he the Demon King of the Demon Abyss, the Lich King? Or was he the nickname of a human ranker? Or was he the alias of some small country's king? When Yu Yang thought of this, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Especially the old cunning fox's solemn expression, it made Yu Yang's heart tremble. A person that even the old cunning fox felt was troublesome to deal with, it seemed like he was definitely not simple. Thousand Goblin King is a terrifying demon. He was a human ranker 3,000 years ago. Because slaughtering was his second nature and the techniques he cultivated were extremely evil, the warriors at that time joined hands to seal him. However, his followers had always been fanatically and firmly following Thousand Goblin King. It was passed down from generation to generation, accumulating their strength. Every once in a while, when they felt that they had the confidence to break the seal, they would launch an attack. Almost every 100 years, there would be a bloody battle to release Thousand Goblin King. The descendants of Thousand Goblin King's disciples worked together with the demon abyss and had a close relationship with the demonic palace. Their survival ability was very strong and it was very difficult to eradicate them. Moreover, it was said that they had already reached the innate realm, their hidden strength was very strong. In the past 100 years, more than 10 years ago, they had already tried to make a move, but failed. Now, it seems like they are finally launching an attack. If we let these evil fanatics open the heaven stairway and find the resurrection heavenly crystal, then Thousand Goblin King will be able to break the seal and revive in this world. At that time, I'm afraid that the human world will become hell and blood will flow like a river. When the old cunning fox spoke, he glanced at Yu Bing intentionally or unintentionally. Yu Yang felt a little strange. The old cunning fox didn't say why Thousand Goblin King's disciples would attack Fourth Mother, but he looked at Yu Bing instead. What was going on? Could it be that Fourth Mother had something to do with Thousand Goblin King, the great demon's unsealing and revival? Through the old cunning fox's teleportation gate, Yu Yang and Yu Bing arrived at a hall in the imperial palace and saw Fourth Mother who had just survived a calamity. Fourth Mother looked like she still had a lingering fear in her heart, her face was pale. Her whole body was wrapped in Jun Wuyu's scholar's robe. Her bare arms, bare feet and slightly protruding breasts all showed that she was not wearing any clothes underneath. Could it be that she had been bullied by a murderer? Yu Yang's heart suddenly jumped. He felt extremely uncomfortable and extremely angry. When Fourth Mother saw Yu Bing pouncing towards her, she immediately opened her arms and hugged her daughter tightly, crying loudly. "Mom!" Yu Bing hugged her mother tightly, crying so hard that she almost couldn't catch her breath. Sigh. Elder Yu Hai couldn't help but sigh lightly. He turned his face away as he couldn't bear to watch the scene anymore. Fortunately, the rescue was made in time, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Little Yu Yang, this is not your fault. Instead, it is our negligence. Thousand Goblin King's subordinates are extremely cunning. They had actually buried a chess piece in the Yu clan. When we found out that something was wrong, they had already made their move. Because of the incident with the fake elder Tian Sua in the medical center, Yu Yang's performance was outstanding. Therefore, General Feng Kuang had a very good impression of Yu Yang. He, who had always been a quiet person, took the initiative to tell Yu Yang about what had happened. Those few tavern girls are your people, right? They were extremely vigilant. Once they received the news, they immediately took action and rushed to rescue Fourth Mother. If it wasn't for them, Fourth Mother would have already lost her life. All of you should stay in the palace for a period of time. I don't dare to say about other places, but this palace should be relatively safe. Yu Yang knew that Jun Wuyu didn't have the airs of an emperor. However, he never thought that Jun Wuyu would take the initiative to go out of the palace to chase after the culprit and rescue Fourth Mother. Yu Yang had a good impression of this emperor. An old man with white hair and beard carried a little girl into the palace. The little girl was crying nonstop. When she saw Yu Yang, she immediately jumped down and threw herself into Yu Yang's embrace. When the little girl started to cry, she let out her voice and wailed without caring about anything else. Unlike Fourth Mother and Yu Bing who were hugging each other and wiping their tears, she cried as loud as she could. Especially when she saw Yu Yang, she cried so hard that the entire palace almost collapsed. She cried out all the fear and grievances in her heart. Don't cry, little darling, don't cry. Yu Yang hurriedly coaxed her. My sweetheart, Shuanger, come quickly, let mother hug you. Fourth Mother hurriedly let go of Yu Bing and snatched the little girl over to hug her. Brother Xiao San. Who knew that the little girl would twist her body and refuse to let go of her little hands no matter what? She insisted on hugging Yu Yang and wouldn't let go no matter what. Everyone thought that the little girl was usually crazy playing with her brother. At this moment, even her mother couldn't do anything. Schwanger, mother thought that I would never be able to see you again. Fourth mother hugged Yu Yang in her arms and cried loudly. Woo! Yu Bing also threw herself over and hugged her brother and mother tightly, crying together. Fourth mother, where are your clothes? When Yu Yang realized that fourth mother was hugging and crying together with the little girl, he had a strange feeling. She obviously didn't have any undergarments. Could it be that she was really raped by bad people? Cough cough, your fourth mother is fine. We arrived just in time. It's just that her clothes are torn. Feng Kuang stretched out his hand and lightly patted Yu Yang's shoulder. I have already killed the criminal who intended to commit murder for you. In this battle, it was all thanks to your few loyal and devoted subordinates. They protected the carriage until the very last moment. Only when they saw me save your fourth mother, did they breathe their last breath in relief. Although they did not come from a good family background, I admire them very much. They can be said to be heroes among women. My subordinates? Yu Yang was stunned. When did he have any subordinates? A ball of doubt appeared in his heart, like a dark cloud covering the sun. He felt that something was wrong. However, he didn't know what was wrong. Was it the timing of the appearance of the Thousand Goblin King's subordinates? Or was it their goal? Or was it the process of rescuing them? Even his own subordinates had an indescribable strangeness to them. Yu Yang felt that his mind was in a mess. He even felt a little dizzy. He couldn't think of the reason. His head hurt like hell. He couldn't help but close his eyes. He tried his best to use his innate qi to get rid of the dizziness and pain in his head. Who knew that when his innate qi reached his head, it made his head feel even more pain. It was as if there were countless needles piercing his brain. It was extremely uncomfortable. Especially his eyes. The most vulnerable and sensitive eyes were pierced by the innate qi needles. Yu Yang suddenly understood something amidst the extreme pain. Innate invisible sword qi had a special state called open heaven's eyes. This open heaven's eyes was not that simple. It couldn't be opened just because he wanted to. He had to train to an extremely high level to be able to open it. Yu Yang didn't think that he could open it now. Although it was only the most basic level, it was still extremely rare. Most importantly, if this heaven's eyes was opened, it would definitely complement his divine vision inherent skill. It might even be able to combine the two into one and become a new ability. The first level of open heaven's eyes was naked eye connection. Accurately speaking, this most basic level was to increase the acuity of one's vision. It was not the true open heaven's eyes yet. This was just the beginning. Ah! Yu Yang covered his eyes and felt a golden light flashing in his eyes. In the end, it was as if something had burst out of his eyes, causing him to scream in pain. Everyone was shocked by him. Could it be that this brat couldn't control his temper and was going to flip out again? Elder Yu Hai and Feng Kuang looked at him nervously. The current Yu Yang was not the brat who had killed his way into the Yu clan castle that day. The current him had already improved by leaps and bounds. It wasn't something that could be easily stopped. Even Jun Wuyu was a little vigilant towards Yu Yang's actions. If this brat went crazy, he was also prepared to stop him. He definitely couldn't let him destroy the imperial palace. What's wrong, Saner? Fourth mother was shocked and took 2 steps back. She immediately went forward and asked with concern. I understand now. Fourth mother, let's go home. I will pack up the things in the house and then move to a place where no one knows. Yu Yang hugged the little girl who was still sobbing in his arms tightly. This little thing didn't care about Yu Yang's reaction. She just hugged him and didn't let go. Go back? Fourth mother is scared. Saner, why don't you go back and pack up before we move? Fourth mother was still scared out of her wits. You guys don't go back. I will ask someone to send the things over. You guys can stay in the imperial palace. Jun Wuyu thought that Yu Yang was going to flip out, but who knew that this brat just wanted to leave. He quickly urged him to stay. The Dexia Imperial Palace doesn't have the same rules as other places, don't worry. Saner, let's stay here. Fourth mother also quickly persuaded Yu Yang. Brother, Yu Bing knew that Yu Yang didn't like to receive other people's kindness. Furthermore, her mother had taught him to constantly strive to improve himself. Hence, she didn't object to it. She only felt that it was a bit impolite for His Majesty and grandfather to leave without saying thanks after saving her mother. Being heir, move away a bit. Here, carry the little girl and wait for me at the side. Yu Yang pulled down the little girl who refused to let go no matter what and stuffed her into Yu Bing's arms. The little girl wriggled a few times, but she didn't resist in the end. She only opened her little mouth and cried loudly, looking as if she was frightened by Yu Yang. Everyone felt strange. Why did this brat insist on persuading fourth mother to leave the imperial palace? Sanner, I know you are very stubborn, but you have to listen to His Majesty and your grandfather. After all, you are still young. Fourth mother wiped her tears. Don't say any more, you fake. I have suspected you since a long time ago, but I didn't have the ability to see through you just now. Now, I can see that there is a cunning female demon hidden in fourth mother's outer shell. Yu Yang took out his Hui Jin magic blade and pointed it at the stunned fourth mother, his killing intent exploding. His words shocked everyone present, including Jun Wu Yu, Elder Yu Hai and Great General Feng Kuang. Even the white-haired state grandmaster frowned. The fourth mother that was rescued was actually a fake? This fake fourth mother was an enemy. If that was the case, then where was the real fourth mother? Yu Yang had just come in, how could he be so sure that fourth mother was a fake? Sanner, don't joke around. I'm not a fake, I'm your fourth mother. Fourth mother saw the Hui Jin magic blade and trembled in fear. Stop pretending. You have too many flaws. Even if I didn't see through your disguise, I would still suspect that you're not a fake. Yu Yang stretched out 3 fingers. Firstly, I just received a revelation from the principal's soul cry. She told me that fourth mother had just been captured not too long ago, while you had been rescued for more than an hour. My fourth mother was captured on the bamboo raft, and you were rescued in front of the horse carriage. I can confirm this with General Feng Kuang's words. You are not my fourth mother. Second, Xianxia's reaction. No matter how clingy Xianxia is, she would never reject her mother's hug. Mother will always be her first choice. As for you, Xianxia doesn't have any natural reaction towards you. You look like a stranger, so I suspect you even more. Third, you don't look like fourth mother at all, do you understand? You've only changed into her appearance, but you don't have her inner qualities. My fourth mother would definitely not wear another man's clothes. She would definitely not keep herself naked and only wear a coat. She is a chaste woman. If the enemy wanted to humiliate her, she would definitely bite her tongue and commit suicide at the first moment. She wouldn't drag out an ignoble existence. She is a good mother who is usually timid and calm when faced with big problems. Even if I fight until I'm covered in blood, even if the sky falls and the earth shatters, as long as Bing heir, Shuang heir and I are present, she is also a mother. She is also a great mother who holds up the sky for us. She would definitely not be moved easily like you, crying and shouting. At home, normally, she would definitely listen to my words, because she thinks that I am the little man in the family. In front of everyone, she is my mother. She would definitely not allow me to be disrespectful to the elders. Furthermore, she would definitely not easily abandon that warm little home. If she really is fourth mother, unless Yu Bing and I are both willing to stay, she would definitely not stay in this palace. But you didn't even think about anything and decided to stay. You even pretended to persuade me. As for your appearance, there's no need to talk about it. You are a completely different woman. I can even see through the fake Princess Sisai who I'm not familiar with, let alone fourth mother who raised me up. How could I mistake her for someone else? Yu Yang shouted as he raised the ashes in his hand high up. Ha 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 ha. The fake fourth mother suddenly changed her voice. A ball of black light flashed and enveloped her body like a fog. When the fog-like black light entered her body again, the fake fourth mother had already turned into another bewitching woman. She was much taller than fourth mother, even taller than Yu Yang by a head. Her voice was filled with bewitching charm. She pointed her sharp black fingernails at Yu Yang. Sect leader told me to be especially careful of you. I didn't pay much attention to it at that time. But looking at it now, it seems that sect leader wasn't lying. You, this child, are indeed a very difficult character to deal with. Junwu Yu and Elder Yu Hai looked at each other. They seemed to know this woman, and their expressions gradually became serious. The white-haired state grandmaster smiled and said, "I was guessing who it was. So it's the 100 Transformations Demon Elder. No wonder you managed to fool us. I always felt that something was wrong, but my inherent skill didn't react at all. If it wasn't for little Yu Yang discovering it in time, we would have been fooled by you." The old cunning fox who had been silent all this while also nodded his head in agreement. "That's right. It's really shameful. We are already so old, yet we can't even compare to a child. How shameful. Indeed, you disguised yourself very well. Furthermore, you purposely didn't wear any clothes, so that we wouldn't dare to look at you indecently, so that we wouldn't get suspicious." Feng Kuang snorted angrily. "Tell me now, where is the real fourth mother?" Although the 100 Transformations Demon Elder is one of the 4 great demon elders of the Thousand Goblins sect, if you want to leave this place, you better think about your own strength first. You guys have the advantage in numbers, of course I can't defeat you guys. But if I want to leave, you guys can't make me stay. Other than the 2 old bastards who can keep up with me, you guys are not even worth a fart in my eyes. If it wasn't for the Ranker's agreement not to kill you emperors and not to disturb the country, I would have killed all of you, elders, and overlords, long ago. Why are you acting so arrogant in front of me? No matter what, I am still a little innate." The 100 Transformations Demon Elder glanced at Feng Kuang disdainfully, as if she could completely ignore the old cunning fox and state grandmaster in her eyes. "A little innate who relied on external help, why are you so arrogant?" Yu Yang was furious. He released his power layer by layer, raising his right hand which was shining with runic circles, shining with rainbow lights and flowing with spiritual chi. He strangled the 100 Transformations Demon Elder's throat and smashed her hard onto the ground. With a loud bang, the whole palace shook. At the same time that the 100 Transformations Demon Elder screamed, Yu Yang ruthlessly stepped on her towering chest, mercilessly and coldly. The 100 Transformations Demon Elder spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Elder Yu Hai, Junwu Yu and Feng Kuang's jaws almost dropped to the ground. Even the old cunning fox and state grandmaster were dumbfounded. This brat killed the level 8 intermediate emperor minor innate realm, the 100 Transformations Demon Venerable? What kind of power did he need? Furthermore, even if he was an innate ranker, he wouldn't be able to defeat the 100 Transformations Demon Elder in one move, right? The 100 Transformations Demon Elder was a fierce person who had been famous for more than 200 years. 200 years ago, she was a witch who sucked all men's yang energy, a witch who made warriors tremble in fear. Was she really defeated by this brat in just one move? She couldn't even resist. This was really hard to believe. "Tell me the whereabouts of my fourth mother immediately, and I will grant you death." Yu Yang increased the strength in his foot. The 100 Transformations Demon Elder's chest bones cracked, as if they were going to break at any time. "Otherwise, you will wish you were dead. You are an innate, you can't kill me." According to the agreement between innate rankers are not allowed to attack those who are below the innate rank, especially killing them. "I am an elder of the Thousand Goblins sect, the sect leader of the Thousand Goblins sect. I had participated in your agreement before. If the Thousand Goblins sect does not kill your people, you innate rankers also cannot kill our people. If you violate the agreement, it will be a world war. You will become the public enemy of all innate rankers. At that time, you will be consigned to eternal damnation. You definitely cannot kill me. Furthermore, you must let me go." The 100 Transformations Demon Elder screamed anxiously as she spat out blood. "Innate, you are actually the 7th innate in Xia?" State Grandmaster almost fainted. No wonder sect leader Ming Xian said that he was not older than 30. What did she mean by not older than 30? This brat was only 20 years old. "You really hid this old man's identity from me." Elder Yu Hai's entire body was trembling. He didn't expect that the innate who had shaken the whole nation was actually his own grandson. Furthermore, he was the one who had the most useless performance. His most outstanding son, Yu Qiu, was not even able to reach the innate realm. He didn't expect that his own grandson, who had endured for more than 10 years, had finally reached the innate realm that no one in the Yu clan had been able to reach in the past 1,000 years. He was the first young innate in the whole of the soaring dragon continent. A 20-year-old innate, he muttered, no wonder that girl Xianxia looked at him differently. Oh no, this is going to ruin the seniority. Wouldn't I be one generation lower than Brother Hai? This is really messed up. Don't talk about the innate alliance agreement. I have never signed it before. I have never even heard of it. If I want to kill you, even 10,000 innates would be useless. Mother Vaster's cur, you actually dared to change into fourth mother's appearance to trick me. If you don't want to talk, then fine, I will grant you the most miserable way to die. The more Yu Yang spoke, the angrier he got. He stomped heavily on the 100 Transformations Demon Elder's chest, breaking her ribs one by one. A red double-ring rotating teleportation gate appeared in the 100 Transformations Heavenly Venerable's right hand. Yu Yang was startled, thinking that she was trying to escape. He sneered, raised his right hand that was covered with mysterious runes, stretched out his body, and grabbed the 100 Transformations Heavenly Venerable, the demoness, by her throat, lifted her up, and threw her to the other side. Rumble, the entire palace shook again, the sound of the 100 Transformations Heavenly Venerable's body hitting the ground echoed for a long time. The white stone floor cracked like a spider web, extending outwards. When the old fox saw the appearance of the red double-ring teleportation gate, he immediately brought Yu Bing and the little girl away. As for Jun Wu Yu, the state grandmaster, Elder Yu Hai and Feng Kuang, their faces were filled with wariness, as if they were worried that a strong enemy would come after hearing the news. Surprisingly, they did not stop the teleportation, nor did they destroy the red double-ring rotating teleportation gate. The 100 Transformations Heavenly Venerable was very strong, but ever since Yu Yang officially reached innate level 1, he realized that he had the power to shake the heavens and shake the earth. Especially with the support of the runes and the giant's shadow, his power was unimaginable. The level 7 Overlord and level 8 Emperor that he thought were very strong seemed to be not invincible. Under the effect of his terrifying strength and, binding chains, inherent skill, Yu Yang, who had unsealed his strength, discovered that he could easily beat up a level 8 ranker. Aya! The 100 Transformations Heavenly Venerable cried bitterly in her heart. She knew that her opponent was an innate, and her heart was filled with despair. No matter if the opponent was young or old, as long as he was an innate, she would not be able to defeat him. Of course, at first, she did not think that she did not even have the ability to escape. She felt that even if she could not defeat him, she could definitely escape from the Dixia Palace. However, this brat in front of her made her give up the moment he made his move. This brat had a skill that could bind people. Forget about escaping, she could not even struggle to resist. Meeting such a pervert, she was really unlucky. Her only hope now was to hope that the innate alliance could bind him. Speak, or else you will regret living in this world. Yu Yang was extremely angry because Fourth Mother had fallen into the enemy's hands. He twisted the 100 Transformations Demon Venerable's right hand, starting from the fingers, one by one, he broke all the bones in her right hand, causing the 100 Transformations Demon Venerable to be in unbearable pain. Of course, this was only the beginning. The real pain came from Yu Yang's Xianxia, which was flowing along the nerves of the broken bones, attacking upward. The 100 Transformations Demon Venerable had never experienced this kind of soul-searching and bone-eroding pain in her entire life. Yu Yang would not show mercy just because his opponent was a woman. In his eyes, an enemy was an enemy, regardless of gender. Even if it was a perverted transvestite, he would still kill it without hesitation. Falling into your hands, I admit defeat, but I really don't know the whereabouts of your Fourth Mother. That's not my mission, that's the mission of 100 Wings and 100 Eyes, it has nothing to do with me. My mission was only to attract your attention and kidnap Yu Bing and Yu Shuang. I really don't know. The 100 Transformations Demon Venerable was very stubborn at first, but she quickly realized that her persistence was meaningless in front of Yu Yang. This was because Yu Yang was prepared to break all the bones in her body, and then take her down alive. When Yu Yang heard this, it didn't seem like she was lying. He raised his right hand and snorted, if that's the case, you can die now. Not being able to get any useful information from the 100 Transformations Demon Venerable, plus the fact that he was in a hurry to save Fourth Mother, Yu Yang decided to give the 100 Transformations Demon Venerable a blow, and immediately set off. A voice came from behind Yu Yang, you're very arrogant, brat. If you don't know the rules of the innate alliance, then I can teach you. A big hand that was flashing with golden light reached out from behind, and grabbed onto Yu Yang's raised wrist. It was fiercer than a thunderbolt, and faster than lightning. Yu Yang's left fist carried the power of a thunderbolt as he punched back. When he attacked, he showed no mercy, and used his full strength against his opponent. Boom, the dull sound of the collision made people feel like vomiting. Yu Yang was sent flying backwards by an irresistible force. He first broke a pillar, then crashed into a wall, and almost broke out of the wall before he managed to stop himself from bouncing back. The entire wall of the palace was sunken in deeply. The bricks were pushed backwards, and cracks spread all over the place like a snake. On the ground, there was also a deep and long drag mark. That was the result when Yu Yang tried to use his legs to stabilize himself. If he wasn't an innate, if he didn't use his full strength, he would have been sent flying out of the palace by his opponent. His opponent, a golden giant, also took 5 big steps back in a row. His footprints were deeply imprinted on the white stone floor. The golden giant was stepping on a brilliant halo, and his armor was shining with the golden brilliance of a gold-ranked excellent ranked set. Under the spiral-horned helmet, a golden mask covered the person's face. There was a huge sword at his waist and a cloak that fluttered in the wind. It was impossible to determine his identity. Only the silver moon double star emblem on his chest could determine his strength. The silver moon double star emblem indirectly showed that this person was at innate level 2. Behind the golden giant, there was a shadow that no one could see clearly. It seemed to be very blurry, but one could vaguely see that it was a human shape. If one didn't pay attention, they would think that this shadow was the golden giant's beast. In reality, Yu Yang realized that this faintly discernible shadow was the real terrifying enemy. Yu Yang couldn't see what realm this faintly discernible shadow was at even with his level 3, divine vision, and his naked eyes. However, he knew that the golden giant couldn't even compare to this faintly discernible shadow with a single hand. This difference should be the same as the difference in strength between him and the Impatiens. We salute you, Your Majesty Jun Wuyu. We have no intention of intruding into your palace, and even more so, we have no intention of interfering with your political affairs. The faintly discernible shadow bowed slightly towards Jun Wuyu, and spoke with an indescribably strange voice. Regrettably, we have to do that. We can't just watch a ranker who was about to step into the ranks of innates be forcefully killed in your palace. Maybe she made a mistake, but according to the agreement between us innates and the other countries, we have the right to redeem our outstanding juniors. As long as there is hope of stepping into the ranks of innates, we have the right to protect them. So, please state your conditions. We will not disregard the ancient law and the emperor's dignity that was bestowed upon you by our ancestors. However, please understand our difficulties. Even if you declare war on Xianxia, I will not agree to release her. This is because this is not your innates' matter, but our soaring dragon continent's national matter. You innates can freely do whatever you like in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower and above. However, the soaring dragon continent has been protected by the ancient law since ancient times. Our national matters are not controlled by innates. You innate rankers cannot interfere with our decisions. Unless you declare war on us and kill us all, you cannot bring the 100 transformations demon elder away. Jun Wuyu was surprisingly unyielding. Even though he was only a level 7 overlord, he did not show any signs of weakness in front of an innate ranker. So long-winded. Do you think you can stop us from bringing her away? The golden giant sneered. He stomped his feet heavily and shook both his hands. A golden shockwave spread outwards from his body. Jun Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai and Feng Kuang were all pushed back a few steps by the shockwave. The only one who did not move was the white-haired state grandmaster. When the golden giant bent down and was about to reach out to grab the 100 transformations demon elder, a foot heavily stepped on her spine. It was Yu Yang. The golden giant's hand froze. He did not notice when Yu Yang, who was sent flying, came to his side. This unexpected action made him extremely angry. An innate level 2 ranker was actually forced by an innate level 1 brat in front of him without any reaction. Wasn't this a disgrace? Courting death. The golden giant slowly straightened his back and spat out these 2 words. Idiot. Yu Yang sneered in agreement, but his fist had already landed heavily on the golden giant's face. A loud boom resounded. The golden giant completely used his mask and face to resist Yu Yang's fist. He sneered, "You only have this little bit of strength?" Yu Yang's binding chains, inherent skill and strength burst out at the same time. He punched the golden giant and sent him flying, crashing into the wall of the palace. When the golden giant fell to the ground, dizzy and disoriented, Yu Yang spat indifferently, "It's enough to deal with you." Roar, "You're courting death." The golden giant jumped up angrily. He had never suffered such a grievance before. Clown. Yu Yang charged forward. His body flashed and he appeared behind the golden giant. The golden giant had 100 ways to turn around and attack, but he could not move at all. He could only watch as Yu Yang used all his strength and landed a heavy blow on the back of his head. He was extremely angry and depressed as he flew out, crashing straight into the wall and finally breaking out. Not bad talent. The misty shadow praised, "Since you're already an innate, then I have a reason to kill you. Die." A black beam of light shot out from the misty shadow's finger. It had an extremely strong penetrating power like a laser, but the thin beam of light was strangely black. Yu Yang dodged, wanting to dodge, but to his surprise, he found out that the black light of death could still turn. Just as he was about to use his sword chi to block it, an incomparably old and withered hand reached out from behind him. Facing the black light of death, the hand lightly grasped it, as if it was catching a black snake. The hand rubbed and the black light disappeared without a trace. However, black smoke came out of the hands and they became charred, as if they had been burned by a soldering iron. The smell of burnt skin spread out. Slowly, an ordinary old man walked out from behind Yu Yang and said calmly, "You're just a child. If you don't give an explanation for killing a child like this old man will take it that you're declaring war on the great Xia dynasty. Also, are the other friends who are here to watch the show interested in fighting with this old man? In terms of strength, this old man might not be able to compete with you. In terms of national strength, the great Xia dynasty is even more inferior. However, in terms of fighting, the men of the great Xia dynasty will never lose to others. Fight or retreat, it's up to you all." On the other side of Yu Yang, there was a tall and skinny old man. He looked gentle and refined, just like a scholar. He always had a polite smile on his face. However, his words did not sound like a scholar at all. Instead, he sounded like a fierce-looking butcher. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he snorted, "Are you trying to bully the great Xia dynasty? All of you, come on up. No matter if it's a one-on-one fight or a group fight, we'll fight you to the end." What innate alliance treaty? Isn't this bullshit? Just one sentence, either you get lost or we'll start fighting. Can the 1,000 Goblin sect scare people? Can the demonic palace scare people? Do you think we're 3-year-old kids? The tall and skinny old man who looked gentle and spoke in a straightforward manner pressed on Yu Yang's shoulder with one hand, as if hinting Yu Yang not to speak first. "My 2 heavenly imperial guardians, please don't be angry. We have our reasons for this matter. No matter where we put it, they won't be able to reason with us." The state grandmaster smiled as he tried to persuade them. "Do you great Xiao barbarians know how to reason with us? What a joke. What's your reason?" In the great Xia palace, an innate wanted to kill a lesser innate. Not only did you not stop him, you even helped him secretly. What kind of reason is this? According to the innate alliance treaty, other than the heavenly imperial guardians, no one else can interfere with the development of the soaring dragon continent. They can't simply kill people, especially the younger generation with potential. If not, they would be the public enemy of the innate realm. You all had also signed this non-interference agreement. Now, you all go back on your words. You all pretend to be gentlemen on the surface, but behind our backs, you're doing something else. What's wrong with us saving people? Furthermore, we still respect your great Xia kingdom and wanted to redeem the 100 transformations demon elder. You all forced us to do this, is this also reasonable? At this moment, a giant man with a silver mask appeared beside the misty shadow. He refuted the state grandmaster's words very clearly. There's a good show to watch. Don't mind us. We're just here to watch the show. A few red and black shadows appeared everywhere in the great hall. We, the demonic palace, are neutral in this matter. However, we won't rule out the consequences of breaking the alliance treaty. A few other innate rankers who were emitting green, blue, and purple light appeared at the side of the Great Hall. 3 against 4 is not fair. The Thousand Goblins sect only has 3 innates while the Xianxia kingdom has 4. I've decided to help the Thousand Goblins sect. A man who looked like a demon walked to the Misty Shadows side. He had a huge curved horn on his head, sharp claws and a long tail. His body was burning with a strange black hell flame. He said that he would do anything for his friend. Scram! You demon has no right to interfere in the matters of the Soaring Dragon continent. Jun Wuyu shouted. Your Majesty Jun Wuyu, please don't be angry. I don't represent the demon abyss. As everyone knows, I've already made a clean break with the demon abyss. Although I'm not human, I prefer to live in the human world. If my looks are not good, or my identity is not to your liking, I'm sorry. Maybe you'll like an innate beauty from the elf tribe. Unfortunately, I'm not one. Ha ha ha. The demon innate ranker bowed slightly to Jun Wuyu. He didn't seem to care at all. Yu Yang wanted to say something. However, the tall and skinny heavenly imperial guardians wrote a few words on his back, telling him not to say anything for now. Regarding our little titan wanting to kill the 100 transformations demon elder, not only me, even your majesty, the 2 heavenly imperial guardians, Marshal Yu and General Feng Kuang felt that it was not wrong. The reason is very simple. Because the 100 transformations demon elder wanted to kill his family, he had the right to kill the murderer who harmed his family. This is the same for all of you. Secondly, he had just become an innate, he had never signed the innate alliance contract before. He didn't even know who his introducer was. Maybe no one had told him about the innate alliance contract. That's why it was normal for him to kill the 100 transformations demon elder. Let me ask you, how would a young man who had reached the innate realm know about the innate alliance contract without any introducer? If it wasn't because we captured the 100 transformations demon elder today, we wouldn't even know that he was a new innate ranker. If you guys don't want to declare war on Xianxia, then please leave. If you want to break the innate alliance contract and declare war on Xianxia, then please don't be courteous. If you have the ability, kill all of us, including your majesty. We, Xianxia, have no grudges even if we die. We definitely believe in the strong. When the state grandmaster finished speaking, he waved his hand and a shockwave spread out from his hand. The golden giant who wanted to stride towards Yu Yang was pushed back 9 big steps by the state grandmaster. The 2 heavenly imperial guardians, Jun Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai and Feng Kuang, walked out and stood together with the state grandmaster. They stood in front of Yu Yang, facing the many strong enemies together. Yu Yang was touched. He knew that if this battle really started, people like Jun Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai and Feng Kuang would probably lose their lives. As for 3 innates against 4 innates, even if he joined them, they might not be able to win. The most terrifying thing was that there were still the demonic palaces innates eyeing them covetously. Once one side lost, they would probably hit them while they were down. This included those people who were watching the show. They would definitely not just watch from the sidelines, they would add fuel to the fire and plunder the spoils of war. Even though they knew that this battle was a lost battle, the unyielding attitude of Jun Wuyu and the Xianxia rankers still shook Yu Yang's heart. In the celestial empire on earth, Yu Yang had seen a lot of friendly societies, friendly neighbors, separated by a strip of water, common development and such things. Those spokespersons from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs only said empty words like strong condemnation, solemn protest, deep regret and so on. They did not have the unyielding attitude of atomic bombs or just words from a few decades ago, and they did not have the imposing attitude of those who openly offend the strong will be punished no matter how far they are from 2,000 years ago. Now that he heard it, he realized that although the Xianxia kingdom that he did not really care about was not strong, their attitude was definitely awesome. If you want to fight, I'll fight. Even the emperor would risk his life. No wonder even the most powerful enemies would first pay their respects to Jun Wuyu. The reason was that this emperor was worthy of the respect of the strong, worthy of everyone's respect. He might not be the best emperor, but he was definitely the most unyielding, the most courageous and heroic emperor. If the emperor was not afraid of death, would the generals and soldiers be afraid of death? If the emperor dared to risk his life, would the generals, soldiers, and even the citizens not dare to risk their lives? Fight. Yu Yang's blood was boiling in his heart. His strength continued to increase, getting closer and closer to a berserk state. He was prepared to be the first to charge forward and kill that golden giant. He might not be able to kill other innates, but he could definitely fight against this golden giant whose strength was the closest to his. Yo, little fellow, you're being mischievous again? Causing trouble again? I've just returned home to take a bath, and you've already created such a big mess. It was unknown when impatience had appeared behind Yu Yang. Her jade-like arms wrapped around Yu Yang's shoulders and neck. Her cherry-red lips were also blowing a pink fragrance into his ears. Her voice was as soft as a lover acting coquettishly. Sky Law, you know him? Many innate rankers were very surprised. When they saw impatience appear behind Yu Yang and act so intimately, the expressions in their eyes became even more unpredictable. This is my little lover. If any of you hurt him, I want you to compensate me. Impatience giggled, as if she was telling the truth. Scram further away from me. Yu Yang was not in the mood to flirt with her. He did not manage to save Fourth Mother, and the appearance of this impatience was not a good thing. In the entire palace, Yu Yang estimated that there were two strongest innates. One was that blurry and illusory figure. That was the strongest enemy. The other was impatience. This girl was one of the three great sky demons of the demonic palace. She would definitely not help the Xia Empire's rankers. She might even cause trouble in the dark. Hence, her appearance had caused Yu Yang to be annoyed. He did not give her any face at all. Impatience pretended to be sad and wanted to cry. I just let you do that, and you're so cold to me. I'm so sad. Everyone's expression suddenly became a little enlightened. No wonder this brat was so powerful. He was actually Impatience's little lover. Of course, there were also people who were suspicious. Sky Law, is this true? An extremely handsome man from the demonic palace stood up and asked. Please don't meddle in my private affairs, okay? Sky Dragon, if you want to meddle in other people's affairs, wait until you're ranked top 3. No, it's impossible for you to be ranked top 3. Wait until you're ranked top 5 before you talk to me again. Impatience berated this person mercilessly. She did not even look him in the eye. Okay. The extremely handsome man's face changed a little when he heard this. He clenched his fists tightly. His eyes shot out a light that was as sharp as a sword, as if it wanted to pierce through Yu Yang's heart. Thousand Goblins sect leader, please apologize to His Majesty solemnly and compensate Xia in accordance with our wishes. Finally, explain clearly why you used the exterminating light on our little titan to silence him. Only then can you leave. Otherwise, we will start a war at all costs. The expression on the state grandmaster's face became serious. His identity and his words represented the will of the Xia kingdom. That was to never be bullied or humiliated. Even if they had to fight to the death, they would still defend their country's dignity. He is already an innate, and he forcefully stopped us from saving him. There's nothing wrong with sect leader killing him. You said that he doesn't know about the alliance treaty, but where's the proof? You said that he didn't have an introducer. He didn't have an introducer, how did he become an innate? The silver-masked giant retorted with a cold smile. Let me say a few words. This brat's innate was unintentionally triggered by me yesterday. As for who his introducer was, I don't know. Sect leader wanting to kill my little lover seems a little unreasonable. If I didn't hear wrongly, in the Soaring Dragon continent, innates are strictly forbidden to kill outstanding juniors, especially if it's a destructive attack. Sect leader, as a senior, didn't do a good job. I feel very uncomfortable hearing this. Sect leader, can you give me a reasonable explanation? Impatience pinched Yu Yang hard to stop him from speaking. This was not a battle of bravery. This was related to the balance of power in the entire Soaring Dragon continent and Tong Tian Tower. Is it really only 2 days? Becoming an innate just 2 days ago is already so strong? I don't believe it, this is definitely impossible. The silver giant couldn't believe it at all. There's no place for you to speak here. If you interrupt again, I'll bring you to the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower and kill you in front of everyone. Let's see who can save you then. Pay attention to your identity. In front of so many rankers, so many people didn't say anything, but you, the weakest fellow, kept talking. Don't you feel ashamed? I'm asking your 1,000 Goblin sect leader, not you. A hint of disgust flashed past Impatience's face. The silver giant hurriedly retreated 2 steps and hid behind the faintly discernible shadow of the sect leader. He lowered his head and didn't say anything, but anger flashed past his eyes. Sky Law, can you not scare my people? No matter what, we are still in an alliance. The shadow-like sect leader said indifferently. The one who is in an alliance with you is the demonic palace, not me. Impatience smiled and said, don't use an alliance to pressure me. Even if you are Sky Execution, don't even think about talking to me like this. It's fine if I don't care. Who asked this little sweetheart to be so cold to me? My little sweetheart, I'm heartbroken now, I don't care anymore. I'll just watch you get bullied by a bunch of bad guys. Who asked me to be a weak girl? I can't do anything even if I wanted to. A large group of people rolled their eyes when they heard this. She was considered a weak girl. If she was a weak girl, then there wouldn't be any rankers in this world, in the Soaring Dragon continent. No matter how you ranked her, she would definitely be ranked in the top 10. If she was a weak girl, then everyone wouldn't even want to live anymore. Of course, looking at her words, it seemed that she wanted Yu Yang to beg her. Everyone felt that there was still room for discussion. Although they had beaten him up, it seemed that it was impossible to pursue the matter. The sect leader brought his subordinate away and bowed to the Xianxia emperor. This matter was considered settled. If they wanted to pursue the matter to the end, the Xianxia Empire would definitely fight with all their might. It was still uncertain who this Sky Law would help in the end. If the rankers from Tianluo and Zijin heard the news and came over, the situation would probably change and move towards another unknown direction. Do you want to bully a child? I can't stand it. Tianluo, Xianxia, and Zijin are also in an alliance. If you touch Xianxia, it's the same as touching the 3 of us. How about I suggest, since you don't want to fight or apologize, then let's fight one-on-one. The stronger one will be respected and the winner will be decided. If the Xianxia Empire's little innate wins, then you guys apologize and hand over the person. If you guys win, then we will return the 100 transformations Demon Elder to you. This is the fairest battle. Sect leader, if you don't agree, please don't blame me for helping Xianxia. Night Empress voice suddenly sounded. It's the Night Empress. Many people were secretly shocked. She really came. If any innate ranker from Tianluo came, they wouldn't care as much as the Night Empress. This Night Empress was not someone to be trifled with. She was the same as Sky Law, the kind of rankers that could be ranked in the top 10. In fact, she could even be ranked in the top 5. Although the Night Empress did not say anything to help Yu Yang, as an innate ranker, no one was a fool. They knew that she was actually very protective of this kid. One-on-one was indeed the fairest, but this way, she would unknowingly help this kid who had just entered the innate realm to avoid punishment and death. Because in a one-on-one fight, no matter who went on stage, it was impossible to kill someone in front of everyone. This was because in the most critical moment, their own people would help them. At most, they would be defeated, but there was no real chance of killing the opponent. Now, many innate rankers wanted to kill this young man who had just entered the innate realm. Looking at the ancient rune circle on his body, if he was allowed to grow in the future, he would probably be another innate ranker who could squeeze into the top 10. So, no matter what, they had to think of a way to get rid of this kid. Good idea, let's do it this way. The faintly discernible shadow of the sect leader slightly hesitated. He gave up on sending the silver giant up and sent the stronger gold giant to fight against Yu Yang. Get angry, as long as you get angry, you will win. The opponent only has a hard shell, he is very easy to deal with. Impatience kissed Yu Yang's earlobe and gave him another idea. What are all of you doing here? Suddenly, a voice that was colder than ice rang out, Scram, all of you scram back to Tong Tian Tower. Those who do not abide by the alliance will be killed without mercy. Many of the innates were so scared that they trembled. Even the strongest sect leader hurriedly bowed slightly to show his respect. We have no intention to violate the innate alliance treaty. It's just that the Night Empress suggested a one-on-one supreme battle. The young man from Dixia Empire will fight against our 1,000 goblins, sex demon Lord Tu Ching. That cold voice was like a cold current, blowing through the entire palace. With a single sentence, all the innates' hearts froze. Fight between the supreme warriors? Are you guys bullying him because he doesn't have an introducer? Let me tell you, his introducer is me. If you guys kill him, the 1,000 goblins sect will be exterminated. If I don't want to be fair, you guys can find someone else. Before I leave, I will give you one last warning. If I find any of you appearing in the Soaring Dragon continent again, violating the innate alliance and interfering with the country's affairs, no matter who you are, I will kill you all without mercy. All the innates felt dizzy. They thought that they had picked up someone easy to bully, but who knew that they were almost scared to death. This brat was actually the introducer that she personally came to be. No wonder he was already an innate at such a young age. No wonder the Night Empress would protect him secretly. No wonder Sky Law would try so hard to tempt him, the sect leader who was as elusive as a shadow muttered to himself for a while. He bowed slightly to Jun Wuyu, Dixia Emperor, we will leave your palace and return to Tongtian Tower. We will not interfere with anything anymore. I wish you all the best. What he meant was that he would not bring the 100 transformations demon lord away, but he would also not order his disciples to send forth Mother back. He would pretend that he did not see her and not care about her. On the surface, he was very polite and showed respect to Jun Wuyu, the emperor. However, they had actually schemed against him. At the very least, his disciples had captured Fourth Mother, and there was no news of her until now. Brat, enter the dimension of duel. Don't think that you can defeat me just because you have a good introducer. The golden giant opened a teleportation scroll. Yu Yang was even more worried about Fourth Mother. He was not willing to fight now. However, a familiar voice suddenly came into his ears, calming him down. This voice made Yu Yang focus on the duel. She did not guarantee anything else, but Yu Yang believed that the owner of this voice would definitely protect Fourth Mother's safety on his behalf. Moreover, he also believed that she had the ability to do so. With her around, Yu Yang could definitely fight with peace of mind. Yu Yang wanted to defeat the Golden Giant, not only to save Fourth Mother, but also to fight for Dixia Empire's dignity. Wasn't it just a level 2 innate? Without batting an eyelid, Yu Yang walked into the dimension of duel with his head held high. Not only him, the Impatiens, the 2 heavenly imperial guardians of Dixia Empire, Jun Wuyu, the state grandmaster, Elder Yu Hai, Feng Kuang and the others, as well as the innates from the other side, all entered the dimension of duel to watch the duel. This duel was very important. If Dixia Empire won this duel, they would rise again. If they lost, it would be the beginning of the 1,000 Goblins sect's comeback. The 1,000 Goblins sect had been hiding for many years. They had accumulated their strength for thousands of years, but they only had 3 innates. If the Golden Giant lost, it would be a huge blow to their comeback. Both sides could not lose, they had to win. One-on-one, Supreme Warrior Duel. Impatience volunteered to be the judge. She raised her hand up high. Dixia Empire's Yu Yang, Titan Yu Yang, will fight against the 1,000 Goblins sect's city-slaughtering demon Lord Baili Tu Ching. The duel will be decided no matter the time, no points, no pauses, no help is allowed, until the loser dies in battle, or until the loser kneels down and begs for mercy. If both sides have no objections, come out and fight. Countdown, 3, 2, 1, the duel begins. When Impatience waved her hand down, the Golden Giant had already flown out and charged towards the duel. At the same time, Yu Yang also flew into the air and charged towards the Golden Giant. Innate level 2 versus innate level 1. Although the difference was only 1 level, it was an insurmountable gap. Among the group of innate rankers, even the 1,000 Goblins sect leader, who was the most cautious, did not think that Yu Yang, who had just become an innate 2 days ago, could defeat the experienced Tu Ching. One had not even mastered his innate strength, while the other had fought in the higher levels of Tongtian Tower for many years. One was a young boy with insufficient skills, while the other was an outstanding innate with profound skills and excellent beasts. No matter how they compared, Yu Yang was far from the famous Tu Ching demon elder who had trained for more than 200 years. Even Jun Wuyu, the state grandmaster, Elder Yu Hai and the others did not have 100% confidence in Yu Yang. They supported Yu Yang for 2 reasons. Firstly, it was the Night Empress' suggestion. The Night Empress would definitely not harm Yu Yang. Secondly, it was because of Sky Law's hint. Sky Law was the one who had inspired Yu Yang's potential and allowed him to become an innate. She should be the one who knew Yu Yang's strength the best. Since she did not object and even felt that Yu Yang could defeat Tu Qing, Jun Wuyu and the others would not object. The thing that made Jun Wuyu and the others feel the most at ease was that Yu Yang's introducer was her. That her was Yu Yang's introducer. Just this point alone filled the people who supported Yu Yang with confidence. Although he might not win, they believed that he would not lose either. In this battle, even if it ended in a draw, the 20-year-old Yu Yang would be able to defeat the famous Tu Qing who had been fighting for 200 years. It would be a significant victory for a level 1 innate to defeat a level 2 innate. Yu Yang was still young and had unlimited potential. On the other hand, the famous Tu Qing had already reached the peak of his strength. His potential had been dug out, and there was no possibility for him to improve anymore. Ha! Tu Qing, who was leaping in midair, suddenly yelled out loudly just as Yu Yang was about to attack him. His body turned sluggish, and he pushed his hands outwards. A powerful shockwave exploded, and a golden halo spread out from his palms. It was as powerful as a big explosion, and it sent Yu Yang flying. Tu Qing knew that Yu Yang had an innate ability to bind people. Previously, he had been careless, causing him to lose his bearings. Right now, he had already thought of a way to deal with Yu Yang, and that was to attack from a mid-range. At a close range, Yu Yang's binding inherent skill was very powerful. However, such a powerful inherent skill could not be used endlessly, nor could it be used from a super long distance. Tu Qing reckoned that Yu Yang's inherent skill could only be unleashed when it came into contact with his body or at a super close distance. Therefore, he decided not to give Yu Yang any chance, and directly used the shock wave to defeat his opponent from mid-range. Although he couldn't kill his opponent, he had 100 sinister ways to cripple him. One of them was to completely destroy his opponent's fighting spirit and attack his willpower. As long as this brat lost the heart of a strong warrior, he would become a coward who couldn't even lift his fist and trembled in fear. Then, no matter how much potential he had, it would all be in vain. Tu Qing had seen many young geniuses, but they all became cowards and trash after a huge setback. Now, he wanted to destroy this arrogant brat. You want to become an innate ranker? Pay me some tuition fees first. Tu Qing, who had detected a safe distance, was overjoyed. He flew behind Yu Yang and summoned his platinum grimoire the moment Yu Yang swung his fist. A shield of light rose up and sent Yu Yang flying. He was prepared to use an extremely precise and ingenious grimoire summon to make Yu Yang, who was completely unable to attack, feel despair. At the same time that Yu Yang was sent flying, Tu Qing summoned a strengthening type ancient giant beast that was as big as a small mountain. The golden ancient giant beast roared towards the sky and fused with Tu Qing's body. Instantly, Tu Qing's body became many times bigger. Now, Tu Qing's body was at least 10 meters tall. One of his fingers was as big as Yu Yang's thigh. He could completely cover Yu Yang's entire body with his open palm. Summoning a strengthening type ancient giant beast was not enough. Tu Qing decided to use his strength to make Yu Yang feel inferior and hopeless, completely crushing his fighting spirit. The second summoned beast was summoned in a flash of golden light. This was a giant golden dragon. Yu Yang had seen wyverns before, but it was his first time seeing a giant dragon. Second reinforcement. Tu Qing let out a loud roar, and the majestic golden dragon transformed into a burst of intense golden light, fusing with him. Giant dragon wings grew out from his back, his hands turned into dragon claws, and a dragon tail grew out from his back. This made Tu Qing look like a giant humanoid dragon. The innates who were familiar with Tu Qing knew that if the first strengthening of the ancient giant beast only increased his strength and size, then the second strengthening would increase his battle power by leaps and bounds. At the same time, the giant golden dragon's skills coercion, dragon's breath and soar would be increased. With these three skills, Tu Qing would definitely be undefeatable. His opponent's level, realm, skills, and beast were even more inferior. Just the skill coercion could already reduce his opponent's battle power by more than half. In addition to the dragon's breath, which was even more terrifying than hellfire, and the ability to soar, the enemy would not be able to escape. this battle would be won even without a fight. Almost all the innates on the other side thought this way. Only Impatience, who stood out alone, had a mysterious smile on her face, as if she was mocking Tu Cheng's foolish action of wasting his energy. The handsome youth in the purple brocade robe from the demonic palace saw the smile on Impatience's face, and the hatred in his eyes towards Yu Yang deepened. However, he did not show it openly, just like a venomous snake that had hidden itself. Roar, I'll turn you into a roasted pig. Tu Cheng pounced towards Yu Yang. With a distance of 10 meters between them, he opened his huge mouth and spat out a wave of dragon's breath. Yu Yang did not retreat, but advanced instead, charging straight towards Tu Cheng. Yu Yang summoned his silver grimoire in an instant. A protective shield rose up, reflecting all the dragon's breath that was coming towards him. Everyone was stunned. This brat could actually summon his grimoire instantly? If it wasn't for the fact that his summoning grimoire was a silver grimoire, no one would have believed that he was just a 20-year-old brat. This instant grimoire's control skill was not something a young man could learn. Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai were the most shocked. They knew that Yu Yang had actually just contracted a grimoire not long ago. It had only been half a year, but he had already learned how to summon his grimoire instantly, something that others might not be able to learn even after 20 years. It was not that they had never seen geniuses before, but they had never seen someone this terrifying, the difference between half a year and 20 years. Furthermore, someone who could learn it in 20 years was considered a genius. This really made people speechless. Thinking about how this brat had always behaved like a useless trash, Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai were even more speechless. This brat was too good at pretending to be a useless trash. Tu Cheng, who originally wanted to burn Yu Yang into charcoal, was hit in the face by his own dragon's breath. He cried out in pain. The other innates frowned when they saw this. This brat's timing was too good. Using his protective shield to reflect the dragon's breath, he would not be able to reach Tu Cheng if he was a meter away, but if he was a meter away, Tu Cheng would be bounced away. The distance was just right. If it was them, could they have done better? No one said the answer, but the answer in everyone's heart was the same. That was, I couldn't have done better. Windstorm. Even though Tu Cheng had been hit by his own dragon's breath, he was only in pain and not injured. He flew into a rage out of humiliation. His body and hands started spinning like a windmill, creating a tornado that revolved rapidly around the protective shield. The grimoire's protective shield was connected to its owner's mind. A small amount of damage would not affect its owner. However, long-term damage and tremors would affect the grimoire's owner. If it was a ranker below level 6 attacking the grimoire, even if it was continuously attacked for an hour, a bronze grimoire contractor of the lowest level probably would not be affected much. However, Tu Cheng was an innate. Although the power of his tornado might not be able to damage the protective shield, it would definitely affect Yu Yang's mind after a long time. In a battle between experts, even the slightest impact would cause one to be at a complete disadvantage. Yu Yang did not hide inside the protective shield and wait for the tornado to pass. Tu Cheng could create a tornado like this anytime he wanted. He immediately kept his grimoire and unexpectedly appeared behind Tu Cheng. He grabbed Tu Cheng, who was as tall as a small mountain, and lifted him up high. Then, he threw him into the center of the tornado. In an instant, Tu Cheng was swept up into the sky. It's teleportation and binding. The other innate ranker frowned again. There was nothing strange about an innate ranker mastering teleportation. However, this brat had just become an innate not even 2 days ago. How did he learn it? The strangest thing was, how did this brat teleport out of the protective shield? Before the protective shield disappeared, the grimoire contractor could walk out with their feet, but it was impossible for them to teleport out. Could it be that he had seen wrongly? Or could it be that this brat could instantly keep his grimoire and teleport out at the same time? The tornado disappeared and Tu Cheng fell from the sky. His reaction was fast. When he was about to reach the ground, he spread his wings and landed steadily. Although he did not fall, he still felt that he had lost all his face. This brat had used the moves that he was most proud of to retaliate against him. This was even more humiliating and intolerable than fiercely slapping him in the face. Dragon's breath was reflected, and the tornado was used. The anger in Tu Cheng's heart had already reached its peak. He did not believe that with his innate level 2 strength, he would not be able to defeat this innate level 1 brat. He decided to use the most direct method, using his strongest strength and most brutal body to defeat his opponent. Could it be that this brat could reflect his fist back? Huh. Tu Qing raised his huge fist and fiercely smashed it down on Yu Yang. With a loud bang, Yu Yang was sent flying 10 meters away. Tu Qing was pleased. His binding chains inherent skill was not omnipotent, and he believed that he could only use it a limited number of times. Under his terrifying attack, this brat could only kneel and beg for mercy. When he thought of this brat kneeling in front of him and begging for mercy, Tu Qing felt an indescribable satisfaction in his heart. The one who had the last laugh was the winner. Brat, you are still too inexperienced. He raised his huge fist for the second time and smashed it down with all his might. Of course, his mouth was full of mockery. Brat, did you not drink enough milk? Why do you only have so little strength? Haha. The group of innate rankers on the other side all felt that there was no suspense in the outcome of a level 2 innate ranker against a level 1 innate. The difference was obvious. This was not something that could be made up for with skills. The faintly discernible Thousand Goblin sect leader had a bad premonition when he saw this. He looked at Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai. He realized that although their faces were a little anxious, they were still far from panicking. This proved that the new innate brat still had some strength left and could not be defeated easily. When he looked at Impatience again, his heart trembled even more. At this moment, the smile on Phoenix Fairy Beauty's face was even wider than before. Her expression was as if she had seen a tiger cub that didn't know how to hunt and had just caught a wild buffalo. She was continuously practicing her hunting skills, as if she couldn't bear to eat the prey in one go. A strange thought flashed through his mind. Before this, that brat was sent flying by Tu Qing's punch. He was sent flying tens of meters away, smashing through a pillar and almost collapsing the wall. Now, Tu Qing was doubly strengthened and his strength had increased by more than 10 times. When he used his full strength to attack, this brat was only sent flying 10 meters away. What did this mean? It meant that this brat was continuously improving and becoming stronger during the battle. His strength had improved from being unable to withstand a single blow just now to the point where he could almost fight against Tu Qing, who was doubly strengthened. If they continued to fight, Tu Qing would continue to exhaust his strength while this brat continued to improve. Under this situation, Tu Qing, who was a level 2 innate, would most likely be defeated by his level 1 innate. This brat must have some kind of inherent skill that allowed him to learn and grow during battle. Otherwise, the Night Empress would not have suggested for him to fight against Tu Qing in a one-on-one supreme battle. Sky Law would also not agree and would not stand out to be the judge. When the Thousand Goblin sect leader thought of this, he was extremely angry. He felt that he had been schemed against by the Night Empress and Sky Law. Most importantly, that Sky Law would also agree to this one-on-one supreme battle. This proved that this brat's inherent skill was not binding. This could be a special skill of some kind of beast. This brat's real inherent skill was definitely to learn and grow during battle. Boom. The Thousand Goblin sect leader saw that Yu Yang was still sent flying with the second punch. He carefully counted the number of steps that Yu Yang had retreated. Just now, it was 10 steps, which meant that he had retreated 10 meters. Now, it was 9 steps, which meant that he had retreated 9 meters. Just now, Yu Yang's footsteps were so deep that they had broken the ground. Now, the first 2 steps were still very deep, but the last 2 steps were obviously shallower. Brat, use all your strength. Ha ha ha, where did your power go? Tu Qing was very powerful now. He felt that he could completely suppress his opponent with his strength. Every punch of his was solid. He estimated that after another 10 punches, this brat would fall to the ground, heavily injured and vomiting blood. Fighting against an innate was different from fighting against a normal warrior. In a defenseless state, as long as an innate ranker landed a punch on him, he would immediately fall to the ground. If this brat's body was completely exhausted after receiving a punch from the double-strengthened giant fist, all the bones in his body would probably be shattered. Even if he could be saved, his future would probably be bleak. Tu Cheng's face was filled with pride. He raised his giant fist high up, preparing to smash it down with the force of a thunderbolt, forcing Yu Yang to face it head-on. Wait, Tu Cheng, we admit defeat in this battle. Don't fight anymore. The Thousand Goblins sect leader would definitely not be so stupid as to let his subordinates train for someone else. Furthermore, this brat's potential was extremely strong. If he allowed him to improve, then his own position in the top 10 might even be pushed back. He decided to give up on this battle. Losing the battle didn't matter, but he definitely couldn't let this brat grow stronger. What? Everyone couldn't believe it and looked at the Thousand Goblins sect leader in astonishment. Humph, what a shrewd fellow. Only Impatience was a little dissatisfied, but she snorted as if she had expected it. You want me to admit defeat? You want me to kneel down and beg for mercy in front of this brat? Tuqing was even more shocked. If the person who spoke was not the Thousand Goblin sect leader, Tuqing would probably have punched him already. Never in his dreams would he have thought that his most respected sect leader would actually ask him to admit defeat. What was the point of admitting defeat? It was equivalent to kneeling down and begging for mercy in front of so many familiar faces to a 20-year-old brat who was also the enemy who had humiliated him. If he kneeled down like this, would he still be able to stand up straight in the future? He was an innate, not a commoner. No matter how strong the enemy he faced, he would always stand proudly. But now, he was actually asked to kneel down? I feel that it's best to end this battle as soon as possible. Even if you admit defeat, no one can deny your strength. No matter who you kneel down to, it will not change. The Thousand Goblins sect leader sighed softly. You are an innate, I respect your decision. But if the battle continues, you might regret it. No, even if I die in battle, I will definitely not regret it. Tuqing almost crazily shouted, I would rather die than kneel down. Up to you. The Thousand Goblins sect leader knew that he couldn't forcefully stop him. Now, he kind of understood the reason why the Night Empress suggested a one-on-one supreme duel. No one could forcefully stop a supreme duel. Once the duel started, there must be a victor. The reason why the Night Empress suggested a supreme duel was not to attack Tuqing, but to target herself. She had already calculated that he might stop it, so she suggested a supreme duel instead of a battle of honor. And Sky Law, this cunning woman, had used the condition of kneeling down and begging for mercy. She had schemed against Tuqing. Sky Law knew Tuqing's temper and character. In front of everyone, Tuqing, who cared about his reputation, would definitely not admit defeat. Because admitting defeat meant that he would kneel down and beg for mercy. Tuqing was an innate, but he was not the kind of rancor who could endure humiliation. He was just a raging bull with strength. The Thousand Goblins sect leader was in a bad mood. Firstly, it was because he could not see through Yu Yang's strength. Secondly, it was because the Night Empress and Sky Law had joined hands to scheme against him. Thirdly, his subordinate Tuqing did not listen to his orders 100%. However, with his forbearance character, he did not show it. On the contrary, he pretended to respect Tuqing's opinion. Although his performance was still unclear to everyone, he had unknowingly turned the tables. If Yu Yang really won, then everyone would have more respect for him because of his foresight. If he failed to massacre the city, then the impact would be reduced to a minimum. Sect leader, please forgive Tuqing for disobeying your orders. This is the first time I have disobeyed your orders, and it will also be the last time. From now on, Tuqing dares to guarantee that he will never disobey your orders. But today, please allow Tuqing to have a duel with this brat. I am not convinced, and I do not believe that I will lose. He is an innate level 1, and with the help of the ancient runes, his strength is not much different from mine. But sect leader, Tuqing really has the confidence to defeat him. Because Tuqing's third strengthening has already been completed. Tuqing turned around and knelt down on one knee towards the Thousand Goblins sect leader. Falling out with the sect leader was not a joke. Tuqing was not that kind of fool. He was very clear about the sect leader's strength and temper. However, Tuqing was not convinced. Even if the brat in front of him had great potential and was highly valued by the Night Empress, Sky Law, and her, and was extremely cunning and had extremely fast reflexes, he had just become an innate, and was only innate level 1. On the other hand, Tuqing was an innate who had trained for more than 200 years. Not long ago, he had already achieved the third strengthening. The power of the third strengthening was already infinitely close to that of an innate level 3. Could it be that with the power that was infinitely close to that of an innate level 3, he still could not defeat an innate level 1 brat? Even if you beat him to death, Tu Ching would not believe that he would lose. He would rather disobey the sect leader's orders and defeat his opponent, so that he could regain his pride. He would definitely not kneel down to someone who was weaker than him. What right did this brat have, heh? Impatience laughed when she saw this. She looked as if she had seen her prey foolishly falling into her trap. Third strengthening? Yu Yang really wanted to see the power of the third strengthening. Just now, Yu Yang had learned the true twofold strengthening from Tu Ching's body. When he superimposed 2 giant shadows onto his own body, he discovered that his strength had increased so much that he could almost contend against Tu Ching. This threefold strengthening. How powerful would the superimposition of 3 giant shadows be? Originally, the giant shadows needed 5 shadows to merge together to become one. Now that he had learned the second strengthening, Yu Yang realized that he only needed to use 1 more shadow to stack the effect of 2 giant shadows. Could he also use 1 more shadow to stack the effect of the third strengthening? Yu Yang was really looking forward to Tu Ching's third strengthening. What kind of changes would there be in his body? The combination of level 3, divine vision, and naked eye technique would come in handy. He could learn the third strengthening that Tu Ching had painstakingly trained for 200 years. In this battle, Yu Yang felt that if Tu Ching knew the truth, he would definitely be so angry that he would vomit blood. He would also be so regretful that he would break his ribs. It seemed that other than the 1,000 Goblins sect leader, who seemed to be able to see through his improvement, no one else had noticed the difference in him. Maybe some people had noticed it, but these guys who were extremely scheming did not show it. The only one who had any expression on his face was the purple-clothed guy from the demonic palace. Could that guy be one of Impatience's pursuers? Yu Yang looked at Impatience. He did not manage to push this girl down, but had instead attracted a lot of love debts. Waves of jealousy rose in the sea, and he had unknowingly gained another enemy. How annoying. Little sweetheart, don't look at me, focus on the battle. Impatience even blew Yu Yang a kiss in a flirtatious manner. Yu Yang was speechless. Damn it. When that extremely handsome purple-clothed guy saw this scene, he almost couldn't suppress his anger. Horns seemed to grow out of his forehead, and his mouth also gradually split towards his ears, slowly turning into the appearance of a dragon-head monster. Only when Yu Yang looked at him did he instantly return to his original handsome appearance. Yu Yang was suddenly enlightened. So this guy wasn't a human, but a monster like Duke Xian, that 1,000-year-old tortoise spirit. It's just that he couldn't tell what kind of 1,000-year-old demon this guy was. He was called Sky Dragon. Could he be a 1,000-year-old giant dragon? Tu Ching's threefold strengthening became even more powerful. He summoned a ball of red light and shot it towards the ground. The ground immediately shook and rose up high, as if lava was flowing out of a volcano. Under everyone's gaze, Tu Ching jumped into the volcano's lava. Raging flames soared to the sky. When the threefold strengthening was completed, it was as terrifying as a solar storm. The shockwave spread outwards with a loud rumble, forcing everyone to retreat half a step. Even though Elder Yu Hai, Jun Wu Yu and Feng Kuang were holding hands, they were still forced to retreat a step and a half. It could be seen how powerful this threefold strengthening was. Yu Yang, who was in the middle of the arena, moved his hands gently like a young girl caressing a willow tree. The shockwave and raging flames around him all turned into a mysterious flame ring, revolving around his body. No matter how strong the shockwave was, it was tamed like an obedient kitten. When the 1,000 Goblins sect leader saw this, his heart trembled. He could see that this was definitely not a skill that a young man who had just become an innate could do. In the past, he, who was known as an exceptional genius, had spent 30 years to learn this skill. If it was someone else, they would definitely not be able to master it without spending 100 years. There were even a few innates who were unable to do this until now. But now, this brat was so young, yet he was already so proficient in controlling his strength. That girl, what kind of skill did she teach him? If it was a normal skill, this brat would definitely not be able to do this. Just now, the 1,000 Goblins sect leader only suspected that Tu Ching would lose and was unwilling to let him become Yu Yang's training target. But now, he was 100% sure that Tu Ching would definitely lose this battle. Yu Yang could clearly see the state of Tu Ching's body after triple strengthening. However, he wasn't sure if he could achieve the same effect with his shadow, because Tucheng was using a completely different kind of strange beast. Volcano was supposed to be an element-type beast, how could it fuse with an ancient beast and a giant dragon? Yu Yang felt that it was very strange, but Tucheng did it again. With the truth in front of him, Yu Yang couldn't help but be suspicious. Tucheng, who was covered in flames, looked like a flaming giant. He raised his giant fist and smashed it down. Of course, Yu Yang wouldn't take it head-on, so he retreated. Flaming spear. Tucheng condensed the flames on his body into a flaming spear and threw it towards Yu Yang. Taking advantage of Yu Yang's evasion, he instantly moved behind Yu Yang. He didn't punch Yu Yang's body, but hit the ground with all his strength. Rumble, a loud sound. The ground cracked, and a volcano was summoned by him. Magma gushed out. If Yu Yang was dizzy from the shock just now, he would have fallen into the red magma and melted into green smoke. At the very least, he would have been sprayed by the magma. However, after Yu Yang's afterimage disappeared, his real body appeared in front of Impatience. Yu Yang angrily shouted at Impatience, "What are you doing? If you have something to say it in front of everyone. Why do you have to whisper in my ear and not talk about proper business? So annoying. Of course I'm whispering sweet nothings to you. It's so embarrassing to let them know." Impatience covered her mouth and laughed. She didn't care about Yu Yang's attitude at all. "I have nothing to say to you." Yu Yang felt that this girl was using him as a shield. Maybe she didn't like Sky Dragon's entanglement. On the surface, she found a boyfriend and let Sky Dragon put all his attention on her. She was so free and unfettered. Not only did he not gain any advantage, but he had to take the blame. It was really annoying. Impatience blinked her electrifying eyes and smiled charmingly. "All right, I won't say any more. Little sweetheart, you can focus on your competition." Yu Yang was enraged. "Who's your little sweetheart? I have nothing to do with you. If you let me have the upper hand, that's fine. But now, I haven't gotten any advantage at all. After the fight, if you let me push you down, it won't be too late to call me little sweetheart then." When Impatience heard this, she seemed to be very aggrieved. She lowered her head and touched her two little fingers. "It still hurts there. You don't want to admit it as soon as you turn your back." Everyone pricked up their ears to listen to the gossip. On the other side, Tucheng took the opportunity to raise his battle prowess. He also secretly summoned a few volcanoes and hid them underground. As long as Yu Yang stepped on them, they would erupt. Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai looked at each other, feeling that something was wrong. Why did this brat Yu Yang suddenly run over to Tianfa while they were fighting? Furthermore, he had always been calm and rational, how could he be angered so easily? Could it be that Tianfa was using her hypnosis skill on him? The two heavenly Imperial Guardians also looked at each other. They weren't familiar with Yu Yang, but they felt that Tianfa was intentionally angering him. It seemed to be related to what she said just now. Just now, Tianfa said, "Get angry. As long as you get angry, you will win. Your opponent only has a hard shell, he is very easy to deal with." Yu Yang was usually a very calm person. He was good at scheming against his opponent, and his reaction speed was extremely fast. This kind of person was the hardest to anger. But once he got angry, his explosive power would also be very terrifying. "Where are you hurting? I didn't even touch you." Yu Yang exploded in anger. He was beaten up badly by her previously, and was even sent flying by her breast. If one were to say that he was in pain, he should be the one who was in pain, right? At that time, you were angry and pressed me onto the ground. You were like a raging bull. You didn't stop even when I cried out in pain. If it wasn't for the fact that I have a good body, I would have lost my life long ago. When Impatience said that, Yu Yang almost vomited blood. He didn't even remember that he had pushed this girl down. He would be happy if this girl didn't push him down. How could he push her down? Yu Yang turned his head to look and realized that Sky Dragon's face was even darker than Lord Bao's. The flames spewing out from his eyes were 100 times, 1,000 times hotter than Tucheng's dragon breath. He practically wanted to burn himself to death with the anger in his eyes. Everyone on the other side had a little misunderstanding. This wasn't strange. If Tianfa loved handsome guys, it wouldn't be strange for this guy to push her down. If there wasn't any relationship, would she protect him like this? That was obviously impossible. Don't say that I didn't. Even if I really did it on the spot, I wouldn't take responsibility. Scram. Yu Yang felt that he could push her down, but he definitely wouldn't take responsibility. Who said that if he pushed her down, he had to take her home as his wife? After pushing her down, couldn't they just maintain their lovers' relationship? If he pushed her down and brought her home, would he still have the blissful sexual life of a family? Like Anan, Princess Sisai, and Fallen Flowers, the city lord had pushed them down. He had a few wives and brought them home to warm his bed. This was still fine. After all, they were women that he liked. But who would want a woman like the Impatience? If he pushed her down, then so be it. He would just treat it as a one-night stand. Besides, Yu Yang also suspected that he didn't do it. If he did, it would be weird if this girl didn't suck him dry. After that, his body was filled with spiritual energy and his strength was endless. How would he have collapsed from the battle? He remembered that his clothes were neat and tidy, and there were even a few girls watching from the side. If he really did it with the Impatience, it would be weird if they didn't work together to kill him. Most importantly, that mysterious big-breasted beauty might have already arrived. If he wanted to push down the Impatience, she would probably stop him. Of course, if he really did push down the Impatience. That was also possible, because Yu Yang didn't remember what he did after he went berserk. Maybe he really tore off the Impatience's clothes, pressed her down, and did it on the spot. Yu Yang wasn't sure, but his attitude showed everything. Whether he did it or not, he wouldn't take responsibility. As the saying goes, it's a waste not to do it. Even if you do it, it's still a waste. This was his attitude. This kind of ruthlessness, he wouldn't use it on Anan, Fallen Flowers, Xianxia, and that girl who loved to read books. But for the Impatience, even if he did it 100 times, Yu Yang felt that it would be a waste. Anyway, she came to him looking for a beating, so why should he be polite with her? Don't be so ruthless to me. If you do this, my heart will also be broken. The Impatience didn't mind Yu Yang's reaction at all. She seductively twisted her slender waist, and her delicate face moved closer to Yu Yang's lips. Her slender fingers lifted Yu Yang's chin, and her cherry lips breathed out, "I'm also worried about you. You should quickly finish the fight so that you can go and save Fourth Mother." These words were like a bolt from the blue, exploding in Yu Yang's mind. All his thoughts disappeared, and only Fourth Mother's smile remained. If you don't go and save her, she might meet with some mishap. At that time, you won't be able to be filial to her. You are her obedient Sanner, you still haven't repaid her for raising you. If she gets killed, it will be too late for you to regret it. The Impatience whispered into Yu Yang's ear, and blew out pink bubbles. In an instant, Yu Yang's aura changed. The Innates on the other side realized that Yu Yang's aura was like a volcano, hiding a huge amount of energy, and could erupt at any time. Everyone was secretly on their guard. The Thousand Goblins sect leader protested, and lightly snorted, "Tnfa, this doesn't seem to be in accordance with the rules, right? A one-on-one supreme martial artist battle, are you helping him, or are you trying to interfere with the battle?" The Impatience's jade-like fingers lightly brushed past Yu Yang's eyes. Her little face flashed with a mysterious radiance, and her eyes seemed to be mocking him. "I am actually helping you guys. Aren't we allies? Just now, I saw that your people were desperately setting up the volcano seal underground. Their movements were not hidden at all, so I specially asked my little enemy to come over to talk, so that you guys could finish setting up the volcano seal first. Now that I think it's almost done, you guys have set up 10 volcano seals on this battlefield, aren't I helping you guys?" The Thousand Goblins sect leader was slightly embarrassed, and immediately explained, "Actually, the volcano is an element-type beast that both Tuqing and Quangzhan share. When Tuqing summoned the volcano, Quangzhan would definitely react." "You have misunderstood." The Impatience elegantly shrugged her shoulders, and lightly kissed Yu Yang's cheek. "Then it's my fault. Little fellow, don't die here, otherwise your Fourth Mother will also lose her life." "Fourth Mother?" Yu Yang's originally absent-minded eyes suddenly flashed with a lightning-like radiance. The hidden aura exploded out 1,000 times, 10,000 times more ferocious than Tuqing's volcano eruption. In the midst of his furious roar, Yu Yang released all the power in his body in an instant. Even the power that he couldn't control, even the power that he didn't know was hidden in his body, had completely exploded out. The ancient runes started to revolve crazily, forming a brand new runic circle. Behind him, a gigantic runic circle spread out like a halo. Following that, a smaller runic circle started to revolve inside it. The brilliant light shot out like a sharp arrow. The innate rankers tried to block it with their hands, but they realized that their palms were in pain from the light. The two people with the weakest power realized that their fingers had been grazed by the light, and they couldn't help but feel fear. This was merely the light that exploded out from his body, yet it already had such terrifying power. What would happen if they were hit by his fist? He has already reached innate level 2. The silver giant Guangzhan, who was standing behind the sect leader, said with a trembling voice. No, he has already reached innate level 3. The Thousand Goblins sect leader's voice also carried a tinge of bitterness. He had never seen such a person before. He could actually raise his power to such a level in an instant. He really couldn't believe his own eyes. Furthermore, the furious Yu Yang's power was still increasing. Innate level 3 was still not his limit. A flame that could destroy everything appeared. It was thousands of times more powerful than the magma of a volcano. The pure flame caused all the innate rankers' expressions to change. Everyone had the urge to run away, because this was the nirvana flame that even an innate could not withstand. If there were only 2 balls of nirvana flame, it would have already caused the innate rankers to tremble with fear. However, they saw that on Yu Yang's body, there was a 10-meter-tall pillar of nirvana flame. That kind of world-destroying flame made everyone feel powerless. Fortunately, this pillar of nirvana flame only shot towards the sky and did not hit them directly. Otherwise, other than the Thousand Goblins sect leader, the rest of the people would probably be killed in one hit. The Thousand Goblins sect leader was also extremely afraid. His power had almost reached the pinnacle of the human race. There was almost no energy that could destroy his body and soul. However, among the few types of energy that could, the nirvana flame was one of them. At first, Impatience was also a little surprised. It was as if she could not believe that Yu Yang could explode to such a state after his second, great berserk. She could faintly feel that her charm, inherent skill was a perfect combination with this brat's anger. As long as she used her charm on him, then he would be able to continuously improve. Every time he went great berserk, every time he exploded, he would be able to fuse with the ancient runes even more, and he would be able to unleash even more power. Furthermore, the hidden nirvana flame in his body would also be able to unleash even more power. His future was limitless. As long as his body could withstand even more charm, she believed that he would be able to improve even more. No wonder her sister would think so highly of him and take the initiative to be his introducer. So this brat really had such a huge hidden potential. Impatience realized that she still could not see through Yu Yang's true potential. How could the ancient runes and the nirvana flame be able to fuse together like this? Why was there no rejection at all? What kind of innate technique did this brat train in? This was something that no one could do. Without successfully training in it, he did not even know that he possessed such a terrifying power. Yet, his body was able to fuse 2 completely different types of destructive power. His technique should be an unparalleled mystical technique, perhaps an innate technique from the ancient era. Otherwise, it would be impossible for such a mystical phenomenon to occur. Interesting brat, how many more secrets do you have? Impatience's eyes were filled with smiles. Roar. Yu Yang's roar was like a clap of thunder. All of the nirvana flame was retracted and gathered in his hands. At this moment, how would Tu Ching still dare to fight against him? He was so scared that he hurriedly ran away. However, the enraged Yu Yang was 1,000 times faster than lightning. In an instant, he had already caught up to Tu Ching, who was flying with dragon wings. With a wave of his hand, Tu Ching's body, which was protected by the enormous heat of a volcano, was destroyed in the middle by the nirvana flame in Yu Yang's hands. It was split into 2 and fell to the ground. The opposing innate rankers were so scared that they swallowed their saliva. So strong. This was the genuine nirvana flame. The heat of a volcano was just a joke in front of it. The giant dragon and the ancient giant beast that had escaped from Tu Ching's body cried out in pain. Before they could escape, they had already been punched by the enraged Yu Yang. The Nirvana flame spear that was shot out from his fists pierced through the giant dragon and the ancient giant beast. Instant kill. The 1,000 Goblins sect leader's heart trembled. Even in his anger, this brat could still use the flame spear that Tu Ching had used just now. This kind of learning ability was really frightening. Spare me. Tu Ching felt the shadow of death looming over his heart. If he did not beg for mercy now, the only result would be death. You dared to kill my fourth mother. I will kill you without mercy. Ah. Although the enraged Yu Yang had not completely lost his mind, 90% of his mind was filled with killing intent. Begging for mercy was useless against him. He raised his right fist that was burning with Nirvana flame and smashed Tu Cheng's head. None of the innate rankers on the opposite side dared to stop him, including the 1,000 Goblins sect leader. He was confident that he could defeat the current Yu Yang, but he could not guarantee that he would not be injured by the attack of Nirvana flame. Furthermore, he still did not understand the meaning of the gigantic runic battle formation behind Yu Yang. If this battle formation was the legendary world exterminating wheel and eternal wheel, then he would be in big trouble. Even if he could escape from the imprisonment of these two runic battle formations, his strength would probably be greatly reduced. If he went to save Yu Yang now, he might not even have a place in the top 10 innate rankers. Furthermore, that giggling Sky Law, if he was injured, would she really let him go so easily? There was also the Night Empress who was secretly eyeing him. When the 1,000 Goblins sect leader thought of this, his heart turned cold. The silver giant Quanzhan and Tu Ching were brothers, and they had a deep bond. However, he only took a step forward before he stopped and cried out in sorrow. His action of wanting to save Yu Yang had angered the furious Yu Yang. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Kill all those who harmed my fourth mother, go and die. As he went berserk again, the Nirvana flame on both of his arms started to burn fiercely, and the two rotating runic battle formations behind his back actually followed his will and shot towards the silver giant Quanzhan. Fight. The silver giant Quanzhan was shocked to find that he was actually unable to dodge, as if he had been locked by the runic battle formation's light wheel. He could only use all of his strength to pull out his sword and furiously slash towards the light wheel formed by the runic battle formation. Without a sound, the runic battle formation's light wheel pierced through his body, and after a few hundred meters away, it dispersed into millions of runic light spots and returned to Yu Yang's body. The silver giant Quanzhan's body was sliced into two by the runic battle formation's light wheel, and he fell to the ground with a loud bang. Instant kill. All the innate rankers were filled with fear. The 1,000 Goblins sect leader said with certainty, causing them to tremble even more. Because the 1,000 Goblins sect leader was talking about the world exterminating wheel. Unless one was an innate level 5 or above ranker, only then would they be able to escape from the world exterminating wheel. If not, the result would be the same as the silver giant Quanzhan, being sliced into two by the world exterminating wheel. This kind of world exterminating wheel was not something that a ranker below innate level 5 could control. How could it be used by a mere innate level 1 brat? No one could understand the answer, but no one would doubt the truth. The silver giant Quanzhan's corpse was the best proof. I'll kill you all, kill. The furious Yu Yang flew high up into the sky. The world exterminating wheel that had originally disappeared actually condensed once again, and it was even bigger than before. There was even Nirvana flame burning at the edge of the wheel. Looks like after using it once, Yu Yang's control had become even better. The innate rankers on the other side were shocked. This abnormal brat could actually use it again. Was this brat really innate level 1? Even a level 5 innate could only use it once. Furthermore, other than this brat, no one had ever seen anyone else who could use the world exterminating wheel without suffering any backlash or side effects. 500 years ago, there was a crazy innate ranker who had successfully researched runic circles and used the world exterminating wheel once. In the end, he, who was an innate level 6, suffered from the backlash and his body exploded into pieces, leaving behind only a skull. This brat was fine after using it once, but he still wanted to use it a second time. The innate rankers did not want to become the target of his massacre, so they quickly left the dimension of battle. Now that Tu Ching was dead, if they did not leave now, the next one to die might be them, who would want to fight against an angry and abnormal little lunatic. Even the 1,000 Goblins sect leader, who was the strongest among them, looked deeply at Yu Yang for a while, then also drew a runic circle, cut the space apart and left in a flash. When Yu Yang saw that all the enemies had left and he had lost his target, he suddenly could not get angry anymore. His vision darkened, the runic circle and Nirvana's flame in his hands quickly returned to his body. He lost control and fell down from the sky. Elder Yu Hai hugged him desperately. This was his grandson, let alone the fact that he did not have Nirvana's flame. Even if he had it, he would not let go. Jun Wuyu was also extremely happy. He was the second one to rush to Yu Yang's side, clapping his hands excitedly and cheering. What's so good about it? This brat is too arrogant. He cannot use his innate strength for at least 3 months, otherwise he will suffer. Impatience floated to Yu Yang's head and bent down. Her big eyes flirtatiously looked at him. How is it, little sweetheart? Does it feel good to use your innate strength too much? Your body will be in pain for at least a month. You cannot use your innate strength for 3 months, otherwise your weak body will explode. It's all your fault. Yu Yang felt pain all over his body. He felt like he had overdrafted his energy. If he still had energy left, he would have slapped Impatience away. At the very least, he would have grabbed her breasts. He would not let her off so easily. However, he felt that it was difficult to even raise his hand now. The 2 heavenly imperial guardians of Dixia Empire took turns to comfort Yu Yang. Don't worry, your body is not used to using your innate strength at first, that's why it reacted like this. Furthermore, you had overdrafted your energy just now. There's no big problem, your body did not suffer any backlash from the world exterminating wheel, and there are no sequelae either. Your body is very good. A normal innate might need a year to recover, but you only need a month, it is already very fast. Rest well and try to comprehend the state you were in just now. It will be beneficial for you. I don't have time, I need to save Fourth Mother. Yu Yang panted heavily. If he did not save Fourth Mother, his heart would not be at peace. Beg me, only then will I consider sending you to the Starved Dog Ridge. Before Impatience could finish speaking, Yu Yang used all his energy and jumped out from Elder Yu Hai's embrace. He threw her onto the ground and grabbed her trembling breasts, shouting loudly, "Stop acting like a spoiled child in front of me, I won't fall for it." Impatience did not think that Yu Yang could still do such a perverted thing after the big battle. Startled, she who was floating in the air was thrown onto the ground by Yu Yang. Elder Yu Hai, Jun Wuyu and the others were also startled, but they immediately turned around and left. They chatted as if nothing had happened. Jun Wuyu said to Elder Yu Hai, "Today's weather is not bad." Feng Kuang replied, "Your Majesty, today's sky is blue and the sun is shining brightly. It's very suitable for fishing." As for Elder Yu Hai, he nodded in agreement, "I have a fishing boat." The 2 heavenly imperial guardians and the state grandmaster also joined in the fun. "We haven't gone out for a long time, our old bones are about to rust." Jun Wuyu opened a teleportation scroll and invited them, "Then what is everyone waiting for? Feng Kuang, prepare some wine." They left just like that as if nothing had happened, leaving behind Yu Yang and Impatience who was pressed down on the ground. They stared dumbfoundedly at the group of old fellows swaggering away as if there was no one else around. Yu Yang's perverted hands were still pressed on Impatience's snow-white breasts. When the 2 of them reacted, Yu Yang pulled his hands back and realized that he had used too much force. That incomparably tender breasts had become a little red. In for a penny, in for a pound. Yu Yang felt that the Phoenix Fairy Beauty's body was soft and limp, and her delicate fragrance wafted in waves. His wolfish heart was aroused, and in a moment of hot-headedness, he decided that he might as well push this arrogant girl down. "Wait, what do you want to do?" Impatience was a little flustered, especially when she saw Yu Yang tearing her clothes. She screamed even louder. "What do I want to do? What do you think I want to do?" Yu Yang felt that what she said was nonsense. Furthermore, she had already done it once, why was she still pretending? It wouldn't be much even if she did it again. "I don't mind, but don't you want to beg Fourth Mother?" Impatience rolled her eyes. Yu Yang immediately pulled up his pants and jumped up when he heard this. He roared angrily, "Get lost, I hate seductive vixen like you the most. You make me feel like I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place. Next time you see me, get lost, otherwise I'll rape you every time I see you." Although Yu Yang scolded her, he felt very guilty in his heart. He had let his lust get to his head, forgetting about saving Fourth Mother. He hurriedly opened the teleportation scroll and raised the teleportation gate to the Starved Dog Ridge. In the dual space. Impatience frowned slightly. She muttered to herself, why did the little guy set up a teleportation point here before he teleported away? Is it a habit? No, if it's a habit, then he wouldn't have secretly hidden it from me. He must have some secret. Could it be that he still wants to come back to collect Tu Qing and Quanzhan's relics? Tu Qing's Quanzhan's items are all items that recognize their owners, so it's useless for him to bring them here. That's strange, why don't I take a peek? But if I place Eye of Truth here and he finds out, he'll definitely be very angry. Forget it. One day, I'll dig out the secrets on your body. Why don't you wait for him here? With his senses, it's impossible for him to discover you. The Night Empress voice rang out. You scared me to death. Night Empress, you haven't left yet? Impatience was shocked. She patted her towering breasts cutely and complained coquettishly. Don't act coquettishly towards me. Your tricks are useless against me. Sky Law, if you don't mind me being long-winded, I would like to remind you to stay away from Yu Yang. Otherwise, you might regret it. The Night Empress voice was gentle, like a gentle breeze blowing on the surface of a lake. Thank you for the reminder. However, you know he's dangerous, so why don't you stay away from him? Impatience smiled enchantingly and asked. Because he's a pair with our Luo Hua, so he's considered my junior. Of course I have to watch over him, so I definitely won't let you bring him to the demonic palace. Furthermore, it's best not to do stupid things. I could hear that your sister was really angry just now. Sky Law, aren't you afraid of being captured by her and sealed in a dark room for 100 or 200 years? I remember that you were just released not long ago, right? Do you think that you can fight against your sister just because you've made great progress? The Night Empress did not appear and her voice was indifferent. I want to live freely. As long as I'm happy, I don't care about any seals. When Impatience mentioned the seal, her expression changed slightly. It was obvious that she was not as relaxed as she said. Keep trying to show off. The Night Empress chuckled and her voice gradually disappeared. She, who was invisible, silently left the dual space. No matter what, I'm going to make a mess of this situation. In any case, I've never been a likable person. Ha ha ha, I'm a bad woman, of course I'm going to do bad things, ha 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 ha. Impatience was in a daze for a long time. Then, she burst out laughing. She laughed so hard that a single tear rolled down her delicate face. She laughed incessantly while drawing out a rune diagram formation. She tore apart space and disappeared without a trace. After she disappeared, a faintly discernible sigh came from the dual space. It was faint and almost inaudible. Starved Dog Ridge. At this time, the sky was covered in dark clouds. Although the rain had stopped, there were still puddles of water everywhere, making it extremely humid. Yu Yang felt pain all over his body, but with the thought of saving Fourth Mother, he forced himself to move forward. Right now, the spiritual energy in his body was not enough to summon the Bloody Queen. Luckily, he had Little Winli, this considerate and obedient lowly. Little Winli also used some unknown method to enter the Divine Grimoire and help Yu Yang summon the Bloody Queen. At this time, the direction that Little Winli was pointing at was not the biggest valley in the Starved Dog Ridge. Although there were some strange and noisy noises coming from the valley, as if someone was fighting, and Yu Yang wanted to go and see what was going on a few times, he still believed in Xiao Wenli's senses. The direction that she was pointing at was the back of the Starved Dog Ridge. There were a few unconnected valleys in the middle. If they wanted to reach there, they had to go around the mountains and head towards the right side of the Starved Dog Ridge. Although the Bloody Queen could bring Yu Yang to fly in the sky, she couldn't fly for a long time. Moreover, Yu Yang was extremely anxious. He decided to let her set off first to save Fourth Mother. Every second earlier counted. Find Fourth Mother as soon as possible. If you can't report back quickly, protect her in secret. Do you understand what I mean? Yu Yang knew that there were no more innate rankers in the Starved Dog Ridge, but the Thousand Goblins sect might still have some little innates. He didn't dare to be careless. As he sent the Bloody Queen to search for Fourth Mother, He also endured his extreme fatigue and pain as he headed towards the direction that Little Winli had sensed. Following Little Winli's directions, Yu Yang spent half an hour to reach the back of the Starved Dog Ridge. There was a huge precipice there. On the other half of the precipice, there were jagged rocks protruding out. After circling around the precipice, there was a towering mountain ridge that reached the clouds. The name of this precipice was not very pleasant to hear. It was called Dog Leg Wall. It was not named because it looked like a dog's leg, nor was it located at the back of the Starved Dog Ridge. It was said that there was a shameless traitor who walked along this precipice during a battle between two armies and secretly lured the enemies into the valley. He then made the enemies attack the defending army in the valley from both the front and the back. In the end, tens of thousands of soldiers were completely annihilated. In order to remember the traitor's evil deeds, the later generations named this place with a hidden path as Dog Leg Wall. Whether the legend was true or not, Yu Yang didn't know. However, there was definitely a small path leading to the inside of the valley. This was confirmed by the Warrior Guild. If the Warrior Guild didn't confirm it, they wouldn't have drawn a line that represented a small path on the map. The Bloody Queen was nowhere to be seen. Yu Yang endured the pain and climbed up the smooth precipice that normal warriors wouldn't be able to climb. At this moment, he realized that there was another world above. On a slippery precipice, there was actually a cave that couldn't be seen below. Even if Yu Yang didn't have a sharp sense of smell like Hui Tai Lang, he could still smell a strong smell of blood. It was coming from inside the cave. Just as he was about to sneak into the cave, a black figure appeared behind him. Hui Jin magic blade slashed violently. It was just a hair's breadth away. When it was about to slash the other party's head, Yu Yang forcefully stopped the Hui Jin magic blade. This was because Yu Yang realized that the person who had suddenly appeared behind him was the principal who had promised to help him save his sister. Right now, she was still wearing her original clothes. Her face was covered with a white veil. Fresh blood was flowing out of her mouth like a red plum blossom blooming. Seeing this, Yu Yang felt very guilty. It was because she wanted to help him find Fourth Mother that she had forcefully overdrafted her body to use the heart call, inherent skill. Now, she definitely couldn't find her sister, so she came to the Starved Dog Ridge. Yu Yang supported the beautiful principal whose body was swaying and asked softly, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. I wasn't injured by someone. It's just an old illness. It's not a big deal." The beautiful principal whose face was covered with a white veil comforted Yu Yang instead. "Your Fourth Mother is fine. Wu Xia is protecting her secretly. Meanwhile, Xianxia and Fallen Flowers are waiting for an opportunity to save her. My body is weak, so I can't help much. That's why I stayed outside to wait for you. You can go in now. Seeing that you're here, I'm relieved." The beautiful principal's body was trembling. When she spoke, the blood from her cherry lips dyed her white veil red. "Wu Xia." Yu Yang was startled. Was that the name of that mysterious beauty who loved to read books? Seeing that the beautiful principal's body was on the verge of collapsing, he hurriedly placed his palm on her back and used his innate chi to heal her. The beautiful principal struggled slightly and resisted. "Don't waste your energy. My illness has already reached the point where it can't be cured. You should save your energy to fight. I'll go back and rest. I didn't manage to find your sister. She should have been brought back by the state preceptor. When you see Wu Xia, don't tell her that I used spirit cry. If she asks, just tell her that you've never seen me before." Before she could finish her sentence, she had already collapsed on the ground. Yu Yang hurriedly carried her in his embrace and transferred a wave of innate chi into her body. Once the innate chi flowed through her body, Yu Yang discovered that the beautiful principal's physique was so weak that it was almost unbelievable. Even a medicine pot that had been bedridden for tens of years was probably stronger than her. Most importantly, Yu Yang discovered that there was a strange energy in her body that was constantly absorbing her life force. If it wasn't for this strange energy, she probably wouldn't be so weak. Yu Yang's innate chi was like a clay ox entering the sea. It was completely absorbed by that strange energy. Only a small amount was able to nourish the beautiful principal's internal organs. The beautiful principal slowly woke up. Her first reaction was to struggle out of Yu Yang's embrace. Her second action was to touch her face to see if the white veil was still there. Only when she discovered that Yu Yang didn't touch her veil did she secretly heave a sigh of relief. Yu Yang wanted to help her up, but the beautiful principal waved her hands and refused. Don't waste any more time on me. Quickly go and save fourth mother. I can go home by myself. Don't worry, I have already endured for more than 10 years and haven't died yet. I won't die so easily. You really didn't touch my veil? The beautiful principal opened a teleportation scroll. Before she walked into the teleportation scroll, she suddenly asked with a weak and trembling voice. I didn't. Yu Yang shook his head. Actually, he had secretly looked at the beautiful principal's face just now. He discovered that other than her sickly pale face, she was really a peerless beauty. However, Yu Yang didn't recognize the beautiful principal at all. He felt that she was very unfamiliar. At first, he was a little suspicious that she was the mysterious beauty who loved to read books. However, he quickly denied it. That was because that girl wasn't as weak as the beautiful principal. Her voice sounded a little similar, but if he listened carefully, there was still a slight difference. The words and actions of the beautiful principal made Yu Yang extremely shocked. She seemed to know him long ago and seemed to have some kind of secret. She even sacrificed her body to help him find fourth mother. What made Yu Yang feel the most suspicious was that the mysterious beauty who loved to read books also seemed to know him very well. At the most dangerous time, she didn't hesitate to sacrifice herself to protect him. What was the relationship between the two of them? What was the relationship between the two of them and the pitiful guy? Or perhaps, they knew the parents of the pitiful guy. Were they the relatives of the pitiful guy? It's good that you didn't. It's fine now. The beautiful principal's body trembled. She was about to fall down again. She wanted to leave immediately. Yu Yang hurriedly pulled her little hand and channeled his innate chi into her. At the same time, he dispelled his hesitation and gathered his courage to ask, did we know each other before? No, we didn't know each other before. I only got to know you after you came to the Ivy Academy to study. The beautiful principal's reply made Yu Yang even more confused. However, she didn't seem to be lying. This was what made Yu Yang feel the most dizzy. The beautiful principal's lily-white hand struggled slightly. Yu Yang was afraid that she would fall down due to her weak body, so he quickly let go of her hand and supported her from afar, preparing to send her away. Before the beautiful principal entered the teleportation gate, she turned her head slightly and nodded lightly. I've heard of you before, but I've never seen you before. When I heard that you used a carriage to bring your fourth mother and sister back to the Yu clan castle, I was very happy for you. A man should be like this. Hurry up and find your fourth mother. Don't waste your time on me. I have no relationship with you. Seeing the beautiful principal's weak body disappear, Yu Yang hurriedly turned around and flew back into the cave. He didn't believe that the beautiful principal had no relationship with him at all. They definitely had. Furthermore, that mysterious beauty who loved to read books must also have some special relationship with him. Of course, if they didn't want to say, he couldn't force them. When he found fourth mother, he would ask her again. Fourth mother would definitely tell him the truth. The passageway inside the cave was winding. Yu Yang saw a huge platform in front of him. The ground was in a mess, with countless corpses and weapons left behind. It seemed that a huge battle had happened here. There were actually a few forks in the road. This made him anxious. Where should he go? Suddenly, he saw the bloody queen flying out from a small hole. Yu Yang was instantly ecstatic. In front, river, wait. The bloody queen gestured. Yu Yang couldn't understand what she meant for a moment, but when he rushed into the small hole, he saw an underground river in front of him. The bloody queen pointed downwards, hinting to Princess Sisai to chase after them. However, she didn't know how to dive, and was afraid that Yu Yang wouldn't be able to find her. She could only wait for Yu Yang outside. Yu Yang hurriedly kept her and jumped into the ice-cold water. He dove into the bottom of the water and followed the current. After more than 10 minutes, he didn't find any time to breathe. With regards to this waterway, Yu Yang frowned. If the warrior who captured Fourth Mother could hold his breath and swim, but Fourth Mother was an ordinary person, what could she do? In a cave 5 kilometers away from Yu Yang's underground river, Princess Sisai and City Mistress Fallen Flowers were fighting fiercely. Their strength was above their enemies, but the large group of enemies was mainly to delay them. 3 powerful warriors swam in the water but didn't fight. They were all experts in raising water-type beasts. They hid in an underground lake and guarded the entrance of the waterway. Princess Xianxia and City Mistress Fallen Flowers didn't have any water-type beasts, so they couldn't defeat them even after a long time. They waited bitterly for Yu Yang, but he didn't come. The 2 girls became more and more anxious. In an underground passage at the bottom of the lake, the situation was completely opposite. It was the enemy's turn to attack, while the mysterious beauty blocked them, swapping the roles. An evil woman with a winged demon on her back and a skinny man with wolf claws attacked crazily. The mysterious beauty who loved to read used all her strength to block the 2's pursuit. These 2 people's strength were above level 7, Overlord. They seemed to be experts from the Thousand Goblins sect. They took turns to attack, but they couldn't do anything to the mysterious beauty who knew light wind teleportation, instant summon, thunderstorm, and other ultimate skills. Although the mysterious beauty couldn't fight them head-on and retreated step by step, she continued to hold on and didn't let the enemies overtake her easily. Although the 2 of them were strong, it wasn't easy to defeat her completely. Especially when she was in danger, a small golden runic circle would appear between the mysterious beauty's eyebrows, increasing her strength by 10 times. In a short period of time, she could even force the 2 of them to retreat. It was just that the runic circle would only appear automatically when she was in danger. Furthermore, it could only be maintained for a short period of time. The mysterious beauty could only use its strength to hold on, and couldn't really defend against the 2 strong enemies' combined attacks. In front, in the depths of the underground passage, about 10 kilometers away from the mysterious beauty, Inan was carrying the unconscious 4th mother on her back, gritting her teeth as she ran in the dark. She only had one thought in her mind. That was to hold on for 1 more minute. Because she knew that if she held on, she would be saved when Yu Yang caught up. Yu Yang would definitely rush over as fast as he could, he definitely would, the Xia Empire's experts would definitely rush over. As long as she held on for a little longer, she would definitely be saved. Inan had already bitten her lower lip until it bled, but she didn't feel any pain at all. She carried 4th mother on her back and continued to run forward, trying her best to escape from the strong enemies behind her. It was completely dark in front of her. She didn't know what was waiting for her in front of her, but she had no choice but to move forward, hold on, and when Yu Yang came out of the underground river, he realized that Princess Xianxia was shouting angrily. She didn't know how many times she wanted to kill the enemies with her sword, but she failed because of the buoyancy of the water. The enemies had made use of a deep lake, and made use of the geographical advantage to counteract her huge attack power. Yu Yang, come quickly, 4th mother has already been saved by us. But this place is like the abandoned corridor, there is some kind of sealing power, we can't use teleportation scrolls. 4th mother is still in front, the enemies are chasing after Inan, we have to rush in and save her as soon as possible. These people are not only from the Thousand Goblins sect, there is also a large group of experts from the evil sects. They want to use 4th mother as a sacrifice to open the heaven stairway, we have to hurry. Inan is injured, she might not be able to hold on for long. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was unable to use her full strength here, so she was anxious. When she saw Yu Yang rushing out, she rushed over in surprise and quickly explained the current critical situation to him. Stop talking nonsense, come and help. Princess Xianxia also felt relieved when Yu Yang arrived. That's great, this brat finally arrived. Yu Yang took out his Hui Jin magic blade and flew up to help Princess Xianxia. Although he had just battled with Tu Qing and his entire body was sore, he was still unable to use his innate strength. However, the spherical beheader, with twin fish rotation and the Yang ability, with fire ability could unleash a greater power in his hands. Especially after being tempered by Nirvana's flame, the fire energy of his Yang ability was purer and more abundant. When Yu Yang lifted up his Hui Jin magic blade, the purple flames immediately turned into a flaming blade that seemed to have a substance. It slashed towards a diabolical expert riding a gold tiger shark in the lake. That person saw that the situation was bad. Substance blade? This was not someone to be trifled with. He hurriedly rode on the gold tiger shark and dove into the water. If it was any other time, Yu Yang would definitely plan and act later. However, it was too late now. He immediately summoned Little Winli and signaled her to attack the enemy in the lake. Yu Yang didn't care too much. He grabbed Princess Sisai and threw her into the lake. He then hugged City Mistress Fallen Flowers, who wasn't very good at swimming, and jumped into the lake. He didn't want to delay for even a second. He prepared to bring the two girls and rush to save Fourth Mother. As for these diabolical experts who were good at fighting in water, he would let Little Winli deal with them. City Mistress Fallen Flowers screamed. She didn't think that Yu Yang would use such a barbaric method to rush over. The enemy hadn't been dealt with yet. The three of them combined might not even be a tenth of the others. Could they really rush over? Then, the stone element Medusa and storm mermaid summoned by Little Winli were even faster than Yu Yang. Their battle power underwater was many times stronger than on land. The stone element Medusa and storm mermaid's figures flashed and had already entered the lake. They were ahead of Yu Yang, Princess Sisai, and City Mistress Fallen Flowers. Even Little Winli, who was the last to enter the water, was much faster than Yu Yang. When it came to water battles, the stone element Medusa and the storm mermaid were definitely the masters. As soon as the storm mermaid entered the water, she immediately blew the storm horn. The entire lake seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand, and a huge whirlpool sucked in everything. Only the stone element Medusa was an exception. She held on to Princess Sisai with one hand and Yu Yang, who was holding on to City Lord Fallen Flowers, with the other. Then, they quickly dove into a passage at the bottom of the water. The golden tiger shark tore through the waves and opened its bloody mouth, revealing its densely packed teeth. It was extremely terrifying. The stone element Medusa turned around and glared at the golden tiger shark. He let go of Yu Yang and Princess Sisai. She quickly knocked her bow and aimed at the enemy. That golden tiger shark was so frightened that it immediately turned around and swam away, leaping out of the water with all its might. It was as if it had seen its natural nemesis and was incomparably terrified. Another golden swordfish and a golden octopus were wandering around the periphery, not daring to approach. As for those three demonic experts, they were still resisting the whirlpool that was getting stronger and stronger. They could barely stabilize their bodies, but they were unable to move smoothly. Their subordinates, who were experts in water battles, dozens of men who were lying in ambush, were all sucked into the whirlpool. No one could escape the suction force of the whirlpool. The golden tiger shark that had leaped out of the water to avoid the stone element Medusa's attack was unable to return to the surface of the lake in time. Suddenly, the sky rumbled and a bolt of lightning struck its body. The golden tiger shark saw a terrifying image. There was a terrifying creature that was floating gracefully on the surface of the lake. It was summoning lightning, striking down on all the beasts that floated out of the lake. Heavens, it's the Thunder Naga! The three demonic experts floated out of the water. When they saw the stone element Medusa and the storm mermaid enter the water, they knew that this battle was not going to be good. These two creatures were underwater killing machines. The stone element Medusa could turn all living creatures into stone and sink them into the abyss. The storm mermaids were mostly delicate, but there was one exception, and that was the storm mermaid. The delicate storm mermaid could overturn rivers and seas. Forget about beasts like the tiger shark or the swordfish, even huge beasts like the giant whale wouldn't dare to provoke it. However, what made the three people despair the most was the third terrifying creature that appeared later, the Thunder Naga. The stone element Medusa was rarely seen. They usually hid on small islands that were rarely visited by humans, or in underground lakes. They would never come into contact with humans. The storm mermaid swam freely in the endless sea. They liked to play and be free, and rarely attacked others. However, the Thunder Naga was different. They were born to kill in this world. Actually, no matter if it was the deep sea Naga or the shallow sea Naga, they were all killing machines at the bottom of the sea. They were all super battle maniacs. Once they set their eyes on a target, they would chase them relentlessly. If one were to ask what was the most terrifying creature in the sea, there would only be one answer, and that was the Naga. If one were to ask what was the most terrifying Naga, there would only be one answer. That was the Thunder Naga. The chances of a Thunder Naga being born was only 1 in 10 million compared to a normal Naga. Furthermore, once it was born, it would at least be a gold king, or even a holy beast. The Thunder Naga could easily summon lightning. No matter if it was underwater or on the surface of the water, it could use lightning to slaughter its opponents. They were not creatures from the soaring dragon continent. 10,000 years ago, the ancients had brought them from Tongtian Tower and the demon abyss back to the ocean of the soaring dragon continent. However, even if it was a small number of Naga clans, they were still the strongest overlords of the ocean. It was common to see the king cuttlefish and the man-eating shark king being killed by the thunder naga, their charred corpses floating on the surface of the sea. The thunder naga that the ancients had brought back from Tongtian Tower and the demon abyss were only gold king beasts. However, the thunder naga that appeared in this small lake was a diamond-ranked one. Furthermore, she was holding a legendary treasure called the thunder orb in her hands. On top of the rock, dark clouds covered the sky. Thunder and lightning were summoned by the thunder naga, accurately bombarding the creatures floating on the surface of the lake. Those who were hit died immediately, not a single one was spared. The three evil path experts desperately escaped to the shore, escaping from the surface of the lake. If they stayed any longer, they would either be turned into stone men by the stone element Medusa and sink to the bottom of the lake, or be minced into pieces by the whirlpools of the storm mermaid. What was even more terrifying was that the lightning that fell from the sky would definitely turn them into charred corpses if they were hit by it. The golden octopus was hit by the arrow, its tentacles petrified. Under the tearing of the big and small whirlpools released by the storm mermaid, its tentacles broke into pieces, leaving only its bald head. It still wanted to escape by spitting out water, but it was sliced in half by little Wenli. It spat out a large ball of ink, trying to hide its body. The golden beast that had unknowingly fallen off from Yu Yang's wrist and returned to its original form completely ignored the ink and drilled out of its wound, tyrannically plundering the magic crystal in the golden octopus's skull. The other golden swordfish was extremely fast, it had already escaped to the shore. Its owner anxiously wanted to recall it and keep it into the summoning crystal. A golden arrow shot out from the water and nailed the golden swordfish's tail. Following that, the thunder naga's lightning struck the golden swordfish's body. Another small tornado, like a water dragon, sucked the golden swordfish's slender body into the air and suddenly disappeared. With a bang, it fell heavily in front of the golden swordfish's owner. Half of its petrified tail was instantly shattered. Before that evil expert could even cry out in grief, little Wenli shot out from the water and waved her twin blades, easily cutting the struggling golden swordfish into 3 pieces. No. The golden swordfish's owner, that evil expert, saw his most beloved beast die in front of him and cried out in grief. "Let's go quickly, now is not the time to be sad, it's more important to stay alive." His companions, the other 2 evil experts, pulled him away with all their might and rushed into the underground river. With a speed that they had never experienced in their entire lives, they fled in panic. In the lake, the heavily injured golden tiger shark watched in despair as its owner abandoned it and fled. Facing the thunder naga's thunder ball, the stone element Medusa's golden arrow, the storm mermaid's water dragon and the slowly swimming little Wenli, it suddenly made a very smart move. First, it betrayed them, then it surrendered. It flipped its belly and floated on the water, not resisting at all, hoping that the other party would spare its life on account of its surrender. Gold-ranked and above beasts usually had intelligence that normal beasts didn't have. It was not strange for them to betray their masters when they were defeated. Bronze-ranked and normal-ranked beasts could also betray their masters, but they usually didn't have enough intelligence. Once they were defeated, they would only run away in panic. They might not know how to surrender to their enemies. Towards its surrender, little Wenli raised the twin blades in her hands a few times, then put them down in the end. She didn't seem to like gold-ranked beasts like the golden tiger shark. In her eyes, the golden tiger shark was a useless trash beast. As the golden tiger shark trembled, little Wenli tilted her head and thought for a while. Suddenly, she took out a summoning crystal, but she didn't contract it herself. Instead, she passed it to the stone element Medusa. The stone element Medusa also hesitated for a while. Finally, under little Wenli's urging, she stretched out her hand to draw a contract rune on top of the golden tiger shark's head. After trying twice, she couldn't contract it. The stone element Medusa immediately raised her golden bow and prepared to shoot the golden tiger shark to death with one arrow. In the end, under little Wenli's persuasion and help, the contract was finally successful on the 3rd try. The golden tiger shark was so scared that it trembled non-stop. When the contract was successful, its huge body turned into a ball of golden light and flew into the summoning crystal. When the stone element Medusa summoned it again, the golden tiger shark disregarded its heavy injuries and immediately displayed its most loyal performance, asking for praise from its master. It turned its spear and started to slaughter the beasts in the whirlpool in the lake. However, the stone element Medusa didn't even look at it. She followed behind little Winli and chased after her master, Yu Yang. Die, little whore, try and stop me again. The winged girl and the wolf-clawed man surrounded the mysterious beauty. If it wasn't for the fact that she had just gone through a huge battle and her body had not recovered yet, causing her battle power to be greatly reduced, the mysterious beauty wouldn't be in such a sorry state. She gritted her teeth and defended against the attacks of the two strong enemies with all her might. She turned a deaf ear to the filthy words of the two people. As long as the two of them passed through her obstruction, she would immediately use light wind teleportation and appear in front of them again. The enemy's craziness was completely blocked by the protective shield that she summoned in an instant. In short, before she collapsed, she would definitely not let the two of them pass through to chase after Anan. Anan's strength was not enough, and she was also heavily injured. She even carried forth Mother and escaped. If the two of them caught up to her, she would definitely be killed instantly. It's about time. Go and chase after the two women. I'll take care of this woman. I'll summon the black smoke and you'll sneak over in the dark. I don't believe it, I can't take down a little girl. The wolf-clawed man stuck out his long tongue and licked his red lips with an obscene look in his eyes. He felt that the opponent was already at her limit. If they continued to fight, they would probably be touched by his jealous companion. He felt that it would be a waste if he didn't enjoy such a beautiful woman. Hence, he suggested not to attack the opponent directly, but to summon the black smoke and make the whole tunnel filled with thick smoke. His companion would go and snatch the woman while he stayed here to enjoy himself. This girl is too spicy. Be careful not to let her kick your eggs, idiot. The winged woman laughed coldly. She did not object. In her heart, what her companion did was not important. The most important thing was to snatch the woman who could open the heaven stairway. As long as the heaven stairway was opened, she, her sister, Bai and the other two could enter the heaven stairway together with the Thousand Goblins sect leader and use a secret technique to awaken the Thousand Goblin King. The sect leader had said that as long as the Thousand Goblin King was resurrected, the whole soaring dragon continent would tremble. The wolf-clawed man retreated 2 steps and took out a crystal. He didn't have time to summon it. A blade light flew towards him at a speed faster than lightning. Its target was his right hand. Who is it? The wolf-clawed man dodged the blade light and shouted. A fist had already landed on his face. At the same time, an angry voice exploded in his ears. Go down and ask the king of hell. Yu Yang took the lead and rushed over, suppressing the wolf-claw man as he furiously attacked him. Although he couldn't use his innate strength now, he was stronger than the wolf-clawed man who was a level 7 overlord. In addition to his anger, he beat the wolf-clawed man with all his might. The wolf-clawed man couldn't even break free. He could only endure the pain and defend himself with his claws. At first, the two of them were evenly matched. Yu Yang was riding on the wolf-clawed man and had a slight advantage. However, the wolf-clawed man had sharp claws and was able to recover quite a bit. However, Yu Yang's ability to defend himself was more than 10 times stronger than the wolf-clawed man. Yu Yang's skin was scratched by the wolf-clawed man, but it didn't penetrate deep. It was just a superficial wound. On the contrary, his raging fists were filled with inner strength. His innate chi exploded and seeped into his bones. The wolf-clawed man screamed in pain. His counterattack slowed down. The two of them were evenly matched, but it became 4-6, 3-7, 2-8. In the end, the wolf-clawed man was beaten by Yu Yang until he bled from all his orifices. He struggled with all his might, but he couldn't escape. The flirtatious woman with wings on her back wanted to rush over to help. However, the mysterious beauty used her last bit of strength to raise a protective shield and blocked in front of Yu Yang. Princess Sisai was just a little slower. Her giant sword slashed through the air and fought against the flirtatious woman with wings on her back. You want to kill my fourth mother? Go and die. Go and die. Yu Yang's fists became heavier and heavier. The wolf-clawed man's blood splattered and his teeth flew everywhere. One of his eyes was also blasted by Yu Yang. Before the wolf-clawed man died, he exploded with a huge force and sent Yu Yang flying. He wanted to escape for his life. Little Wenli appeared in front of him in a flash. She stretched out her hand and used her binding chains, inherent skill to immediately freeze him. The stone element Medusa's golden arrow pierced through the wolf-clawed man's leg. The thunder Naga's lightning struck down. Little Wenli chopped off the wolf-clawed man's arms. The storm mermaid released a whirlwind and blew the wolf-clawed man into the air. Yu Yang, who was pouncing down from the sky, grabbed the wolf-clawed man's head tightly with both hands and twisted it. With a cracking sound, the wolf-clawed man, who was unable to resist after suffering a series of attacks, finally had his neck broken by Yu Yang. Killed one, the wolf-clawed man's entire body fell limply onto the ground. His only remaining eye was bulging out like a dead fish. He died with everlasting regret, seeing that the enemy's reinforcements had arrived, as well as Yu Yang's murderous demon-like enemy. The flirtatious woman immediately panicked and tried to escape. She flapped her wings and flew towards the tunnel that Yu Yang had come from. Princess Sisai, the mysterious beauty, and Yu Yang all blocked her from the other side, as if they were afraid that she would chase after Anan. The flirtatious woman was overjoyed. She felt that her life was more important now, so she wasn't in a hurry to snatch Yu Yang away. When she flew 100 meters away, she thought that she had escaped from the enemy's encirclement. Suddenly, a terrifying aurora appeared in front of her. It was City Mistress Fallen Flowers. Her aurora had to be stored for a long time. However, once it was released, no matter how strong the enemy was, they wouldn't be able to withstand the destructive power of the aurora. The flirtatious woman didn't have her grimoire's protective shield. She flew backwards in fear, but her flying speed was just a joke in front of the aurora. The aurora shot out. 10 seconds later, the flirtatious woman crawled out from the rubble, her whole body burnt black in pain. She wasn't dead yet, but the pair of wings that her beast brought were completely burnt. Even with the protection of a level 7 overlord, her body was covered with cuts and bruises. Princess Sisai raised her sword. When the flirtatious woman saw it, she cried out in fear, "Spare me, spare me." Yu Yang pushed away the hesitant Princess Xianxia with one hand and grabbed the Yao Ji's woman. He coldly and mercilessly snorted, "Those who dare to harm my loved ones, regardless of gender or status, will be killed without mercy." The flirtatious woman waved her claws in despair, stabbing towards Yu Yang's eyes. She wanted to fight to the death. "Kill!" Yu Yang shouted and threw the flirtatious woman onto the ground with a shoulder throw. Without waiting for her to struggle, he stepped heavily on her spine. Both of his hands grabbed her head and twisted it. Clean and direct. He wouldn't be soft-hearted just because the flirtatious woman was a woman. Instead, he twisted her neck and killed her like the man with the wolf claws. Originally, Yu Yang wanted to dismember this adulterous couple into thousands of pieces. However, after thinking that it would be good to nurture the thorny flower, he decided to twist her neck in the end. Isn't it better to capture her and interrogate her? Princess Sisai didn't think that killing a woman was wrong, but she didn't want Yu Yang to become an irrational murderer. Capturing her and handing her over to the interrogators for interrogation before beheading her would be better. Of course, that would be more troublesome, because the most important thing right now was to save Fourth Mother. If they captured her, they would at least have to leave someone to watch over her. Even if you don't want to kill her, she has already been killed. What's the point of thinking so much? Leaving her alive is just a disaster. Let's hurry and save Fourth Mother. She and Anan are both heavily injured. The mysterious beauty nudged Princess Sisai and used her last, light wind teleportation, to teleport Yu Yang 100 meters away, letting him save Fourth Mother first. By the time Yu Yang found Anan, who was carrying Fourth Mother, 10 minutes had already passed. Anan and Fourth Mother were both hiding in the crevice of the rocks. Fortunately, little Wenli could sense their presence. Otherwise, the anxious Yu Yang wouldn't be able to calm his heart and sense their presence. One of Anan's ribs was broken. She was hit by a flying hammer thrown by someone in the midst of the chaos. Originally, her injuries weren't too serious, but she didn't receive treatment. She had to exhaust her stamina to carry Fourth Mother while escaping, which aggravated her injuries. Yu Yang gently caressed Anan's hair that was wet with sweat. He helped her put the headscarf back on and gently placed it on the ground. Fourth Mother's heartbeat and breathing were almost non-existent. However, Yu Yang wasn't worried at all, because he had seen City Mistress Fallen Flowers' fake death before. He knew that this was a type of self-protection secret technique. When Princess Sisai, City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the mysterious beauty rushed over, they cried out in fear, "Idiot, it's not fake death. Your fourth mother doesn't have any contracted beasts, she wouldn't know how to fake death. Furthermore, this isn't even." Ah? When Yu Yang heard this, he felt that it was really a bolt from the blue. His heart immediately jumped wildly. What? What should we do? Quickly use that method of yours to save her. Use that CPR. Quickly save her. The three girls cried out anxiously. They were so scared that they started to cry. They hurriedly placed Fourth Mother on the ground and started to tear off Fourth Mother's clothes, just like how Yu Yang saved City Mistress Fallen Flowers previously. Are you serious? Get out of the way. Yu Yang's hands were also trembling. Wasn't this fake death? Fourth Mother really didn't have a heartbeat. Heavens, he thought she was fine just now. Yu Yang felt even more guilty when he thought about it. He pushed aside City Mistress Fallen Flowers, who was in a fluster and didn't know what to do, and bent down. In this urgent situation, Yu Yang looked at Fourth Mother and his heart trembled again. Did he really have to do CPR? She was Fourth Mother. Furthermore, the other girls were watching from the side. This was really. He couldn't not save her. Time waits for no man. If he continued to hesitate, Fourth Mother might die without being saved. After opening the lower jaw and checking that there was no foreign body in the oral cavity, Yu Yang prepared to bend down and breathe. With a thought, Yu Yang stopped and looked at Princess Sisai, City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the others. He pulled Princess Sisai's hand. You do it. I don't know how to do it. Princess Sisai was so scared that she shook her hands. It's very simple. Pinch your nose, cover your lips with your mouth and breathe in. First, take a big breath, try to inhale as much air as you can, then breathe in. After 2 breaths, Fallen Flowers, start pressing your chest outwards. Put your palms together, don't use too much force, don't break your ribs. The ratio of exhalation to chest pressure is 2:30, what are you guys waiting for? Yu Yang realized that he only had one theory. Speaking of saving people, if he didn't count the time he saved City Mistress Fallen Flowers, he had never really tried to save people. I don't know how to do it either. City Mistress Fallen Flowers bent down in panic, but her hands were trembling violently, showing the panic in her heart. Idiot, do it yourself. If you don't save him, how do you expect them to save him? This is saving lives, what do you think it is, idiot, let me do it. The mysterious beauty saw that everyone was at a loss, so she took the initiative to press Fourth Mother's heart. Princess Sisai also quickly bent down, but she couldn't grasp the essentials and couldn't breathe in air. Yu Yang saw that he couldn't do it, so he had to do it himself. This was saving people, he had to save Fourth Mother. Don't think about other things, now was not the time to think about those messy things. He took off the mysterious beauty's veil and placed it on Fourth Mother's lips, then bent down and breathed in to save people. Yu Yang had seen this method on television before. To prevent foreign objects or saliva from entering the dying person's lungs, he had to use a layer of tissue or thin gauze to separate them. Of course, there might not be such conditions at the scene of the rescue, so there was no hard and fast rule. Yu Yang didn't look at the mysterious beauty's face, and bent down to blow 2 breaths. After the mysterious beauty breathed out, she immediately cooperated with the massage. Her strength was very light, as she was afraid that she would break Fourth Mother's ribs. Yu Yang kept reminding her to press a little slower, but she had to use a little more strength. Princess Sisai kept telling the mysterious beauty not to use too much strength. As for City Mistress Fallen Flowers, she was massaging Fourth Mother's hands while letting Yu Yang breathe again. Hurry up, Fourth Mother's hands are very cold, you guys hurry up. We can't go too fast. Everyone, don't panic, and don't cry. You must continue with CPR. Yu Yang himself was burning with anxiety, but he knew that if he panicked now, everything would be over. He had to persist in the rescue. what other ways are there? The mysterious beauty realized that even after 2 rounds of CPR, the effect was still not great. She quickly asked Yu Yang to think of another way. Electric shock, stimulate the heart, and open the chest and massage the heart. Yu Yang knew many ways to save people, but he had never tried any of them. Thinking back to the time when he wanted to cut open City Mistress Fallen Flowers' chest with a knife to massage her heart, Yu Yang would still break out in cold sweat whenever he thought about it. That kind of method was very dangerous. He had never really learned how to save people, and had never tried to massage the heart. Once the chest was cut open, he really didn't think about the consequences. Yu Yang was afraid that the electric shock would hurt Fourth Mother, so he quickly added, "Don't use the electric shock too much, use your hands to release the electric shock. The contact area must be big, the contact time must be short, and a light electric shock. Let me think, open the chest and massage the heart must be careful. If the wound is bleeding, then it means that there is still a heart. There must be no bleeding, then there will be no blood pressure, then the heart needs to be massaged. I actually have never tried it before." The mysterious beauty immediately rejected the electric shock. "My electric shock is used to kill enemies, it can't be used to save people. The Thunder Naga can't either, we are not healers." Princess Sisai couldn't stop stomping her feet. She was anxious to save people, but she couldn't help at all. Her heart was extremely anxious. After the 3rd round of rescue, Fourth Mother still had no reaction. Yu Yang made up his mind. If he hesitated now, Fourth Mother would die. If the brain didn't have enough oxygen for 10 minutes, it would cause irreversible damage. He definitely couldn't delay any longer. He took out the dragon-slaying dagger and prepared to open Fourth Mother's chest and use his hands to massage her heart. A small hand stretched out from behind, followed by Little Wenli's small body squeezing in. Her small hand condensed a ball of gentle white light and gently placed it on Fourth Mother's body. Fourth Mother received the replenishment of this ball of white light. Her face immediately became rosy, but there was still no breathing or heartbeat. Little Wenli stretched out her small hand and put it into Fourth Mother's clothes. Her entire body flashed with multicolored light, then gradually became illusory. That small hand seemed like it was going to fuse into Fourth Mother's body. After 10 seconds, Yu Yang and Princess Sisai could hear an extremely faint heartbeat. The mysterious beauty probed her nose and discovered that there was still no breathing, so she hurriedly asked Yu Yang to continue breathing. Yu Yang was surprised and happy, and hurriedly took 2 breaths. Little Wenli's hand fused into Fourth Mother's body. She was continuously massaging Fourth Mother's heart until her heart started beating again. Only then did she slowly withdraw her small hand. Fourth Mother's body trembled slightly. Although her heartbeat was weak, it could already be clearly felt. Fourth Mother's breathing had also gradually turned from not being able to breathe at all. Gradually, it became as light as gossamer, then it became louder and gradually returned to normal. Her lips became rosy again, and the temperature of her hands and feet also slowly returned to normal. Yu Yang hugged Little Wenli tightly. He was incomparably grateful to this little darling. Luckily she was here, and Fourth Mother was saved. Otherwise, with his own clumsy method, he didn't know what would happen. If he really cut open Fourth Mother's chest and massaged her heart, when her heartbeat and blood pressure recovered, what would happen if she lost a lot of blood? Yu Yang really didn't dare to imagine that kind of consequence. The 3 girls hugged each other excitedly, hugging each other tightly and cheering unceasingly. Only at this moment did their tears fall like pearls from a broken necklace. Of course, these were tears of joy. When Yu Yang put down the exhausted Little Wenli, the mysterious beauty had already put on her veil again. Even if Yu Yang couldn't be bothered to look at her face, he still saw a little of it just now. Although he didn't look at her carefully, now that he thought about it, he had a little impression. This mysterious beauty looked very similar to the beautiful principal, they were almost the same person. It was just that her complexion was much better than the sickly beautiful principal. Other than the difference in hairstyle, Yu Yang couldn't tell the difference between the mysterious beauty and the beautiful principal. Could it be that they were sisters? But he had never heard that the beautiful principal had sisters. Of course, Yu Yang wouldn't directly ask the mysterious beauty now. He pretended that he didn't see her real face. "Good darling, well done." Princess Sisai carried Little Wenli and kissed her twice. Yu Yang was a little embarrassed. He didn't think that this violent woman would actually like children. A blush appeared on little Wen Li's tired face. She struggled a little and left Princess Sisai's embrace. She turned into a ray of rainbow light and returned to Yu Yang's body, continuing to sleep. Yu Yang was afraid that the ground was cold, so he quickly carried forth Mother. After thinking for a while, he warned the three girls, "Don't ever mention this matter again. Just treat it as if it never happened." When Princess Sisai saw that Yu Yang was talking to her, she immediately protested loudly, "Why are you looking at me? I'm not a gossiper, do you think I'll tell others? I hate this suspicious look of yours the most. Don't look at me anymore, or else I'll beat you up." She raised her little fist to protest against Yu Yang's suspicion. City Mistress Fallen Flowers hurriedly tried to smooth things over. "It's nothing, this is just saving people. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Saving people is a good thing." The mysterious beauty directly said to Yu Yang, "What nonsense are you thinking? Get rid of your evil thoughts." Yu Yang secretly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. It was good that there was no misunderstanding, but he was afraid that the three girls would think too much. He used a belt to carry forth Mother's soft body on his back. On the other side, Princess Sisai also carefully carried Anan. The four of them looked at each other, feeling extremely tired. After a series of battles, first at the Cloud Peak Lake in the Despair Abyss, they fought a bloody battle with the demonic palace's rankers. Their bodies hadn't recovered yet, and they had to save Fourth Mother. Now that Fourth Mother was saved, the four of them felt extremely tired. Yu Yang even fought with Tu Qing in the middle of the battle and unsealed his innate seal. His whole body was in pain. He carried Fourth Mother and walked in front. Princess Sisai carried Anan and followed tiredly. City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the mysterious beauty supported each other and walked at the back. It took Yu Yang more than an hour to reach the place where he killed the flirtatious woman and the wolf-clawed man. Yu Yang put the two corpses into his lich ring. Although the three girls were curious why he did this, they didn't ask. This secret passage might be related to the Heaven Stairway. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a seal here. The mysterious beauty speculated, "If we have time in the future, we should come here again and check carefully. The Thousand Goblin Sect's actions are very strange, we need to be more careful. Let's talk about it later. I'm exhausted now, I just want to rest." Princess Sisai quickened her steps and walked side by side with Yu Yang. "Luckily your brother Anan is not heavy. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the strength to carry her out." "Little liar, you, don't tell me you like this kind of thing?" The mysterious beauty and City Mistress Fallen Flowers didn't say anything, but pricked up their ears to eavesdrop. "I don't have time to talk nonsense with you." Yu Yang felt that all the bones in his body were falling apart. Fourth Mother was originally very light on his back, but now she felt as heavy as a mountain. "How about I help you carry her for a while?" City Mistress Fallen Flowers was the most understanding and took the initiative to share the burden with Yu Yang. "No need." Yu Yang tried to show off and rejected. Letting two girls carry a person while he, a man, walked empty-handed, what was this? When they reached the passage at the bottom of the lake, Yu Yang couldn't hold on anymore. He untied Fourth Mother first. If he didn't rest for a while, he wouldn't have the strength to carry Fourth Mother out of the long passage at the bottom of the lake. Princess Sisai and City Mistress Fallen Flowers were also extremely tired. They slept even faster than Yu Yang when they sat down and leaned on each other. Only the mysterious beauty sat vigilantly to prevent any unforeseen events. When Yu Yang went to look at her, the mysterious beauty snorted softly, "Go to sleep." In his dreams, the voices and smiles of Princess Sisai, City Mistress Fallen Flowers, the mysterious beauty and Anan kept flashing past. Yu Yang felt that they were very mischievous. They were obviously by his side, but they had to hide and only appear occasionally. He wanted to catch them, but he couldn't. When he fell asleep again, Yu Yang realized that he had entered the dream realm. The big loli, who had beaten him up n+1 times, was waiting for him in the dream realm. Yu Yang realized that the big loli's cultivation was actually at the innate realm. However, his own innate realm was completely different. Her control technique was 100 times better than Yu Yang's. The power of an innate level 1, under her control, was so exquisite that it made Yu Yang gasp in amazement. To think that using the innate invisible sword chi could also have such a control effect. If he knew this earlier, he wouldn't even need to use his berserk skill to beat Tu Ching up. The big loli didn't say anything, but her training had brought Yu Yang to a whole new realm, allowing him to have new understandings and understandings. If the innate realm was compared to a house, then Tu Ching's innate level 2 strength was 2 floors of a building. After triple strengthening, Tu Ching was actually close to innate level 3, which was equivalent to 2.5 floors. Yu Yang was originally innate level 1, but he didn't know how strong he was after berserk skill. He only remembered that he almost killed Tu Ching in a second. Now, the big loli used another realm to tell Yu Yang that although it was 1 floor, the number of floors did not represent one's true strength. If Tu Ching's 2.5 floors were the standard height, then the big loli's innate realm's 1 floor was equivalent to the Tiananmen Gate Tower. 1 floor was much higher than Tu Ching's 2.5 floors. To be more accurate, the big loli's innate realm had surpassed Yu Yang's understanding. Her innate level 1 was broad and mysterious. Not only was it higher than Tu Ching's innate level 2, it was more than 10 times higher. Her innate realm was incomparably rich, magnificent and gorgeous. Yu Yang was also innate level 1. He felt that his innate level 1 was like a wooden bungalow, while the big loli's innate level 1 was as tall and majestic as the Tiananmen Gate Tower. Although both of them were innate level 1, their aura, height, potential and so on were completely different. After Yu Yang saw this, other than shock, he was also ecstatic. Now, he finally understood a little. The real innate level 1, that was such a wonderful realm. Previously, thinking of rushing to improve was the biggest mistake. On the contrary, he should build a good foundation on innate level 1. Yu Yang felt that if he could be like the big loli's innate level 1 and build a good foundation, with such a realm as a foundation for growth, then even if he wanted to build a 10,000-meter tall building in the future, he would not have to worry. It was only now that Yu Yang truly understood the basics. What he needed was a better foundation. Without a foundation, he would be like Tu Ching, stuck at innate level 2 or even higher. This was because the foundation determined his growth. With the foundation of a bungalow, he would definitely not be able to build a 10,000-meter tall building. When the big loli saw that Yu Yang understood, she did not beat up Yu Yang like she usually did. On the contrary, she demonstrated to Yu Yang many techniques that he almost couldn't remember. She was very patient and repeatedly corrected his mistakes. Although she did not speak, she personally demonstrated and used the most direct body language to tell Yu Yang all kinds of mysteries of innate level 1. Yu Yang completely knew where he was lacking. His healing ability, telepathy, beast fusion, skill transformation, and so on. He realized that other than his battle skills which were slightly better, he could not keep up in other areas. Even his beast manipulation skills were far inferior to the warriors of the Soaring Dragon continent. If it wasn't for Little Winli and the others who were extremely smart and knew how to fight on their own, he would not be able to command them. For example, the barbarian Cow Shadow's manipulation skills could be seen clearly. As for the golden beast, Yu Yang did not even know how to use it. He would let it attack by itself every time. I must build a good foundation, it's too important. Yu Yang sighed countless times in his heart. Now that he saw the big loli's realm, it was like a country bumpkin entering a city and seeing tall buildings, cars, and planes. When he looked back at his own straw hut and ox cart, he felt extremely ashamed. When he woke up again, Yu Yang realized that he had actually returned to his home in White Stone City. Fourth Mother was sitting in front of the table, feeding Little Winli and Little Winli. From time to time, she would even use a handkerchief to wipe their mouths. Yu Bing was lying on the bed. Perhaps she was exhausted, she was sleeping soundly. Why did I come back? Yu Yang remembered that he had clearly fallen asleep in the underground passage. How did he return home? Who carried him back? Hui Tai Lang, who was lying at the door and sticking out its tongue, was originally bored to death. However, when it saw that Yu Yang had woken up, it immediately became spirited and jumped up. It was incomparably happy and kept barking, as if it was the most loyal watchdog. Yu Yang sweated profusely. This Hui Tai Lang seemed to have mastered foreign languages quite well. If not for its appearance, anyone would think that it was a dog just by listening to its voice. Sanner, you're awake? Fourth Mother turned her head to look. Her hands trembled and she almost dropped the bowl. Brother Yu Yang. Yu Shuang, this little girl, immediately stood up from the chair and jumped onto Yu Yang's body, cheering. After Yu Bing woke up, she did not make a sound. She only hugged Yu Yang tightly, tears rolling down her face. Ha, I said that this brat wouldn't die. Look, Yu, he's awake now. Princess Sisai and her cousin Yu rushed in from the door when they heard the commotion, their faces filled with surprise. Behind them were Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the Li clan brothers who were stuck at the door, unable to get in or out. They were anxious and rushed in together, but who knew that they would be stuck? Someone kicked their butts, causing Fatty Hai and the others to fall to the ground. Following that, someone stepped on them and walked in. It was the old cunning fox. The old cunning fox laughed complacently, as if Yu Yang owed him 30,000 gold coins and promised to pay him back today. He waited for Yu Yang to finish comforting the girls who were crying and laughing in the room before grabbing onto Yu Yang's shoulders and whispering to Yu Yang, "Brat, you're finished this time. Hee, beg me, otherwise I won't help you. You must beg me sincerely." Yu Yang was confused. It's over, he was fine, what did he mean by finished? Could it be that Princess Sisai had accidentally told others about using CPR to save Fourth Mother, but it was still saving someone? He really had no other choice at that time. Looking at Fourth Mother who was happily wiping her tears, Yu Yang felt relieved. If Fourth Mother knew about this, she would definitely be embarrassed. Since she was fine, it proved that Princess Sisai didn't tell anyone. Furthermore, she wasn't a blabbermouth person, she was just a little violent and liked to glare at people with her tiger-like eyes. Student Tai Tan, you also know that lying to people is wrong, lying to girls is even more wrong. Now that you've lied to two girls, their parents have come to your door to ask for an explanation. What do you think you should do? Previously, you said that you were unconscious and wouldn't wake up, but now that you're awake, you can't hide even if you want to. I think you're going to choke. The old cunning fox used the tone of a savior as he lightly patted Yu Yang's shoulder and tempted him. If you sincerely beg me now, I'll think about it and see if I can help you. If you're still the same as before and even dare to lie to me, then don't blame me for not helping you. Hee, you better think clearly. What nonsense are you talking about? Why would an honest and good child like me lie to others? Yu Yang's words caused the old cunning fox to immediately fall to the ground. You dare to say that you didn't lie to me? The old cunning fox grabbed Yu Yang's collar. I didn't. Even if I did lie to others, you were the one who taught me. You're the teacher, and I'm the student. As the saying goes, not being strict is the teacher's fault. Yu Yang said confidently. You win. The old cunning fox gave Yu Yang a thumbs up. Let's see how you're going to deal with her parents later. I won't steal or rob, what's there to be afraid of? Yu Yang tried his best to encourage himself. But you've kidnapped someone else's daughter. The little girl's parents are waiting in the hall outside. The old cunning fox's expression was as if he was waiting to see what Yu Yang would do, taking joy in his misfortune. What are you two whispering about? Since you're fine, I'll leave first. Oh right, forget about the palace that you've destroyed, it's not my place to stay anyway. However, you've destroyed my magic cloud phoenix patterned white jade bottle, which is worth more than 1,600 gold coins. When you're free, settle this debt for me. Princess Sisai, who possessed the 6 records inherent skill, had actually heard the conversation between Yu Yang and the old cunning fox, but she pretended not to hear it. Instead, she gave Yu Yang a slip of paper with the bill written on it. On it was written Yu Yang owes Princess Sisai 1,600 gold coins. Her intention was for Yu Yang to sign his name on it. Nonsense. Yu Yang took it and tore it apart. He then said to the startled Princess Sisai, what's the relationship between the two of us? A broken bottle and an evil stench of money can't possibly taint our pure friendship. Who has a pure friendship with you? Princess Sisai was furious. You don't? Alright then, send the guest off. Yu Yang waved his hands and pushed Princess Sisai out of the door. His cousin Yu laughed secretly and tried to persuade Princess Sisai to go out. Princess Sisai really wanted to bite him to death, but because there were many people in the house, she could only pretend to be a virtuous lady and bid farewell to Fourth Mother. Fourth Mother also brought Yu Shuang to the front hall to announce the good news. It seemed that there was really someone waiting in front. Little Wenli turned into a rainbow light and disappeared. As for Hui Tai Lang, it rubbed against Yu Yang's leg for a while. Realizing that Yu Yang didn't have time to care about it, it ran out and continued to bask in the sun and doze off. When Yu Yang saw that Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others were covered with cuts and bruises, he asked curiously, "What kind of demonic training did you guys go through? How did you guys end up like this?" Who knew that when Yi Kong opened his mouth, Yu Yang would start sweating profusely, because Yi Kong said, "Of course not, demonic training is a small matter. We were attacking the Starved Dog Ridge and fought against the disciples of the Thousand Goblins sect. That's why we ended up like this. We almost died, luckily we were saved. Sigh, only now did I realize that I am really weak." Fatty Hai, on the other hand, boasted proudly, "Although I didn't manage to save anyone, I defeated 2 level 4 heroes and a level 5 grandmaster. My achievements are glorious. TSK TSK TSK, didn't you hear? 2 days ago, I was singled out and praised by the school. Those who looked down on me were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They didn't know that I was born into this world to defeat the disciples of the Thousand Goblins sect. It's really lonely to be an expert." Yi Kong and the Li brothers moved further away from him, letting him boast about himself. Yu Bing didn't make a sound, she was secretly happy. 2 days ago? How did I come back? I've been back for 2 days? Yu Yang frowned. Could it be that he had been lying on the bed for 2 days? I think Princess Sisai carried you back. We're not too sure, but you've been back for more than 2 days. You've been unconscious for 10 days. Right now, it should be the 11th day. When Yi Kong said this, Yu Yang sweated profusely again. He had spent 11 days dreaming? What's going on outside? Yu Yang sensed that there seemed to be a lot of warriors talking in the hall outside. Sister Anan's aunt is here. So Sister Anan is a sister, not a brother. Yu Bing felt that it was time to tell the truth to Yu Yang. She didn't know that Yu Yang could see through her on the first day. She still thought that her stupid brother couldn't tell if Yu Yang was a man or a woman because he had been a hermit for too long. Ah, it can't be? Anan is a girl? Yu Yang wanted to pretend to be surprised, but he felt that he couldn't be too surprised. Otherwise, Yu Bing would laugh so hard that she couldn't breathe. You idiot, you've wasted such a good opportunity to pick up girls. It's too late now. I want to kill myself. Fatty Hai's face was full of tears. He kept banging his head against the wall, looking as if he wanted to kill himself and nobody could stop him. The outer hall. Yu Yang, Yu Bing, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers walked out of the outer hall. Usually, they, the younger generation, did not have the qualifications to sit together and discuss matters with the elders. Now that Anan's parents wanted to see Yu Yang, he had no choice but to hide in the inner courtyard. When Yu Yang saw that Princess Sisai and his cousin Yu Yu were also there, he could not help but sweat a little. With Princess Sisai, the Rouge Tigress present, it would be inconvenient for him to say many things. It seemed that Princess Sisai had purposely stayed behind to cause trouble and watch him make a fool of himself. This Rouge Tigress had no choice but to teach her a lesson. Yu Yang's mind flashed with the images of Princess Sisai that day. He tried his best to imagine how to push this girl down. Of course, on the surface, he pretended to be an obedient child. Fourth Mother was whispering to a beautiful woman with a veiled face. Yu Yang's hearing had improved greatly, so he could hear that the two of them were talking in a language that he had never heard before, but he couldn't understand what they were talking about. The little girl snuggled in Fourth Mother's embrace and ate desserts. Her mouth was a mess, but when she saw Yu Yang, she immediately jumped down and threw herself into his arms. She had already eaten the brown sugar rice cake in her hands, but she still wanted to stuff half of it into her brother's mouth. As for her sister Yu Bing, she only raised it up and pretended to give it to her. Without waiting for Yu Bing to react, she proudly took it back and tried her best to covet her sister, refusing to give it to her. Yu Bing glared at her snappily and reached out her hand to pinch the little girl's mischievous nose. The little girl giggled as she dodged it. Her laughter was as clear as a bell, and she immediately ran away. Running around the house, the two sisters, one chasing and the other running, made Yu Yang secretly sigh. This warm little house had returned to its former liveliness and happiness. In the house, other than Princess Sisai, his cousin Yu Yu, Fourth Mother and the beautiful masked woman, There was also the old cunning fox and the eagle-eyed Xianxia. Fatty Hai was originally very cocky. The moment he saw the eagle-eyed man, he immediately turned into a tortoise, his head almost retracting into his neck. It seemed like the training he endured under the hands of the eagle-eyed man, Xianxia, had left a shadow in his heart. Yi Kong and Ali clan brothers hurriedly greeted the old cunning fox, the art principal, and teacher Xiao. They then pretended to be polite and obedient children and greeted fourth mother and the others one after another. In the end, they squeezed into a corner of the room. Yu Yang already knew that he couldn't count on them to help. Now, it seemed that their value in existence was only limited to watching. When fourth mother saw Yu Yang enter, she waved her hand, gesturing for Yu Yang to come over. She then introduced to him, Sanner, this is the aunt of your brother Inan. Actually, Inan is a girl. You, this child, are always hiding at home. You can't even differentiate between a man and a woman. If this were to spread, you would really become a joke. I feel that there is something wrong with Inan. Which guy doesn't like beauties? Just like Master Hai, he would drool whenever he sees a beauty. So it turns out that Inan is actually a girl. Yu Yang knew that he couldn't pretend to be too surprised, especially since Yu Bing had already said it once. If he still pretended to be surprised, then he would be lying. The best thing to do now was to pretend to be stupid, but not to the extent of being stupid. As long as the elders had a way to step down, it would be fine. What are you saying? Hurry up and greet Aunt Inan. Fourth mother immediately scolded Yu Yang when she heard this. How could he be so impolite when he saw an elder? Yes. Aunt Inan, please have some tea. Yu Yang's ability to pretend to be a good child was even better than his battle skills. He lifted the teapot and poured tea for the masked beauty. He then personally lifted the teacup and passed it to fourth mother. Fourth mother knew that this brat wasn't usually so attentive, but seeing him being so obedient in front of outsiders and even serving tea to her, she felt a sweetness in her heart. She quickly received the teacup and softly instructed him to serve tea to the old cunning fox and the eagle-eyed Xianxia. The old cunning fox was actually quite arrogant. He calmly accepted the tea that Yu Yang had served. As for Xianxia, he seemed to know that Yu Yang was an innate. Although Yu Yang was his student in name, he immediately stood up and held the teacup before receiving the tea that Yu Yang had poured for him. Although his expression didn't change, his eagle-eyed eyes were filled with pride. An innate rancor personally poured tea for him. This was the first time in his life. If it was someone else, it would be impossible for them to receive such treatment. When Yu Yang returned to fourth mother's side and sat down, Aunt Inan opened her mouth. She had been sizing up Yu Yang the whole time. The more she looked, the happier she was. Although she didn't show it on her face, she secretly felt that Inan had good taste. Your fourth mother, your biological mother and I were all born in the Valley of Butterflies and Flowers. Although we are from different clans, we can still be considered as sisters with different surnames. In terms of age, I am slightly older than your fourth mother. You can call me second aunt in the future, or you can call me aunt like Inan. Inan can be considered as your distant cousin. When Aunt Inan said this, Yu Yang suddenly realized that fourth mother was also from the Valley of Butterflies and Flowers. No wonder she and Aunt Inan could speak the same language. The language that they spoke just now didn't sound like the language of the Soaring Dragon continent. Yu Yang had never heard of it before. Looks like fourth mother and the pitiful guy's biological mother were really mysterious. Otherwise, the people from the Thousand Goblins sect wouldn't attack fourth mother for no reason and capture her to open the heaven stairway. What kind of place was the heaven stairway? Could it be another Tong Tian tower? Or a different dimension like the demon abyss? Yu Yang felt that although the Soaring Dragon continent looked ordinary on the surface, it actually contained many mysteries. For example, there were so many innate rancors. Why did they have to train their juniors in the Soaring Dragon continent? Why didn't they bring the outstanding juniors into the Tong Tian Tower? Instead, they brought out the beasts from the Tong Tian Tower and released them on the Soaring Dragon continent to train their juniors. There were also God's Ruins, Heaven Stairway, Falling Kang Mountain, Demonic Palace, Thousand Goblins Sect, Four Great Sects and so on. All of them were mysteries among mysteries. Now, even this Valley of Butterflies and Flowers seemed to be a complicated place. Because Yu Yang used his level 3, Divine Vision, and realized that he couldn't completely see through Aunt Anan. This masked beautiful woman should be as powerful as the old fox. Above her, there was still the valley master of butterflies and flowers. As for the pitiful guy's mother, no one had mentioned her before. Yu Yang felt that she was definitely not an ordinary person. The current valley of butterflies and flowers is not the same as it was in the past. It has already declined and declined. Your birth mother passed away early. The sect of butterflies was originally passed down by only one person. Now, there is no successor. Now that we have found fourth mother and you too, it is really fate. As for the sect of butterflies and flowers, although they are not as single as the sect of butterflies, they do not have enough people. During the chaos a few years ago, our country was destroyed by the demonic palace and the Thousand Goblins sect. The outer valley of butterflies was attacked by the enemy and burned to ashes. We had no place to stand. That's why Anan hid her identity and disguised herself as a bandit. She met you and traveled together with you. It must be fate. When Aunt Anan said this, Yu Yang's heart trembled slightly. Finally, someone mentioned information about the pitiful guy's birth mother. From Aunt Anan's tone, the pitiful guy's birth mother was the successor of the sect of butterflies. What made Yu Yang even more surprised was that the valley of butterflies and flowers used to manage a country. Under the joint attack of the demonic palace and the Thousand Goblins sect, the country was destroyed in the end. This was not simple either. Both the demonic palace and the Thousand Goblins sect were powerful hidden organizations. Especially the demonic palace. Even Xianxia, Tianluo, and Zijin, the three great kingdoms, did not dare to look down on them. The Valley of Butterflies and Flowers was able to fight against both the demonic palace and the Thousand Goblins sect at the same time. Thinking about it, it was actually very powerful. What was the original country called? Yu Yang was really curious. Every 100 years, many countries in the Soaring Dragon continent would be destroyed. However, he did not know which country was so powerful that they could fight against the demonic palace and the Thousand Goblins sect. Our country was originally called Dawn Light. The outside world generally calls us Guang Guang or Ming. Anan's aunt seemed to be unwilling to talk about it. What? Yu Yang almost jumped up in shock. This Guang Guang or Ming country, Yu Yang also knew about it. The original Ming country was very big. It was one of the top 5 countries in the Soaring Dragon continent. However, the strange thing was that this country did not like wars. Furthermore, the country was ruled by a female ruler. The Ming country would rather pay a large amount of peacetime military expenses to the surrounding countries than to recruit soldiers for wars. At the border of the Ming country, even a small country the size of a bean could ask the Ming country for money. The Ming country was also the only country in the Soaring Dragon continent that would not attack independent cities. When other countries invaded, the Ming country would usually send strong warriors to persuade the soldiers to retreat and offer a large amount of money. If the city lord became independent, or if a city was attacked by the enemy, the Ming country would be the only country that would appease the citizens and let them follow the new city lord and live a good life. At the same time, they would also use a large amount of money to redeem the citizens who were willing to return to the Ming country. If there was a country that treated benevolence, righteousness, and morality as the only standard of a country, it would be the Ming country that was ruled by a female ruler. To the ordinary citizens, this kind of country was very beautiful. But to the warriors, this kind of country was very depressing, because they did not have the slightest desire to fight. They could only take a beating without retaliating. What did this mean? This kind of cowardly country should have been destroyed very quickly. On the contrary, the Ming country had a history of thousands of years. Other than the 3 big countries, Xianxia, Tianluo, and Zijin, the Ming country had the longest history. Furthermore, the number of strong warriors that appeared in the Ming country was also incalculable. Even the talents of the 3 big countries, Xianxia, Tianluo, and Zijin, could not be compared to the Ming country. The Ming country's territory kept shrinking, but the number of strong warriors kept increasing. In the eyes of the foreigners, the Ming country was a joke. Although the Ming country had more than one innate rancor, they were invaded by a country that did not have any innate rancors. Furthermore, they did not retaliate after the invasion. For some reason, the Ming country, which had been one of the top 10 countries in the soaring dragon continent for the past 100 years, suddenly disintegrated. The various city lords and lords all became independent. In the end, the Ming country became a small country, with only a flourishing capital left. 15 years ago, the Ming country's capital was attacked by the allied forces of many countries, and the Ming country perished. The royal family of the Ming country did not seek the protection of the three big countries, nor did they have any thoughts of reviving their country. They were taken away by the innate rancors of the country, and their whereabouts were unknown. Yu Yang had seen this part of history before, and felt that the Ming country was very strange. How could there be people with such a good temper, just taking a beating without retaliating? Furthermore, how could this kind of country continue to exist? Just like the Dexia kingdom or the Tianluo kingdom, even the emperor would stand up and risk his life for a small matter. The heavenly imperial guardians would even threaten to destroy the other party, but the innate rancors of the Ming country did not even mention anything about taking revenge or reviving their country. Could it be that those innate rancors were made of tofu? If the Ming country's ruling philosophy was not good, then how could it continue to exist for 1,000 years? If it wasn't for the sudden disintegration, the Ming country would probably still be one of the top 10 countries in the soaring dragon continent. Furthermore, its economy would definitely be the most prosperous one. In these 100 years, what actually happened that caused the Ming country to disintegrate? What happened 15 years ago that caused the Ming country to perish? Yu Yang felt that there must be some kind of reason behind it. It might even be related to him. No, it should be related to the pitiful guy, because the pitiful guy's parents had passed away 15 years ago. Could it be that the pitiful guy's real identity was related to the perishing Ming country? Yu Yang remembered the diary that the pitiful guy's parents had left behind. There must be some information recorded in the diary. Maybe he could find out the truth, and find out the mystery of the pitiful guy's identity. He could also deduce why there were so many rancors joining hands to assassinate a shut-in who lived in the depths of Whitestone City. Thinking about this, Yu Yang suddenly wanted to take a look at the diary. Why didn't the Ming kingdom start a war? What I mean is, if they were worried about the casualties of their citizens, they could have hired mercenaries and warriors. It's better than not fighting back, right? Yu Yang really wanted to ask Anan's aunt what she was thinking. No matter if it's Her Majesty or the Valley Master, they are both kind and indifferent. They don't like war. In their hearts, no matter if it's their citizens or mercenaries, they are all lives. You are still young, so you can't understand their love and care for life. In their hearts, human life is the most important thing. As for the country, reputation and money, they are not important at all. Our butterfly and 100-flower clans did not establish our country to rule the world, but to continue the descendants of our two clans. Since the two generations are going to perish, then the country is no longer important. Whether it disintegrates or invades, let others do it. Since we can't control it anymore, we might as well let it go. Without people, why would we need so many places? Anan's aunt gave a reply that made Yu Yang sweat profusely. Yu Yang never thought that Anan's aunt would say such a thing. If it was another person, Yu Yang might think that the person was a hypocrite. But for Anan's aunt and fourth mother who was sitting beside her, Yu Yang suddenly felt that it was very reasonable. Because, if fourth mother's temperament was changed to be the queen, he believed that she would also rule the country like this. Because people like fourth mother were naturally kind and had no desire to fight. They were used to being submissive. It would be strange if they resisted. Yu Yang really wanted to ask about the identity of the pitiful guy's mother, but he was afraid that the pitiful guy already knew about it. If he asked, he would be exposed. Moreover, the old cunning fox, Xiahou Wei Lai, Yi Kong and Fatty Hai were all here. If he asked, it might not be convenient for him to answer. Since it's like this, if you need us juniors to run errands for you, you can tell me. Of course, Yu Yang pretended to be an obedient child and tried his best to leave a good impression in front of Aunt Anan. It could be seen that Aunt Anan attached great importance to Anan's future. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come here personally and even waited for Yu Yang to wake up to question him personally. You are all children. As long as you don't forget to cultivate, you can play as much as you want. Aunt Anan couldn't help but laugh when she heard that. She waved her hand and said, I'm not looking for you to do manual labor. I just heard that Anan gave you the necklace, so I wanted to come and see you. Ah, at that time, I didn't know that she was At that time, she said that she would introduce her younger sister to me. Does Anan have a younger sister? Yu Yang pretended to be ignorant and asked. No, she's the only child, and it took me a lot of effort to keep her. She's shy and doesn't dare to tell you the truth. A few days ago, I found out that Xian was originally a descendant of the 100 Flowers sect. Now, she has given birth to 2 daughters. I'm really touched. I never thought that the 100 Flowers sect would have a descendant. The heavens really pity us. For a male descendant like you to be passed down from generation to generation, both the butterfly and 100 flower lineages, you are probably the only one in 100 years. When Inan's aunt said this, Yu Yang sweated profusely. He thought to himself, what kind of fertility is this? No wonder the country doesn't want them anymore. There's no male descendant to carry on the family line. However, they are all women, so it shouldn't be a problem if there's a male descendant, right? Yu Yang's imagination ran wild, but he couldn't understand it at the moment. Aunt Anan didn't specify what she wanted Yu Yang and Anan to do. She only asked Yu Yang to take some time to go back to the Valley of Butterflies and 100 Flowers with Anan to meet the Valley Master. It would be best if he could bring Fourth Mother, Yu Bing and Yu Shuang. She and Fourth Mother talked for a long time in a language that Yu Yang couldn't understand. She looked at Yu Yang from time to time, as if the topic they were discussing was related to Yu Yang. Someone strode into the courtyard from outside. His loud voice that sounded like a broken gong started shouting before he even entered the door, "This broken white stone city is even worse than the place where my family's servants live. There's not a single good place to stroll around. I'm bored to death. I say, fourth daughter-in-law, has your family's third son not woken up yet? Even a pig won't sleep for so long. Could it be that he knows that I'm coming, so he's hiding? This isn't the style of a man. I hate cowards the most." A man that looked like a black Zhang Fei came in from outside the door. He was extremely tall, and was estimated to be close to 2 meters tall. He walked briskly as soon as he entered the door. There was a loud thud. He almost broke the door, but he rubbed his forehead and walked in as if nothing had happened. He didn't say that he was careless when he walked, but blamed Yu Yang's house door for being too short. "I say, fourth daughter-in-law, your family is also not doing well. You built a house, but you didn't even open the door properly. How are the guests supposed to enter?" Yu Yang laughed when he heard that. "The main thing is that my family doesn't have any power. If we were the relatives of the emperor, the guests would have to bow their heads and bend their backs to enter. No matter how short the door is, it wouldn't be a problem." The man that looked like a black Zhang Fei immediately shook his head when he heard that. He lectured Yu Yang, "Brat, what do you know? It's only right to have a strong fist. What's the use of just being a relative of the emperor? If you want others to be afraid of you, you must be a strong warrior. Your fist must be stronger than anyone else's, and everyone would be afraid of you. Only then would they lower their heads. In this world, not to mention the relatives of the emperor, even the emperor wouldn't be able to do anything. Isn't your country's Jun Wuyu an emperor? One of the 3 great empires' emperors, the emperor of the 9 great empires. How awesome does that sound? If he wants to see me, he would have to call me Big Brother. Do you know why? It's because my fist is stronger than his. If he doesn't call me that, I will beat him up. Do you understand what I'm saying? What I'm saying is the truth. Brother Hai, listen to me. Just now you said that you don't want to act big in front of the younger generation, but now you treat him as your big brother. He has been the number 2 for thousands of years. When did he become the big brother? How come I didn't know about it?" At the door, Xia Emperor Jun Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai and 2 middle-aged men walked in while chatting. Yu Yang could tell that those 2 were not simple people. One was as powerful as a male lion, while the other had an aura as deep as a leopard. Although he didn't know them, the strength of these 2 people were not below that of the eagle-eyed Xia Hui Lai. If they were compared to the rankers of the Yu clan castle, they might be slightly weaker than Yu Shan, but they were definitely stronger than second uncle Yu Ling. Now, Yu Yang thought about the substitute clan master Yu Shan's various signs and aura. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. This Yu Shan should not only have the strength of a level 6 intermediate elder, but he couldn't see it at that time. Now that he thought about it, he felt that Yu Shan was a little strange. If there was a chance, he must investigate Yushan in detail. This guy gave off a bad feeling. As for Yu Ling, forget it. He was just a little elder, he should just ignore him. Fourth mother saw elder Yu Hai and Jun Wuyu entering the house and quickly stood up to greet them. Jun Wuyu waved his hands casually, indicating that there was no need to be so polite. He walked to the old cunning fox's table and sat down. The eagle-eyed Xia Ho Wei Lai hurriedly stood up and poured tea for him. However, the old cunning fox only nodded his head and continued to sit in an arrogant manner. Elder Yu Hai nodded his head towards fourth mother and helped her up. However, he revealed an excited expression towards Yu Yang. Patting Yu Yang's shoulder, he nodded his head heavily and said, "All right." He seemed to be not very good at expressing his emotions. He patted Yu Yang's shoulder again, then turned around and sat beside Jun Wuyu. On the contrary, the Zhang Fei-like man who had taught Yu Yang a lesson just now started to shout strangely. He circled around Yu Yang and looked at him from left to right, just like a farmer who had run to the cattle market to pick out his cattle. His big hand pointed at Yu Yang as he turned around and asked Elder Yu Hai, "Boss Yu, is this brat your family's good-for-nothing Xiao-san?" "He doesn't look like it." "If this brat is a good-for-nothing, then I'll dig my eyes out for you. Didn't you come here to look for trouble? If you want to praise him, everyone is lining up to praise him. It's not even your turn yet." The old cunning fox was angry that Yu Yang didn't flatter him just now, so he took the opportunity to hit him when he was down. "Good fellow, it's fine if you don't mention it, but once you mention it, I get angry." The Zhang Fei-like man immediately became angry and grabbed onto Yu Yang's collar. Beat him up ruthlessly. "You don't need to give me face." The old cunning fox added fuel to the fire. "It's not good to slap him in the face, because Sister Fallen Flowers can easily see through it. If she feels sorry for you, second uncle, you'll be in big trouble. She won't be able to tell if you give this brat a few hidden punches. Why don't you take off his pants and spank his butt? Even if he beats you up ruthlessly, he won't dare to complain to Sister Fallen Flowers. This method is guaranteed to work." Princess Sisai was also angry that Yu Yang didn't give her face just now. She tried her best to give the Zhang Fei-like man a rotten idea. It turned out that she was actually this fellow's relative. "I'm born with divine strength. If I give him a few punches, won't this brat vomit blood and fall to the ground?" The Zhang Fei-like man's fists were indeed very big. When he shook them, it was very scary. "Not at all. This brat's skin is very thick. He's very durable." The old cunning fox almost said that Yu Yang had copper skin and iron bones. "Then I won't be polite. There's a ball of fire in my heart. If I don't hit someone, I won't be able to get rid of it." The Zhang Fei-like man's iron fist was about to hit Yu Yang's chest. Suddenly, Yu Yang stopped him. When Yu Yang stopped him, the Zhang Fei-like man was stunned. He didn't seem to understand why Yu Yang stopped him. He felt that hitting Yu Yang was a matter of course. If Yu Yang didn't let him hit him, it would be wrong. It might even be disgraceful. He asked curiously, "Why did you stop me? Don't tell me I can't hit you?" Yu Yang's face revealed a bright smile. He nodded and said, "Of course you can hit me. But, why would a virtuous and talented senior like you want to hit me? Everyone knows that you've always been virtuous. You're kind and benevolent. You're wise and brave. You're filial to heaven and earth. You keep your word. You're a polite person. You've always been a righteous senior. Although you have divine strength in your arms, you'll never rely on your divine strength to bully the weak with your fists. An indomitable strong person like you will always protect the younger generation." How could you be provoked by the old cunning fox's words? Could it be that the old cunning fox thinks that his provocation, which even a 3-year-old child can see through, can affect you, who is known as the resourceful star? I think that's absolutely impossible. When the Zhang Fei-like man heard this, he immediately put Yu Yang down. Seeing that Yu Yang's collar had wrinkled a little, he stretched out his hand and straightened it for Yu Yang. Nodding his head in agreement, he said, "Well said. Just now, I was just testing your courage. Now I realize that although your strength is not enough, your courage is not bad. You can be considered a good kid. As for other people's provocation, don't worry. I'm the wise Eastern Sky King. Can't I tell?" You don't have to worry about me. I, the Eastern Sky King, have always been a virtuous person. Don't worry, I'll never hit you. Although I have divine strength, I'll never use violence. When the old cunning fox heard this, he immediately fell to the ground. He had seen people who liked to listen to flattery, but he had never seen someone who liked to listen to flattery so much. What an idiot! Princess Sisai's face was full of black lines. If he wasn't an elder, she would have poured hot tea on his head to wake him up. Idiot, you betrayed him and still gave him money. That kid had already abducted your daughter. Why are you still trying to reason with him? The old cunning fox almost died from anger. He originally thought that Yu Yang would suffer a little, but now it seemed that it was impossible. That's right. Why should I reason with you? The Xianxia-like Eastern Sky King raised his fist angrily and was about to beat Yu Yang up. It's fine if you're being unreasonable. But you're a senior expert. You can't possibly wrongly accuse a good person, right? Why do you want to hit me? Yu Yang calmly asked. This? You've messed me up, but I definitely have a reason for hitting you. Let me hit you first, then I'll explain it to you slowly. The Eastern Sky King felt that he was reasonable. It was just that after listening to Yu Yang's explanation, he was a little confused. He couldn't remember the reason why he hit him. What if I'm wrongly accused? Can you let me hit you back? Yu Yang asked back. Of course not. I'm a dignified prince of Tianluo Kingdom and also a senior. It's reasonable for me to hit you, but it's also reasonable for me to not hit you. Even if I hit you wrongly, it's your misfortune. The Eastern Sky King made it clear that he definitely wouldn't let Yu Yang hit him back, regardless of whether he hit him wrongly or not. You're really a senior expert. What you said is absolutely right. Yu Yang smiled and affirmed. He gave the other party a thumbs up and praised him. In the end, when the other party was still happy, he suddenly asked, Senior, I've never met you before. We don't even know each other. Once you entered the door, you started shouting about wanting to kill me. Furthermore, you did it in front of so many people. If everyone wasn't here, I reckon you would have killed my entire family. Is this how you act as a prince and a senior expert? I've been friends with your grandfather for more than 100 years. How could I do such a thing? You're simply slandering me. The Eastern Sky King was furious. So that's how it is. This little one has made a slip of the tongue. Please forgive me, Your Highness, who is open-minded, magnanimous, tolerant, magnanimous and generous. Although Yu Yang's collar was being pulled, he still cupped his fists respectfully. It's a small matter. My heart is like the ocean. I'll forgive you. The Eastern Sky King would be delighted when he heard flattery. He's a liar. He kidnapped your daughter. The old fox quickly reminded him. You liar, you dare to kidnap my precious daughter? I'll beat you to death. The Eastern Sky King immediately turned hostile and raised his fist. You're saying that I kidnapped your daughter? Yu Yang asked suspiciously. That's right. The Eastern Sky King was 100% sure. Kidnapping and selling women and children is a serious crime. I support you on this point. However, did you see it with your own eyes? Did you find your daughter in this house? Yu Yang asked again. The Xianxia-like burly man was speechless. Where could he find the evidence? He had only heard it from others. Idiot, he didn't really kidnap and sell you, he just stole your daughter's body and mind. He is a heartless and fickle man, a playboy, a playboy, a playboy. If you don't beat him up, what are you waiting for? The old fox was getting anxious. When the old fox said that, the Eastern Sky King raised his fist again. This time, he was determined to beat up Yu Yang no matter what he said. Before you beat me to death, I want to know your daughter's name. Otherwise, I won't be able to die in peace. Yu Yang let out a long sigh. My precious daughter is, of course, the most obedient, beautiful and adorable little fallen flowers. She was tricked by you. Now, she's hiding in her garden. She cries every day and washes her face with tears. I'm doing justice for the heavens by beating you up. When the Eastern Sky King said that, Yu Yang broke into a sweat. How did this guy give birth to City Lord Fallen Flowers? It seemed that City Lord Fallen Flowers' excellent genes were all inherited from her mother. Otherwise, she would have become a female barbarian. It's a misunderstanding. Actually, I'm the personal guard captain of City Lord Fallen Flowers. Yu Yang quickly put on an expression as if they were on the same side. He said with an unquestionable tone, although I didn't receive my salary, I can tell you responsibly that I've been working for half a month. Personal guard captain? The Eastern Sky King was stunned. You're the personal guard captain of Little Fallen Flowers? As early as when I went to the third floor of Tong Tian Tower to retrieve the demonic flower from the Flying Peak Space Pavilion, she had already made this request. But at that time I still had some pocket money in my pocket, so I declined and did not accept this part-time job. But you know me, I'm very soft-hearted, especially towards girls. I said that I'd consider it and didn't reject her outright, mainly because I was afraid that your daughter would be sad. Of course, your precious daughter is also a reasonable person. She respects other people's opinions just like you, so she didn't force me to take the part-time position of personal guard captain. As soon as Yu Yang said this, the Eastern Sky King quickly let go of his hand and tidied up Yu Yang's collar. Yu Yang thanked him and continued, later, I went to the Despair Abyss to pick the Starlight Serene Indigo Grass. I thought that City Lord Fallen Flowers was a flower lover, so I invited her to pick it with me. After that, many things happened. I saw that City Lord Fallen Flowers was very sincere, so I agreed to be her personal guard captain. However, I mentioned that she wouldn't be on night shifts, and that she would get double pay for overtime and rest during holidays. She also agreed to it. You know that she's just like you, very understanding and kind-hearted. She went home and cried? I don't think so. She didn't even cry when I did it with her. Why would she cry when she got home? What did you do with her? Eastern Sky King exploded when he heard that. He almost strangled Yu Yang to death. Grilled fish. I was grilling fish with her at the Cloud Top Lake. She put too much salt in it, so I criticized her a little. She didn't cry at that time. I thought she wouldn't cry when she got home. Who doesn't know? Yu Yang spread his hands, indicating that he was wrong. That scared me to death. So it was just grilled fish. Eastern Sky King patted his chest hard. Fortunately, nothing happened. That wasn't just grilled fish. I also did. Before Yu Yang could finish speaking, Eastern Sky King lifted him into the air again. He looked like he was going to swallow Yu Yang alive. What else did you do with her? I made a corolla. You also know that your daughter likes flowers very much. I made a corolla for her. It was very suitable for her to wear. Under the starlight, she was as beautiful as the flowers. That kind of delicate posture was unparalleled. Especially when she didn't wear. Yu Yang stopped halfway. She didn't wear anything? Eastern Sky King cried. It was over. His precious daughter didn't wear any clothes. What would the result be? It's over, it's over. She didn't wear shoes. Her small jade feet were soaked in the lake water. The starlight reflected, crystal clear. At that time, I almost wanted to recite a poem to express my amazement. Unfortunately, my literary talent was limited. Also, I was shocked by her peerless beauty. I was shocked by the beautiful scenery of heaven and earth. Therefore, I didn't recite a poem. Why are you crying? When Yu Yang asked, Eastern Sky King hurriedly wiped his tears and revealed a smile. I'm not crying. These are tears of joy. Are you really the personal guard captain of Little Fallen Flowers? Eastern Sky King patted Yu Yang's shoulder affectionately. That's my honor. Do you think it's possible for me to fake it? Yu Yang puffed out his chest. His expression was incomparably proud. You really have nothing to do with her? Eastern Sky King asked. What can there be? Of course, Xianxia, the Rouge Tigress was also there. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. Yu Yang pointed at Princess Sisai who was snickering. Princess Sisai saw Yu Yang glaring at her. His expression seemed to say, if you really say it, we'll break up and die together. She stuck out her little pink tongue and snorted. She turned her head away and didn't look at him. However, she pricked up her ears and listened to him bluffing. Why didn't you say so earlier? Eastern Sky King almost fainted. 2 women and 1 man. Moreover, the 2 women were love rivals. It wasn't a man and a woman alone. Didn't I worry for nothing? Jun Wuyu and the others pretended that they didn't hear anything, but they were secretly laughing until their stomachs burst. They didn't expect that the Eastern Sky King, who was known as the Fire Barbarian Bull, would actually be fooled by a junior like Yu Yang. Not only was his fiery bull temper unable to explode, he was also almost beaten to the ground by Yu Yang. This fellow even boasted that he would definitely beat up this cunning brat. Now he had suffered a huge setback. Fourth Mother saw that the Eastern Sky King couldn't explode, so she secretly sulked. She rebuked Yu Yang and asked him to apologize. "You're really mischievous. Quickly apologize to the Eastern Sky King. There's nothing for you kids to do here. You guys go and play yourselves. We still have something to discuss." Princess Sisai signaled Yu Yang to walk out. She had something to talk to Yu Yang about. If it was just her, Yu Yang wouldn't care about her. This rouge tigress had been causing trouble for him just now. He still hadn't punished her yet. However, his cousin Yu Yu also stood up and whispered into Yu Yang's ear, "Those subordinates of yours who participated in rescuing Fourth Mother have almost all sacrificed themselves. There's only one left. She's heavily injured. I'm afraid she won't be able to live past today. She wants to see you before she dies." Subordinate? When did he have any subordinates? Yu Yang was curious. Yu Yang followed Princess Sisai and his cousin Yu Yu to the White Stone City Infirmary. To his surprise, he found out that the mysterious subordinate was actually the big-breasted tavern girl from the Eastern Tavern. Now, half of her body was destroyed and she was on the verge of death, lying on a sickbed in the infirmary. Although the medical staff tried their best to save her, her injuries were too severe. Yu Yang could clearly feel that her life force was on the verge of dying even without using his hands. There was no possibility of her recovering. Other than asking her to pawn the loot that he had seized from Tai Kuang, Yu Yang did not have any other contact with this big-breasted tavern girl. After that, because Yu Yang went to Tong Tian Tower to look for Yu Bing and brought Fourth Mother back to the Yu Clan Castle, a series of things happened. He had never seen her again, nor did he have the time to return to White Stone City. Why would she pretend to be his subordinate to save Fourth Mother now? How did she know that Fourth Mother was in danger? Even if she knew that Fourth Mother was in danger, how did she confirm the relationship between him and Fourth Mother? This was really strange. Yu Yang could not understand. The only thing he could be sure of now was that this big-breasted tavern girl did not have any evil intentions. She had even sacrificed herself to save Fourth Mother. There were a total of 13 of them. Other than a little girl who disguised herself as Xianxia, the rest were all sacrificed. She was the last one. She forced herself to hold on to her last breath and said that she wanted to see you before she died. Cousin Yu Yu's voice was a little choked. She summoned a ball of white light and gently placed it on the tavern girl's body. If it was a normal injured person, even if they were seriously injured, they would recover quickly. However, the effect was not that great now. Although the tavern girl's body had recovered a little, the recovery was extremely small for someone who was on the verge of death. The tavern girl did not even open her eyes. She's already at her limit. Princess Sisai's mood was also quite heavy. "Brother, quickly think of a way." Yu Bing hugged Yu Yang's arm as she wiped her tears. Not only her, even Yi Kong and Fatty Hai were shaking their heads and sighing. This was an injured person that the old cunning fox and the eagle-eyed teacher had brought to the Starved Dog Mountain Valley to fight a bloody battle with the Thousand Goblins sect. The others had all died, except for the last one, who had also become like this. "I'll give it a try." If it was in the past, Yu Yang would not be able to do anything about it. But now, he had just learned more innate chi control skills from the big loli in the dream world, and one of them was related to healing. He stretched out his hand and gently placed it on the tavern lady's forehead. His innate chi gently seeped into her forehead, waking her up from her coma. With Yu Yang's current healing ability, he could only wake her up. Unless his healing ability was increased by 100 times, he would not be able to save the tavern girl whose injuries were so severe that even Jun Wuyu's imperial doctor could not do anything about it. Yu Yu's beast was a healer. She knew that it was already a miracle that she could wake her up. Slowly, slowly. The tavern girl's pale face suddenly had a tinge of red, and her eyelashes trembled. Under everyone's surprised gaze, she slowly opened her eyes. She looked at everyone's face for a while, and finally fixed her gaze on Yu Yang's face. She instantly recognized him, and her eyes were filled with surprise. She became energetic and her lips trembled, as if she wanted to say something. Seeing that it was really effective, Yu Yang quickly transferred more innate qi to her forehead. It's really you. I thought that I would never see you again. The tavern girl's voice was extremely weak, so weak that it was almost inaudible. Yu Yang's hearing was very sharp. He nodded lightly and comforted her. It's me. Don't worry, your injuries will recover. We will think of a way to cure your injuries. Thank you for saving my fourth mother and my sister. Don't think too much now. Just focus on recuperating. You will definitely recover. A very faint smile appeared on the tavern girl's face. She said weakly, I already knew that I wouldn't recover. My own body, I know it very well. It's nothing, I don't regret it. In fact, I feel very honored. I'm just a small character. I've never done anything big in my life, and I've never saved anyone. My current situation is what I wish for the most in my heart. People like us, living is a disgrace, living is suffering. I persevered to live because I wanted to take revenge. Now that I've taken my revenge and fulfilled my wish, I don't have any regrets in my heart anymore. As she spoke, a beautiful radiance appeared on her face. Her face was glowing. It seemed like her injuries had completely recovered. Her eyes were glowing brighter than usual, and her lips were rosy. Even her weak breathing had become longer and stronger. Princess Sisai and Yu knew that this was just the final radiance of the setting sun. This tavern girl's life was going to burn for the last time. It was going to shine for the last time before it reached its end. Actually, I recognized you a long time ago. When you were playing on the street with your sister, I would often peek at you from behind the window. Although you covered your face when you came out at night to punish the criminals, your eyes were different from the others. I could recognize you at first glance. I didn't tell my sisters about this secret until Chongdao came and mentioned you to the criminals. After I got the information, I quickly found my sisters and discussed it with them. Only then did they know that the person who helped us to take revenge was you. We decided to pretend to be your subordinates and rescue Madam and Miss in advance. As long as they left Whitestone City, the criminals wouldn't be able to find them. I didn't know that they were so powerful. We split up and walked such a long distance, but they still managed to catch up to us. We didn't do it well. Fortunately, God has blessed us and Madam and Miss are safe and sound. The radiance on the tavern girl's face became more intense, and her words became clearer. You guys did a great job. Without you guys, Fourth Mother and Shuang Heir would have died. I thank you on their behalf. Yu Yang was full of gratitude and respect for these tavern girls. In the past, Yu Yang looked down on these women. Later on, when he found out that they were forced by Tai Kuang, he felt a bit of sympathy for them. However, he didn't think of changing their fate. He didn't expect that a small favor that day, by killing Tai Kuang, would be rewarded with such a great reward. These lowly, despised tavern girls sacrificed 12 lives to accomplish something that even the loyal family warriors might not be able to do. They sacrificed their own lives and brought Fourth Mother to escape thousands of miles away. They even used their own children to impersonate Shuang'er to divert the enemy's attention. When Yu Yang killed Tai Kuang, he only wanted to cultivate the thorny flower. He didn't think of saving these tavern girls. However, it was a simple action that was exchanged for the kindness of others who didn't hesitate to sacrifice their lives to repay him. Young master, don't be sad. I have always wanted to do something for you, but I don't have the ability to do it. I have always regretted it. Being able to help you, even if it's just a little, I am very happy. I'm fine. Actually, I don't want to live anymore. Living is torture. You don't know how happy I am to die like this. To be able to see you one more time before I die, I don't have any regrets. The tavern girl smiled again. Even her eyes were smiling. It was as if she had done the proudest thing in her life. She laughed from the bottom of her heart. Yu Bing's hot tears rolled down. Her tears wet the back of Yu Yang's hand. Yu also cried her eyes out, The strong Princess Xianxia also quietly wiped away the beads of tears that had unknowingly slipped down her cheeks. Fatty Hai tried his best not to cry. His face was distorted as tears flowed down his cheeks. He clenched his teeth tightly to stop himself from crying. He couldn't bear to look anymore. The Li brothers clenched their fists tightly. They weren't good at expressing themselves. They wanted to say something to comfort her, but they didn't know what to say. Yu Yang took a deep breath and forcefully controlled his emotions. He looked at the tavern girl whose radiance was fading away. He knew that she didn't have much time left. He leaned down and asked softly, "Do you still have any wishes? What can I help you with? Please give me a name." "I don't have a name." The tavern girl's voice became weaker. "What?" Yu Yang was surprised. There was actually someone who didn't have a name in this world? "I'm the daughter of a slave in a prison camp. I don't have a name since I was young. I only have a serial number. I'm a lowly slave. I've been sold here and there since I was young. When I grew up, I was just a tool for people to vent their desires. I'm just a piece of meat that was played with. I don't have dignity nor freedom. I'm a slave destined to be oppressed by thousands of people. No one has ever treated me as a human. Only you, young master, look at me as a human. Only you, young master, treat me as a human. Young master, if only I could meet you earlier. How good would that be? Even in my dreams, I wish that I could live again and be young master's servant for the rest of my life. I don't want to be sold here and there like before. I don't want to be a piece of meat that can be toyed with by others. I want to be a human. In the next life. Young master, if there's a next life, please let me be your servant. In this world, only you can treat me as a human. Young master, if there's a next life. If there's a next life, the tavern girl couldn't even wait for Yu Yang to give her a name. She murmured a sigh and quietly breathed her last. Yu Yang shut his eyes tightly, sealing the pain and tears in his heart. A teardrop dripped onto her eyeball. It flowed along the corner of her eye and slid down her cheek. He reached out his hand and gently covered the tavern girl's face. He gently closed her widened eyes and nodded his head heavily. He said word by word, "I'll definitely give you a name. You were a lowly slave that was sold here and there. But from today onwards, you'll be my servant. You're no longer a commodity, but a human. You're also not a piece of meat that is humiliated by others. You'll be a person with dignity and freedom in the future. Even if you lose your life, no one will ever dare to look down on you because I'm your master. I swear that I'll make the person who hurt you pay 1,000 times." The dead tavern girl seemed to have heard Yu Yang's words. The corner of her lips curled up a little as if she was smiling silently. Yu Bing hugged her brother and cried loudly. Fatty Hai even banged his head on the wall, crying his heart out. Princess Sisai and Yu hugged each other and cried. Yi Kong and the Li brothers looked at Yu Yang with red eyes. In their hearts, Yu Yang was omnipotent and could create miracles at any time. They hoped that Yu Yang would resurrect the nameless tavern girl. She deserved to be a person, more than some people. However, Yu Yang had no way to resurrect the tavern girl. City Mistress Fallen Flowers had already said that the heavenly resurrection crystal had already been used up. Anyone's death in this world would be an irreversible result. Yu Yang was thinking of a way to preserve the corpse in an ice coffin, or should he use the soul-absorbing pearl that he obtained from Duke Xian to seal the tavern girl's soul? However, Yu Yang didn't know how to use the soul-absorbing pearl. He didn't know what would happen if he did that. However, he couldn't hesitate now. Yu Yang immediately took out the soul-absorbing pearl from his lich ring and prepared to place it on the tavern girl's forehead. Suddenly, a rainbow light flashed. Little Winli floated out and stopped Yu Yang with her little hands. Yu Yang was elated. Could it be that this little darling had a way? Little Winli stopped Yu Yang, but she didn't do anything. She just tilted her head and looked at the dead tavern girl. She blinked her big eyes and seemed to be thinking of a solution. When everyone placed their hopes on her and looked at her attentively, Little Winli shook her head at Yu Yang, implying that there was no solution. Yu Bing hugged Little Winli and cried sadly, "Think again, there must be a solution. You must be able to think of a good solution. Think again, I beg you, think again." Yi Kong and the Li brothers also looked at Little Winli, hoping that she could create a miracle. Princess Sisai hugged Yu and held Yu Yang's arm tightly. She was extremely nervous. Actually, it wasn't just her, Yu Yang was also very nervous. He knew that little Wenli shook her head because she had no solution, but he still hoped for a miracle to happen. Little Wenli was hugged by Yu Bing and cried loudly. She was at a loss of what to do. She looked at Yu Yang and suddenly made a gesture. Yu Yang was stunned. Could it be that little Wenli wanted to talk to him alone? Yu Yang thought of something and took her from Yu Bing's arms. He asked in surprise, "Is there a solution?" Little Wenli grabbed Yu Yang's hand and bit Yu Yang's finger lightly. Blood flowed out. She blew the wound on Yu Yang's finger with her mouth, feeling sorry for him. Then, she pulled his finger to the tavern girl's forehead and drew a rune with her blood. Everyone held their breath when they saw her move, afraid that they would affect her. Yu Yang felt that this rune was a little familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Before Yu Yang could recall, little Wenli drew a contract symbol on the tavern girl's forehead. Princess Sisai shook her head secretly. A human could contract with any beast, but definitely not with a human. This was an unchangeable ancient rule. A warrior could contract with a humanoid beast, but no matter how strong the warrior was, he could not contract with the weakest human. Humans could only contract with beasts. Princess Sisai didn't understand what little Wenli meant, but she knew that humans could not contract with each other. Little Wenli blocked Yu Yang's finger and drew a string of blood runes on the tavern girl's face, neck, shoulder, and chest. Finally, she used Yu Yang's blood to draw a big rune circle on the tavern girl's heart. In the end, she pulled Yu Yang's finger and kissed it. Her cute big eyes were filled with tears, looking like she was about to cry. Yu Yang didn't really care about losing a bit of blood. As long as there was a little hope, he wouldn't stop even if he had to pay a big price. "It's okay, be good, don't cry." Yu Yang hugged little Wenli lightly and kissed her little face, comforting her. "Okay." Little Wenli made a gesture of a flame. She seemed to want to burn the tavern girl's body. "Let's go find some wine and oil. We'll be quick." Yi Kong and the Li brothers turned around and ran out. However, when they returned with the wine and oil, little Wenli waved her hand and shook Yu Yang's hand. Did she want Yu Yang to do it himself? Yi Kong passed the wine to Yu Yang, but little Wenli still shook her head. Yu Yang's heart skipped a beat. Did little Wenli want him to use Nirvana's flame? This flame was no joke. Once it was used, the whole space would be destroyed. Yu Bing and Princess Sisai's lives would be in danger. Thinking of this, Yu Yang wrapped the tavern girl's body with a blanket. He decided to go out and bring her to a suitable place before thinking of a way to use Nirvana's flame. He opened a teleportation scroll and raised the teleportation gate that led to the dimension of Duel where he fought with Tu Qing. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the others naturally rushed into the dimension of Duel. Princess Sisai, Yu Yu, and Yu Bing also rushed into the dimension of Duel. The corpses of the golden giant Tu Qing and the silver giant Quangzhan were still lying on the ground. The corpses of the golden dragon and the ancient giant beast were also scattered everywhere. The volcano on the ground did not erupt. What surprised Yu Yang was that the corpses here did not decompose even after 10 days. They were still as good as before. "All of you, move further away." Yu Yang told Yi Kong and the others who were watching to move further away. Yi Kong and the others hurriedly moved a few steps back. Yu Yang looked at them helplessly and could only fly further away with the tavern girl. Although he was still unable to unseal his innate strength, once he released his aura, the rumbling aura was like a hurricane that blew Yi Kong and the others away. Fatty Hai, who was extremely heavy, was also blown away by the shockwave. When he fell down, his jaw dropped to the ground. He was so shocked that he could not speak for a while. They knew that Yu Yang was very strong, but they did not expect him to be so strong to such an unimaginable extent. Princess Sisai was slightly better as she knew Yu Yang's strength. However, the two sisters, Yu Yu and Yu Bing, were stunned. Their little mouths were wide open, unable to close. Seeing that Yu Yang was going to continue to increase his strength, Yu Bing hurriedly summoned her grimoire. On the other side, Fatty Hai also summoned his grimoire clumsily. After a long time, he finally summoned his grimoire. With the shield, Yu Yang finally did not have to worry that the Nirvana's flame would hurt Yu Bing and the others. Yu Yang tried to condense a ball of Nirvana's flame in his palm. It was easy to control the Nirvana's flame in the innate realm. However, Yu Yang could not summon the Nirvana's flame even after trying for a long time. Little Wenli told Yu Yang not to be anxious. She hugged Yu Yang's thigh and waited quietly. As dark golden ancient runes appeared on Yu Yang's body, a ball of Nirvana's flame finally appeared on Yu Yang's palm. In just a second, the tavern girl's body was burnt to ashes. There seemed to be some rune patterns burning in the Nirvana's flame for 2 seconds. However, as the Nirvana's flame in Yu Yang's palm disappeared, the tavern girl's body was completely burnt to ashes and disappeared without a trace. It was as if she had never existed in this world. Even an innate rancor could not withstand the Nirvana's flame, let alone an ordinary girl. Yu Yang was stunned. He did not expect that he did not even have the time to regret. The tavern girl's body was burnt to ashes in less than a second. When little Wenli saw that the resurrection ritual had failed, she could not hold it in anymore. She hugged Yu Yang and cried for the first time. She cried very sadly. In her mind, not only did she destroy the chance of resurrection, but she also wasted a lot of Yu Yang's blood. At that moment, she could not accept her failure. She threw herself into Yu Yang's arms and cried loudly. Big drops of tears splashed all over Yu Yang's body. It's okay, don't cry. This is her fate. It's not your fault. Yu Yang was also very sad. However, resurrection was not something that could be forced. It was the tavern girl's fate that she could not be resurrected. It was not little Wenli's fault. Sob sob sob. Little Wenli cried very sadly. This was the first time she cried in front of Yu Yang. She was completely like a little girl. She did not look like a little god of war at all. Yu Yang sighed softly. He caressed her back and kissed away her tears. He had tried his best, but he still could not succeed. The poor tavern girl had a miserable life. She had lost her only chance of resurrection. Her whole life was a tragedy. Yu Yang shook his head when he saw everyone crying. He kept the corpses of Tu Ching, Kuang Zhan, the golden dragon and the ancient giant beast. He hugged the sobbing little Wenli and prepared to leave this sad place. Suddenly, a volcano that was hidden underground exploded. Rumble, the explosion shook the ground, and fiery red magma spurted into the air. Yu Yang was shocked. These volcano traps were set up by Tu Ching to ambush him. If no one triggered them, they would never explode. How did they break through and explode now? Rumble, 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 rumble. 10 volcano traps that were hidden underground exploded one after another. Blood-red magma spurted into the sky. Volcanic ash, thick smoke, and blood-red magma splattered all over the place. Before Yu Yang could react, Yu suddenly screamed excitedly, "Come here! Look here! There's a shadow here! Look!" Yu Yang looked at the direction of her finger and saw a strange shadow that was formed by flames and thick smoke. It was flying around in the magma of the fire rocks. It went in and out of the magma from time to time, as if it was playing happily. This is? Yu Yang realized that this shadow, which was formed by 30% fire and 70% smoke, looked a little similar to the tavern girl. This shadow did not have a physical body. It seemed to be formed by flames and smoke. However, it could change shape at any time. It could turn into a pillar of smoke that shot into the sky, or a fireball that smashed into the magma. Not only did the magma not harm the shadow's body, but it also increased its energy. The thick smoke and magma of the volcano gradually became a part of the shadow's body after it went in and out of the magma. Yu Yang realized that there was a familiar rune on the shadow's forehead. There was also a faint rune pattern on its body. This was indeed the tavern girl's transformation. She did not die, but she had become a smoke lady formed by thick smoke and flames. She didn't look like a human, but she didn't look like a beast either. He really didn't know how to classify her. However, everyone cheered. As long as the tavern girl could be resurrected, it didn't matter what she became. Little Wenli was the happiest. She hugged Yu Yang's neck and shouted excitedly. Although this resurrection ritual was not successful, it was not a complete failure either. Part of her thought was correct. At least the tavern girl who had wasted a lot of Yu Yang's blood was still alive. At least her soul was still alive. It was just that her body was completely destroyed. She doesn't seem to recognize us anymore. Princess Sisai called out a few times. The smoke lady that was formed by thick smoke and flames twisted her body. She rolled up a cloud of thick smoke and arrived in front of Princess Xianxia. Her pair of eyes that were burning with flame stared at Princess Xianxia for a while. Then, she turned around and left as she couldn't recognize her at all. She looked like a child who had no memories of her past. She only cared about her own fun. It's alright as long as she's happy. Yu Yang smiled. Perhaps this ending was the best for the tavern girl. If she retained her past memories, it would only increase her pain. Wouldn't it be better for her to play freely like this without any restrictions? Not remembering anything and not knowing anything was a kind of happiness. Yu nodded. She agreed with Yu Yang's words. She also felt that this was the best. The tears on Yu Bing's face had not dried yet, but a smile blossomed on her face. It was like a sunny day after a storm. She hugged Yu Yang's arm and acted like a spoiled child. Brother, let's bring her home. It's alright even if she's like this now. Let her live here by herself. She belongs here. It's not a good thing for her to return to the Soaring Dragon continent. Yu Yang caressed Yu Bing's head and rejected her. Won't she feel lonely here alone? Yu Bing asked reluctantly. It's alright. We will visit her when we're free. Yu Yang carried little Winli with one hand and opened a teleportation scroll with the other. He was about to leave. When the smoke lady who was playing happily saw Yu Yang carrying little Winli, she suddenly rushed over with a rumbling sound. She stared at Yu Yang with her burning eyes without blinking. Yu Yang waved his hand at her to bid farewell. She suddenly got closer and stared into Yu Yang's eyes. She even stretched out her burning fingers and tried to scratch Yu Yang's eyes. Princess Xianxia was startled. She immediately reacted, Yu Yang, she still has some memories. She still remembers your eyes. The smoke lady suddenly retracted her hand and turned into thick smoke, flying towards the sky. She turned into a fireball from a very high place and quickly dropped down to the nearest volcano. She happily played with the lava, as if she had no impression of Yu Yang at all. It was just a memory fragment just now. It was not enough to affect her state of mind. Everyone sighed softly. However, Yu Yang only smiled. He turned around and was about to leave. The smoke lady quickly spun around and followed behind Yu Yang. She then spun around and flew to Yu Yang's front to look at his eyes. Yu Yang, try and see if you can summon her. She might be your beast. Try. Princess Xianxia felt that the smoke lady could no longer be called a human. She should be an element-type beast. How is that possible? Humans can't contract other humans. This is absolutely impossible. Yu Yang also knew that warriors could only contract with beasts. It was useless for humans. Try, there are runes and contract circles on her forehead. Not only Princess Xianxia doubted it, everyone had seen this fact with their own eyes. The smoke lady could no longer be called a human. Her memories had disappeared. Her body was made up of smoke and flames. The only thing that was preserved was her soul. Why did it become like this? Everyone was confused. Maybe the old cunning fox or Grandma Wu-Ting would know what was going on. The best thing to do now was to bring her out. Yu Yang tried with his heart and realized that there was really a connection between their minds. However, it was very faint. He tried to summon her back, but realized that there was a resistance that rejected him. The smoke lady, who was looking straight at Yu Yang, was suddenly startled. She turned into a pillar of smoke and flew high into the lava. She disappeared in an instant. Yu Yang summoned his silver grimoire in doubt. When he opened it, he felt dizzy. Sure enough, there was a picture of a smoke lady with thick smoke and flames on the originally blank page. Spirit of flame and smoke, humanoid element type. Silver ranked level 1. Incorporeal. Guardian beast. Incorporeal. Special skills, incorporeal, thick smoke, incinerate. Everyone looked at it and were dumbfounded. How did a perfectly fine person turn into a guardian beast? Wasn't there only one guardian beast? They didn't know that Yu Yang actually had many guardian beasts. However, they had never seen a guardian beast that was transformed from a human like the smoke lady. What surprised Yu Yang the most was that he couldn't control her. This proved that she had high intelligence and knew how to reject others. Her intelligence shouldn't be lower than the Bloody Queen's. If she could be trained properly, her future would be limitless. Forget it, this is also good. Yu Yang felt that it was good to have an ending. There were many things that he couldn't understand anyway. Yeah, this is the best. I hope this is the best. When Yu Bing saw that the tavern girl who saved her mother and sister was not dead and had even become her brother's guardian beast, she was overjoyed. She nodded her head and agreed with her brother's words. When Yu Yang and the others left, the smoke lady floated out of the thick smoke and stared at Yu Yang's back curiously. Although her memories had disappeared, there seemed to be a few fragments of her memories that made her feel that he was different from the others. However, she didn't know how to react to it. When they returned to White Stone City, Yu Yang asked Yu Bing to go to the outer hall and summoned the old cunning fox. The old cunning fox jumped up when he heard it. How is this possible? You guys are trying to trick me and make a fool of me, right? How could a human become a beast? This is impossible. A human being is dead. It's impossible for them to be resurrected, let alone become a beast. What's with your expressions? I, the vice principal, am knowledgeable. I know everything from astronomy to geography. How could I not know this basic knowledge? Where's your evidence? Let me see. I'm going to faint. The old cunning fox couldn't understand why the tavern girl had turned into a spirit of flame and smoke. Grandma Wu-Ting wasn't around, so Yu Yang dismissed the idea of asking others. It would be better if fewer people knew about this. After everyone discussed in the outer hall, they seemed to have come to a conclusion. Yu Yang didn't know what it was exactly, but seeing the old cunning fox winking at him, it seemed like it wasn't a bad thing. After everyone gathered for a long time, the eagle-eyed Xia Ho Wei Lai took Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others away, saying that he wanted to train in hell. Yi Kong and the others felt that they were too far away from Yu Yang. If they followed Yu Yang, they would only be a burden to him. Hence, they gritted their teeth and followed the eagle-eyed man to train. Even the lazy Fatty Hai also started to work hard after Yu Yang's influence. His improvement speed was so fast that it made people's eyeballs pop out. Before Yi Kong left, he asked Yu Yang if he wanted to form a team and join the 100 Schools Elite Tournament. Yu Yang had even killed an innate ranker like Tu Ching before, so he wasn't in the mood to compete with a group of students. However, looking at Yu Bing who was looking at him with anticipation, he nodded his head and agreed. Yu Bing hoped that her brother would be able to wash away the name of trash. Seeing that he agreed to join the 100 Schools Elite Tournament, she nodded her head excitedly. Although he had caused a ruckus in the Yu clan castle previously, there weren't many people who knew that Yu Yang had become a ranker from trash. Yu Bing's thoughts were that if her brother could show off his might in the 100 Schools Elite Tournament and win the championship, no one in the world would laugh at her brother anymore. Let's go to Tong Tian Tower. You can first clear the 12 zodiac temples on the first floor. When you have cultivated the holy beast, we can do the world tree quest together. Brat, you have become stronger, but don't you care about your sister? Bring her along. Princess Sisai didn't give Yu Yang a chance to rest and pulled him along. Have you surpassed level 5? Cousin Yu was worried that Yu Yang had already surpassed level 5. If that was the case, he wouldn't be able to enter the 12 zodiac temples. No. Yu Yang usually did not take out his grimoire to fight, so his level was very low. He was only a level 2, brave man, now. Then let's go. Princess Sisai had been nurtured by her master since she was young. She trained and battled every day, and had long surpassed level 5. She didn't have the chance to enter the 12 zodiac temples, so she was envious of Yu Yang. Of course, in order to pursue the greatest battle power, she had only nurtured her guardian beast. Her strength was also much stronger than her peers. Other than Yu Yang, the abnormal guy from another world, no one else was her match. The old fox was supportive of Yu Yang's training. He expressed that he would stay behind to help Yu Yang settle everything, then send forth Mother and Shuang'er to a safe place to stay. Because Yu Yang had already risen to power and killed Tu Ching and Quang Zhan of the Thousand Goblins sect, the Thousand Goblins sect would not dare to have any ideas about Fourth Mother for the time being. For safety, Jun Wu Yu, Elder Yu Hai and the old fox discussed and decided to send Fourth Mother to a hidden safe place, so that no one would know about her. As for other matters, such as the arrangements of the tavern girl's relatives, they didn't need Yu Yang to worry about them. They had already sent people to fetch them, so that they could live a new life. Yu Yang really wanted to see Anand and City Mistress Fallen Flowers, but both of them had hidden themselves and refused to see him. They seemed to know that their parents were looking for Yu Yang, so they didn't want to see Yu Yang. Anand was slightly better. She left a letter for Yu Yang, saying that she would go home and meet up with Yu Yang at the 100 Schools Elite Tournament. There was no news about City Mistress Fallen Flowers at all. Princess Sisai said that she was cultivating the beautiful demonic flower and a starlight serene indigo grass at home every day. Her days were very comfortable, so she had probably forgotten about Yu Yang. As for the mysterious beauty who looked like the beautiful principal, Princess Sisai didn't mention her at all, as if she didn't exist. Yu Yang wanted to ask, but he felt that Princess Sisai, this rouge tigress, was already jealous when she mentioned fallen flowers. If he asked the mysterious beauty, she might turn into a crazy tigress. In the end, he endured it and didn't ask. If his cousin Yu Yu and sister Yu Bing weren't together, Yu Yang would definitely not let go of this opportunity. This rouge tigress was not bad looking, her figure was even better, and her strength was passable. As for her personality and temper, forget it. The most important point was that this girl's 6 records inherent skill was always a threat. If he pushed her down and made her his woman, then the threat would no longer exist. Although her father Jun Wuyu was an emperor, and pushing down his daughter might anger him, but pushing down this rouge tigress had already become Yu Yang's long-awaited wish, so he definitely couldn't let it go. Maybe Princess Sisai realized that it was dangerous to be with Yu Yang, so she deliberately pulled Yu Yu and even pulled Yu Bing along. In front of his cousin and sister, it was not easy for Yu Yang to become a big pervert. Tong Tian Tower. Returning to the first floor of Tong Tian Tower, Yu Yang was very comfortable this time, with the 3 beauties by his side. The last time he ran through Yulong Valley, he was drenched in sweat. This time, he didn't even need a teleportation scroll. He sat in the sky carriage, which was pulled by a large group of deer eagles. Furthermore, he was treated by Princess Sisai. "I've never seen such a stingy person like you, why are you keeping so much money?" Princess Sisai was furious with Yu Yang's shameless behavior of not paying. "I'm keeping it to get a wife," Yu Yang said confidently. When Princess Sisai heard this, she rolled her eyes. She was depressed for a long time. Even after sitting in the sky carriage for a long time, she still wanted to throw Yu Yang out. Yu Bing had never sat in this kind of sky carriage that cost 20 gold coins. Looking at the scenery outside, she was extremely excited. Yu Yang had sat in planes many times before, so he didn't feel anything towards this slow sky carriage. While the 3 girls were chatting, he took out the mysterious notebook that the tragic guy's parents had left behind. Even with his level 3, divine vision, he couldn't see through the hidden words. However, with his naked eye ability, he could faintly see some information. In his dream world, Yu Yang had learned a kind of innate perception from the big loli that the heavenly sword goddess had transformed into. Combining them, he could vaguely sense some information inside. Maybe those were the information left behind by his mother. She pointed out, when cultivating beasts, the longer the cultivation period is, the greater the growth. Within the same level, the more times a beast learns and breaks through, the better it is. On the contrary, if a beast doesn't learn and only relies on energy to level up, it would be harmful to the beast's growth. She also pointed out that a beast's growth could be divided into 5 different paths. The first path was to rely on energy to level up. Letting the beast swallow magic crystals to level up was the fastest, but also the most harmful to the beast's future growth. The second path was to fight to level up. Letting the beast learn and level up in battle was the best, but the slowest and most dangerous way to level up. It wouldn't be a problem for a super strong warrior, but for a normal warrior with low strength, letting the beast level up in battle was a joke. This was because it would easily cause the beast to die or become crippled. There was no guarantee. This kind of method was best used by warriors with great potential to cultivate their guardian beasts. The third path was to combine the inside and the outside, feeding the beast magic crystals while fighting to level up. This was also the method that most warriors in the Soaring Dragon continent used. Leveling up was fast, but it was only better than the first path that purely relied on energy to cultivate. For a normal warrior, this was the best method, but for a super strong warrior, this was not the best choice. This was because after leveling up to a certain level, the beast would reach a bottleneck. Unless there was a fortuitous encounter, it would never be able to advance further. The fourth path was to combine the human and the beast into one, growing together. This was the best method, but not everyone could use it, as they were limited by their own conditions. Yu Yang noticed that Princess Sisai had used this method. City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the Mysterious Beauty were also similar. Of course, they did not only have one beast, but Princess Sisai only used one guardian beast, so she was more focused on cultivating it. What shocked Yu Yang was that the fifth path was similar to his own body. The pitiful guy's mother pointed out that this kind of growth method could not be replicated. It must be a warrior with a special physique, who could form a blood contract with the beast, turning the beast into a guardian beast. Then, after cultivating the guardian beast to a holy beast and above, using a secret method, the beast could become a mythical beast or even higher. Yu Yang was surprised that the pitiful guy's mother also knew about the blood contract. Furthermore, he realized that he had always used this method to contract beasts. He did not deliberately do it, but the end result was very coincidental. It was the same as the fifth path that the pitiful guy's mother had mentioned. Through the guidance of the mysterious notes, Yu Yang learned a lot of secrets. However, there were even more secrets hidden deep within. Yu Yang sighed inwardly. If his divine vision was upgraded to level 4, he believed that he would be able to discover even more secrets. This mother is definitely an amazing person. Only Queen Vivian Li knew about the blood contract, and she also knew about it. She's not simple. Yu Yang exclaimed in his heart. Yu Yang thought about it carefully now. He felt that his physique was different from other people's, perhaps because he had crossed over to another world. The tavern girl had died, but she had turned into a guardian beast and even contracted with him. This was impossible for the people of the Soaring Dragon continent. There was also the Bloody Queen, who had merged with the Phantom Shadow and became a guardian beast. The Barbarian Cow Shadow had also evolved after taking over the Bronze Barbarian Cow. As for Little Wenli, there was no need to talk about her. Queen Fei Wenli had contracted her and hatched her in front of him. There was also the mysterious Golden Beast and the Reaper Mantis that had not hatched yet. They were also related to his blood. Furthermore, the Thorny Flower Demoness had even licked his blood before. Yu Yang thought about it carefully and felt that he should explore this direction in the future. Unfortunately, his divine vision, level 3, couldn't see through all the information. Yu Yang could only see a limited amount of the secret information left behind by the pitiful guy's mother. What book are you reading? Princess Sisai was very curious. Erotic pictures. Yu Yang was afraid that Tigress would be curious, so he gave her a perverted answer to quell her curiosity. Princess Sisai punched him, but didn't say anything. She had the extremely sharp, 6 records, inherent skill, so she could tell that this brat was lying again. However, although Princess Sisai was curious about his endless secrets, she couldn't force him if he didn't say it out loud. Hearing this, Yu Yu's face turned red. She glanced at Yu Yang awkwardly and saw that it was only a notebook in his hands. She heaved a sigh of relief in her heart, only then did she realize that this mischievous brother was teasing Princess Sisai. Yu Bing had never doubted her brother's ability. Furthermore, she knew that her brother especially liked to tease Princess Sisai, laughing secretly. Right now, she laughed more every day than she did in a month. She had already walked out of the lonely and bitter psychological shadow. Returning to the star's domain, they arrived at the entrance of the 12 golden temples. Princess Sisai and Yu couldn't enter, so they waited outside. Yu Yang and his sister Yu Bing formed a team and entered the 12 zodiac temples. Because Yu Yang had already passed the Aries temple, this time, he and Yu Bing were teleported to the Taurus temple. Brother, let me take the lead. Yu Bing decided to perform well in front of her brother. No, I have a better idea. Yu Yang suddenly thought of a secret technique in the mysterious notebook. Maybe, this secret technique could be used on Yu Bing. Hearing Yu Yang's method, Yu Bing's face turned red from excitement. She asked happily, will this really work? Yu Yang had never tried it before, so he couldn't be sure. However, he patted his sister's head and encouraged her. The Taurus temple was similar to the Aries temple, but it looked bigger. There weren't any mechanical beasts in front of them, but there was a row of ox-head stone statues. When Hui Tai Lang walked closer, those stone statues turned back into ox-head warriors. These ox-head warriors' levels weren't high, they were all bronze-ranked level 3. If Yu Bing summoned 200-years-old Treant defenders, she would probably be able to defeat them. Yu Yang left Hui Tai Lang behind, and all the ox-head warriors outside belonged to him. If it was before, Hui Tai Lang would definitely not be able to handle them. However, after the battle with Lai Lai at the foot of the Cloud Peak Lake, he had evolved into a gold-ranked ancient world-destroying demon wolf, and his strength had increased greatly. After that, even the injured giant Xing Meng was killed by him. It could be said that after 3 days, the current Hui Tai Lang was no longer the iron-backed demon wolf that entered the Ares temple in fear and trepidation. Yu Yang and Yu Bing dashed inside. The ox-head warriors roared threateningly, but they didn't attack the two of them who were protected by the protective shield. Instead, they charged towards Hui Tai Lang, who was disguised as a bronze-ranked level 3. Holding his sister's hand, Yu Yang dashed into the circular corridor outside the temple, and discovered that there were almost 100 evil eyes coming out from everywhere. Those evil eyes floated in the air, their huge eyeballs shooting out rays of white light. If it was someone else, they would definitely hide first. Furthermore, if it was a normal warrior, after clearing the first batch of ox-head warriors, the time limit of half an hour would be up. It would probably be hard for them to kill these evil eyes. Now, Yu Yang and Yu Bing had not even spent a minute before they dashed in. Almost 100 evil eyes shot 2 rounds of light from their eyeballs. When they discovered that their enemies were safe and sound, they pursed their lips and screamed, as if they wanted to use their willpower to intimidate their enemies. Yu Yang didn't feel anything, but Yu Bing's heart palpitated slightly. If she was alone, she would definitely be afraid. But now that her brother was holding her little hand, Yu Bing didn't stop and sprinted all the way into the main passage of the corridor. The evil eyes chased after them, but when they reached the entrance of the tunnel, they turned back as if they were afraid of the boss inside. Oh my god! Yu Bing, who had just rushed in, was shocked by the scene in front of her. At this moment, what appeared in front of Yu Yang and Yu Bing was a group of barbaric bulls. There were 10 gigantic bronze-ranked barbaric bulls, each of them bronze-ranked level 5. There were also 5 extremely muscular barbaric bulls, all of them were silver-ranked level 5. Furthermore, there were 2 gold-ranked level 5 barbaric bulls. They were even bigger than a normal wooden house, each of their legs was even taller than Yu Yang. Their gigantic eyes were red, as if they were about to drip blood. They stared at Yu Yang and Yu Bing with a peculiar killing intent. These 2 gold-ranked level 5 gold-ranked barbaric bulls seemed to be mini-bosses. They each occupied a small space on both sides, and each gold-ranked barbaric bull occupied less than 10% of the space. The one that occupied 80% of the space and had nothing around it was the real boss. It was a white bull that was lying lazily on the ground, snoring loudly. This white bull wasn't a barbaric bull at all. It looked like it didn't have any lethality at all. On the surface, this white bull looked smaller than any of the other barbaric bulls. It didn't look like a boss at all. However, none of the barbaric bulls dared to go near it. Yu Yang's eyes were extremely sharp. He could clearly see that there was also a gold-ranked item like the golden bell on the white bull's nose. It was a golden hoop. The white bull was lazy. It ignored Yu Yang and Yu Bing's arrival and continued snoring loudly. Yu Yang realized something strange. Outside, the pressure that Tu Chang's summoned beasts, the gold-ranked level 7 ancient giant beast and gold dragon gave him was far inferior to this gold-ranked level 6 white bull and Ares Temple's gold-ranked level 6 chimera. Not only was this white bull strong, it also gave people a feeling of intelligence. It gave Yu Yang a feeling of intelligence and spirituality. If they were to really compare, Yu Yang reckoned that Tu Chang's gold-ranked level 7 ancient giant beast and gold dragon couldn't even compare to the gold-ranked level 7 Reaper Mantis. Their levels were higher, or at the same level, but why couldn't they compare? Was it because of strengthening type beasts? Grandma Wu Ting's words and the information in the mysterious diary suddenly flashed past Yu Yang's mind. Grandma Wu Ting had once said that only beasts with high intelligence could evolve into holy beasts and become stronger. The pitiful guy's mother had also mentioned that the more beasts broke through at the same level, the longer the cultivation period was, the greater their growth would be. If all these were put together, it could be concluded that beasts of the same level, or even the same level, would differ greatly due to different cultivation and different experiences. Although Chang's ancient giant beast and gold dragon were of superior species and higher levels, they couldn't compare to the reaper mantis that lived in the wild. Compared to the intelligent three-headed chimera and gold-white bull that guarded the 12 golden palaces, they couldn't compare at all. Looking at the three-headed chimera and gold-white bull, even if they weren't holy beasts, they weren't far from it. Yu Yang reflected in his heart. If beasts were like this, wouldn't it be the same for humans? Many martial artists had climbed to level 4 or even level 5 very early on, but they could never reach level 6 for the rest of their lives. On the contrary, there were some martial artists who took their time to cultivate, step by step, and steadily climbed to level 6, elder, or even higher. For example, Yu Bing, who trained hard and continuously broke through, although she was only a level 3 hero, her strength could even fight against some level 5 grandmasters, and she might not be at a disadvantage. Could this mean that warriors who trained for a long period of time would have more breakthroughs and become stronger at the same level? This point, Yu Yang couldn't be sure. However, he decided to train Yu Bing like this, not letting her level up until her strength far surpassed her level, and finally break through naturally. Thinking about himself, Yu Yang felt that he had also walked this path. Bing heir, don't be afraid. Now that we have the shield, they can't do anything to us. Let's go to the left passage. Yu Yang now realized that other than the difference in levels, there was also a huge gap between beasts of the same level. There was even a huge gap between intelligent beasts and normal beasts. No wonder Grandma Wu Ting said that only intelligent beasts could evolve into holy beasts. The gold-ranked level 5 gold barbarian bull was at most 10 times weaker than the gold-ranked level 6 white bull. Now, it seemed that the difference in strength was almost 100 times. That day when they fought against the three-headed chimera, little Winley had spent a lot of effort and almost killed the three-headed chimera, but the sheep head had recovered instantly. Now, this white bull seemed to be not simple. If Yu Yang could use his innate strength, he would definitely win. However, in the 12 golden temples of Star Domain, under the ancient code, he could only watch from the side. Furthermore, he had used too much innate strength previously. Even if he could use his innate strength here, Yu Yang would still need 3 months to recover. At first, Yu Yang thought that he would be able to finish the remaining 11 temples in one go, but now it seemed that it was impossible. At the end of the left passage, there was also a group of ox-head warriors. Yu Yang and Yu Bing summoned their grimoires at the same time. Yu Bing summoned 200-year-old Treant defenders, but she followed Yu Yang's instructions and kept her grimoire, not collecting any battle experience. Yu Yang summoned the barbarian cow shadow and the bloody queen. He couldn't summon the bloody queen, but little Winley could help him. Yu Yang felt a little speechless. He actually couldn't control his own summoned beasts. Furthermore, it wasn't just the bloody queen. It seemed that other than little Winley and the barbarian cow shadow, the others weren't very obedient. The battle ended very quickly. Yu Yang didn't immediately bring Yu Bing to the right passage. Instead, he wanted to see if there were any treasures here. According to the usual practice, there should be some treasures that could help them clear the trial. Yu Yang searched around in the left hall, but other than a huge painting on the wall, there was nothing else. In the painting, there were a few ox-head warriors killing a barbarian cow. The painting was very lifelike, and the barbarian cow was using Doom's eyes. An ox-head warrior was killed by the barbarian cow shadow stare, and its companions were angrily waving their blood-stained axes towards the barbarian cow. There was nothing wrong with the painting, and there were no traps. There were no treasures, no abnormalities, and no traps. Yu Yang couldn't understand it no matter how hard he thought about it. The half-hour time limit of the protective shield disappeared minute by minute. To Yu Yang, it didn't matter, but to Yu Bing, it was the most important protection. If he wanted to bring her to participate in more battles, he must have this absolute protective shield. The beasts outside were all barbarian cows. Being stared at by a barbarian cow was no joke. Yu Yang carried Yu Bing on his back and ran out of the left hall, directly flying past the white bull. His judgment was very accurate. Although those gold-ranked barbarian cows were extremely angry, they didn't dare to enter the white bull's territory. On the other hand, the white bull snorted indifferently and continued to sleep. The appearance of the bloody queen in the sky caused a slight disturbance in the herd of barbarian cows. The bloody queen was now platinum-ranked level 5, and she was also a platinum-ranked king beast. The invisible deterrence made the herd of barbarian cows a little uncomfortable. Even the white bull opened its eyes in its sleep. However, when the bloody queen flew past, it closed its eyes and continued to sleep. The barbarian cow shadow also flew past. The two towering 100-year-old Treant defenders followed him clumsily. The white bull suddenly opened its eyes wide. With a glare, the 200-year-old Treant defenders flew out 10 meters away as if they were hit by a battering ram. Fortunately, the 200-year-old Treant defenders had extremely strong vitality. They were only heavily injured and didn't die immediately. They slowly got up and continued to follow their master. Yu Yang and Yu Bing had already rushed into the passage and immediately returned. Seeing this scene, they were stunned. Yu Yang couldn't understand why the white bull attacked the Treant defenders. The barbarian cow shadow also ran past in front of it, so why didn't it attack? Time waits for no man. Seeing that the Treant defenders weren't dead, Yu Yang didn't have time to study them. He immediately carried Yu Bing on his back and entered the right hall. The bloody queen's speed was extremely fast. She had already started fighting with the Oxhead warriors in the right hall. The barbarian cow shadow soon joined in. Yu Yang carried Yu Bing on his back and stood in the middle of the chaotic battlefield. He stared dumbfoundedly at the wall of the right hall. It was a messy mural. It seemed like he had to completely restore this huge mural to the one on the left in order to activate the mechanism and obtain the treasure to clear the trial. Oh my god, don't play with me like this. Yu Yang sweated profusely. Just now, he was only focused on finding the mechanism and the flaw. Although he had seen the mural in the left hall, he didn't pay attention to the details. He didn't pay special attention to some of the small details. If the mural was not complete, he wouldn't be able to activate the mechanism and wouldn't be able to get the treasure to clear the trial. If there wasn't a time limit, Yu Yang could just run back and record it again. However, there was an hourglass on top of the mural. Just now, when the bloody queen started fighting with the Oxhead warriors, the hourglass slowly turned upside down and sand continuously fell down. The hourglass definitely wouldn't last more than 10 minutes. If he wanted to run back and forth, observe the mural on the left carefully, and then run back to the messy puzzle on the right within 10 minutes, it definitely wouldn't be enough. If it was someone else, it would be even more impossible to succeed. This was because other people probably wouldn't even be able to kill all the Oxhead warriors in 10 minutes, however, Yu Yang didn't want to give up. Bing Air, be careful. I'll complete the mural. The treasure to clear the trial can only be obtained after this mural is completed. Stand further away, there might be traps later. Yu Yang put Yu Bing down. He wasn't confident that he could complete the mural in 10 minutes. Especially since there were many details that he didn't remember. Yu Yang only remembered that a group of Oxhead warriors killed a barbarian bull. Now, it was broken into pieces. Moreover, Yu Yang tried it. This kind of puzzle could only move right, up and down. It couldn't move left, which was even more of a headache. Brother, do your best. Yu Bing was full of confidence in Yu Yang. Yu Yang cursed the designer of this wall with all his might. He didn't know who was so wicked as to create such a thing to trick people. Time passed by minute. There was no time to complete the mural puzzle. Yu Yang wanted to summon a big hammer and smash the wall a few times, but he endured it in the end. He reminded himself again and again to calm down. He had to calm down now, or else all his previous efforts would be wasted. The designer wanted the challenger to lose control of his emotions, waste time, and ultimately fail to clear the stage. Since the design was made, there must be a way to complete it, and there must be enough time to complete it. It was impossible that there was no chance at all. There must be a way. Yu Yang tried to sense it, but it was useless. There was nothing special about this mural. It was just a restoration mechanism. There was no shortcut. He had to restore it 100% in order to solve it. Brother? Me, do you need my help? Let me help you too. Yu Bing saw that her brother had stopped and quickly came over to comfort him. Brother, we will definitely succeed. Let's think of a way together. Okay. Yu Yang knew that Yu Bing wouldn't be of much help, but he smiled at her. It would be impossible to continue to restore the mural from memory. He had to find the most important key point. There must be a point that could be the supporting point of the entire reconstruction. According to the right, up and down direction, Yu Yang thought that there must be a point in the center of the mural. Only by finding it could he successfully connect to the rest of the mural. Among the 28 mural pieces, there must be one that was the most important point. Which one was it? Was it the one where the barbarian bull killed the ox-head warrior? Or was it the one where the ox-head warrior killed the barbarian bull in anger? If he was wrong, he would fail the stage. What should he choose? The sand in the hourglass fell quickly. Time waited for no one. Yu Yang felt that these two pieces had the highest possibility. He clenched his teeth and decided to give it a try. Just as Yu Yang was about to jump up, he felt a piercing pain in his eyes. It was as if there was a dazzling light piercing through his closed eyelids and into his brain. It was as if a pillar of light had blasted a path through the darkness. In Yu Bing's eyes, her brother was bathed in golden light. Even if he covered his eyes with his hands, she could still see the piercingly cold light flashing through the gaps of his fingers. It was incomparably glorious, making people unable to look directly at it. Yu Bing was overjoyed. Could it be that her brother had some kind of breakthrough at this time? Was it his concealment, inherent skill? Did he level up because he was using his concealment, inherent skill to find the mural? Yu Yang flew up the wall and moved like lightning. In less than a minute, he had restored the huge mural. When he slowly landed, the entire hall shook, followed by the muffled sound of a mechanism. Yu Bing did not care about anything else, she was only concerned about her brother. The moment Yu Yang landed, she jumped into his embrace and hugged him tightly. She was extremely nervous, afraid that something would happen to her brother. She saw that there were golden patterns flashing in Yu Yang's eyes, which were as bright as the sun. There was also a rune circle spinning faintly between his eyebrows. Very quickly, the piercingly cold light disappeared, and his eyes became clear again. Her brother had finally returned to the brother that she was familiar with. Yu Bing secretly heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. Just now, she saw that her brother was about to fly into the sky, which made her very worried. She thought that her brother was going to abandon her and fly to the legendary heaven realm. Not to mention Yu Bing, even Yu Yang himself did not expect that the level 4, Divine Vision, would have such an intense change. He felt that the level 4, Divine Vision, and Naked Eye Connection, had merged seamlessly, forming a new ability. It was as if he could see through objects and see their essence. But that state was very tiring, as he had to expend a large amount of innate qi every second. In Yu Yang's Divine Vision state just now, Yu Bing's clothes instantly became transparent, and her snow-white body could be seen faintly. This scared him so much that he quickly dispelled the effect of Divine Vision, or else some things that he should not have seen would be completely exposed. Yu Yang lightly patted Yu Bing's head and comforted her. "It's okay, I'm fine. My concealment innate skill has leveled up, and I found the boundary point of the mechanism, so I completed the mural. Let's go and see what treasures there are." In his heart, he muttered "I'm not a siscon" many times. Only when his lust gradually shrunk did Yu Yang secretly heave a sigh of relief. How would Yu Bing know what Yu Yang was thinking? Her thoughts were extremely pure, and she never thought about such things. She nodded her head and obediently followed Yu Yang. The mechanism opened up a passage on the side wall, and after entering for a few dozen meters, there was a flat altar. There were 3 treasures on the altar. They varied in size. What made Yu Yang sweat profusely was that there was a wooden sign on the altar, engraved with the words "Choose 2 out of 3. Yu Yang did not care about this rule. He had worked so hard to open the wall, only an idiot would take 2 items. He was about to throw the wooden plate away and keep all the treasures, but Yu Bing was very obedient and quickly stopped her brother's greedy behavior. "The rules say that we can only take 2 treasures. Let's just take 2. If we take too many, we might trigger some kind of mechanism and the stone wall will close up. Let's just follow the rules and clear the trial." "Alright, you choose one." Yu Yang had already looked around, and there were no traps around. Taking more or less had nothing to do with the traps. Perhaps it was related to the rewards after clearing the trial. Yu Yang endured it. His main goal was the wisdom reward after clearing the trial. No matter how good this treasure was, it could not compare to the wisdom reward from the ancient code. Yu Bing chose a silver ring. Yu Yang saw that it was only a poison detection ring, and was completely useless. However, since Yu Bing liked it, he did not stop her. Yu Bing took the silver ring, and realized that it did not fit on any of her fingers. Her fingers were too small. However, she could not bear to put it down just like that. When she realized that Yu Yang was looking at her, she mischievously stuck out her tongue. As for the remaining two treasures, one was a pearl necklace. Using his divine vision to observe, Yu Yang realized that it was a consumable item called soul pearl. It could resist soul damage for up to 3 times. If it was somewhere else, Yu Yang would not care about this kind of trash treasure at all. However, here, it was really a good treasure. Because the death gaze of the group of barbaric bulls outside was a great killing weapon that could destroy souls and instantly kill enemies. Although Yu Yang did not intend to let Yu Bing participate in the battle, wearing this made him feel more at ease. Yu Yang put the pearl necklace on her. Yu Bing suddenly blushed, and said softly, "Mom said that it's best for girls not to wear pearls." Yu Yang did not understand. He remembered that the function of pearls was to calm the nerves, clear the heat and nourish the yin, clear the eyes and detoxify. Why couldn't girls wear pearls? Thus, he asked curiously, why not? Yu Bing shook her head, and did not explain. Instead, she obediently lowered her head and let her brother put on the pearl necklace. Her pink little neck and the white pearls contrasted beautifully. Her skin was soft and moist, and Yu Yang really had the urge to kiss it lightly. However, this was his sister. Yu Yang swallowed his saliva, suppressed his thoughts, and put on the serious look of a brother. He gently stroked Yu Bing's black hair, and nodded at her, "Then let's go." The remaining treasure was a silver dagger. Yu Yang felt that this long dagger called Eye Destroyer should be a treasure used to deal with those evil eyes outside. He already had the dragon-slaying dagger, so it was fine if he did not want it. Perhaps Yu Bing felt that she was being willful, but she also seemed to be thinking for her brother's sake. She put the silver ring back on the altar, and picked up the silver dagger called Eye Destroyer. She caught up with Yu Yang and handed the silver dagger to her brother. "Here. Don't you like that ring?" Yu Yang did not understand why she was willing to put the silver ring down. "It's okay, the dagger is more useful to brother. Moreover, I already have a pearl necklace." Yu Bing's little face bloomed into a smile, as if it was the first clear day after a snowstorm. That smile made Yu Yang startled. He took the dagger, and then gently pinned the small dagger to her waist. "I'll give you another dagger, you must use it to protect yourself." Yu Bing nodded very firmly. As for that flashy but impractical poison testing ring, she had long forgotten about it. Her first choice might not necessarily be the right one, but she knew that her brother would choose the best and most correct choice for her, whether it was a treasure or a life. Yu Yang left Yu Bing at the entrance of the right passage. Now that the protective barrier had disappeared, if she went out and was glared at by any of the barbarian bulls, Yu Yang would not be willing to see the consequences, even if she had the soul pearl. Yu Yang would not let her take the risk. Of course, he would not let her watch without doing anything either. He took out a healing crystal and healed the 200-years-old Treant defenders. At the same time, he brought the Bloody Queen and the barbarian cow Shadow out to fight against the barbarian bulls. The 2 golden barbarian bulls were personally lured away by Yu Yang. With them around, even if the Bloody Queen and the barbarian cow Shadow could win, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Yu Yang brought the 2 golden barbarian bulls and went straight to the left passage. The golden barbarian bulls would not enter and would roar outside. Yu Yang took the opportunity to go in and summon the thorny flower demoness. He could not waste the ox-head warriors' corpses. Of course, he could not let Yu Bing know about this. The thorny flower demoness had devoured countless rancors these few days. Most of them had not been digested yet. The corpses of Tu Qing and Kuang Zhan were still in the 2 thorny flower demons' huge stalks. It seemed like she was planning to save these 2 innate rancors' corpses for her 3rd evolution, to use them when she became the golden crown thorny flower queen. When Yu Yang summoned the Thorny Flower Demoness, he discovered that the silver-ranked level 1 Thorny Flower Demoness had already evolved to gold-ranked level 1. Her small body that was originally around 11 or 12 years old had grown even bigger. She looked to be around 13 or 14 years old, only slightly smaller than Yu Bing. There were even some bulges in front of her chest, they were incomparably tender. The clothes that Yu Yang had given her last time were no longer suitable. Furthermore, this Thorny Flower Demoness did not like to wear clothes. The moment she was summoned, she jumped into Yu Yang's embrace happily, giggling. After evolving, her intelligence seemed to have increased. She now knew how to please her master. She even stuck out her little tongue and licked Yu Yang's face, just like a kitten. Yu Yang sweated profusely. Luckily he did not let Yu Bing see this. Otherwise, she would definitely misunderstand him as a lolicon. I don't have time to play with you. Put on your clothes immediately and clean up the corpses. I'm very busy. Let go of me. The Thorny Flower Demoness was very mischievous, but Yu Yang's words were still very effective. The moment he said it, she immediately put on her clothes in front of Yu Yang, her butt naked. Although she did not wear her pants over her head this time, she did not know how to differentiate between the front and back of her clothes, especially her undergarments. Yu Yang sweated profusely when he saw this. He hurriedly took off her undergarments and put them on for her personally. He did not feel it when he was changing her clothes, but when he went out to lure the gold-ranked barbarian bulls again, he recalled that beautiful scene just now. His heart was secretly burning. If this Thorny Flower Demoness continued to grow, it seemed that she would evolve into a mature lady sooner or later. At that time, her body would be completely naked. Yu Yang did not dare to think about it anymore. He was afraid that he would have a nosebleed the moment he thought about it. After walking one round, Yu Yang realized that Yu Bing's 200 years old Treant defenders had been killed by the barbarian bulls, Doom's Eyes. He hurriedly asked the Bloody Queen to come over and lure the 2 gold-ranked barbarian bulls away. The barbarian cow shadow was strengthened by the giant shadow. She was not at a disadvantage when fighting against the herd of barbarian bulls alone. Other than the 5 silver-ranked level 5 barbarian bulls that could fight against her head-on, the other 10 bronze-ranked level 5 barbarian bulls could only use barbaric charge. They did not dare to stop in front of the barbarian cow shadow easily, otherwise she would be knocked down. "Oh man, use your combat skills, use your combat skills." Yu Yang taught the barbarian cow shadow some combat skills, but she was not used to using combat skills at all times. Most of her attacks were based on instinct. Yu Yang was now a little aware of the innate disadvantage of his combat skills. Maybe the reason why Princess Sisai brought him here was to show him where his weakness was. His strongest combat skill was at the innate realm. If it were other innates, they would not be at such a disadvantage. This was because they relied on their beasts to reach the innate realm, and trained hard for 100 to 200 years. Their skills were profound, and their beast strengths and levels were astonishing. Innates who focused on combat skills, such as the 2 brothers Tu Qing and Quang Zhan, their beasts and beast strengths should be the weakest among all the innate rankers. Hence, when he killed them, they did not have any strong beasts to protect their lives. In the end, they were instantly killed by him when he exploded. If it were other innate rankers, even if they could not defeat him, they might not necessarily be killed by him. If Tu Qing and Quang Zhan did not rely on strengthening type beasts, or if there was a highly intelligent holy beast among their beasts, would he really be able to kill them so easily? Only when both legs were the same length would it be easier to walk. One long and one short, that was a cripple. Now that his combat skills had improved, he was still lacking in terms of beasts. This might be the real reason why Princess Sisai asked him to come to the 12 zodiac temples to pass the test, nurture holy beasts, and strengthen his beasts. "Brother, will that method really work?" Yu Bing asked excitedly when she saw that Yu Yang had returned. She really wished that she could help her brother, but she was just too weak. The bronze-ranked level 500 years old Treant defender was enough to deal with a normal warrior, but in front of a large group of barbarian bulls, being stared at by dozens of barbarian bulls of the same level or even higher, no matter how strong he would not be able to withstand it. Fortunately, the 100 years old Treant defender was a guardian beast, so it would not really die. Yu Yang also did not know whether that secret method would work or not, but he could not say it. He had to let his sister maintain her confidence. He nodded towards Yu Bing, expressing his affirmation. If that secret method worked, then Yu Yang was confident that he would be able to pass the 12 zodiac temples with his sister. If that secret method worked, Yu Yang was even confident that he could slowly nurture his sister, City Mistress Fallen Flowers, Princess Sisai, and the others into innate rankers. However, they might have to suffer a little, because that secret method was really a little. The pitiful guy's mother mentioned a secret technique. This secret technique was suitable for couples or husband and wife to use together. Furthermore, the more tacit the two parties worked together, the more powerful the secret technique would be. The specific way to display this technique was to connect the minds of the couple. When they were in perfect harmony, they would then use their spirit energy to connect, just like how warriors used their spirit energy to summon beasts. The two of them would transfer their spirit energy to each other, combining their strength to summon beasts. If this secret technique reached a certain level, they could even join hands to use battle skills. This kind of summoning and battle skill would be even more powerful. There might even be unexpected changes. Of course, the specific effects would vary from person to person. However, it would definitely be more powerful than a single person. This kind of ancient secret technique had been lost for thousands of years. The pitiful guy's mother had also obtained it unintentionally. She felt that the secret technique was still incomplete and not 100% complete. Otherwise, their combined strength would be at least 10 times stronger. In the end, she renamed the secret technique she had created, body fusion. Originally, this, body fusion, was best practiced by couples or husband and wife. However, Yu Yang couldn't help but take it out. Although Yu Yang was a big pervert, he actually didn't have any evil intentions towards his sister. The reason why he took out this, body fusion, secret technique wasn't because he wanted to take advantage of her, but because he saw that his sister wasn't strong enough. He really wanted to help her. Yu Bing was obedient and stubborn. She usually trained very hard. However, she lacked guidance from the plant type and improved very slowly. Yu Yang couldn't bear to see her like this. He always felt that he wasn't doing his duty as a brother. As for how to use this, body fusion, secret technique, Yu Yang felt that as long as he was righteous, it wouldn't matter even if he used the secret technique. Furthermore, Yu Bing wouldn't think in such an evil way. She was just a pure little girl who thought that her brother was going to use this secret technique to help her increase her strength. At the same time, Yu Yang didn't tell her everything about the secret technique. He only asked her to cooperate and told her that he would transfer his spirit energy into her body. At that time, she would be able to use her spirit energy to summon beasts. Brother, I'm ready. Yu Bing placed her soft little hand on her brother's palm and slowly closed her eyes. She followed the method taught by Yu Yang and meditated calmly. Due to her trust towards her brother, she naturally entered a state of emptiness. Normal girls would have a mental barrier against others, but to her, it didn't exist at all. The one who connected with her mind was her brother. Yu Bing felt extremely at ease. Yu Yang was stunned by how quickly this little girl entered the ethereal state. He quickly cleared his mind and transferred his innate chi to her body. Innate chi flowed through her body, just like how it flowed through Yu Yang. Innate chi flowed through her body and flowed through to her other hand. Yu Yang praised in his heart. He quickly got rid of all the distracting thoughts in his mind and gently transferred his innate chi over. Yu Bing's body slightly trembled, but she did not resist. The innate chi flowed along the meridians in her arm slowly, just like how it circulated in Yu Yang's body. It flowed through her body once and then extended to her other hand. Although more than half of the innate chi in her body had disappeared, it was still very abundant for her body, which had not opened its meridians yet. Yu Bing naturally reached out her hand and summoned her grimoire. Originally, she needed to rest for at least an hour before she could summon it again. Right now, she could successfully summon the grimoire even before the time limit was up. Furthermore, it was much easier and more natural than her usual summoning. She could summon the grimoire almost effortlessly. Yu Bing felt a brilliant golden light flashing in her heart. It was as if she could see her brother's image in the golden light. His face was hidden in the golden light, and she couldn't see it clearly. However, she could feel his powerful might. His eyes were as bright as the stars. She felt her body becoming lighter and lighter, as though she was melting in the golden light. Her body flew towards her brother as light as a feather. When she flew closer, she realized that her brother was a giant. He was more than 10 meters tall. Compared to him, she was very small. Her brother reached out a giant golden hand in the golden light. It was covered with dark golden runic circles. He easily grabbed her in his palm. Then, a large amount of energy erupted from his palm, causing her palm to grow rapidly. Yu Bing realized that after she received her brother's energy, she became a giant that could support both heaven and earth. She stood on her brother's palm. When she stretched out her hand, it was as though she could touch the sky. If she opened her eyes, she would realize that her body was floating in the air. Her hand was still holding on to Yu Yang's hand, floating 3 feet above the ground. Behind her, there was an illusion of a green female giant that was 10 meters tall, emitting a light green light. She looked very similar to Yu Bing, but more mature. Her hair was like a tree that had sprouts and leaves. There was also a light green light wing on her back. It looked like leaves, flowers, rainbows. Yu Yang was dumbstruck. However, he was afraid that his state of mind would affect the changes in Yu Bing's body. He quickly calmed himself down and continued to transfer his innate qi into Yu Bing's body. After the first meridian was opened, Yu Bing, who was in deep thought, suddenly let out a shout. A golden light appeared on her body. The light green female giant bent over and hugged the golden light. Then, both of them entered Yu Bing's body. Yu Bing's beginner silver grimoire emitted a golden light and automatically leveled up to become an intermediate silver grimoire. At the same time, she flipped the pages quickly. On a blank page, there was an additional picture. It was the picture of the green female giant whose body was surrounded by a golden light. Yu Bing's aura exploded. Her clothes turned into ashes and the shockwave from her body caused the group of barbarian bulls to run away in fear. The white bull, who was sleeping soundly, opened its eyes wide and looked at her. Its eyes shone with the light of wisdom. No one knew what it was thinking about. The 200-years-old Treant defenders that had died earlier were automatically summoned. They respectfully knelt in front of Yu Bing. Yu Yang realized that Yu Bing's body shook and fainted. She fell from the sky. He quickly caught her and held her in his arms. Without caring about her naked body, he quickly took out some clothes and helped her put them on. In the end, he curiously looked at Yu Bing's silver grimoire that had just leveled up, green light tree demoness, humanoid elemental type. Silver ranked level 1. Guardian beast. Incorporeal elemental body. Affinity with nature. Special skills, recovery, green rush, spiritual root. Guardian beast? Yu Yang never thought that Yu Bing could have 2 guardian beasts. Was this her original inherent skill, or was it because of his innate qi? If he used body fusion on City Mistress Fallen Flowers, Princess Sisai and the Mysterious Beauty, would they be like Yu Bing? Yu Bing's current state, was it her limit, or was there still potential that could be unearthed? Yu Yang couldn't explain, nor could he understand the truth. He only knew that this was an extremely good thing. Obtaining a guardian beast meant a lot to Yu Bing. Even an idiot would know that her future was limitless. Compared to Yu Yang, the abnormal guy who had n number of guardian beasts, she was definitely not as good. However, compared to others, Yu Bing had already won by a huge margin of 1 guardian beast at the starting line. Furthermore, this was just the beginning. Perhaps, as her body fusion leveled up, there would be even more surprises. The pitiful guy's mother was right. This kind of ancient secret skill, if used correctly, would be of great benefit to both parties. When Yu Yang placed his hand on Yu Bing's silver grimoire and channeled his innate qi into it, miraculously, the image of the female giant, the green light tree demoness, was summoned by him. She had shrunk a lot compared to before, about 3 meters. Her body was still transparent, but it was obviously better than before. The green light tree demoness seemed to have intelligence. She looked at Yu Yang curiously, as if surprised that it was Yu Yang who summoned her instead of her master. She threw 2 balls of green light at the 100-years-old Treant defenders. The 2 Treant defenders' battle power immediately increased, and they rushed towards the bronze-ranked barbaric bull. With a combined attack, they sent one of the bronze-ranked barbaric bulls flying. The green light tree demoness looked at Yu Yang again, and stretched out her transparent finger to touch Yu Yang's body. Realizing that it couldn't enter Yu Yang's body, she shook her head and slowly entered Yu Bing's body. N. Yu Bing's eyelashes trembled slightly. Then, she opened her eyes and woke up. When she saw that Yu Yang was hugging her, she was immediately overjoyed. She hugged Yu Yang and shouted, "Brother, I had a dream. I dreamt that brother became so tall as a skyscraper, and glowed like the sun." Yu Yang sweated inwardly when he heard this. This little girl could easily enter the realm of emptiness, but he couldn't. It seemed that there were still countless mysteries waiting for him to explore. Body fusion. Yu Bing jumped down from her brother's embrace. She was surprised to find that her 200 years old Treant defenders were fighting against a few bronze-ranked barbaric bulls in an awe-inspiring manner. They were not at a disadvantage at all. Curious, she tilted her head and asked Yu Yang, "Brother, how did I summon my Treants? Did I do this in my dream? Why is there another title in my grimoire?" Yu Yang followed her finger and saw that there was a title behind the level 3 beginner, hero, title, tree spirit. Yu Yang remembered that there was another title behind the level 1, apprentice, title that normal people couldn't see, innate. His title was dark gold in color, while his sister's new title was green in color. Maybe it had something to do with her new ability. Flipping the page again, Yu Bing saw that she had another guardian beast. She was immediately dumbfounded. She looked at Yu Yang in disbelief, as if she wanted her brother to personally confirm it. Only then would she believe that this unbelievable surprise was a reality. "Congratulations, Bing heir. You have another guardian beast." Yu Yang caressed Yu Bing's soft hair. "Wha? Who knew that Yu Bing would jump into his embrace and burst into tears?" Her tears flowed uncontrollably. Yu Yang had to coax her for a long time before she could stop crying. She then laughed embarrassedly. I'm just happy, too happy." "Did brother give it to me?" "Thank you, brother." "No, it's something you've got yourself." "Forget it, it's fine. Another guardian beast is nothing. Be good, don't cry." Seeing that Yu Bing wouldn't believe him no matter how he tried to explain, Yu Yang decided to let her think what she wanted. Although it wasn't him who gave it to her, it was still related to him. Yu Bing had never been so happy in her entire life. She smiled as she wiped away her tears. That cute expression of hers made Yu Yang gasp in amazement. The current Yu Bing, compared to her previous lonely and cold appearance of a masked widow, was like heaven and earth. The battle outside continued. The barbarian cow Shadow, a man, continued to trample on the ground. Once she stunned her opponent, she would immediately grab the barbarian cow's horn and flip it over. The Bloody Queen hovered in the air, attacking from time to time. The dragon-slaying dagger in her small hands had already killed 3 bronze-ranked barbarian cows. She had even lured 2 gold-ranked barbarian cows far away. At first, the barbarian cow Shadow, a man, who was being attacked from both front and back, was a little strained. However, with the addition of the 200-year-old Treant defenders who had been strengthened by the green light tree demoness, she gradually turned the tables. Seeing that the white bull had finally stood up, Yu Yang realized that a fierce battle was coming. He hurriedly told Yu Bing to stay in the tunnel, while he rushed towards the white bull. The white bull, no matter if it was the Bloody Queen or the barbarian cow Shadow, they wouldn't be able to fight it. Its opponent could only be Little Winley due to the restrictions of the ancient code. Yu Yang could only watch and was unable to attack. Yu Yang couldn't see how strong the white bull was even with his level 4, divine vision. He only felt that this white bull was stronger than the previous 3-headed chimera. Little Winley turned into a rainbow light and floated out, circling around Yu Yang's body. Although Yu Yang couldn't attack, his extremely fast speed and reflexes were still very helpful in the battle. He couldn't attack, but he could still dodge. With his support, Little Winley's battle power would also rise to a higher level. The white bull's eyes that were filled with intelligence gradually became filled with killing intent. The white bull's eyes widened, and a terrifying thought wave covered the sky and covered the earth. If it were other beasts, they would have run away long ago even if their legs had gone soft. However, Little Winley didn't panic at all. She reached out to Yu Yang and let him carry her into the sky. Yu Yang summoned his grimoire and raised his protective shield, blocking the attack the moment the thought wave arrived. At the same time, he threw Little Winley down and let her fly towards the white bull like an arrow. The white bull's weakness was on the top of its back. This was the only angle that the bullseyes couldn't attack. Although there were no flaws in front, behind, left, or right, there was a small space above the spine, which was its blind spot. The closer it was to the spine, the bigger the blind spot. If it was high up in the sky, it would be easier for the white bull to turn around and stare at it. Little Winley twisted her small waist in midair and glided down beautifully. She changed her flight path from time to time to prevent the white bull from turning its head to stare at her. This white bull was good at thought attacks. Close combat should be its weakness. Yu Yang gradually became more experienced in dealing with enemies. He made the most reasonable tactical arrangement. Coupled with Little Winley's excellent reaction and automatic adjustment, Yu Yang was confident in Little Winley. She would definitely defeat this white bull. As long as she could get close, as long as she could use her binding talent, as long as there was a chance to get close and attack, then the white bull would definitely lose. Back then, the three-headed chimera was also defeated by Little Winley in this way. Moo moo. Unexpectedly, the white bull suddenly stood up like a human, no longer having any blind spots. The bull's eye stared straight at Little Winley, who was swimming at high speed, and the thought wave storm once again exploded. Yu Yang suddenly appeared behind Little Winley, holding her in his arms. In the instant that the thought wave attacked her, he disappeared without a trace. This was the teleportation skill that he learned from the Marquis of Zijin. It consumed a lot of innate chi, so he didn't use it easily. Now that the situation was critical, Yu Yang saved Little Winley in time. Although Little Winley was a guardian beast and wouldn't really die, Yu Yang still didn't want to see her get hurt, let alone die. Yu Yang couldn't be sure whether this white bull's thought wave storm had the ability to kill the enemy instantly like Doom's eyes. He definitely wouldn't take the risk. After the surprise attack failed, Yu Yang and Little Winley gave up the first wave of attack at the same time and started swimming again. They were very patient and looked for the best opportunity. Among all the surprise attacks, this was the first time that Yu Yang and Little Winley were seen through and forced to retreat by the opponent. It seemed that the white bull's intelligence was very high. Yu Yang was the first to move and flew towards the white bull. He grabbed the golden beast that had turned into a wrist guard and handed it to the white bull. In the air, the wrist guard quickly turned into a dagger. Although Yu Yang couldn't attack and couldn't use his innate chi, it automatically shot out a sword aura and attacked the white bull's right eye. As expected, the white bull was attracted by Yu Yang's attack. It nimbly retreated a few steps and avoided the golden beast's attack range. The terrifying thought wave storm started again. Yu Yang immediately summoned his grimoire and raised his protective shield. He blocked the thought wave storm. At the same time, Little Winley floated out from behind him. Her dual icicle blades quickly slashed towards the white bull who had already used the thought wave storm. Any beast's moves had a gap. The bigger the power, the bigger the gap. Yu Yang and Little Winley were fighting for this gap. However, before Little Winley could use her binding chains inherent skill, the second thought wave storm had already arrived and sent Yu Yang and Little Winley flying away at the same time. In the air, Yu Yang and Little Winley hit each other with their palms and were sent flying away at the same time. The terrifying thought wave storm burst out like a mountain torrent. It was 10 times stronger than before. It turned out that the white bull had been hiding its strength all along. It was waiting for the 2 consecutive sneak attacks just now. If it wasn't for Yu Yang and Little Winley's vigilance, the white bull's sneak attack would have succeeded. More than 30 meters behind Yu Yang, a charging bronze barbaric bull was hit directly by the thought wave storm. Its huge body was sent flying into the air and heavily smashed 100 meters away. In the end, it was unknown whether it was dead or alive. Even the herd of barbaric bulls close to 100 meters away were blown away. The 200-year-old Treant defenders were completely destroyed and fell to the ground. Yu Bing waited for the storm to pass and threw green orbs to the 100-year-old Treant defenders to recover from their injuries. At the same time, she shouted for Yu Yang who had disappeared. The bloody queen in the sky also flew around dizzily and only recovered after a long time. Barbarian Cow Shadow A Man was running madly because she saw the white bull rushing towards Yu Bing. Roar! As the white bull rushed towards Yu Bing, the barbarian Cow Shadow jumped up high and smashed her fists on the white bull's back. The white bull turned around and a red light flashed in its eyes. Coincidentally, a red light also flashed in the barbarian Cow Shadow's eyes. Doom's Eyes versus Doom's Eyes. The white bull's body swayed as if it was dizzy, but it didn't fall down. The barbarian cow shadow stood there blankly and finally fell to the ground. The bloody queen swooped down and let out a banshee scream beside the white bull's ears. The white bull's body swayed again as the banshee scream made it dizzy. Little Winley appeared in a flash and slashed at the white bull's neck with her dual icicle blades. Frost quickly condensed. Even though the white bull was still struggling, it turned into a big lump of ice in the end. Yu Yang descended from the sky. His clothes were torn and tattered. He didn't have the time to check on the barbarian cow shadow's condition. He waved his hand and signaled Yu Bing to quickly retreat back into the tunnel. Two gold-ranked barbaric bulls rushed over and wanted to use their huge horns to kill Yu Yang. The mysterious little beast's dagger automatically slashed in Yu Yang's hand, cutting off the indestructible gold-ranked barbaric bull's horn as if it was tofu. Little Winley's speed was even faster. With a stretch of her hand, she had already bound the other gold-ranked barbaric bull. Her dual icicle blades pierced deeply into the gold-ranked barbaric bull's eyes. At this moment, the ice on the body of the white bull that had turned into a lump of ice suddenly shattered. A huge fist came out from the shattered ice. The target of the thunderous fist aura was the bloody queen, who was flying down swiftly and was preparing to cooperate with Yu Yang to attack the gold-ranked barbaric bull. The bloody queen didn't seem to know that she was flying towards a path of death. It was already too late for Yu Yang to recall her. At the critical moment, a shadow jumped up and blocked the huge fist. Rumble. The huge fist pierced through the shadow's body, from the front to the back of her abdomen. However, the shadow didn't feel any pain. She raised her hand and caught the enemy's huge fist that was still moving forward. She held on tightly as smoke came out of her mouth and nose. Her eyes flashed red again. She was the barbarian cow shadow who had fallen to the ground just now. Another, Doom's Gaze. Behind the shattered ice was a gold-ranked bull-headed giant. Its body swayed, as if it was going to fall to the ground. Before Little Winley could react, the bull-headed giant straightened its legs and stood still. The bull-headed giant glared and a double thought wave burst out like a mountain torrent. The barbarian cow shadow Aman stretched out her hand and grabbed the bull-headed giant's golden hoop tightly. A golden rune appeared on her forehead. A golden rune also appeared on her palm where the golden hoop was connected. A golden light flashed in the storm. The golden hoop suddenly left the bull-headed giant's nose and slid to the barbarian cow shadow Aman's wrist. It became her golden wristband. The rune on it shone brightly. The gold-ranked bull-headed giant roared in pain. The thought wave storm that burst out at the same time just now became chaotic in an instant. It evolved into a world-shaking explosion. Rumble, 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 rumble. The huge shock wave sent everything flying. In the midst of the explosion, everything was insignificant. Yu Bing only felt the shock wave before she lost consciousness. When she opened her eyes again, she discovered that Yu Yang was half naked, letting the bloody queen and Little Winley help him bandage the bloody wound between his ribs. "Brother, where's the bull-headed giant?" Yu Bing discovered that the scene was a mess. The bronze-ranked barbarian cow, silver-ranked barbarian cow and gold-ranked barbarian cow were all lying dead on the ground. The bull-headed giant was nowhere to be seen. Her brother's ribs were injured. The wound was long and looked like it was caused by a bull's horn. The bloody queen was also injured in many places, but she was in a better condition than Yu Yang. The one with the heaviest injuries was the barbarian cow shadow. Her chest and lower abdomen had become a mess. Fortunately, she did not have a living body and was a guardian beast. If she was a normal beast, she would have died long ago. Seeing that Yu Bing had woken up, Yu Yang quickly waved his hands and said, "I'm fine, it's just a small injury." That bull-headed giant had turned back into a white bull. Without the golden hoop, its power was greatly reduced. Before we could kill it, it turned into a golden light and teleported away. Taurus Temple, looks like we have successfully passed the trial. TSK, I didn't think that it would be so difficult. Yu Bing also had a lingering fear. She did not think that the white bull could turn into a human and turn into a female ox-head warrior that was similar to the barbarian cow shadow. Furthermore, the female barbarian cow that the white bull had turned into was much more powerful than the barbarian cow shadow. Maybe the white bull was the holy beast that Grandma Wu Ting had mentioned. No wonder it was so strong. Not only could it use instant thought wave, it could also use instant double kill and Doom's eyes. The most terrifying thing was that the barbarian cow Shadow's Doom's eyes couldn't hurt her at all. Fortunately, her brother's power was stronger than hers in the end. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking about this, Yu Bing closed her eyes comfortably. She now realized the huge gap between her and her brother. If she didn't work hard, she wouldn't be able to help her brother in the future. She must train 100 times harder in the future. No matter what, she couldn't drag her brother down like she did today. In Yu Bing's heart, she made up her mind. Yu Yang didn't know what she was thinking. Thinking about what happened just now, he also broke out in cold sweat. That golden ring was a treasure that could increase one's power. If the barbarian cow Shadow hadn't snatched it away, who knew how long this great battle between humans and bulls would have lasted? The corpses of the barbarian cows were all kept in the lich ring, leaving behind a gold-ranked barbarian cow's corpse for a man to fuse with and repair her body. Yu Yang took the chance while Yu Bing was resting and hurried to the left hall to bring the thorny flower demoness out. When he ran out, Hui Tai Lang had already killed all the Oxhead warriors. However, the 100 or so evil eyes floating in the sky weren't easy to deal with. Hui Tai Lang was still fighting. The Bloody Queen flew out to help. She held the dragon-slaying dagger in her right hand and the Eye Destroyer dagger that she had temporarily borrowed from Yu Bing in her left hand. A mournful scream rang out. The evil eyes nearby fell one after another. The evil eyes that were the furthest away also felt dizzy. Hui Tai Lang finally became awesome at this moment. He pounced on the evil eyes and bit them randomly. His killing speed was even faster than the Bloody Queen who was attacking with her dagger. Although the thorny flower demoness didn't really like the corpses of the evil eyes, she still obeyed Yu Yang's orders. She extended her thorny flower forest and swallowed the evil eyes regardless of whether they were dead or not. The thorny flower forest swallowed the evil eyes alive made the Bloody Queen a little dazed. What a brat. She was the real demon that killed without batting an eye. Hurry up and clean up the battlefield. My reward. Yu Yang didn't have the time to look anymore. He turned around and ran back. He carried Yu Bing and called Little Winley to follow him. As for the barbarian cow Shadow who still needed to reconstruct her body, Yu Yang kept it immediately. After clearing the Ares temple, Yu Yang received the ancient code's reward for raising his beast's intelligence. What would he get after clearing the Taurus temple? Yu Yang couldn't wait any longer. He felt that this reward should have a time limit. The shorter the time needed to complete the quest, the better the reward. Hence, he immediately turned around and ran after killing all the monsters. He couldn't be bothered to collect the Oxhead warriors' corpses and magic crystals. Furthermore, Yu Yang guessed that Hui Tai Lang had already eaten all the magic crystals. There was no need to waste time collecting the corpses. When Yu Yang ran into the back hall anxiously, he found that the mechanism inside had already been opened, revealing the war god painting. The two goddess servant statues in the Ares temple had been replaced by two golden Oxhead warriors wielding axes. Yu Yang summoned his grimoire, but he couldn't get any reward no matter how hard he tried. He was extremely anxious. The Bloody Queen and the Thorny Flower Demoness also followed him in. They almost moved the Oxhead warriors away, but there was no reaction at all. Could it be that they had already exceeded the time limit? Did the reward start from the moment the white bull turned into a golden light and disappeared? Yu Yang sweated in his heart. If he knew this would happen, he would have run into the back hall immediately. Why did he have to kill all the evil eyes? In the end, he lost all the reward. Even though he paid special attention, he still failed at the last step. Little Winley hugged Yu Yang's thigh lightly, blinking her big eyes as if she wanted to comfort Yu Yang. I'm fine. Yu Yang patted her little head and thought, why were the Taurus temple servants different from the Ares temple servants? The Ares temple servants placed the crystal cards on the scales. Could it be that the Oxhead warriors wanted to stuff the crystal cards into their mouths? Or should it be streaked across their eyes? He tried to take out the crystal cards, but there was no effect at all. Yu Yang felt as if he had grasped something, but he couldn't react in time. Suddenly, Little Winley pointed at the grimoire. There was nothing in the grimoire. What did she mean? Yu Yang was puzzled. Suddenly, the grimoire shone with a golden light. the barbarian cow shadow man appeared without being summoned. She reached out her hand and grabbed the crystal card in Yu Yang's hand. Immediately, the crystal card shone brightly. Two phantoms flew into the ox-head warrior's body, then turned into a purplish-red light in the bull's eyes and flew into the barbarian cow shadow's eyes. Could it be that this reward must be a beast related to a bull? Yu Yang looked at the barbarian cow shadow's information again and realized that she had evolved and changed again. This time, the ancient code's reward had shrunk the range. Not all of the phantoms were useful. Only the barbarian cow shadow received the reward for clearing the stage. Crimson Pupil Double Kill. When Doom's Eyes is activated, at the same time as killing the enemy, there is a certain probability of killing a related enemy. This skill does not have a chain reaction effect on lifeless beasts or soulless undead. Yu Yang realized that the barbarian cow shadow had another skill that seemed to be rubbish. Doom's Eyes already had a very low probability of activating. The probability of activating Blood Pupil Double Kill was even lower. However, since it was a skill gifted by the heavens, Yu Yang couldn't change it even if he wanted to. He could only accept it. He immediately shifted his attention away from the special skill bestowed by the ancient code and looked anxiously at the changes in the barbarian cow shadow's body. The original barbarian cow shadow was in the process of reconstructing her body. She had not finished reconstructing her body yet. Now that she was bathing in the golden light, there was a black aura continuously rising from her body. Her body kept changing shape, shrinking bit by bit. The curved horns on her head bent backwards gently, and the originally silver horns gradually turned golden. The golden bull's horns became smaller and longer. The contours of her face that were originally too obvious also became gentler. Her 2-meter-tall body still looked very tall, but it was much better than before. Now, she looked like she was starting to have a slender feeling. The strong bulging muscles were only limited to her arms and thighs. They had disappeared from the other parts of her body. What replaced them was the smooth skin of a woman. Although it was still not as white and delicate as the Bloody Queen's, compared to before, it was a completely different skin. The fat on her body and the barbarian cow leather armor that she was wearing started to catch fire. The flames burned fiercely, and the fat continuously dripped onto the ground, forming balls of fire. Her hands were no longer rough, and her fingers started to grow longer and sharper. The tail at the back had completely disappeared. Above her thighs, there were only the characteristics of a woman's buttocks. Other than her knees, there were still cow hooves. There were no other characteristics of a female barbarian cow. As the golden light shot out from the barbarian cow shadow's heart, the barbarian cow shadow bent down in pain. When the flames on its body disappeared completely, the barbaric cow stood up again, giving Yu Yang a fright. On her body, there was not a single thread of clothing. Her previous battle armor had completely disappeared. Although her skin had a slight bronze color, it made her look even more healthy and energetic. On her extremely well-proportioned slender body, the most eye-catching thing was a pair of huge breasts that would make people vomit blood. Yu Yang reckoned that they were at least G-breasts. If it wasn't for her 2-meter height, she really wouldn't be able to match up to these treasures that would make people's blood boil. A golden bell hung down from her neck, right in the middle of her huge breasts. There was also a golden bracelet on his wrist. Her waist was no longer as stocky as before. Instead, it was retracted like a normal woman's. Then, it spread exaggeratedly to her buttocks, forming a beautiful gourd-shaped figure. He continued reading. Yu Yang suddenly felt a kind of evil impulse. But she was his guardian beast. Was it really okay for a human to be a beast? Seeing the barbaric cow shadow's hot body, the Bloody Queen was a little envious. Fortunately, other than her chest, she was stronger than the barbaric cow shadow in other areas, so she wasn't too ashamed. Little Winley, on the other hand, didn't understand anything. She saw that the barbaric cow shadow's lower abdomen was a little different from her own. She tilted her head to look and wanted to reach out to touch it. Yu Yang quickly caught her curious little hand and gave the barbaric cow shadow a set of his clothes. Although his clothes were still too small for her, he didn't prepare them beforehand, so he could only make do with it. Seeing that Yu Yang didn't dare to look at the barbaric cow shadow, the Bloody Queen flew over and hugged him, pressing her soft body against his back, letting him feel her beauty to his heart's content. Little Winley was even more troublesome. Her little hands hugged Yu Yang's thighs, and her little face rubbed against Yu Yang's lower abdomen. She was actually just acting coquettishly to him, but Yu Yang's willpower was a little weak now. When her little pink face rubbed against him, he felt the fire in his heart burning even more. He hugged little Wenli and kissed her fiercely to quench the thirst in his heart. Little Wenli was extremely happy. She also hugged Yu Yang and kissed him. In the end, even the bloody queen also moved her little face closer from behind, breathing hot air. Yu Yang caressed the bloody queen's fiery face. He wanted to turn his head and kiss her soft cherry lips, but Yu Bing, who was on the ground, moved slightly, scaring Yu Yang and the bloody queen so much that they quickly let go of each other. Only little Wenli didn't understand this at all, and still hugged him tightly. Yu Bing mumbled a few words in her sleep and fell asleep again. Yu Yang suppressed the fire in his heart and carried his sister on his back. He then looked at the barbarian cow shadow's information on the summoning grimoire. Barbarian cow shadow, master named Aman. Humanoid special type. Intelligence unlocked. Gold ranked level 5. Living half entity. Guardian beast. 5th humanoid reconstruction. Special skills, trample, doom's eyes, blood pupil double kill. There weren't many changes in the information above, but when Yu Yang saw that intelligence was unlocked, he was extremely touched. Leveling up wasn't important. If the barbarian cow shadow didn't have intelligence, then no matter how strong she became in the future, she would only be a dumb beast that did manual labor. Only by unlocking intelligence could she have a future and evolve into a holy beast. As for mythical beasts, Yu Yang didn't have high hopes. God knows what kind of conditions were needed to evolve into a mythical beast. The bloody queen was so smart that she could even speak, but she wasn't even a holy beast yet. The fact that the barbarian cow shadow could evolve into a holy beast was already Yu Yang's biggest surprise. Another thing that made Yu Yang happy was that the barbarian cow shadow Aman's information had changed from a living half-entity to a living half-entity. Looks like Aman had started to gain life. Although she wasn't like a human yet, she had indeed started to gain life. In other words, she was getting closer and closer to becoming a human. If this continued, there would be a day when she could reach the realm of humanization. Humanization and intelligence were essential for a holy beast. This was also very important. Unlike the bloody queen, Aman was still so obedient after her evolution. When Yu Yang recalled her back into the silver grimoire, he had thought that she would resist like the bloody queen. Who knew that she would turn into a golden light and return to him without saying a word? Flipping open the page and looking at her image, Yu Yang felt satisfied from the bottom of his heart. Among the many beasts, only she and little Wenli were the most obedient. Even Hui Tai Lang would hide it from him and secretly eat magic crystals. As for the bloody queen, there was no need to talk about it. She was simply like a delicate princess. When Yu Yang thought of this, he couldn't help but give the bloody queen a slap on her perky buttocks, causing the bloody queen to be stunned. "Why did I hit you?" The bloody queen didn't understand why her master wanted to punish her. She thought about it, she had put in a lot of effort in the battle just now. Smack smack. Yu Yang was embarrassed and speechless. Even though he was thinking about it, he really hit her. Seeing that he had hit the wrong person, he decided to go all out. He directly pressed the bouncing thorny flower demoness onto his knees and spanked her buttocks a few times. Different from the stunned bloody queen, Yu Yang started to hit her lightly. The thorny flower demoness didn't care at all, she even enjoyed it. She swayed her buttocks and couldn't bear to get down from Yu Yang's knees. Only when Yu Yang's last heavy slap hurt her did she hold her buttocks and jump up. With tears in her eyes, she pitifully hid behind the bloody queen. The bloody queen thought that her uncontrollable intimate actions just now had offended her master's dignity, so she lowered her head and accepted her master's criticism. Yu Yang didn't explain himself. He stared at them with a straight face and patted their heads to show that he forgave them. Give a carrot after a slap. This was the king's way of using people. Yu Yang had imitated it. In the end, the bloody queen and the thorny flower demoness were very touched. Each of them held one of Yu Yang's hands, their eyes brimming with tears. When they saw that Yu Yang had forgiven them, they immediately smiled and nodded to show that they would be obedient in the future. Little Wenli looked on with a smile. Her relationship with Yu Yang was different from the others. Furthermore, she was obedient. Yu Yang had always kissed her and praised her. She had never worried that she would be punished. When she saw Yu Yang caressing the bloody queen's face, she also pulled his big hand down and tried to caress her face gently. She then raised her big watery eyes and nodded at Yu Yang with a smile on her face, as if she felt that it was very comfortable. Let's go to the Gemini temple to take a look. After passing the Taurus temple, Yu Yang became bolder and quickly conquered the Gemini temple. What kind of beasts would be waiting for him in the Gemini temple? Yu Yang carried Yu Bing on his back and held little Wen Li's hand. The bloody queen and the thorny flower demoness who refused to return to the summoning grimoire followed behind. They entered the golden teleportation gate at the back of the palace and were teleported to the third temple of the 12 zodiac temples, the Gemini temple. The Aries temple was guarded by a three-headed chimera. The Taurus temple was guarded by a white bull that could transform into a human and was close to a holy beast. What kind of strong beasts would the Gemini temple have? Yu Yang heard Xianxia's introduction. There was a rule in the 12 zodiac temple challenges. Every 3 temples was a small round. In every small round, the third temple's beast would definitely be the strongest. In other words, the Gemini temple, Virgo temple, Sagittarius temple and Pisces temple's beasts would be stronger than their previous guardian beasts. Furthermore, after 10,000 years of warriors' challenges, they came to a terrifying conclusion. It was said that the third and sixth temple, the Virgo temple, were the most abnormal existences. In the past 10,000 years, no warrior had been able to pass these 2 temples. Normal warriors would not start from the Aries temple. They would usually start from the 7th temple, the Libra temple, or the 10th temple, the Capricorn temple. They knew that they would not be able to complete the challenge, but they still hoped to challenge a few more temples. Hence, normal warriors would not challenge the Gemini temple and Virgo temple, these 2 abnormal death temples. The highest record of the 12 zodiac temples was 10,000 years ago. A warrior whose name was not revealed to the public had reached the 9th temple. This feat became the pinnacle of humankind, and no one in the future could catch up to him. This warrior whose name was not revealed to the public started from the 7th temple, the Libra temple. In the end, he was defeated in the Gemini temple. He had left behind a sentence: "It's impossible for anyone to pass the Gemini temple, it's impossible." Right now, Yu Yang was really looking forward to it. What kind of beast could make that person who had never been surpassed in 10,000 years say that it was impossible? What kind of beast could make a warrior who had never been able to pass the Gemini temple for 10,000 years say that it was impossible? When Yu Yang entered the Gemini temple, he realized that there was not a single beast here. It was completely empty. He only discovered it when he reached the colossal arena where the boss was guarding. When Yu Yang saw the beast guarding the Gemini temple, he was also incomparably shocked. He couldn't help but cry out involuntarily, F***ck, how could this be? No wonder he said that it was impossible to pass. It turns out that this was really an impossible challenge. Oh my god, how do we fight this? The Gemini temple guardian standing in front of Yu Yang was out of Yu Yang's expectations. It wasn't a beast, but Yu Yang's shadow. A shadow that was exactly the same. Appearance, height, beast, strength, and even habits were exactly the same. It was as if Yu Yang was looking at himself in a mirror. The only difference was that this shadow could fight on its own, while Yu Yang's body was restricted by the ancient code. Beside the shadow, stood little Wen Li's shadow. Behind them were Bloody Queen, Little Thorny Flower Demoness shadow and Hui Tai Lang's shadow. And on the shadow's back, there was also Yu Bing's shadow, who was also in deep sleep. The Gemini temple's rules would create a shadow that was exactly the same as the warrior's strength. Yu Yang summoned his grimoire and turned the golden beast on his wrist into a long dagger. The shadow opposite him also did the same thing. It was a complete copy. The only difference was that Yu Yang couldn't fight on his own, while the shadow opposite him had already raised its Hui Jin magic blade. It could be said that the stronger Yu Yang was, the faster he would lose this battle. If it was a weak scholar, he might be able to pass the Gemini temple. However, the stronger one was, the faster they would lose. Can you speak? Yu Yang had sensed that the Gemini temple had completely copied his strength. If they fought openly, he would definitely lose. If the Gemini temple had completely copied his thoughts, it would be a good idea to let him pass. However, his hopes were dashed, because the shadow opposite him couldn't speak. It also didn't have any intelligence, only battle instincts. The shadow wore a half-crying, half-smiling golden mask on its face and slowly walked towards Yu Yang. The Bloody Queen's shadow flew up to the sky, the little thorny flower demoness summoned countless clumps of plants and started to take root. The Hui Tai Lang shadow started to release its aura. The strongest shadow, Little Wenli, followed behind the shadow Yu Yang. Yu Yang's eyes turned cold. This method of attack was something that he and Little Wenli had practiced for a long time to form. He had just used it in the Taurus Palace, but he didn't expect the shadow to be able to replicate it so easily. What made Yu Yang secretly rejoice was that his innate level 1 strength could not be unsealed yet. As for the invisible sword Qi, it seemed like it could not be detected by this world's laws, so there was no way for him to replicate it. Otherwise, he would have lost even more thoroughly. If the shadow in front of him knew how to use Nirvana's flame and world-exterminating will right from the start, then he wouldn't even need to fight anymore. Luckily, this Gemini temple had only replicated Yu Yang's current strength on the surface. The beasts that were replicated in this Gemini temple were also only replicated in the Little Wenli and the others who had followed Yu Yang into this place. Spirit of Flame and Smoke, Quintet Seeking Golden Mice, Barbaric Cow Shadow, and the Spirit of Flame and Smoke were still in the dimension of dual. It seemed like this duplication was aimed at replicating beasts and abilities that could be replicated on the surface. However, just this alone was enough to make people despair. This was because the opponent had one more Yu Yang's shadow that could personally fight. The golden mask on the face of Yu Yang's shadow was a mysterious treasure. Yu Yang's level 4, Divine Vision, couldn't completely see through its use. He only felt that this thing was related to duplication. Just like the three-headed chimera's golden bell under its holy goat's head and the golden hoop on the white bull's nose, this was also the key to victory. If he didn't snatch this golden mask, then he would definitely not be able to defeat the opponent, let alone pass this stage. The problem was, how could he snatch this golden mask from the shadow that had the same strength as him? The stronger he was, the stronger the opponent would be. He knew this when he turned the golden beast into a dagger just now. Originally, the golden beast didn't have this ability, but once he did it, the opponent's shadow would also have the same ability. Little Wenli shook her head and turned into a ray of rainbow light, floating into Yu Yang's body. Little Wenli's shadow swayed a little. It didn't disappear, but its strength had obviously weakened a lot. At most, it only had the strength of the white bull just now. Seeing that she couldn't summon her diamond grimoire, stone element Medusa, storm mermaid and thunder naga, Yu Yang heaved a sigh of relief. The current situation was extremely grim, but Yu Yang faintly had some inspiration. If he fought openly, he would definitely not be able to win. No matter how strong the opponent was, it would be useless. No one could easily defeat him. Furthermore, under the situation where he couldn't attack, it was even more impossible for anyone to defeat him. Right now, Yu Yang felt that his advantage was that he still had his hidden strength that could not be duplicated. The other point was that the opponent had no intelligence, only battle instinct. Since this Gemini temple was designed, there would definitely be a way to pass. However, before finding that way, everyone could only return with regret. While there was still a protective shield, would it be a good idea to directly rush into the left hall and the right hall to find a treasure that could restrain him, then rush into the back hall to pass the stage? With a thought, Yu Yang kept all of his beasts, carried his sister on his back, and flew towards the left hall like lightning. There was nothing inside. On the wall of the hall, there was a line of words: when the false becomes the true becomes the false. Gosh, do you think this is the dream of the Red Chamber? You're still talking nonsense. Yu Yang was really sweating profusely. While there was still time, he looked towards the right hall. On the wall of the hall, it wasn't the second half of the dream of the Red Chamber. Nothing exists, there exists nothing. Instead, there was a huge mask with half of its face crying and half smiling. Yu Yang wiped his sweat. Luckily there wasn't a second half of the dream of the Red Chamber, otherwise, Yu Yang would think that the designer of the 12 zodiac temples was another guy from another world. Luckily, there was only a mask with half of its face crying and half smiling. Looks like the golden mask was the key to pass the stage. But how could he take it off the face of the shadow clone? When Yu Yang ran out again, he realized that the shadow clone was leisurely looking at him running around. It didn't seem to have any intention of attacking him. With the absolute defense barrier and the only item to pass the stage on the shadow clone's face, it obviously didn't need to care about Yu Yang's futile running around. It was completely at ease waiting in the middle of the wrestling arena. Its eyes were also the same as Yu Yang's usual expression, with an arrogant smile that wasn't a smile. This caused Yu Yang to go crazy. Forget it, it's not a good time to fight today. Yu Yang carried his sister on his back and ran out of the wrestling arena. The shadow clone didn't move, but the shadow little Winli, the shadow bloody queen and the shadow thorny flower demoness all chased after them. When Yu Yang carried his sister into the teleportation circle and disappeared, all the shadows disappeared without a trace. The golden mask laid quietly on the ground, half of its face crying and the other half smiling. It was obviously very strange. In the past 10,000 years, no one had ever successfully passed the Gemini Temple. This was because no one had ever been able to win against the shadow clone who had the same strength as them under the situation where they couldn't do it themselves. When Yu Yang came out from the 12 zodiac temples, the few silver-armored guards looked at him in surprise. This was because they knew that this brat had already been in there for a few hours. Not only did he not die, he even carried his sister out. This brat seemed to be the one who came to sleep the last time. There were a few guards who could vaguely recognize him, but they didn't have a deep impression of him. The golden armored guard captain already knew that Yu Yang was an extremely strong warrior, but he was just hiding his strength. The completion rate of the last stage almost made him faint. In the golden armored guard captain's eyes, this brat might have successfully passed another stage. However, looking at Yu Yang's expression, he didn't look happy at all. His sister was still unconscious on his back, maybe he had suffered a setback. Regarding this, the golden armored guard captain couldn't be 100% sure. Is there any trouble? Maybe you can get more information about the stage from the warrior guild. Your two companions have already left. The golden armored guard captain acted like he was going by the book, but when he brushed past Yu Yang, he whispered into Yu Yang's ears, making sure that only Yu Yang could hear him. Princess Sisai is tired of waiting, so she went back to rest. She said that she will wait for you at the Winchim Hotel. Thanks. Yu Yang left the 12 zodiac temples in big strides. If he could personally take action in the Gemini Temple, Yu Yang wouldn't have left so quickly, he would have at least fought with him. But since he couldn't personally take action, and the shadow clone was so terrifying, Yu Yang would of course choose to escape. He went back and asked Princess Sisai, maybe that Rouge Tigress would have a good idea. Leaving the Star Domain, he returned to the entrance of the Warrior Guild. After passing through a few wide streets and 2 stone bridges, he finally found the Winchim Hotel, which was built in a small valley and was almost isolated from the outside world. Actually, there were quite a lot of people here. It felt like a mountain resort or a hot spring hotel before he transmigrated. Although it was a bit secluded, there were green mountains and clear waters, the scenery was pleasant. The guests liked this kind of elegance, so naturally, there was an endless stream of them. Before Yu Yang could even get close, he was immediately stopped by a few tall and strong guards. They said that only nobles or level 3 heroes and above could come here. Even if they had money, it wouldn't be useful. I am the personal guard captain of City Mistress Fallen Flowers. I am here to see Princess Sisai. Yu Yang showed his identity, but the guards were a little suspicious. There are wild beasts in the forest, please allow us to send someone to escort you. On the surface, the leader of the guards said that he was escorting him, but in reality, he was escorting him. He was afraid that Yu Yang would pretend to be him and take advantage of the loophole. If Princess Sisai didn't know him, then he would crush all the bones in Yu Yang's body and throw him out to feed the wild dogs. Do whatever you want. Yu Yang couldn't be bothered with these small people, so he turned and left. The leader of the guards and his 2 subordinates hurriedly followed. The Winchim Hotel was very big, it wasn't just a place to rest like a normal hotel. Yu Yang didn't know if there was a hot spring here, but there was everything to eat, drink and play. In front of them, there were a few huge buildings. The leader of the guards gestured for Yu Yang to go to the front desk to ask. Who knew that before he entered the door, a maid wearing cotton clothes bowed respectfully, "Welcome distinguished guest, may I ask if you are the Yu clan's 3rd young master? Princess Sisai has been waiting for you for a long time. Please follow me." She brought Yu Yang to the highest level of the VIP area. The leader of the guards behind him wiped his cold sweat. Luckily he didn't rashly hit him, otherwise he would have to bear the consequences. Who would have thought that a young man with tattered clothes and a sleeping girl on his back would actually be the princess friend? Yu Clan's third young master, could it be that trash from the Yu Clan? One of the guards asked suspiciously. It doesn't matter if he's trash or a genius, as long as he's from the Yu Clan, we can't afford to offend him. The leader of the guards snorted coldly. The main reason why he didn't make a move just now was because Hui Tai Lang was following beside Yu Yang. Although they didn't have a contract, Hui Tai Lang, who was disguised as a bronze-ranked level 3 brave man, could still scare a lot of people. After all, the guards were all level 2 brave men, and only the leader of the guards was a level 3 hero. If it was Hui Tai Lang's previous bronze-ranked level 3 strength, he could also easily bite their bones. The servant girl who was leading the way brought Yu Yang to 2 connected luxurious residences. She then bowed and said, "This servant's status is low, so I can only bring you up to here. If third young master has any instructions, please play with the summoning wind chimes under the eaves of the door." Perhaps it was because it was called the Wind Chime Hotel, but there was a string of wind chimes under the eaves of every VIP's luxurious residences that jingled in the breeze. Yu Yang didn't care about the summoning wind chimes. He directly opened the fence of the garden and entered the house. He laid down Yu Bing on the soft bed. After searching for a while, he realized that Princess Sisai and his cousin Yu were not there. However, their clothes and bags were in the other 2 rooms. Yu Yang's ears were very sharp. He heard the rustling sound of a shower in the bathroom of one of the rooms. His heart jumped. Could it be that Yanji Tigress was taking a shower? Her clothes were here, which proved that she was staying in this room. Of course, the one taking a shower would be her. Yu Yang quickly searched through the 2 connected luxurious residences. He realized that his cousin Yu was not there. She might have gone out. Coincidentally, this was a heaven-sent opportunity. The time to peep had arrived. Back then, he was waiting for his divine vision to level up because he wanted to see through things. He wanted to peep openly like today. Didn't Yanji Tigress pretend to be mysterious and refused to let him peep at her body? He wanted to see it, and he wanted to see to his heart's content. He wanted to see everything. Yu Yang's wolf's heart immediately burned. His heart rate increased by 100 times and his blood was boiling. Princess Sisai, Yanji Tigress's 6 records, inherent skill was very sharp. If he were to hide somewhere to peep, she would definitely find out. However, if he were to hide outside the door, separated by a wooden door, he could use his level 4, divine vision, and naked eye, ability to see through things. That wouldn't be called peeping, it would be called admiring the beauty of a human body openly, although it would consume a little of his innate chi. In order to admire the most beautiful thing in the world, everything would be worth it. Yu Yang activated his level 4, divine vision, and naked eye, ability. His innate chi condensed in his eyes. In an instant, Yu Yang's eyes shone with a golden light. The wooden door that originally separated the bathroom and the living room quickly became transparent. In the end, it became a transparent object that didn't obstruct his line of sight at all. Yu Yang secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked inside. What entered his eyes was an incomparably exquisite and flawless snow-white naked body. Countless water droplets poured on top of it, but they slid down her ice-cold skin. The water droplets were sparkling and translucent, contrasting beautifully with her snow-white skin, making people gasp in amazement. The most beautiful scenery in the world couldn't be compared to this. Her jade-like back was flawless, and below it was her slender waist. Below it was her round and supple buttocks. That kind of perfect curve and shape almost made Yu Yang fly into the sky in excitement. His heartbeat increased to 300, his blood rushed to the top of his head, and a warm flow rose from his lower abdomen, spreading to his whole body. Her slender and white legs were filled with endless temptation. Especially when there was a mysterious place hidden deep within, it was even more captivating. It made people want to immediately explore the secret and see her beauty. No, this Rouge Tigress is too tempting. I didn't expect her to have such a good figure. Now that I'm suffocated, I might as well push down this Rouge Tigress first. In Yu Yang's mind, he had originally wanted to push down City Mistress Fallen Flowers first, because his chances of pushing down City Mistress Fallen Flowers was the highest. As for Princess Sisai, he felt that it wouldn't be easy. With Princess Sisai's temperament, she wasn't as easy to talk to as City Mistress Fallen Flowers. Of course, the most difficult person to push down was still the mysterious beauty. If he hadn't saved Fourth Mother that day and pulled down the mysterious beauty's veil, he wouldn't have known her true appearance. Yu Yang couldn't wait for City Mistress Fallen Flowers. He wanted to rush in and take a bath with Princess Sisai first, and push down this tigress first. Would Junwuyu chase after him with a big knife in the future? Don't think about it, I'll just enjoy my blissful sexual life first. Thus, Yu Yang, who was originally half-naked, quickly took off his pants and prepared to jump up and kick the door open. At the same time, he would press down on Princess Sisai and push her down. At this moment, there was a sudden movement in the air outside. A few inaudible footsteps sounded. Yu Yang's pants were still in his hands. Before he could throw them on the ground, he realized that someone had pushed the door open and entered. At first, Yu Yang thought that the person who pushed the door open would be his cousin Yu Yu. He quickly wanted to put on his pants, but who knew that he would be dumbfounded when he saw who it was. The person who entered wasn't his cousin Yu Yu, but Princess Sisai. This rouge tigress was holding a small bottle filled with a pink liquid. He didn't know if it was perfume or body wash, but there was a flowery fragrance. Even if there was a stopper, it couldn't block the refreshing fragrance. Princess Sisai came in from outside. Then, who was the person bathing inside? Could it be that he had peeked at the wrong person? The person inside was his cousin Yu Yu. When Yu Yang thought of this, he immediately sweated profusely. "You big pervert, what are you doing in my room?" When Princess Xianxia saw that Yu Yang had also taken off his pants, he was almost naked. Although there was still a piece of cloth covering his body, a certain part of his body was raised up, as if it would break out of his body like a dragon at any time. She couldn't help but be embarrassed and shouted, "Get out of here! Who's outside? Is it Xianxia?" As expected, his cousin Yu Yu's voice came from inside. She stopped showering and asked with a raised voice. "It's me. It's me. Don't worry, you can continue bathing. I'll go to the Warriors Guild and bring back the charming fragrance flower dew that Luo Hua sent for you." Princess Xianxian also didn't know what her motive was, but she actually helped Yu Yang conceal this matter. However, Yu Yang couldn't leave, because Princess Sisai was glaring at him with her tiger-like eyes. With that expression, it seemed that if Yu Yang didn't give her a reasonable explanation, she would let Yu Yang have a taste of the power of her little white teeth. Yu Yang shrugged his shoulders and spread out his hands. He pretended to be at ease and shook his head. He said in the language of ants, "I didn't know there was someone inside, I was just about to take a shower. Luckily you came back. Tigress, if you look at me again, I'll call you molestation. Call me, try to be as loud as you can." Princess Sisai suddenly raised her voice and shouted towards the inside of the room, "Sister Yu, that brat Yu Yang is back." Yu Yang was so scared that his heart almost exploded. Luckily Yu Yu didn't open the door and poke her head out to take a look. Otherwise, she would see a naked man who was caught in the act of adultery standing in front of her. With Yu Yang's skills, it wouldn't be easy for Princess Sisai to stop him. However, when Yu Yang was about to teleport away, Princess Sisai only said one sentence and Yu Yang raised his hands in surrender. This was because Princess Sisai said, "If you dare to leave, I'll tell your fourth mother and sister Yu Bing." How could Yu Yang not surrender? He pitifully stretched out his arms and hugged Princess Sisai's fragrant shoulders. He nodded seriously, "Your Highness, I know you've wanted to push me down for a long time. However, can I make a request? Can you give me some milk powder money after I'm done with the H business?" As soon as he said this, Princess Sisai stared at him for a full 3 minutes, as if she was looking at a monster. Yu Yang thought that he had completely shocked Tigress, and was feeling very pleased in his heart. Who knew that Princess Sisai would react and make an extremely valiant move, causing Yu Yang to scream in pain and happiness. Princess Sisai moved closer, her cherry lips moist, as if she wanted to kiss Yu Yang. Yu Yang was very excited at that moment. He thought to himself, could it be that this Tigress Rouge really wanted to push him down? Seeing her slowly moving downwards, Yu Yang's heart beat rapidly. This girl couldn't be thinking of giving him that, right? She really wanted to give him a bite. Princess Sisai's cherry lips parted slightly, her tongue as nimble as a red carp. She moved closer to Yu Yang's chest, as if she wanted to kiss him all the way down, letting Yu Yang die from pleasure. Heavens, this Tigress Rouge really liked to take the initiative to push him down. Yu Yang was very excited. He felt that he should give her this chance. Anyway, in the process of her pushing him down, he could just take the initiative. At that time, it wouldn't matter who pushed who, they would just push each other. Who would have thought that she would bite Yu Yang's chest with her little white teeth, causing Yu Yang to scream in pain? Is it a mistress? What's happening? Don't fight. His cousin Yu could vaguely hear the commotion outside. She thought that Yu Yang and Princess Sisai, the two little enemies, were fighting. She quickly wiped her body with a towel and prepared to stop them. It's nothing. Yu Yang hurriedly replied. He wanted to grab Princess Xianxia and ruthlessly throw her out of the house, but unfortunately, her attacking strategy had changed. Her little white teeth no longer bit him. Instead, she used her little pink tongue to lick the place where she had bitten him, and kissed him with her cherry lips. Incomparably gentle. In the end, she even blew on him gently, just like a well-behaved wife. Although Yu Yang was in pain, seeing this girl's gentle performance and comfortable service, he couldn't bear to throw her out. He slowly lowered his raised hand. Just as Yu Yang was about to forgive her, Princess Sisai's hand pinched Yu Yang's butt, causing him to jump in pain. Only now did Yu Yang understand. This girl wasn't just biting, she was really biting. She even used her tiger claws to pinch people's buttocks. What a typical violent woman. I can't stand her. Of course, Yu Yang was not someone to be trifled with. He was extremely vengeful, and he would definitely return the losses he suffered 100-fold. Hence, Yu Yang was prepared to press this girl to the ground, tear off her clothes, bite her chest 100 times, lick her 100 times, and pinch her but no less than 100 times. Princess Sisai wanted to escape, but Yu Yang angrily caught this little seductress and pressed her down on the carpet. He raised his wolfish claws, preparing to use the 36 ways of stripping hands. The wooden door creaked. You seem to be coming out. This time, not only Yu Yang, even the struggling Princess Sisai immediately bounced up. A smile blossomed on their faces at the same time, and they held each other's hands tightly. Princess Sisai smiled like a tigress pretending to be a fox. So Yu Yang is back. Welcome. I wonder how was your progress in the 12 zodiac temples? Did it go smoothly? Yu Yang's movements were faster than Princess Sisai. When he jumped up, he had even put on his trousers properly. He also revealed a smile. Thank you, Your Highness, for your concern. Yu Bing and I have already successfully passed the first round. Passing the round is a piece of cake. Lowering his voice, he whispered into Princess Sisai's ears. Tigress, if I don't take revenge, I'm not a gentleman. If I don't take care of you, I'm not Yu Yang. Just you wait. Let me tell you, Tigress, if you strip naked later and surrender yourself, I might consider torturing you a little less. Otherwise, I'll rape first then kill, rape again then kill. When Princess Sisai heard this, she smiled like a vixen. She replied in the same whisper. You want to scare me? It won't be that easy. If you have the ability, then do it now. She then raised her voice so that Yu could hear her. She said to Yu Yang, Congratulations, Yu Yang. It's been so many years since someone has successfully passed the 12 zodiac temples. You're indeed the pervert among the perverts. Ah, no, you're indeed the hero among the youths. Cousin Yu knew that these two were enemies on a narrow road. Even a blind person could see that the two of them had some feelings for each other, but their personalities and tempers clashed. Currently, they were still in a state of being enemies. She had actually not put on her clothes yet. Her body was wrapped in a snow-white towel. She was worried that Yu Yang and Princess Sisai would fight, so she quickly opened the door and poked her head out to take a look. When she saw that the two of them were shaking hands and laughing, she couldn't help but be happy. It's good that you're fine. You guys sit down, I'll be out soon. I've iced some sour plum soup just now. It's in the cupboard. You guys drink it first. She closed the door and put on her clothes. Outside, Yu Yang and Princess Sisai immediately turned hostile and made a move. This time, both of their strengths were about the same. No one was able to suppress the other as they both fell onto the carpet. Yu Yang had a lot of strength in his hands, but Princess Sisai's body was soft. Her hands were not enough, so she added on her long leg. Her jade-like leg hooked onto Yu Yang's right arm, while her hands clamped onto Yu Yang's left arm. Her body was entangled with Yu Yang's, not giving him a chance to exert his strength. The two of them were in a very ambiguous position. However, both of them were not aware of it. They only wanted to take each other down. Surrender now. Otherwise, I'll use my ultimate move. Yu Yang felt that he needed to teach this girl a lesson. He wanted her to understand what it meant to be a husband. Never. Princess Sisai's attitude was that she would never surrender. She knew that Yu Yang wouldn't dare to use too much strength. If Yu heard the noise of their fight, it would be hard to explain. He could only silently exert his strength. On the other hand, she had the support of her beasts. Even if she didn't use her full strength, she would still be able to resist Yu Yang for the time being. You're courting death. Yu Yang didn't want to compete with her. He immediately used his 36 ways of stripping. He didn't remember a famous saying from a pervert. No matter how strong a woman was, once she was stripped naked, she wouldn't be able to defeat a man. This girl was Rouge Tigress. She wasn't easy to tame. However, as long as he stripped her naked, she would definitely become an obedient little lamb. Suddenly, the sound of light footsteps came from outside. Then, he heard Yu Bing calling for her brother. In a second, Yu Yang turned from a big pervert to a good brother. He immediately let go of Princess Sisai and jumped up to reply, Bing it's all right now. We're back. Princess Sisai hurriedly tidied up her clothes, afraid that Yu Bing would misunderstand if she came out and saw her clothes in disarray. She even used her eyes to ask Yu Yang, asking him to check if there was anything wrong with her body. Yu Yang reached out his hand and helped her tidy up her collar with a serious expression. Then, with lightning speed, he pinched her towering chest. It was so painful that Princess Sisai almost cried. Yu Bing ran out from inside and looked at the luxurious residence in surprise. She didn't notice Princess Sisai, who was clutching her chest. She clicked her tongue in admiration and said, Where is this? This house is too beautiful. It's decorated like a palace. This was rented by Her Royal Highness, of course it wouldn't be bad. There's still some iced sour plum soup in the cabinet. I'll pour some for you to drink. Yu Yang was too pleased with himself. He had ambushed Tigress and even made her speechless. He believed that she would definitely remember this deeply. Even if they became an old couple in the future, she wouldn't forget this day. Let her bite people, let her pinch him, let her be proud of herself. Yu Yang faced Princess Sisai's murderous gaze and whistled nonchalantly. He ran to the cabinet and took out a big bowl of iced sour plum soup. Princess Sisai was filled with hatred. She really wanted to kick this brat to the highest heavens. Stingy brat. She only bit him lightly and didn't even bear to use force. She didn't expect him to pinch her so hard. That place was incomparably tender, she almost died from the pain. To think that she trusted him. She didn't think that this brat. If she had known earlier, she would have bitten off a piece of flesh from his chest and let him die from the pain. What made Princess Sisai the most depressed was that Yu Bing came out. She was too embarrassed to rub her chest in front of Yu Bing, so she could only endure it. When Yu Yang poured the iced sour plum soup into 4 bowls, he first passed 1 bowl to Yu Bing, then sat down heavily beside Princess Sisai. He used the ant language to send a message to her, asking complacently, How is it? Is it very comfortable? Princess Sisai really wanted to pour the entire bowl of sour plum soup on Yu Yang's face. However, she acted as if nothing had happened. When she leaned forward to pick up the bowl, she replied in the ant language, You big pervert, I'm not done with you. When she saw that Yu Bing, who had just washed her face with water, turned around, she immediately welcomed her with a smile, Bing tell me about the process of your battle. Have you already succeeded? Come, sit next to me. Yu Bing happily received the small bowl. Sitting on the other side of Princess Sisai, she nodded, It's all thanks to Big Brother. How could I have beaten them? You should ask Big Brother. I was stunned by the big explosion. I'm not clear about what happened afterwards. In the bathroom, Yu, who had changed into a new set of clothes, also carried the fragrance of her bath. She sat opposite Yu Yang, Little San, quickly tell me, how did you pass the round? Smelling Yu Yu's fragrance, Yu Yang's heart suddenly sensed something. His mind trembled slightly. This fragrance seemed to be a little familiar. Although it wasn't exactly the same, there was a kind of fragrance that was very similar. On the bodies of all the girls, including Princess Sisai, City Lord Fallen Flowers, and the mysterious beauty, there was that kind of mysterious fragrance. Yu Yang didn't pay much attention to it in the past, because it was normal for girls to smell good. They also liked to spray some perfume on their bodies and wear some perfume sachets. However, after a long time, Yu Yang realized that no matter how different they were, they all had the same kind of fragrance. Usually, it wasn't easy to notice. However, Yu Yu had just come out of the bath, and the fragrance she emitted was especially obvious. Could it be that this was the legendary virgin body fragrance? This wasn't what shocked Yu Yang the most. What made Yu Yang feel the most inconceivable was that the impatiens, who he had intimate contact with twice before, actually had this kind of fragrance on her body. She was a sky demon who had sucked countless men dry. She was known as the 10,000 Slayer. How could it be possible? But if this fragrance wasn't the fragrance of a virgin, how could ordinary women not have it? Yu Yang couldn't confirm it, but he secretly paid attention to it. He had to get to the bottom of this. That impatience really had a lot of mysteries. Everyone is talking to you. Princess Sisai realized that this brat was in a daze, so she knocked his head with her fist. Nothing, I was thinking about the Gemini Temple's shadow clone. Of course, Yu Yang couldn't say that after smelling his cousin's fragrance, he suspected that Impatiens was a virgin. He hurriedly returned to the topic of discussion. We've already passed the Taurus Temple, but we can't pass the Gemini Temple. You guys can come up with some ideas. This is what happened during the battle. You've passed the Aries Temple and the Taurus Temple? Princess Sisai and Yu Yu were both shocked. Not only them, even Yu Bing didn't know that Yu Yang had passed the Aries Temple by himself. That's all in the past. What I'm worried about now is how to pass the Gemini Temple. Yu Yang would rather challenge 10 white bulls than challenge the shadow clone. Regarding Yu Yang's success in passing the Gemini Temple, Princess Sisai really wanted to shout at this brat that he was a freak. Of course, when it comes to proper business, she wasn't against Yu Yang. She knitted her brows, nodded lightly and said, the Gemini Temple and the Virgo Temple are the two strongest temples. The Gemini Temple completely duplicates the challenger's strength. No matter what the challenger has, the shadow clone will also have the same strength. You don't know, the scariest thing about the Gemini Temple is that the shadow that wears the Gemini golden mask will never die. Even if you kill it 100 times, it will continuously revive and maintain the same strength as the challenger. So, you won't be able to pass the Gemini Temple by force. Your action of leaving the Gemini Temple is very correct. The Gemini Temple is very difficult to pass, normal warriors avoid it and don't want to challenge it. If you want to pass the Gemini Temple, you must think of a way to pass it. I can say for sure that there must be a way to pass the Gemini Temple, it's just that we haven't found it yet. I've heard of a way before. Although it didn't succeed, but maybe you can use it as a reference. Yu Yu's words immediately made Yu Yang's eyes lit up. Sister Yu, quickly tell me. Yu Bing sincerely hoped that her brother would be able to pass all the Gemini temples and become the first warrior to pass all the Gemini temples. As long as he passed the Gemini Temple and the Virgo Temple, she believed that her brother would definitely be able to pass the other 8 temples. Climbing to the peak and surpassing the 10,000-year record was right in front of him. Yu Bing believed that her brother was the one with the most hope. The only regret was that her brother was too strong, which made the Gemini Temple's challenges even more difficult. If it was her who challenged the Gemini Temple, the difficulty might not be as high as her brother's. It was a pity that she couldn't help her brother. Yu Bing, who was secretly anxious, was overjoyed when she heard the good news from Yu Yu. Yu Yu smiled slightly and signaled to Yu Yang and Yu Bing not to be anxious. She said gently, in the past, my mentor's mentor was a healer and didn't have any killing power. When she went to challenge the Gemini Temple, her shadow also didn't have any killing power. Furthermore, before she entered the Gemini Temple, she thought of a way to injure herself severely and then crawl into the Gemini Temple. Her shadow also fell to the ground heavily injured and couldn't stop her. With her willpower, she crawled into the arena and obtained the golden mask. However, when she entered the back palace and was about to succeed, she found out that there was a strong beast inside. She couldn't fight it and had no choice but to summon her grimoire to heal herself and escape from the Gemini temple. Although she failed, she was the one who was closest to success. Yu Yang thought for a while and asked, what was the strong beast in the back palace of the Gemini temple? Princess Sisai and Yu Bing also looked at Yu Yu. They also wanted to know the truth. Facing everyone's curious gaze, Yu Yu waved her hands lightly, I don't know either. My mentor didn't say anything. I asked her at that time, but she didn't say anything. Then let's go ask your mentor. Although Princess Xianxia hated Yu Yang to the core and always wanted to bite him to death, she was still very concerned about his matters, especially in regards to his future. Is it really okay to do this? Maybe my mentor has something that she can't say, or maybe she doesn't know. Otherwise, when I barged into her that year, she would have answered me instead of remaining silent. Yu Yu respected her mentor more, but when she saw the determination in Princess Sisai's eyes and the desire on Yu Bing's face, her heart softened. She then looked at Yu Yang, who was still deep in thought, and nodded her head lightly, alright, but if my mentor doesn't want to say anything, we can't force her. That year, my mentor had warned me not to tell anyone else. Let's go. Seeing that Yu Yang was still deep in thought, Princess Sisai pulled him up with one hand, what's the use of just thinking about it? Let's go and ask about the situation first, then you can slowly think about it later. Yu Yang and his entourage returned to Shangjing. Yu Yu's mentor stayed in a quiet little house in Shangjing Academy. She was an old lady with hair as white as snow. She wore plain clothes and had a calm and peaceful demeanor. When she saw Yu Yu coming in, she nodded her head slightly. Her eyes were filled with affection as she gestured for everyone to sit down. Princess Sisai, all of you sit down. Didn't you go to Tongtian Tower with the princess? Why are you back? Teacher, this is my third brother. He wants to know more about Grandmaster's challenge in the Gemini temple. Yu Yu sat in front of the old lady and held her hand. Yuer's third brother? He's a good child. Take a seat, don't stand on ceremony. The old lady sized up Yu Yang seriously and nodded, completely different from what the legends say. At such a young age, you already know how to hide like a dragon in the abyss. Not bad. Why are you talking about the past? Yu Yu hurriedly explained, my third brother wants to challenge the 12 zodiac temples. Now that he has passed the Aries and Taurus temples, he has stopped at the Gemini temple. I told him about Grandmaster's challenge in the past, hoping to give him some inspiration. In the end, Princess Sisai felt that it would be best for me to ask you personally. If Grandmaster has a rule that it cannot be told to outsiders, then I won't ask. Past the Aries and Taurus temples? When the old lady heard, her body trembled slightly. She looked at Yu Yang again. It has been a long time since such an outstanding youth has appeared in Xia. This is a good thing. Speaking about the challenge in the Gemini temple, it is actually not a secret that cannot be told to outsiders. Alright, I will tell you about it. Thank you, teacher. Yu Yu happily held the old lady's hand and placed it on her face. She and the old lady were very close, just like how a mother and daughter interacted. If not for their master-disciple relationship and the huge age gap between them, it would have been easy for others to misunderstand. Yu Yang didn't know about it before, but he found out later that Yu Yu didn't have much status in the Yu clan castle. Firstly, her father, Yu Shan, only focused on nurturing his son, Yu Tian, and didn't care too much about his daughter, who was going to be married off in the future. Secondly, Yu Yu's inherent skill and guardian beast were both healing type, so they weren't very useful and weren't worth nurturing. Thirdly, the marriage alliance failed. This wasn't because Yu Yu hadn't found a husband, nor was it because her fiancé had died young. It was because her fiancé's family, the Xia clan, was very powerful now. They wanted to surpass and replace the Yu clan to become one of the 4 great clans. Before the Xia clan had developed, they had always been very respectful towards the Yu clan. The clan master Xia Tao had also often tried to curry favor with Yu Shan. After that, 2 people from the Xia clan became level 7 overlord. They were Xia Nu, who had the nickname 8,000 Miles Killer, and Xia Tu, who had the nickname Exterminating Weeds at the Roots. This caused the strength of the Xia clan to increase tremendously. With the support of the Yan clan, one of the 4 major clans, they became even more powerful. If it weren't for the fact that their foundations were still shallow and they weren't recognized by the outside world, they would have long been known as the five great clans. There were also many geniuses within the younger generation of the Xia clan. For example, the pitiful guy's former rival in love, Xie Qianren, was one of the brightest among the younger generation. He was extremely famous and was on par with the Yu clans Yu Tian and Yu Yan. He was only ranked below the three great killing stars, Feng Qisha, Yan Pejun and Shui Tanlang. Xie Tao, who used to crazily flatter the Yu clan's substitute clan master Yu Shan, had become increasingly arrogant ever since he became the city master of Blade Peak City. This time, in the business with the Yu clan, the Xia clan first sold the goods for money. After that, they sent people to disguise themselves as bandits to snatch the goods back and resell them to others. This blow caused the Yu clan to lose a lot of money. At the same time, it was also the beginning of the enmity between the two clans. The Xia clan denied this matter flatly. Even Jun Wuyu was furious. However, the Xia clan seemed to have someone supporting them from behind. Their tone was extremely unyielding. In the end, the Yu clan's investigation was fruitless and they could only suffer in silence. The Yu clan and the Xia clan had fallen out with each other and no longer had any relations with each other. However, the marriage between Yu Yu and the eldest of the younger generation of the Xia clan, Xie Qianxiu, was not cancelled. However, even a blind person could see that the marriage between the two clans had completely failed. The Yu clan had no excuse to reject the marriage. However, the Xia clan was malicious and wanted to defile the Yu clan's second miss no matter what. They insisted on not cancelling the marriage. Not only that, the Xia clan had also sent people to urge Yu to drop out of school, so that they could get married as soon as possible. In reality, Xie Qianxiu had already married into the Lai clan. He had a wife and concubines at home. At the same time, he was also the most famous playboy in Shangjing Academy. Xie Qianxiu, who was known as the school bell killer, was notorious for playing with beautiful girls. He was completely different from Yan Pejun, who was a handsome man who loved women. Yan Pejun also had countless women throwing themselves at him, but his reputation was not bad. At least he would not be like Xie Qianxiu, who proudly announced that he had completed the 1,000-women banquet. Yu Yu's mother was not the main wife and had passed away early. The main wife's attitude towards Yu Yu was normal. She was not loving, but she was not cold either. In front of others, she would even pretend to care about her daughter. As for Yu Yu's marriage, she had tacitly accepted it. The Yu clan would not be able to find an excuse to cancel the marriage anyway. Yu Yang was not very clear about Yu Yu's matters in the past. However, when he went to the Ivy Academy to study and went to the Despair Abyss to adventure, Yu Bing told him about it. Only then did he know that this gentle and quiet cousin of his did not have a good fate. At the very least, he could foresee that her fate would be tragic. "Yu, take a seat." The old woman lovingly caressed Yu Yu's little face and sighed, "The matter of the trial that year had tarnished our reputation. That's why our descendants are not willing to talk about it. In the Gemini Temple, all the challengers who obtained the golden mask would meet a second shadow in the back palace. The second shadow is the exact opposite of the first shadow. Not only is its gender the opposite, its power is also fixed at gold-ranked level 6. It will not change as the original body changes like the first shadow. What you mean is that the second shadow that a man meets is a woman, and the second shadow that a woman meets is a man?" Yu Yang was startled when he heard that. "That's right. Because my grandmaster was heavily injured, her fiancé and her family suspected that my grandmaster was humiliated by a different body and rejected the marriage. In order to prove her innocence, my grandmaster asked the empress to prove her innocence. However, even with the truth in front of her, she was still unable to change her lover's heart. In the end, she jumped into the sea to prove her innocence. The shadow in the Gemini Temple is only an illusory shadow, it would not humiliate the original body. In order to find the truth, my master had tried many different methods to enter the Gemini Temple to test it. In the end, it proved that no matter what, the second shadow would not do anything to humiliate the original body. The truth that my grandmaster was wronged was because her fiancé was trying to curry favor with the rich and powerful. He had found an excuse to marry the left minister's daughter. The second shadow and the first shadow were called Gemini, but the second shadow was the real beast that guarded the Gemini Temple. It would not allow any challengers to enter the back palace. Other than that, it would not participate in battles. Furthermore, before the golden mask falls into the hands of the challengers, the second shadow would not appear. When the old woman talked about the past, Yu Bing, Princess Sisai, and the others couldn't help but sigh. Slandering her virginity because of the trial, that Grandmaster's fiancé's way of thinking was really exaggerated and vicious. That Grandmaster had really chosen the wrong person, and had chosen the wrong fiancé. Princess Sisai was extremely shocked by this matter. She felt that she couldn't choose the wrong fiancé, and couldn't end up like that Grandmaster. She turned her head and looked at Yu Yang. She felt that although this brat was fickle and full of lust, wanting to push down women all day, he was still not bad in other aspects. Firstly, he took care of his family. No matter if it was Fourth Mother or Yu Bing, he would rush over to save them at the first moment. If he married a wife, she believed that he would be a good husband who would take good care of his wife. Secondly, he still had some basic morals. He would say whatever he wanted to say, and would not do anything hypocritical in the dark. As for other aspects, such as fighting, he was one in a million. Although she didn't want to admit that this brat was very outstanding, compared to other guys, this brat seemed to be a pretty good choice. His only problem was that he was fickle. This brat was a typical big pervert, falling in love with whoever he saw. Furthermore, he was extremely possessive. Luckily she didn't have any male friends, otherwise this brat might have chopped that unlucky guy to death. Through the historical lesson of Grandmaster Yu Yu choosing the wrong fiancé, Princess Sisai felt that she should think about it carefully. After all, this was a big matter in her life. Marriage, once she chose the wrong fiancé, she would be finished. Would the Zijin Kingdom's prince, who came to propose, really be better than Yu Yang? Would the Floating Mist Sect's junior sect leader, whom she had never met before, really be better than Yu Yang, the big pervert? Her father didn't ask her to have a political marriage, this was her fortune. Hence, she had to choose carefully, and not ruin her life just because of a moment of anger. Yu Yang didn't know that Princess Sisai was placing him on the scale in her heart, comparing him with everyone else. He was thinking about an important question. Why did the first shadow clone have to wear the golden mask? Why did the second shadow clone only appear after losing the golden mask? If he kept the golden mask or brought it out of the Gemini temple, what would happen? This is my master's battle diary, I'll give it to you as a reference. The old lady gave Yu Yang a diary, which detailed all the information about the Gemini temple, and even had all kinds of hand-drawn pictures. Yu Yang was overjoyed. After bidding farewell to the old lady, he couldn't wait to read the diary. Princess Sisai saw that this brat was too obsessed with the diary, and couldn't help but give him a punch. The guy from another world waved his hands. Go away, go away. You can look at me after I'm done. If you touch me again, I'll sue you for sexual harassment. Princess Xianxia was usually fine when she heard this, but with Yu Yu and Yu Bing by her side, she felt extremely awkward. Embarrassed, she punched Yu Yang again. Yu Yang was curious. What's wrong with this girl, is she addicted to hitting me? He raised his fist and was about to beat up Tigress, but Yu Yu hurriedly pulled his hand. Don't be angry, it's a good thing that she hit you. What? Yu Yang was confused. Being hit by her is a good thing? If it's someone else, she wouldn't even hit them. Hee, alright, stop reading, we're all hungry. Why don't we find a place to eat? Yu Yu realized that when Princess Sisai looked at her brother, her eyes seemed to be a little different. There was a mysterious light in her eyes, or perhaps, the light that was there before was even brighter. Yu Yu felt that Princess Sisai might have made a decision that she didn't have before because of her grandmaster's tragedy. With a woman's intuition, she was naturally happy for her brother. While she was happy, she felt that her brother was really an idiot. Girls were usually more reserved. If she wasn't a little interested in boys, would she act like a spoiled child towards him? Moreover, that fist was so soft that it couldn't even kill a mosquito. How was this hitting someone? This was simply enjoyment. This stupid brother of hers didn't know how lucky he was. Yu Yu was afraid that Princess Sisai would be shy, so she didn't say anything. She just stopped Yu Yang, who was going to hit her back. Not to mention Yu Yu, even Yu Bing, who didn't know what love was, could see that Princess Sisai was a little interested in her brother. At this moment, she was covering her mouth and secretly laughing at her brother's stupidity. She felt that her brother first mistook Sister Anan as a man, and now he thought that Princess Sisai hit him. She even thought that her brother had been staying at home for too long, so he didn't understand a girl's heart at all. To be precise, Yu Yang was an otaku, but he was definitely not an idiot. He was just playing dumb. Princess Sisai, this rouge tigress, he would never let her slip away from his hands. As for now, he would play with her first, and it wouldn't be too late to find a good opportunity to deal with her. Hey, isn't this my little wife? I heard that my little wife is as pure as ice and as clean as jade. Even I, her legitimate fiancé, can't touch her, as if there's gold lining down there. Now, how can she pull and do illicit things with a man? If you guys want to do it, don't do it in front of me. No matter what, I'm still a fiancé, okay? If I knew that you're a hypocritical slut, I would have ked you to death. I thought you were really chaste, but it turns out that you're just a slut. A strange voice sounded from the side of the boulevard. A man swaggered out. Yu Yang turned his head and saw that it was a tall and skinny man dressed in a white robe. His appearance was still passable, but his face was pale as if he had been drinking too much. Yu Yang saw that this person's eyebrows were filled with craftiness. His long and narrow eyes, thin lips and hooked nose made him look like a mean person. Not only did he have his hair draped over his shoulders, he even had many small braids beside his ears. His attire was neither fish nor fowl, but this guy still felt good about himself. Princess Sisai frowned. She originally wanted to use her tigress eyes to stare at this arrogant and filthy guy to death. She turned her head to look at Yu Yang and decided to give this opportunity to him. Big matters should be left to men to handle. In the past, she listened to her father. Now, she would just let this brat handle it. She lightly pulled Yu Bing, indicating that she would leave the matter to Yu Yang, and everyone just had to wait for a good show. At first, Princess Sisai was a little worried that the idiot opposite her would recognize her and run away in fear. She didn't expect that her worries were completely unnecessary. The vulgar man sized up the three women, but he didn't recognize Princess Xianxia, who wasn't carrying a heavy sword or wearing silver armor. Instead, she was wearing a light warrior's attire. He didn't pay much attention to Princess Xianxia, and only felt that she was a great beauty with a heroic spirit. He couldn't tell that she was an expert. Finally, the vulgar man looked at Hui Tai Lang, who was behind Yu Yang. Yu Yang guessed that the reason why this idiot looked at Hui Tai Lang was because he thought that Hui Tai Lang was a bronze-ranked level 3 ironback demonic wolf. It's you? Yu recognized who the person was. Her jade-like face instantly turned frosty. She snorted coldly, Shui Qianqiu, although spitting sh*t is your specialty, can you not show off? Even if your eyes are not grown properly, they should not be born on your buttocks. Which eyes of yours saw me pulling and pulling? I saw it with both my eyes. You slut, you are still pulling and pulling with this adulterer. Isn't he just a bronze-ranked level 3 dog? You think I didn't? My golden-eyed great ape is already bronze-ranked level 4, and the ox-head warrior is also bronze-ranked level 4. I'm so powerful, but I don't even dare to show off. What's a dog like you? You stinking whore, do you think you can turn against me just because you found a pretty boy? You want to break off the engagement? Dream on. The tall and skinny man called Shui Qianqiu laughed evilly. However, even though he was arrogant, he did not dare to be careless. Seeing Grey Wolf roaring, he immediately took out a red crystal and summoned a strengthening-type gorilla. A red light flashed, and the gorilla fused with his body. His originally thin body was full of blood and veins, and his muscles bulged. He turned into a 2-meter-tall muscular man. His shirt was torn apart by his bulging muscles, and his originally white pig-like body gradually turned into that of a gorilla, with thick hair growing on it. Xie Qianqiu, who had increased his combat power after the bronze-ranked level 4 giant golden-eyed ape, was extremely arrogant. Following that, he proudly summoned a bronze-ranked level 4 ox-head warrior, looking as if he wanted to scare Yu Yang to death. He pointed at Yu Yang and arrogantly snorted, "Pretty boy, kneel down in front of me now and lick my toes." Yu reckoned that if Yu Yang were to make a move, he would be able to kill this idiot in a second. Although she hated Xie Qianqiu, she did not want Yu Yang to turn against the Xie clan because of her. She rushed to scold him, "How shameless, Xie Qianqiu, who do you think you are? How dare you be so arrogant here? Get lost, don't act like a fool here. This is not your Xia clan's courtyard, don't show off here. Xianxia was furious when he heard that. You slut, don't think that just because you have the Yu clan supporting you, you can act like a virtuous lady. You are going to graduate soon, and once you graduate, it will be your wedding date. At that time, you will be my female slave, and I will *CK you however I want. There are only a few days left, you can pretend to be pure and innocent. You can even say that your stinky lower part is inlaid with gold. Haha, what's the use of that? Aren't you just a piece of trash that can be defiled by me? I have tolerated you, this hypocritical whore, for a long time. I have finally caught you today. So you are not some gold-inlaid jade, but a slut who can be a husband to anyone. Haha, now that I have caught you red-handed, let's see how the Yu clan can protect you. Yu was so angry that her face turned pale. Her whole body was trembling, and she was so angry that she could not say a word. Yu Yang looked on coldly from the side, letting this clown continue his performance. Level 4, Divine Vision, could see through many things. For example, this Xianxia's beast could be considered as a high-leveled beast among his peers. However, Yu Yang's Divine Vision could see that this kind of bronze-ranked level 4 beast was raised using magic crystals. Even if it was a bronze-ranked level 4 beast, it might not even be comparable to a bronze-ranked level 3 beast that other people had painstakingly raised. From this, it could be deduced that the Xia clan's sudden increase in power was actually because they had the support of a powerful and wealthy person behind the scenes. This kind of leveling up without time and accumulation of foundation was just a method to hasten success. It might look very impressive on the surface, but in reality, it was just trash. Yu Yang did not know who the person behind the scenes supporting the Xia clan was, but through Xianxia, he was already 80% sure that it was the person behind the scenes. The Xia clan was only a chess piece that the person behind the scenes had placed in front of them. Their purpose was to deal with the Yu clan and even the 4 great clans, with Xianxia's strength, let alone Feng Qisha, Yan Pejun and Shui Tanlang, the 3 true killing stars. He was still far from the Yu clan's younger generation, Yu Tian, Yu Yan and even Yu Ting. According to his strength, Yu Yang estimated that this Xianxia's strength would at most be on par with the Yu clan's weakest, Yu Bao. If they really fought, Xianxia would most likely lose to Yu Bao since he did not have a summoning grimoire. Just based on his drunken body and his 2 bronze-ranked level 4 beasts that were raised using magic crystals, Yu Yang could defeat him with a single finger. However, Yu Yang decided to let this idiot perform for a while. The more Xianxia said, the more arrogant he would be. Then, he would have more reason to stand up for Yu. Later on, when he bullied him, he would be able to vent his anger even more. The more this arrogant person said, the more mistakes he made. Didn't the Xia clan not want to break off the engagement no matter what? Now that Xianxia had said it like that, he would turn against him mercilessly. There was no turning back now. At that time, let's see how the Xia clan would protect him. Yu's tragic fate. It was fine if Yu Yang did not know about it in the past. But now that he knew about it, he would definitely not let it happen. Although he did not interact much with this cousin of his, Yu, he knew that she was gentle and refined. She had treated the pitiful guy quite well in the past, so he did not mind helping her out. At this time, a woman came out from the thicket on the tree-lined avenue. She had a voluptuous bosom and a flirtatious appearance. Her clothes were untidy, and her breasts could be vaguely seen through her half-covered clothes. It was obvious that she was having sex with Xianxia in the thicket just now. From afar, Princess Sisai, whose 6 records was very sensitive, could smell the obscene smell coming from this woman's body. She immediately frowned and pulled Yu and Yubing back a few steps with her small hands. When they retreated like this, Xianxia thought that they were scared off by him, and laughed out loud proudly. When the flirtatious woman saw Yu, her sharp, unkind and venomous words were like a volcano eruption. The content of her scolding was simply unbearable. Yu was so angry that she was trembling. In the end, she endured it and pulled Yu Yang. Xiao-san, don't care about this adulterous couple. Let's go. You want to leave? It won't be that easy. Xianxia leaped up high, flying more than 10 meters in the air, and landed heavily in the middle of the road opposite them. He raised both of his arms up high, blocking the way. His ox-head warrior advanced step by step. His target was Hui Tai Lang, who had a slightly lazy demeanor. Hui Tai Lang was originally very warlike, but he had killed too many strong beasts recently. He had killed silver-ranked beasts and gold-ranked beasts before. Hence, Hui Tai Lang was a little dispirited towards the bronze-ranked level 4 ox-head warrior. Kneel down and use your mouth to suck it out for me. If you make me feel good, I can consider letting you live. Otherwise, I will *CK you to death right here. As for you, pretty boy, kneel down and bark like a dog. If I don't tell you to stop, you can't stop even for a second. Otherwise, not only will I chop off your dog head, I will also exterminate your whole family. Actually, this was not the first time that Xianxia had done this kind of thing. He had done such things in broad daylight, raping women and exterminating people's families countless of times. If he was in a place with many people, he might have restrained himself a little. However, this area was the most secluded and most inaccessible place in Shangjing Academy. It was a scenic mountain forest where some of the older teachers recuperated. On this tree-lined path, there wouldn't be any students walking around even after a long time. Xianxia felt that if he didn't seize this opportunity to *CK these 3 beautiful girls, he would be letting himself down. One must know that it wasn't every day that he could meet such a beautiful girl. Xianxia started to take off his pants. When the 3 girls saw this, they immediately turned around and spat in unison. They had seen vulgar people before, but they had never seen such a vulgar person. Princess Sisai punched Yu Yang's shoulder. Dead man, what are you still doing here? Quickly go and get rid of him. That flirtatious woman was enraged upon hearing this. She summoned a strengthening type normal level 3 female leopard. After fusing with it, she became a leopard lady with spots all over her body and sharp claws. She leaped into the air and rushed over. She viciously waved her sharp claws, sweeping towards Princess Sisai's delicate face. At the same time, she scolded, "Smelly whore, are you making me itchy? Let me use my claws to help you feel better." Princess Sisai was preparing to send this slut flying with a punch. Suddenly, purple flame soared to the sky. With a flash of a blade, Yu Yang had already acted first and chopped off that woman's claws. That woman fell down heavily, howling in pain as she rolled on the ground. Yu Yang was unmoved as he stepped on that woman's chest. Princess Sisai, Yu and Yu Bing immediately heard the sound of ribs breaking. Immediately, that flirtatious woman's blood-curdling screams stopped. Fresh blood spurted out from her mouth. Yu Yang raised his leg again and kicked that woman's chin. Countless broken teeth and fresh blood splattered all over the ground. That ox-head warrior rushed forward, waving its axe to chop Yu Yang. However, before it could even raise its axe, its head had already been chopped off by Yu Yang. Yu Yang turned around. The ox-head warrior's headless corpse fell to the ground with a loud thud. Yu Yang whistled as if he had not done anything. Holding the Huijin magic blade that was dripping with fresh blood, he walked towards Xianxia, who was dumbstruck and couldn't believe his own eyes. Xianxia suddenly reacted. He was so scared that his heart was about to explode as he turned around to escape. However, when he turned around, he saw Yu Yang standing in front of him with a smile on his face. That smile was like the smile of a demon. Xianxia could no longer hold back the fear in his heart when he saw Yu Yang. His urine drenched his pants, dripping onto the ground. When Yu Yang raised his blade, Xianxia roared and jumped up high. He was prepared to use his super jumping ability to escape from this terrifying place. He did not have the courage to attack Yu Yang at all. This was because he could clearly see that this pretty boy had chopped off the bronze-ranked level 4 ox-head warrior's head in one move. This kind of enemy was not someone he could deal with. Hence, the only thought in Xianxia's mind was to escape. "Clown, continue your performance. I haven't seen enough." Yu Yang appeared in the sky in a flash. With a swing of his blade, he smashed Xianxia's nose bridge, causing Xianxia's strong gorilla-like body to be smashed onto the ground. "Spare me." "Aha!" Xianxia's begging voice was silenced by Yu Yang's stomp. It was like a toad being stepped on by a human. When Yu Yang let go of him, all the teeth in his mouth were broken, and blood spurted out from his mouth. Yu Yang shook his head when he saw this, as if he was still not satisfied with the strength of his attack. He then stepped on Xianxia's fingers again, one by one, patiently breaking his fingers until they became minced meat. At the same time, he said indifferently, "Cry, cry as much as you want. Cry louder. Yes, just like that. Actually, you can cry louder and scream even more miserably. If there was a pig slaughtering scream in between, then it would be even more perfect." Yu Yu was afraid that Yu Yang would kill Xianxia. Although she hated trash like Xianxia, if he was killed, the Xia clan would definitely fight the Yu clan to the death. She was not willing to let the Yu clan have a strong enemy because of her. Seeing Yu Yang raise his blade, she hurriedly called out, "Don't kill him, this kind of trash is not worth your time. If the Yu clan can't even protect a woman, then how can they be called the Four Great Clans? They should just be called the Coward Clan." Yu Yang laughed coldly. He waved his hand to signal Yu Yu not to care about him. He used the demon blade to pry open Xianxia's pants, and laughed. "I thought it was some kind of huge monster, bragging so much. You dare to say that you are a banquet for 1,000 women with just this little ham? You can't even compare to young Master Guanxi, what are you so arrogant for? There's no other way, if I don't open your eyes, you will probably die with regrets. Open your eyes and see, you should have killed yourself long ago." Yu Yang started to undo his pants. Princess Sisai and Yu Yu saw this brat's inappropriate actions from the corner of their eyes. They both blushed and spat lightly. As for Yu Bing, she lowered her head even more, not daring to turn her head. Yu Yang did not care about what the three girls were thinking at this time. He slowly undid his pants. Human cannon, level 1 ready, human bubble, level 2 ready, human cannon, fire. He arrogantly peed on Shui Qianqiu's tattered mouth to his heart's content. In the end, he even shook it comfortably and pulled up his pants. Seeing that Xie Qianqiu was pretending to be dead, Yu Yang called out to Hui Tai Lang, "Hui Tai Lang, have you eaten barbecued ham before? Today I am in a good mood, I will personally roast one for you to try." The purple flames in his hands soared to the sky. Xie Qianqiu originally wanted to pretend to be dead to avoid this disaster. Even if Yu Yang peed on his mouth, he would still pretend to be unconscious. Now that he heard barbecued ham, he was so scared that he quickly stood up and ran for his life. Yu Yang laughed coldly and kicked heavily, breaking Xie Qianqiu's spine into a few pieces. He then flipped Xie Qianqiu, who was howling miserably on the ground, and stomped on the bird and its eggs, turning them into minced meat. He then threw a ball of purple flames and started to roast them. The smell of burnt meat spread everywhere. Hui Tai Lang saw that there was only charcoal left. Where was the barbecued ham? Using its claws to scratch the charcoal, it realized that there was nothing good to eat. It looked suspiciously at its master. Yu Yang gave it a kick. "I made a mistake and burned it, can't I? There is no barbecued ham, this fellow has meat everywhere on his body. Can't you just eat a meal?" Hearing this, Hui Tai Lang did not hold back. It opened its big mouth and started to bite Xie Qianqiu's body. The three girls had already run far away when Yu Yang took out the human cannon. They waited for him from afar. Although they were far away, they could still hear Xie Qianqiu's miserable cries from afar. They did not think that Yu Yang was cruel. Instead, they felt that it was very satisfying. They started to discuss softly again. The three girls all thought that if a bad guy met with an evil person like Yu Yang, it would be the biggest misfortune of their lives. For trash like Xie Qianqiu, who was hated by others, no matter how much Yu Yang tortured him, it would not be too much. The only thing that worried Yu Yu was that the Xia clan would definitely come looking for them in the future. What should they do when that time comes? Seeing that Yu Yang had returned, Princess Sisai could still hear Xie Qianqiu's miserable cries. She asked curiously, "Why didn't you kill Xie Qianqiu? With your abilities, you could have completely destroyed his corpse with just a wave of your hand. Why did you leave him alive?" Yu Yang first reached out and caressed Yu Bing's head, comforting his sister. Then, he smiled at Princess Sisai and Yu Yu. His smile was as bright as the sun. "I don't go and provoke others, but others shouldn't provoke me either. Whoever dares to have any ideas on me or my family, I will kill as many as they come. Xie Qianqiu won't be able to live. I will only let him die longer and in more pain. At the same time, I will also give a warning to the world. I don't care how they fight, but don't ever have any ideas on my family." Otherwise, even the God of Heaven won't be able to stop them. The Xia clan is nothing. If they want to reason, I will reason with them. If they want to fight with fists, I will fight with fists. If they want to touch me, I will destroy their whole clan. Everyone has one life, who is afraid of who? Xiao San, you have grown up. Compared to before, you have really changed a lot. Thank you for helping me, if not, I would have. Yu was so emotional that she covered her face and cried. Brother, I support you. Yu Bing was definitely Yu Yang's #1 fan. The Xia clan isn't considered strong, but there should be a big power behind the Xia clan. Princess Sisai reached out and hugged Yu Yang's shoulder. She nodded at Yu Yang half jokingly and half seriously. I have been quite bored recently, so I will accompany you to go crazy for once. How about it? Am I good enough to be your brother? Brother, let's go drink, we won't go home until we're drunk. Yu Yang was prepared to make this rouge tigress drunk. As long as she became a drunk cat, wouldn't she be at his mercy? Princess Sisai did not need to use her 6 records inherent skill to understand this brat's perverted heart. She was speechless. He was worried that the Xia clan would take revenge on Fourth Mother and the little girl. Yu Yang hurriedly returned to Whitestone City. Most of the things in the house had already been moved away. Fourth Mother and the little girl had also been sent by the old cunning fox to fetch them. A few elders were left behind to guard the house. After asking, he found out that they were the relatives of the tavern girls. They were old and reluctant to leave Whitestone City to live in Shangjing. Hence, they willingly stayed behind to look after this small garden for Yu Yang. Yu Yang originally wanted to comfort them, but when the words reached his mouth, he didn't know what to say. In the end, he, Princess Sisai, Yu Bing and Yu went to the market and bought a few big bags of daily necessities. Although the old cunning fox had left them enough money to ensure that they didn't have to worry about anything, the elders still accepted it happily. What they wanted was more of a caring, not material things. Yu Yang prepared to return to the Yu clan castle to see if the Xia clan was up to something. At the same time, he wanted to warn Elder Yu Hai. He didn't want the Xia clan to attack the Yu clan. The Yu clan still didn't know what had happened. Before he left, Yu Yang looked at the few elders who were sending him off at the door and said, "My sisters risked their lives to save Fourth Mother and my sisters' lives. From now on, they are my sisters, and you guys are my elders. You guys can live here peacefully, this is your home." The elders burst into tears when they heard this. The old lady leader nodded her head and sobbed, "Don't worry, young master. We old bones will take care of ourselves. Young master and miss, please take care too." After leaving Whitestone City, the 3 girls' eyes were red. The sympathetic Yu even wiped her tears a few times. These elders had sacrificed their daughters for the Yu clan, but they didn't ask for anything. When Jun Wuyu wanted to bring them to Shangjing to live comfortably, they rejected him and would rather stay in this small garden. When he returned to the Yu clan castle, Yu Yang didn't see Fourth Mother. She and the little lass had already been sent by the old fox to a secret place to live in seclusion. No one knew where they had been sent to. The substitute clan master Yu Shan wasn't here, and second uncle Yu Ling wasn't here either. Elder Yu Hai had personally sent Fourth Mother off to live in seclusion and hadn't returned yet. Yu Yang was speechless. With such an empty Yu clan, if the Xia clan's experts were to attack them, who would be able to stop them? Although there were 12 elders, 3 of the great elders did not manage the affairs, and a few of them were old and worn out. As for the rest, Yu Yang took care of 2 of them. If the Xia clan really sent 2 level 7 overlords to their doorstep, Yu Yang reckoned that the Yu clan castle would be filled with corpses and blood. On the other hand, Yu Tian and Yu Yan were at home. They were waiting for their clan's puppet beasts. Due to their great loss in strength, this year's 100 schools elite competition was about to begin. If they didn't rely on their puppet beasts to keep up appearances, they would probably suffer a crushing defeat. To them, who had been in the top 10 for a long time, this was unacceptable. Now that Yu Yang had returned, they naturally did not want to provoke Yu Yang, this devil. Hence, they avoided him. Yu and Yu Bing went to pay their respects to the female elders in the clan. When they came back, they brought back a piece of bad news. Fourth uncle and Miss Feng's condition seemed to have worsened. Miss Feng had already brought Fourth uncle back to the Feng clan. Yu Yang was surprised. Didn't they say that fourth uncle's condition had improved? Why did it worsen again? Why don't we go and see what's going on? Yu Yang felt that something was wrong. Fourth mother had been kidnapped and had just been rescued. Now, fourth uncle's condition had worsened. This was too much of a coincidence. It's better to go and take a look now. Maybe we can help. Princess Sisai knew that Yu Yang had a medicine encyclopedia. Although it might not be useful, they could still try their luck. The most important thing was that fourth uncle had gotten into trouble because he wanted to buy the Spirit Beast Awakening Knowledge Pill for Yu Yang. Yu Yang should go and visit him. This was the basic duty of a son. The only thing that Princess Sisai was worried about was that Yu Yang and Yu Bing might receive some bad news. Especially for Yu Bing, she might not be able to bear it. Without stopping, they rushed to He Yang's Feng clan. He Yang's Feng clan did not have a huge castle like the Yu clan's castle, but their house was very big. They could be considered as one of the most famous families in the area. When the Feng clan's clan master heard the news, he welcomed Yu Yang and the others into the hall. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he invited Yu Yang to one side to talk. Yu Yang did not understand this old man. What could he not say in front of Princess Sisai and the others? When he followed the Feng clan's clan master into the inner hall, this old man who was originally in good spirits suddenly sighed, as if he had a belly full of bitterness to pour out. Feng clan master, if you have something to say, please say it to me. Yu Yang still did not know what this old man meant. You are a junior, so I should not say it to you. But, Sai, you are the only male in the fourth branch, so I still have to say it to you. The Feng clan master invited Yu Yang to sit down. He muttered to himself for a while and said, "This matter has been going on for so long. I think you can guess it in your heart. My little girl and your fourth uncle have already reached their limits. I'm afraid they won't be able to hold on for much longer." What? Yu Yang was shocked and stood up immediately. Sai, we have fallen into the enemy's trap. It's already too late to realize it now. The Feng clan master's expression was sorrowful as he let out a long sigh. Didn't they say that fourth uncle had already recovered? Yu Yang could not believe his ears. They said that fourth uncle had already recovered. Why was there such a grievous news now? Yes, we all thought that your fourth uncle would get better. But we did not expect that the enemy did not use one type of poison, but two. The first type, the queen bee's poison, is used to suppress the second type, the 100 rigid worm poison. When the queen bee's poison gradually dissipates, the second type, the 100 rigid worm poison, which has been lying dormant for a long time, will take effect. This kind of poison is not strong at first, but as long as the person sleeps, its toxicity will increase. You also know that your fourth uncle has been unconscious for a long time. The poison has already entered his vitals and is incurable. The enemy's actions are extremely sinister. Even if we know about it now, there is nothing we can do. The Feng clan master sighed as he sat beside Yu Yang. His face was full of sorrow. 100 rigid worm poison. Yu Yang had seen it in the medicine encyclopedia and knew that it was a type of slow-acting poison. When it first enters the body, the poison is very light. But it will grow and seep into the body. As long as the patient is unconscious, it will quickly spread. When the patient is unconscious or asleep, it will grow crazily. In the end, it will turn the entire person into a 100 rigid worm like a zombie. This poison was not a product of the soaring dragon continent. 1,000 years ago, the Dixia emperor was poisoned and died. Innate rankers joined hands to investigate and found out the truth. Only then did they know that there was such a vicious poison in the world. It was said that this 100 rigid worm poison required the brain matter of 100 people to grow 100 goo worms. The goo worms would then devour each other to become the king of goo. The king of goo worms was raised using demon blood, dragon saliva, witch poison, and other things. It was also refined using a secret technique. Finally, it was ground into powder. Once a person took a little bit of the powder, they would be poisoned by the 100 rigid worm poison. 100 rigid worm poison was also one of the 1,000 goblins' sect's 100 poisons. Its only weakness was that the poison's incubation period was extremely long. The longest incubation period could be as long as a few months to 2 years. The longer the incubation period, the stronger the poison. Yu Yang's fourth uncle had been poisoned for almost a year. In addition, he was unconscious for a long period of time, causing the poison to worsen. No wonder the Feng clan master sighed. Although the 100 rigid worm poison is one of the 100 poisons, it doesn't mean that there is no cure. Yu Yang remembered that the medicine encyclopedia mentioned that there was a kind of medicine that could resist the poison. If he could get this medicine, even if he couldn't cure fourth uncle, he believed that it was possible to save his life. There was another way to save fourth uncle, and that was to kill the person who raised the poison. That person had the 1,000 poison parasite mother in his body. If he killed him, the 100 rigid worm poison would be greatly alleviated. Normally, the person who raised the poison would also have a secret goo pill. Although the medicine encyclopedia did not record that the goo pill was effective against the 100 rigid worm poison, Yu Yang felt that he could try his luck. Are you talking about the bone-eroding dried heartfern? The Feng clan master sighed. The only place in the world that had the bone-eroding dried heartfern had already been burnt down. The spirit herb sect that collected this medicine had more than 10 disciples killed. Their storage room was robbed and all the medicinal herbs and poisonous plants, including the bone-eroding dried heartfern, were all wiped out. The Gold Gu Miao clan that was on good terms with my clan, their Gold Gu elder was killed and not a single Gu pill was left. Even his corpse was melted into a pool of blood. If it wasn't for the fact that I was in such despair, how could I just sit and watch? It's so bitter to see a white person die before a black person. Why did the enemy target my fourth uncle? Yu Yang was extremely puzzled. Fourth uncle was so ordinary, why did the enemy target him, and fourth mother, what was her identity? Yu Yang realized that there was a big picture. The enemy was arranging everything, including the pitiful guy's annulment of the engagement, drowning himself in the river, fourth uncle's ambush, poisoning, kidnapping of fourth mother and so on. All of these were part of the big picture. The Feng clan master paused and looked at Yu Yang. Suddenly, he said something that shocked Yu Yang. Maybe the enemy suspected that your parents were still alive and had been protecting the Yu clan from the shadows. So they did all kinds of things to force your parents to show themselves. You must know that your mother was the only person in the entire Soaring Dragon continent who had entered the inner layer of the God's ruins. Anyone who wants to enter the inner layer of the God's ruins must first find your mother. Yu Yang was dumbstruck when he heard this. Now, he realized the importance of the 2 diaries that the pitiful guy's parents had left behind. The diaries definitely recorded the secrets of the God's ruins. One of the countless information in the diaries was the body fusion that no one in the entire Soaring Dragon continent knew about. And the black and swarthy ordinary black jade necklace, sealed within it was Queen Vivian Li, who had been in a deep sleep for 10,000 years. Now, Yu Yang suddenly understood why the pitiful guy would be framed to annul his engagement and drown himself in the river. So it was all the enemy's doing. My father and mother, what kind of people were they? Yu Yang was very curious about the pitiful guy's father, especially his mother. This was the first time he heard about her. She was actually so powerful, she was actually the only person in the world who had entered the God's ruins. No wonder Elder Yu Hai and fourth mother did not say anything about it, there was actually such a secret hidden inside. Your mother is a mysterious woman, I don't know much about her. I have seen your father before, I have watched him grow up. You look very similar to him, just that you are more handsome, and your skin is also a little better. Maybe you even look a little like your mother. Your father was a brave and unparalleled man, he was fearless. It was just that he was too stubborn, that's why he passed away early, making people feel very sad. Your grandfather, if it wasn't for the death of his beloved son and the loss of hope, he wouldn't have become so dispirited. I have known your grandfather for 100 years, but I have never seen him like this before. If your parents were still alive, how could there be anyone in this world who would bully them like this? After the old man finished speaking, he waved his hand again. I am old, your grandfather is also old. You children should take care of yourselves. If you can't win, you must remember to endure it. Where there's life, there's hope. You should go and meet your fourth uncle, he must have something to tell you. Yu Yang said his goodbyes and left, still thinking about the old man's words. The pitiful guy's parents were actually such people. Looks like there were countless secrets hidden in the 2 diaries. Only by unraveling those secrets could he find out the truth. If the pitiful guy's mother was such a person, then what secrets did her younger sister, fourth mother, have? Yu Yang, Yu Bing, and the others went to Miss Feng's room to see fourth uncle. Fourth uncle was still in a deep sleep, lying quietly on a rattan chair. Beside him were two letters, written for fourth mother and Yu Yang. This fourth uncle's appearance was younger than Yu Yang had imagined. He was handsome, with a mustache similar to Lu Xiaofeng's. He wore a white headscarf and a green robe. Half of his body was covered by a blanket. If it wasn't for his weak breathing, he would have thought that he was taking an afternoon nap. His skin was slightly pale from overexertion of vitality. Faintly, there was a deathly aura that a healthy person didn't have. Yu Yang stretched out his hand to sense it and found that it was more serious than he had imagined. The venomous core and the bone-corroding dry fern might not be able to stop his condition from worsening. It seemed like there was only one way to save fourth uncle, and that was to kill the person who was raising the venomous core and dig out the myriad poison venomous core from his body. Miss Feng was a young married woman wearing plain clothes. Her appearance was not bad, but she looked a little haggard. Her eyes were red and swollen from crying. When she saw Yu Bing, she gently hugged her and choked with tears. She didn't tell her the truth, but comforted her softly, saying that she would definitely cure fourth uncle, so that Yu Bing could rest assured. Princess Sisai and Yu could hear the sadness in Miss Feng's voice. Yu Bing was still young and hoped that her father would recover. She didn't doubt Miss Feng's words and only nodded. Miss Feng hugged her and wiped her tears a few times. She then signaled Yu Yang to come over. What made Yu Yang feel strange was that she didn't mention fourth uncle again. Instead, she asked about Yu Yang's daily life, hinting that Yu Yang had to take responsibility for the family in the future and fight for the fourth branch. Yu Yang didn't need to check her pulse to feel that this Miss Feng had also been poisoned by the 100 rigid worm venom. It was just that she already knew about it and was on guard, so the poison was mild. It's okay. Come visit your fourth uncle again when you have time. Just now, he was still talking about you. Now that he's tired, I won't wake him up. Miss Feng handed the letter to Yu Yang. It seemed like she was handing over her will. Yu Yang took the letter and looked at her bulging belly. Miss Feng waved her hand slightly. The baby is safe, don't worry. Hearing her words, Yu Yang felt that after giving birth, this young lady from the Feng clan might die of love. This was probably the reason why she allowed the 100 rigid worm poison to enter her body. Now, Miss Feng could be cleared of suspicion. She shouldn't be the one who set up a trap to harm fourth uncle. However, she was also plotted against. After Yu Yang left the room, he took the opportunity when the three girls were still talking to Miss Feng to read the letter that fourth uncle had left for him. There were two types of words in the letter. It was written by fourth uncle Yu Ling. He said that he was very pleased to know that Yu Yang had worked hard. He also refused to let Yu Yang investigate this matter. He said, "You have to be the master of the family and take care of your family. Take care of your fourth mother and your two sisters. Take care of them as your priority. Don't be reckless and take revenge. Otherwise, you will fall into the enemy's trap and cause more trouble. The enemy is extremely powerful. Even with the power of Xia Kingdom, it would be difficult to fight against them. The last thing you can do is to jump out of the enemy's trap and save your family's lives." He also told Yu Yang two secrets. One was that Yu Qiu had left a gift for his son somewhere in the 5th floor of Tong Tian Tower. He said that it would be useful when his son entered the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. The pitiful guy's mysterious mother said that in the god's ruins, there was a special passage that she could not enter. She hoped that her son could go in and investigate the truth. The last part of the letter was written by Miss Feng. Miss Feng said that there was not much time left. She was afraid that the 100 rigid worm poison would spread, so she would bring fourth uncle to a tomb to hide and wait for it to end. As for the baby in her womb, if it was a boy, he would be sent back to the Yu clan to continue the bloodline of the fourth house. If it was a girl, she would be raised by the Feng clan. She hoped that Yu Yang would take care of his younger brother or sister for the sake of his fourth uncle. Her words were sincere, making Yu Yang feel that Miss Feng was indeed a good mother. At least when she decided to die for love, she still thought of her children. "I have never doubted that you are a good brother. Since you could bring your fourth mother and sister back to the Yu clan castle, I know your character. In the future, I hope that you can take care of them." Brothers should support each other, sisters should depend on each other. Miss Feng ended the letter with this sentence. She also had the intention of entrusting her future baby to Yu Yang. It seemed that she had already decided to die. Yu Yang did not speak for a long time. Was there really no way to save the situation? Could it be that he had to watch fourth uncle and Miss Feng die quietly like this? Was there any other way to think of? There was still time. If he could not use his full strength now, then couldn't he think of a way to recover his innate strength after 3 months? Yu Yang was a little unconvinced in his heart. The enemy's poisonous trick had stumped him? There must be a way. This was a slow poison, not a strong poison that would kill him immediately. There were still a few months left. As long as he could find the person who planted the poison, there would still be a glimmer of hope, even if it was an innate rancor. Hadn't he killed Tu Qing and Quan Zhan, the 2 innate rancors before? At the very least, he had to put in some effort and not give up easily. Outside the hall, the Feng clan master patted Yu Yang's shoulder. He did not say anything, but personally sent Yu Yang, Princess Sisai, Yu Yu, and Yu Bing off. When he returned to the Yu clan castle, he discovered that the Yu clan village at the foot of the mountain was in a mess, as if a hurricane had passed through. After asking, he found out that the people from the Xia clan had already been here. They aggressively attacked the clan warriors who blocked their way and smashed many shops, claiming that they wanted the Yu clan to hand over Yu Yu and their adulterer. However, the Xia clan still had some misgivings and did not attack the Yu clan castle. The Yu clan warriors were very gloomy, because the one who caused trouble was not Yu Tian, Yu Yan, Yu Bao, or the abnormal third young master Yu Yang. It was the most obedient and gentle Yu Yu. They definitely did not believe that Yu Yu would have an adulterer, because the second miss had always been with Princess Sisai. Furthermore, everyone had seen Yu Yu and Princess Sisai returning together. There were only 7th Miss Yu Bing and the abnormal third young master Yu Yang accompanying them. How could there be an adulterer? They firmly opposed the Xia clan's vile act of tarnishing the second Miss reputation. Even an idiot would know that the Xia clan and the Yu clan were enemies. They must have purposely found an excuse to cause trouble. The Xia clan's leader, the level 7 overlord, Xia Tu, did not take action, but the clan warriors from both sides had a huge battle. The Yu clan suffered a small loss as the Yu clan village was smashed. When Jun Wu Yu and Elder Yu Hai heard the news and rushed over, the Xia clan had already left. What actually happened? Elder Yu Hai found Yu Yang and asked about the Yu clan village being smashed. I don't know. I brought second sister and Bing heir to see fourth uncle. The princess was also with us. Yu Yang expressed that he was a good boy who did not fight, so he did not know what had happened. Grandpa, it's my fault. Yu Yu was not like Yu Yang who would lie without blinking. She knelt down and told the whole story honestly. Princess Sisai was afraid that she would be punished by Elder Yu Hai, so she repeated Xie Qianqiu's words. When Jun Wu Yu heard it, his expression changed. He realized that the Xia clan's provocation towards the Yu clan was not simple. There must be a powerful force behind them. Even without the incident with Yu Yu, they would still find another excuse. Yu Yu's unexpected provocation was just a catalyst. Elder Yu Hai looked at Yu Yang and suddenly asked with an inquiring tone, Xiaosan, what do you think? Yu Yang was a typical violent person. Others had already come to bully him, what else was there to say? Of course he would beat him up until his own mother could not recognize him. Yu Yang coughed slightly. Everyone knows that I am a pacifist. I am kind-hearted and do at least one good deed a month. For example, helping an old lady cross the road. I am also very tolerant. Normally, when others hit my left cheek, I would extend my right cheek to let them hit me. Everyone was speechless. If you were a pacifist, then there would be no warmongers in the Soaring Dragon continent. Princess Sisai glared at Yu Yang. She nodded lightly at Elder Yu Hai. If the Xia clan wants to fight, we will fight. Jun Wu Yu sweated profusely when he heard this. It's fine if you help them secretly, but you can't even say we now. You are not even a part of the Yu clan yet. Your Majesty, why don't you act as a witness for both our clans? Elder Yu Hai was unwilling to drag Jun Wu Yu into this. If the Xia clan dared to provoke the Yu clan, it was obvious that they were not afraid of Jun Wu Yu's support. This matter could not involve de Xia's royal family. Otherwise, the entire Soaring Dragon continent situation would be in chaos. He realized that the Yu clan had reached the edge of a cliff. If they were not careful, the whole Yu clan would fall into a bottomless abyss. Brother Hai, you don't have to say any more about this matter. We are bound together for good or bad. Junwuyu smiled faintly. The head butler asked for an audience with a flustered expression on his face. Looks like the Xia clan had made a new move. Elder Yu Hai waved his hand to signal the head butler not to say anything. He turned to look at Yu Yang. Xiao-san, bring your sister away first. This has nothing to do with you juniors. Yu Yang nodded, of course. You are the clan master, of course I will listen to you. He stood up and walked out. Yu and Yu Bing looked at him. Something's not right. Did this brat change his personality? Why was he so obedient? Only Princess Sisai chased after him and shouted, "Hey, don't act recklessly." Before she could finish her sentence, Yu Yang, who had walked out of the study room, had already disappeared. Elder Yu Hai and Junwuyu looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Although they knew that this brat would not listen, they did not expect him to have such a reaction. At the foot of the mountain, more and more Xia clan experts came with their warriors. They had already passed the Yu clan village and were approaching the Yu clan castle on the mountain. The Yu clan's warriors had no choice but to retreat due to the enemy's strength. The two elders looked at Xia Tu, who was a level 7 intermediate overlord. Although they were unwilling, they could only signal their warriors to retreat and wait for reinforcements. A level 7 overlord was not something that the two of them could fight against. Xia Tu did not make a move at all. As a level 7 overlord, just his aura alone was enough to completely overwhelm the other party's warriors. Just as he was feeling pleased with himself, a shadow suddenly flew down from the mountain. Purple flames soared to the sky like a meteor, causing him to shiver. The Yu clan's experts had finally appeared. The purple flames twisted into the shape of a dragon in midair and rotated. Just as Xia Tu leaped up and was about to block the attack, the person suddenly disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already above the Xia clan's warriors. The purple flame storm slashed down from above, blood splattered everywhere. At least 20 of the Xia clan's warriors were killed on the spot by the purple flame blade. On the ground, other than the decapitated corpses, there was a long dividing line. Yu Yang stood on this bloodstained dividing line. He held the Huijin magic blade in his hand and snorted coldly, "Anyone who crosses the line, no matter who it is, will be killed without mercy." Xia Tu saw that the brat in front of him was only around 20 years old. He was extremely young, but the aura he emitted made him, a level 7 overlord, feel shocked. If the other party had only killed beasts or only killed a few people, it would be impossible for him to accumulate this kind of murderous aura. This kind of murderous aura was like that of a general who had crawled out from a pile of corpses on the battlefield. Only by killing thousands and thousands of people would one's murderous aura be like that of a demon king. No matter how long a normal warrior trained, it would be impossible for them to have such a murderous aura. However, this brat was so young, yet he had such a ruthless murderous aura. Could it be that he had killed people since he was born? Xia Tu's heart couldn't help but shiver. He had never seen anyone in the younger generation with a murderous aura stronger than his. Feng Qisha of the 3 great killing stars had killed the most people, but his murderous aura was not even worth mentioning compared to this brat's. If Feng Qisha's murderous aura was compared to a wolf cub, this brat's murderous aura was like that of a ferocious tiger. How many people had he killed, how many strong warriors had he killed, to have this kind of murderous aura like a demon king? Xia Tu couldn't imagine. "Who are you?" Xia Tu had originally thought that only the substitute clan master Yu Shan or Elder Yu Hai could be his opponent. He didn't think that a junior from the Yu clan would be so strong. The 4 great clans really lived up to their name. Although the Yu clan had declined on the surface, their hidden strength was still not to be underestimated. Xia Tu suddenly had a feeling that it was too early and too careless to start a war with the Yu clan this time. The Xia clan had not even investigated the matter thoroughly before they started a war with the Yu clan. It was really an unwise move. Yu clan guards, stay 10 meters away from the line and behead without mercy. Yu Yang didn't care about Xia Tu, but glared angrily at the retreating clan guards. The clan guard who had escaped the furthest was pounced on by Hui Tai Lang. He opened his mouth wide, revealing his sharp teeth. That fellow had already pissed his pants in fear, begging for mercy. When the Yu clan's generals saw this, they immediately felt their blood run cold. Everyone was so scared that they shivered. This abnormal third young master was no joking matter. Previously, he had brought the fourth mistress and killed their way into the Yu clan castle. They had even killed the elders, causing a river of blood to flow. Even when the substitute clan master Yu Shan had appeared, he still dared to kill them. If not for the clan master Yu Hai's return, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After that, during the clan tournament, this third young master had even beaten up the people from the Floating Mist sect, but no one dared to say anything against him. The family warriors did not want to provoke this little devil who dared to kill even the elders of the family. They did not want to test the law with their own bodies. Besides, with the support of the third young master, it would be too shameful to retreat. Hell! They quickly raised their spirits and gathered behind Yu Yang. With him as the leader, they faced off against the Xia clan's generals. As for the two clan elders, they were very unhappy when they saw that the clan guards were now following this brat as their leader. However, Yu Yang's previous performance made them understand that this brat was already a rancor that they could not control. They did not have the strength of his powerful teacher, so they had to endure it no matter how depressed they were. Furthermore, now that a strong enemy had come knocking on their door, if the Yu clan did not work together, they would be finished. Thinking about this, the two clan elders also stood at two corners of the formation, supporting Yu Yang who was in the middle. The Xia clan's guards had been killed by Yu Yang with a single slash. At first, they were a little panicked. However, when the level 7 overlord, Xia Tu landed on the ground and stood in front of them, the Xia clan's guards immediately erupted with fighting spirit. They roared in unison, responding to the Yu clan's general's demonstration. Hell! The Xia clan's guards shouted loudly, trying to use their strength and numbers to force the Yu clan's generals to retreat. Hell! Hell! The Yu clan's generals did not dare to retreat at this moment. Yu Yang's demon blade did not recognize people. Furthermore, there was a man-eating demon wolf waiting behind them. Retreating would definitely lead to death. If they fought forward, they might be able to survive. Of course, they would not be outdone. They roared in unison, their roars like thunder. In the Yu clan castle, there were many clan guards who heard the news and rushed over to provide support. At the bottom of the Yu clan village, the Xia clan's guards also continuously teleported out, shouting as they charged up the mountain. Elder Yu Hai appeared. He strode out of the Yu clan castle. At the bottom of the mountain, Xia Nu, who was as famous as Xia Tu and was slightly stronger in martial arts, and the other level 7 overlord of the Xia clan, also climbed up the mountain step by step. Both sides' troops quickly gathered at the waist of the mountain. A huge battle was about to break out. No matter what your intentions are, since you have led so many people to invade my castle, I order you to immediately lay down your arms and surrender. Otherwise, I will kill you without mercy. Yu Yang would not talk about benevolence and morality with his enemies. He also did not have any conditions to speak of. In one sentence, if they did not surrender, they would die. The dignified Yu clan castle had been attacked by others. If they did not kill all the enemies, then even dogs and cats could come and cause trouble in the future. Yu Yang did not feel like the Yu clan castle was his own home, but this was still the pitiful guy's ancestral home. He had impersonated the pitiful guy and became the third young master of the Yu clan. If he could not even defend the Yu clan castle, then he would lose all his face. Xia Tu was extremely angry. He thought to himself that this brat was too arrogant. Currently, the Xia clan had the advantage in both numbers and combat power. It was fine to negotiate, but to lay down their arms and surrender? How could this be possible? Xia Nu, who had a bad temper, almost exploded when he heard Yu Yang's words. Xia Tu, who had a meticulous mind, secretly signaled Yu Yang to wait and observe the situation first. The Yu clan had thousands of years of inheritance and had a strong foundation. Even if the Xia clan had the support of a huge power and hundreds of experts, it would not be easy to defeat them. Acting rashly would only ruin things. Furthermore, the relationship between the four great clans was not ordinary. If they attacked without a good reason, the other three great clans would inevitably lend a helping hand. If the Xia clan wanted to defeat the huge Yu clan, not only did they need to have enough strength, they also needed to be reasonable. Otherwise, they would not be able to get past the Xia Emperor, Jun Wuyu. Even a fool would know how much Jun Wuyu valued Marshal Yu Hai. He had always regarded Yu Hai as his brother, so he would definitely not sit and watch. Greetings to you, clan master, old Marshal Yu. Today, Xiatu is not here to fight, but to ask the Yu clan to hand over the person. Old Marshal, please hand over the second Miss, Yu, and the adulterer who murdered my Xianxia. Originally, the Yu clan and the Xia clan would be united by marriage and everyone would be happy. However, the Yu clan's second miss was shameless and had an affair with her adulterer even though she was already engaged. She even plotted to kill my nephew and her fiancé, Xianxia. Now, I am here to ask the righteous old Marshal Yu to hand over Yu and her adulterer to the Xia clan to deal with them. Xiatu cupped his hands towards Elder Yu Hai who was walking towards him. City Master Xia, as a city master, you must be polite. You did not investigate the truth and even led your men to attack the Yu clan castle. You even asked for the person forcefully. Do you really think that I am so old that I can be bullied by others? Elder Yu Hai's aura exploded. His voice was like thunder and exploded loudly, shaking everyone's eardrums and causing them to go deaf. Elder Yu Hai was a great marshal who had experienced hundreds and thousands of battles. His aura was like a mountain. Compared to the sharp Yu Yang, his aura was even denser and more solid. The Xia clan guards on the opposite side had already felt a huge pressure when Elder Yu Hai had arrived. Now that he had opened his mouth to rebuke Yu Yang, they couldn't help but take a step back. The Xia clan guards were afraid of Elder Yu Hai's prestige. Even with the two level 7 overlords, Xiatu and Xianu, guarding them, they were still in a state of chaos. Xiatu secretly saw this and felt a chill in his heart. Luckily it was him and Xianu who were leading the team today. If it was someone else, the entire Xia clan guards would have been utterly defeated. Elder Yu Hai, this old fellow, was indeed strong despite his old age. He definitely couldn't be underestimated. Elder Yu Hai and Yu Yang, one old and one young, stood in front of the formation. Their aura was completely opposite. One was as violent and overbearing as a ferocious tiger coming down from the mountain, showing off his abilities, making it hard for people to look at his murderous eyes. The other was as experienced and prudent as a pine tree, as steady as a mountain. Even if he wasn't angry, his might would cause people's hearts to turn cold. Most importantly, the aura of this grandfather and grandson pair complemented each other, making them even more outstanding. They gave Xiatu the feeling that even if thousands of soldiers and horses were to stand in front of them, they wouldn't be able to do anything to them, let alone his own troops. Xiatu secretly sighed in his heart. As expected of the Yu clan, one of the 4 great clans. Even if they had declined, even if they were declining day by day, they were still an old lion with an undying ambition. If anyone wanted to harm them, they would have to pay a heavy price. After the Xia clan defeated the Yu clan, how many elite disciples would they have left? Would the other clans take advantage of the situation and replace the Xia clan as one of the new 4 great clans? This question suddenly flashed in Xiatu's heart. He suddenly realized that he had only wanted to defeat the Yu clan in the past. He had never thought about the possibility of failure and what kind of price he would have to pay. Compared to Xiatu, Xianu's thinking was much simpler. He felt that he was fighting against Xiatu, one against Yu Hai, and the other against that arrogant junior. The guards charged forward. As long as they could lure out the Yu clan's hidden strength, the huge power that was supporting them would make a move. Hundreds of experts would come out and annihilate the Yu clan in one fell swoop. From today onwards, the Xia clan would replace the Yu clan as one of the 4 great clans. 4th brother, we are not here to fight to the death. We only want to talk about reason. Xiatu changed his mind. He wanted to fight the Yu clan, but he definitely couldn't let the Xia clan be the vanguard. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to defeat the Yu clan even if they all died. Forget about others, just Marshal Yu Hai and that murderous demon king like Junior would be hard enough to deal with. The substitute clan master Yu Shan, the second son Yu Ling and the 12 elders all had the power to fight. Especially the 3 great elders who never came out, they were even more unfathomable. Others only thought that they were only level 6 elders, but Xiatu had obtained the most secret information. These 3 great elders, the Xia clan wouldn't be able to fight against them even if they used all their strength. They only swore to never step out of the Yu clan's door and protect the Yu clan's puppet palace until their deaths. Hence, the world didn't know the true strength of the three great elders. He had to pull the power that was supporting him to the front. Otherwise, the Xia clan would become someone else's pawn, a pawn for someone else to explore the path. Xiatu changed his plan. He cupped his hands towards Elder Yu Hai and said, "Marshal Yu, no matter where you go, there is only one word, reason. Today, the Xia clan would like to ask the Yu clan to give a reason. Yu clan's second Miss Yu had murdered my nephew, Xianxia. What is the reason? If Marshal Yu is reasonable, then both clans will stop fighting and gather all the relevant people to discuss the merits of reason." He felt that the Xia clan was reasonable. If they forcefully pulled the Yu clan in front of Junwu Yu, then Junwu Yu and the four great clans would be too embarrassed to help. As for the Yu clan, he felt that it was impossible for them to hand over Yu Yu. Hence, when the time comes, the Xia clan and the experts that were supporting them would challenge the Yu clan one by one. As long as the Yu clan's experts were all dead, the Yu clan would naturally not have the qualifications to be one of the four great clans. It was impossible for the experts supporting them to use the Xia clan to open the path. At the very least, Xiatu wouldn't agree. It wasn't easy for the Xia clan to rise to power. If they fought with the Yu clan, they would easily be beaten back to their original state. Of course the Yu clan is reasonable. "Xiao San, go back and ask your sister to come out. I want to confront the Xia clan directly. If you have committed a crime, you will not be forgiven by the clan's law. If someone wants to slander us, I will not just stand by and watch you get bullied." What kind of person was Elder Yu Hai? He was an old marshal who had walked through bloody storms. He had already gotten tired of playing with Xiatu's schemes since 100 years ago. His face didn't change at all. He waved his hand and asked Yu Yang to leave. If Yu Yang didn't leave, the enemy wouldn't be able to step down and Junwu Yu wouldn't be able to appear. When Xiatu and Xianu saw that Yu Yang was finally leaving, they heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. Although they were level 7 overlords, they felt an unnatural chill in their hearts when they faced Yu Yang's terrifying killing intent. They always felt like they were the prey in front of a tiger. If the information was not wrong, this brat should be the son of Yu Qiu, who had endured for more than 10 years and was called trash by the world for more than 10 years. He had inherited his father's sword techniques and had surpassed his father. At the beginning of this year, he had pulled a carriage with his own body and killed people along the way to the Yu clan castle, allowing his foster mother and sister to return to the Yu clan in glory. The Xia clan's only regret was that they didn't send anyone to watch the Yu clan's New Year's tournament, missing the best chance to observe this brat's strength. According to the information, this brat had at least the power of a level 6 elder, or even a level 6 advanced elder. It was also because of this brat's sudden appearance that the power supporting the Xia clan suspected that Yu Qiu didn't die that year and was still alive, guiding his son in secret. Many people thought that with Yu clan's third young master's outstanding talent, becoming an innate was only a matter of time. If the Yu clan had an innate, no one would be able to shake the position of the four great clans. This was also the reason why the power supporting the Xia clan was so anxious to attack the Yu clan. They had to get rid of Yu clan's third young master and lure Yu Qiu out. Yu Hai was already old, Yu Shan and Yu Ling's talent was not enough. These two father and son were the Yu clan's biggest threat, no matter in the past or in the future. "Yes. You are the clan master, of course I will listen to you." Yu Yang seemed to be very obedient on the surface, but he immediately took out his Hui Jin magic blade and slashed forward like a thunderbolt. Its power was unparalleled, even the mountains and rivers would collapse. This slash shocked Xianu, who was in front of him. When he hurriedly dodged the sneak attack, he realized that Yu Yang had already pounced into the group of guards like a tiger in a flock of sheep, killing more than 10 people in a row. Boom! Yu Yang exchanged a blow with Xiatuli, who was trying to stop him. The collision was like a hurricane, causing the surrounding Xia clan guards to be blown away. More than half of them were heavily injured, while Yu Yang floated back like a feather and landed lightly in front of Elder Yu Hai. "How dare you? You dare to kill people in front of us?" Xianu almost went crazy from anger. Didn't he say that he wanted to negotiate? This brat actually dared to go back on his words and sneak attack him? Are they even human? Yu Yang curled his lips and turned around to leave as if nothing had happened. Forget about the Xia clan's guards, even the Yu clan's generals were trembling with fear. That kind of coldness that disregarded life was even colder than 10,000-year-old ice. In the eyes of this third young master, perhaps those people that he had killed were not even considered as ants. The Yu clan's generals hurriedly opened a path for Yu Yang, respectfully sending off Yu Yang with their eyes as he left. Their feelings were very complicated. There was a sense of fear, but also a sense of pride that arose spontaneously. Xianxia really wanted to unleash his greatest power immediately and fight to the death with this brat. However, Xiatu made a hand gesture to calm Xianxia down. When he had fought with Yu Yang just now, he had discovered a shocking fact. That arrogant Yu clan's third young master indeed had the ability to be arrogant. His strength was definitely not that of a level 6 elder, but a level 7 overlord. Xiatu realized that he was already prepared. When they exchanged a blow, he did not gain the upper hand at all. Instead, he felt that his opponent still had some strength left. Hence, it was no wonder that this brat could disregard everything. The reason was that he himself possessed extremely strong strength, so there was no need for him to care about other people's expressions. Second brother, Yu. Ever since Xianxia became a level 7 overlord, he had never been so cowardly as he was today. Don't provoke him. Go and ask Elder Song and he to come here and uphold justice. Xiatu quietly opened his palm. Xianxia, who was standing in front of him, could clearly see that Xiatu's palm was charred black, as if it had been burnt by raging flames. Xianxia was stunned. The strongest part of his second brother's defense was his hands, which were protected by treasures like thunder fire divine arms. He did not expect that brat to burn his second brother's palm with just one move, with just a blade aura. How was this possible? When Yu Yang returned to the Yu clan castle with Princess Xianxia, he used a horse carriage to bring Yu and Yu Bing out. He realized that the two groups of people who were confronting each other had moved to the Yu clan village at the foot of the mountain. The Yu clan was on the left, while the Xia clan was on the right. Other than Elder Yu Hai and a few elders, the substitute clan master Yu Shan and second uncle Yu Ling had also rushed back after hearing the news. However, the eldest grandson Yu Tian and Yu Yan were not present. They seemed to be protecting them on purpose. Jun Wu Yu and the people from the 4 great clans were present. It was similar to the New Year. Feng Xiaoyun from the Feng clan, Xue Wendao from the Xue clan, Yan Xianzhong from the Yan clan and Feng Kuang, who was the commander of Jun Wu Yu's imperial guards. The people from the 4 great sects had also arrived. Yu Yang only recognized one of them, and that was Yu Feng's teacher, Elder Ku Ming. Actually, Yu Yang did not recognize the other two. Of the other two, one had red hair like a lion, tall and sturdy. His eyes shone brightly and he looked extremely powerful. The man standing beside the red hair like a lion was gentle and elegant. There were green dragon tattoos on his snow-white robe. Yu Yang was slightly startled. It seemed that this was the Eastern Ocean Crystal Palace's dragon ambassador. Only the rankers from the Eastern Ocean Crystal Palace would have different colored dragon tattoos on their white robes. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue and purple. It was said that the red dragon tattoo was already a level 6 junior elder. This dragon ambassador with green dragon tattoos was not an ordinary person. He was at least a level 7 overlord ranker. As for the red hair like a lion, it seemed that he was a ranker from the Western Lion Pagoda. This was because the Northern Moon Fairy Pavilion would not recruit any males. The fairies from the Fairy Pavilion would also not participate in worldly battles. Yu Yang's level 4, divine vision, swept across the two of them. A faint smile appeared on his lips. He turned to look at Elder Ku Ming. He felt that this old man was hiding his strength. He was not a bad old man. Elder Ku Ming did not sit in front of a horizontal table like the other notaries. Instead, he sat on a rock. His position made Yu Yang take a few more glances. There were countless experts on the Xia clan's side. Yu Yang realized that excluding Xue Tu and Xue Nu, there were 5 overlords. As for level 6 elders, there were close to 20 of them. It was even to the extent that there were 2 old geezers that had attained level 8 emperors. These 2 people had arrogant expressions on their faces. They were also the only rankers on the Xia clan side who had seats and tables to serve tea. Everyone from the Xia clan was extremely respectful towards them. Even Xia Tu and Xia Nu had to lower their heads slightly when they spoke. The two old men looked alike, as if they were twins. Both of them had white hair and long eyebrows, white hair and a youthful complexion. Their appearances were benevolent and kind, and they had the air of immortals, as if they were old immortals who did not belong to the mortal world. Yu Yang reckoned that if it wasn't for the old cunning fox, the eagle-eyed Xia Ho Wei Lai and the others standing beside Elder Yu Hai, the Xia clan would have already attacked them. After all, their strength was much stronger than the Yu clan's side. Among the Yu clan's troops, Yu Yang discovered that the two rankers that he had seen in the White Stone City's warm house had also arrived. They were standing beside Elder Yu Hai. One was as powerful as a lion, while the other had a hidden aura like a leopard. The two of them were not very eye-catching in the crowd, but in Yu Yang's eyes, their strength was not ordinary. The Zhang Fei-like Eastern Sky King had also arrived. When he saw Yu Yang driving the horse carriage down the mountain slowly, he flew over impatiently and patted Yu Yang's shoulder heavily. "Yu clan's third brother, don't worry. You are my daughter's man, I will protect you. Even if others want to bully you, there's no way. I am only your daughter's personal guard captain. It would be better if your highness could explain things clearly." Yu Yang sweated profusely. Luckily this fellow did not say that he was his man. Otherwise, others would suspect that there was something wrong with his sexual orientation. However, the Eastern Sky King did not mind. He patted Yu Yang's shoulder again. "What are you saying? You and Little Fallen Flowers will be a couple sooner or later. I can protect you in advance." These words did not sound like a prince, but more like an underworld boss. Of course, there were probably no rankers who knew what kind of treasure the Eastern Sky King was. Hence, everyone did not find it strange at all. Instead, they felt that it was normal. It was the old man on the left who was sitting arrogantly and drinking tea. He snorted slightly. "Does your highness' words represent Tianluo Kingdom?" "Old man Qing Song, others might be afraid of you, but I don't care about you. Aren't you just a level 8 intermediate emperor? What's there to be proud of? I think you two old fools will never be able to become a level 9 saint. You will die of old age in a level 8 tomb. What's wrong with me protecting him? This is my son-in-law. If you dare to touch a single hair on his head, I will immediately bring my troops to attack your Zijin Kingdom. Let's see if your Zijin Kingdom's wolf cavalry is stronger or my storm cavalry is stronger." The Eastern Sky King was comparable to Zhang Fei. His tone was like a barrel of gunpowder that had been ignited. He was the second most powerful person in Tianluo Kingdom, only below the Emperor Hua Suri. The Tianluo Emperor Hua Suri did not like to deal with political affairs. Most of them were handed over to his ministers. Hence, the most famous person in Tianluo Kingdom was the Eastern Sky King. The Eastern Sky King was originally the crown prince, but he was a battle maniac. He disliked political affairs even more than Hua Suri. He even hated living in the imperial palace. He always felt that it was a huge prison. Hence, he voluntarily abdicated and passed the throne to his younger brother Hua Suri. He became the Eastern Sky King and lived a carefree life. It could be said that even if the Xia clan or any other forces could destroy the Yu clan castle, they would definitely not dare to touch the Eastern Sky King. If the Eastern Sky King was harmed, the Tianluo Kingdom would definitely send out all the elites to avenge him. There is no reason in this world. Let's talk about reason first. The old cunning fox quickly told the Eastern Sky King to calm down. After all, the Emperor Jun Wuyu was still sitting in the middle. The 4 great clans and 4 great sects were all present. He had to give them some face. As for the Xia clan, although the 2 old men were unhappy, they did not want to argue with the Eastern Sky King to avoid unnecessary trouble. The city master of the Blade Peak Mountain City, Yu Shan's best friend in the past, the current clan master of the Xia clan, Xia Tao, stood out from the crowd on the right. Following him were 2 guards who were carrying a stretcher. On top of the stretcher, there was a corpse that was too horrible to look at. That corpse was Xie Qianxiu, whom Yu Yang had ruthlessly beaten up and whom Hui Tai Lang had eaten until he was half full. In order to let him die a more painful death, Yu Yang had even crushed a healing crystal to preserve his last breath. Even if Xie Qianxiu moved back to the Xia clan, he would not die so easily. Yu Yang saw that there was an additional finger mark between his eyebrows. He reckoned that it was an attack by an expert from the Xia clan to prevent him from dying a more painful death. Xia Tao's face was filled with grief. Wiping his tears, he bowed to Jun Wuyu and said, "Your Majesty, when your Majesty had sent me to guard the Blade Peak Mountain City, I had been working hard for more than 10 years, not daring to slack off for even a day. That day, your Majesty had personally acted as a matchmaker and betrothed the Yu clan's second miss to my son. It should have been a match made in heaven. The marriage between the Shui and Yu clan was my greatest wish. I never thought that my son would meet his end today. Your Majesty, please help me. If the Yu clan wanted to break off the marriage, although it was against the rules, I would still reluctantly agree to it. However, I never thought that my son would be beaten to death by the Yu clan's second miss and her adulterer just because he had witnessed their shameful actions. This is the death of a young man before a young man. I am heartbroken. I beg your Majesty to uphold justice for me." Looking at his tearful face, if outsiders did not know the truth, they might really be deceived by him. The Xia clan's only regret was that Xianxia's bad reputation had spread far and wide. The Yu clan's second miss had always been gentle and virtuous. Their actions seemed to be like a cornered dog biting the wall. Jun Wuyu gave Xia Tao a seat, but did not say anything else. On the other hand, the Green Dragon ambassador from the Eastern Ocean Crystal Palace looked at the corpse suspiciously and asked, "Clan Master Xia, you said that the Yu clan's second miss colluded with the adulterer to kill your son. Do you have any evidence? Can you describe the process of his death in detail? Everything needs proof. Where's your evidence?" Dragon Ambassador Baibo, my son and Miss Wanwan met the Yu clan's second miss and her adulterer on the road. The two of them hooked up and committed adultery. It was unbearable to look at. My son came out in anger, but he was not strong enough. He was raped to death by the adulterer. His corpse has not even turned cold. Everyone can see how he was murdered. My Xia clan has both witnesses and material evidence. Miss Wanwan's arm was chopped off by the adulterer. She was lucky enough to escape and is still in shock. If Dragon Ambassador Baibo promises to protect Miss Wanwan from the enemy's evil hands, I will invite Miss Wanwan out and let her describe the tragedy of my son's death to everyone. Xia Tao seemed to be sad as he spoke, tears rolling down his face again. Please invite Miss Wanwan out. I, Dragon Ambassador Baibo and Brother Kuming will guarantee that the witness will definitely not be harmed. The red-haired man who looked like a lion gave an affirmative reply in a booming voice. The bewitching woman whose arm was chopped off by Yu Yang came out. She first greeted Jun Wuyu, then greeted the warriors from the 4 great sects and 4 great clans. Then, she recounted what had happened at that time in a tearful voice. In her words, Yu Yang was an unpardonable murderer who had committed a heinous crime. His methods were cruel, his actions were outrageous, and he belonged to the category of beasts in human clothing. On the contrary, Xianxia had changed from a notorious school bell killer to a righteous and kind-hearted hero. She almost didn't say that Xianxia did a good deed every 3 days. In short, after her bloody and tearful accusation, even Yu Yang himself was a little doubtful whether he was an evil person who had committed a heinous crime. Princess Sisai almost clapped her hands and cheered. She had seen countless people pretending to cry, but it was the first time she had seen someone acting like this woman. After hearing the bewitching woman's accusation, everyone looked at each other in dismay. They all felt that it was a little inconceivable. The Yu clan's second miss was such a gentle and pure girl, how could she have an adulterer? This kind of thing should have happened to Xianxia. If Xianxia was ungrateful and abandoned his fiancée, then it was possible that he had beaten the Yu clan's second miss to death. What exactly was going on? Miss Wanwan, everyone has heard your tearful complaint. Now, among the Yu clan's crowd, have you seen the figure of the adulterer? If there is that person, can you point him out? Jun Wuyu asked indifferently. Yes, it's that person. The bewitching woman had already seen Yu Yang, because Yu Yang was sitting on top of the horse carriage in a flashy manner. The bewitching woman pointed at Yu Yang, her eyes shooting out a vicious light. She gritted her teeth and snorted, "It's him who chopped off my hand, and it's him who beat young Master Xianxia to death. It's him, he's the adulterer. I will definitely not make a mistake." When she pointed, everyone who knew Yu Yang was stunned. Yu Yang smiled and nodded with certainty, that's right, I'm the adulterer. Rumble, Fatty Hai, Yi Kong, Li brothers, and the others were all shocked to the ground. Even Xia Hui Lai, the serious eagle-eyed man, was shocked by Yu Yang's words. Feng Xiaoyan from the Feng clan and Xue Wendao from the Xue clan were stunned. Yan Qianzhong from the Yan clan had already covered his face and could not bear to watch any more. According to their personal relationship, Yan Qianzhong was more inclined to help the Xia clan, because the Yu clan was ranked third and had always stood in front of the Yan clan. Yan Qianzhong would definitely be happy to see the Xia clan challenge the Yu clan. No matter who won or lost, the Yan clan would be able to reap the benefits. Now that the bewitching woman had pointed out that the adulterer of the Yu clan's second miss was the Yu clan's third young master, Yan Qianli almost wanted to hide under the table. Blunder, the biggest blunder, the Yu clan's people used all their strength to hold back their laughter. As for the Eastern Sky King, he did not care. He was already crying from laughing so hard that he almost lost his breath. Xia Tao did not know who Yu Yang was, so he felt a little strange. Could it be that something was wrong? Xia Tu and Xia Nu had seen Yu Yang before. They knew that something was wrong, but it was not convenient for them to say anything now. They were so anxious that they kept stomping their feet. It would have been better if Lady Wanwan did not say anything, but she insisted on saying this. Now that she had identified the culprit, the whole thing would be ruined. No matter how fast they were, it was already too late to stop her. They did not think that the adulterer she identified was that brat. Otherwise, they would have killed her with a single slash. It would have been better if she did not tell them. Xue Wendao and Feng Xiaoyun looked at each other again. Finally, Feng Xiaoyun asked, Lady Wanwan, are you sure that the adulterer was the one sitting on the roof of the carriage? Even if he turned into ashes, I would still recognize him. Moreover, he admitted it himself. Your Majesty, please uphold justice for this weak girl. The flirtatious girl cried and kowtowed to Jun Wuyu. This matter. Xia Tao, it's not convenient for me to say it. Could it be a misunderstanding? Jun Wuyu looked at Xia Tao. Your Majesty, how could this be a misunderstanding? My son's corpse is right in front of you. Your humble servant also knows that Your Majesty and the old marshal have a close relationship. However, this matter concerns the Xue and Yu clan's son and wife being killed. Your Majesty cannot just sit back and do nothing. Xia Tao immediately knelt in front of Jun Wuyu. He pointed at Yu Yang and said, the murderer is right in front of you. If Your Majesty cannot bear to do it, please step back and let your humble servant and this traitor fight to the death. City Master Xia, the adulterer that Wanwan mentioned just now, do you know who he is? Xue Wendao wondered if the Xia clan's people were all brainless. Who is he? Xia Tao was stunned. He seemed to have heard from Eastern Sky King that the brat was his son-in-law. This was indeed a little troublesome. Jun Wuyu was not willing to offend Eastern Sky King, but this brat was Yu clan's second Mrs. Adulterer. To be able to become the link between Tian Luo and Xia, could it be that this brat had a very special identity? You are accusing Yu clan's second Mrs. Adulterer. The young man on the roof of the carriage, he is Yu clan's second Mrs. younger brother, the Yu clan's third young master. Feng Xiaoyun almost scolded them for being idiots. If they wanted to find an excuse to start a war, they should have found a better one. Such a stupid accusation made people feel ashamed for them. Xia Tao was completely dumbfounded. What little brother? It's fake. At that time, Xianxia and I saw that slut pulling at him with our own eyes. The flirtatious girl panicked and retorted. Yes, she's absolutely right. At that time, second older sister was indeed pulling my arm. If it wasn't for second older sister pulling me, I would have already beaten up Princess Qian. I was reading at that time, and Princess Qian punched me twice for no reason at all. No matter what, at that time, we were indeed hooking up and pulling at each other in a shameful manner. I can definitely prove this to her. Yu Yang nodded in affirmation. Princess Sisai was also there at that time? When Xia Tao heard this, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning on a clear day. He almost fell to the ground. No, how could the other two sluts be Princess Sisai? Who doesn't know that Princess Sisai carries a giant sword and wears a silver armor? That day, the other two sluts were wearing warriors' clothes, there was no Princess Sisai at all. The flirtatious girl's words almost made Xiatao die of anger. She should have shut up earlier, but she just kept on talking. Shut up. Xiatao really wanted to kill this spoilt woman, but he couldn't do it in front of everyone's eyes. He could only swallow the bitterness in his stomach. The slut you were talking about just now was me? Princess Sisai walked out of the carriage. That's her, there was another slut that day. The flirtatious girl hadn't finished speaking when she saw Yu Bing also walking out of the carriage. She immediately pointed out to Jun Wu Yu and the others, it was those two accomplices, and that slut Yu Yu, nonsense. Xiatao really wanted to kill her with one slap, but Thousand Withering Bones Feng Kuang stared at Xiatao coldly and warned him, City Master Xia, you better not do anything. Otherwise, you will be suspected of killing the witness. The three sex envoys also guaranteed the witness's safety. The Xia clan strategist, Xiatao, lowered his head in disappointment. Everything was over. It was really a woman's success, and a woman's failure. Back then, when they encountered such a good opportunity, the Xia clan was too impatient and couldn't wait to attack the Yu clan. They didn't investigate clearly before they attacked the Yu clan. Right now, even if he had 1,000 mouths, he might not be able to explain himself. It would have been fine if he had mistaken the Yu clan's third young master as an adulterer. However, he never thought that Princess Sisai would be in the same profession as him. Under such circumstances, how could the Yu clan's second miss? And the Yu clan's third young master become an adulterer? They were brother and sister, but the Xia clan insisted that they were adulterers. If this matter were to spread, the Xia clan would become the biggest joke in history. The Eastern Sky King was laughing so hard that he was rolling on the floor. His big fists pounded the ground desperately, but he couldn't vent the laughter in his heart. The guards of the Yu clan castle couldn't help but roar with laughter, while the guards of the Xia clan lowered their heads dejectedly. This time, it was really embarrassing. Feng Xiaoyun pointed towards Yu Yang and asked Xiatao, now that all the prisoners are gathered here, they are the Yu clan's third young master, second young mistress, seventh young mistress and Princess Xianxia. Do you have anything else to add? Xiatao almost wanted to find a hole to hide in. He hurriedly shook his head, misunderstanding, this is a misunderstanding. It's not a misunderstanding. The two level 8, Emperor, elders from the Xia clan suddenly stood up. The elder on the right sneered, whether it's a mistake or not, the Yu clan's disciples have joined hands to kill the Xia clan's future clan leader, Xia Qianxiu. This is an ironclad fact. The Yu clan must give the Xia clan an explanation. Xia Qianxiu was an unknown disciple that we had our eyes on. Now that he has been killed by the Yu clan's disciples, as his masters, we must seek justice for him. As soon as he said this, the blood vessels on Jun Wu Yu's temples twitched. Even a fool would know that Xia Qianxiu was actually a useless piece of trash. Other than using his power to bully others and rape women, he didn't have any special skills. If they didn't use this as a pretext to make a fuss, even if a young man who was 10 times more talented than Xia Qianxiu was sent to the two elders, they wouldn't even bat an eye at him. Xia Qianxiu, forget about a level 8, emperor, taking him in as an unknown disciple, even a level 6, elder, wouldn't look at him. If he wasn't born in the Xia clan and was the eldest son of the first wife, he would only be a trash among trash, the power behind Elder Song, and he was the self-proclaimed 5th sect in the world, the Green Summit sect. The Green Summit sect was the current guardian sect of the Zijin kingdom. It was originally a new sect formed by traders who had secretly learned the Yu clan's consummate skills and escaped to the Zijin kingdom. With the Zijin kingdom's support, they continuously recruited rankers and gradually grew in power. The Yu clan had always suspected that the sect leader and vice-sect leader who founded the Green Summit sect were the villains Machi Limia and Duan Mu Ke, who had poisoned the Yu clan's strongest rankers to death and stole the Yu clan's innate spear technique secret manual 1,000 years ago. At that time, the two of them were collateral relatives of the Yu clan. Because of their outstanding talents, they were trusted by the Yu clan and were even seen as brothers by the clan master. However, when the clan master was poisoned and surrounded by strong enemies, the two of them disappeared without a trace. 10 years later, Machi Limia and Duan Mu Ke appeared in the Zijin kingdom. At that time, they were already one of the 5 great shamans of the Zijin kingdom. With the support of the Zijin kingdom's emperor, they established the Green Summit sect. The current Green Summit sect had already become the leader of the Zijin Kingdom's guardian sect and claimed to be the world's fifth sect. For thousands of years, the Green Summit sect had always been the Yu clan and even the Xia Kingdom's archenemy. They had tried to destroy the Yu clan many times, but the Yu clan always had talented juniors who appeared and saved the Yu clan from danger. Today, even if Elder Song and he didn't say anything, everyone knew that these two old fellows wouldn't leave the matter at that. They were definitely here to cause trouble. Yu Yan didn't know who these two old fellows were, nor did he know that the Green Summit sect and the Yu clan had thousands of years of enmity. If he knew, he would definitely say, Sima Zhao's intentions are known to all. With regards to Elder Song and his provocation, Yu Yang stood out. He was very generous and admitted it immediately. That's right, I was the one who hit him. What's wrong with me hitting him? It's natural for me to hit him. If I didn't hit him, he would be sad. With regards to Yu Yang's shocking words, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others almost fell to the ground. The people from the Xia clan were already seething with anger. Their faces were distorted. It was still alright if they said it was a misunderstanding. Everyone would have a way out of the situation. But now, this brat had directly admitted that he had hit someone. Moreover, he was extremely arrogant. Everyone had seen many arrogant people, but they had never seen someone as arrogant as this brat. Facing dozens of famous experts, he was just a junior, yet he was still so arrogant. He was simply asking for a beating. On the Xia clan side, any one of them was a level 6 elder. If it wasn't for the Xia Kingdom's Emperor Jun Wuyu, the Xia clan would have already wiped out the Yu clan. Yu Hai, is what this junior said what you meant? The elder Qing Song on the left was furious when he heard this. What he said is not what I meant, but it's more or less the same. Furthermore, I can't take care of him. If you have the ability, help me teach him a lesson. Elder Yu Hai was calm. His own grandson was already an innate. He had even killed Tu Qing and Quang Zhan from the Thousand Goblins sect. No matter how powerful the two old bastards, Song He, were, they were destined to meet their end. The two old bastards, Song He, were strong, but could they be stronger than the two innate rankers, Tu Qing and Quang Zhan? They were arrogant, but could they be more arrogant than the Thousand Goblins sect leader? The Thousand Goblins sect leader had personally witnessed his subordinates, Tu Qing and Quang Zhan, being killed by his own Xiao San. He didn't even dare to look for Xiao San to settle the score. Qing Song, hey, he and the others were nothing. If that's the case, then let me teach the juniors how to behave when they see their seniors. Hey, he, who was on the right, was prepared to come out and take down Yu Yang. Princess Sisai suddenly took a step forward and said, Seniors, I think that it's better for everyone to clarify the truth of the matter. As for this senior expert, we are still trying to reason with each other. It's not your turn to teach the juniors yet. Elder He, he was so angry that his hair and beard were trembling. He really wanted to kill Princess Sisai with a single palm strike, but Xia Tu hurriedly went forward and whispered a few words into his ear. Attacking Princess Sisai was the most foolish thing to do. The Yu clan's matter had not been resolved yet. It was unwise to fall out with the Xia Empire now. If Princess Sisai lost even a single hair, the 4 great sects and 4 great clans would definitely protect her. The heavenly imperial guardians of the Xia Empire would also come after hearing the news. Once He made his move, they would have a reason to attack. Doing this was basically putting the Xia clan and the Green Summit sect on the opposite side of the 4 great sects, 4 great clans and Xia Empire. Most importantly, the other party was in the right now. The more they attacked, the more they would appear to be in the wrong. They would appear to be angry out of humiliation. When Xia Tao heard that Princess Sisai was about to reveal the truth, he hurriedly waved his hands and said, Misunderstanding, this is a misunderstanding. He knew what kind of person his son was. Maybe he had taken liberties with Princess Sisai. Which was why he was crippled. If that was really the case, not only would the Xia clan not be able to do anything to the Yu clan, they would also be tarnished with the name of taking liberties with the princess and humiliating the royal family. This is not a misunderstanding. The truth of the matter is like this. Princess Sisai recounted what happened at that time and added, I am unable to repeat all the filthy words that Xie Qianqiu said at that time. Furthermore, when Xie Qianqiu took off his clothes, he had the intention to rape the 3 of us. If it wasn't for our defensive skills, if it wasn't for the Yu clan's third young master standing up for us, if it was a normal weak girl, that bastard who is worse than a beast would have succeeded long ago. So that's how it is. When everyone heard this, they suddenly understood. Previously, everyone felt strange. How did Xianxia become the messenger of justice? They didn't think that it was the Xia clan who distorted the truth and slandered them. But when they thought about it, Xianxia was actually a notorious lecher. He couldn't stop himself from eating sh*t. That was the most likely truth. Xia Tao didn't know whether it was because he was angry or because he didn't have the face to see others, but he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body swayed and he fainted on the ground. The guards of the Xia clan hurriedly saved Xia Tao. Wan, you slut, how dare you lay your hands on Princess Sisai? Xia Tu quickly tried to divert everyone's attention and shouted at the flirtatious woman. City Master Xia Tu, wait a moment. It is not your turn to question an accomplice. Feng Kuang coldly snorted, I hope that the Xia clan can give the Xia royal family a satisfactory explanation for this matter. If you want to give an explanation, it should be the Yu clan who can give the Xia clan a satisfactory explanation first. The fact that a Yu clan disciple killed Xia Qianqiu is a fact in front of us. As for what Xia Qianqiu did when he was alive, it could have been fabricated by someone. We can ignore that for now. I only saw that the anonymous disciple, Xia Qianqiu, was killed by someone. Elder Qing Song insisted on this point. After watching the clown's performance for half a day, I think it's about time. Yu Yang yawned and waved at Elder Qing Song, old man, what's the big deal about killing Xia Qianqiu? This young master will send you to heaven as well. You are already so old, why don't you just stay at home and wait for your death? Instead, you jumped out to act cool with your seniority. Tell me, are you retarded? Are you looking for death? Your era has long passed. Now, it's the era of youngsters like this young master. Do you understand? After talking about reason, let's talk about fists. This young master will say the same thing as before. No matter how many of you come, if you don't surrender, I will kill all of you. This young master will chase you to 1,000 miles away and will not stop. Young man, you are so arrogant. Elder Qing Song was so angry that his lungs almost burst. Wait until I step on your head, then it won't be too late for you to praise me. Yu Yang intended to establish his might in front of all the experts in the world. These two arrogant old men in front of him were the best sacrificial offerings. Just as Elder Qing Song was about to attack Yu Yang, 2 silver stars suddenly flashed in the sky. Like a meteor, they beautifully streaked across the sky. In the end, they fell in the middle of the arena. Originally, everyone thought that this kind of unstoppable, thunderous fall would cause an earth-shattering explosion. The low-ranked family guards were so scared that their faces turned pale. Only the elders and above were able to calmly wait. Sure enough, the 2 silver stars fell to the ground. They were as light as feathers and did not cause any ripples. The 2 silver stars turned into 2 valiant and heroic women with silver wings and silver armor. Their bodies emitted a brilliant silver halo, and there was a mysterious halo flashing under their feet. His 4 hands gently pulled out a golden teleportation scroll. In an instant, a golden teleportation door rose up. A white-haired old man with neatly combed hair walked out step by step. His clothes were simple and clean, and he had the temperament of a scholar. He first bowed to Jun Wuyu politely, and then used a magnetic and unique voice to speak, respected Xia Emperor, please forgive Nangong for coming uninvited. Almost everyone revealed an excited look when they saw the old man who had just arrived. This was because this white-haired old man who called himself Nangong was the head of the 10 directors of the Innate Alliance. He usually lived in the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower and did not appear normally. However, if there was someone who was close to becoming an innate, he would appear and invite them to join the Innate Alliance. His appearance represented an unparalleled blessing. As long as he appeared, it meant that there was someone who had caught the eye of the Innate Alliance. It could be said that the appearance of this elder Nangong was the greatest wish of all warriors. If he did not appear, they would never be able to reach the innate realm. Almost all the warriors bowed to this elder Nangong spontaneously and sincerely. This elder Nangong, who often brought good news to the world, was worthy of everyone's respect. Of course, people like Yu Yang, who had never heard of him before, did not understand what was going on. Everyone was excited, but the ones who were the most excited were Xianxia and He. This was because they were both level 8 intermediate, emperor, and they were the warriors who were closest to becoming an innate. They were only a step away from becoming an innate. They had been waiting for their whole lives, and they felt that the people from the innate alliance had finally come to receive them. How could they not be surprised, how could they not be overjoyed? When the old fox saw Xianxia and He's excited expressions, he almost wanted to say, "Don't be happy too early. Mr. Nangong, is there anyone among us who fulfills the requirements to join the innate alliance?" Jun Wuyu looked at Xianxia and He who were trembling with excitement, and his lips curled into a mocking smile. He was asking the obvious. Yes, Elder Nangong is here for this. The refined and courteous Elder Nangong slightly bowed to Jun Wuyu before giving a definite answer. Wow, congratulations, Elder Song, Elder He, congratulations. Xia Tu, Xia Nu, and the other Xia clan members were extremely excited. The clan master Xia Tao did not pretend to faint anymore. He rushed out immediately and congratulated Elder Song and He with a face full of smiles. Although Elder Song and He pretended to be calm on the surface, their flushed faces could not conceal their happiness. Their originally steady palms were also trembling with excitement. Joining the innate alliance was every warrior's lifelong dream. They had been waiting for this day for a long time. The Xia clan's guards cheered and the sound was getting louder and louder. The applause was thunderous. On the contrary, the Yu clan's guards were a little gloomy. It was not easy to destroy the enemy's morale. They were so close to victory, but now Elder Nangong, an innate ranker, had appeared and disappeared without a trace. Yi Kong and Fatty Hai were the most nervous. If the enemy was absorbed into the innate alliance, they would definitely launch a huge counterattack. At that time, Yu Yang would be in danger. Who would dare to stop an innate ranker? Even if an innate ranker was unreasonable, they could kill anyone who provoked them. To an innate ranker, an ordinary warrior was just like an ant. They believed that Yu Yang would definitely become an innate ranker in the future. Yi Kong and Fatty Hai did not doubt Yu Yang's talent at all. But now that they had encountered this matter, they were at a great disadvantage. If Jun Wuyu and the others were not in front of them, Yi Kong and the others would have rushed out to let Yu Yang escape immediately. Where there's life, there's hope. The last thing Yu Yang needed now was to fight with the enemy. If he practiced hard for another 10 years, he would definitely be able to challenge Elder Song and He. Yu Yang was too young now. He did not have enough time to practice. No matter how talented he was, his skills could not be compared with those old guys who had practiced for 200 or 300 years. Elder Nangong, Elder Xianxia and Elder He pay their respects. Under the enthusiastic applause of the Xia clan's guards, Elder Song and He knelt down in front of Elder Nangong excitedly. Although Elder Song and He had a high seniority among ordinary martial artists, they were nothing compared to Elder Nangong. Elder Nangong was the head of the 10 great counselors of the innate alliance. 1,000 years ago, he was the one who guided the innate rankers from the soaring dragon continent into the innate alliance. The 250-year-old Xianxia He was not even a kid compared to Elder Nangong. Seeing Elder Nangong extending his hand to help Elder Song and He up, the guards of the Xia clan immediately burst into cheers. Sure enough, the target was Elder Song and He, who were the most powerful. At first, everyone was still a little worried, because there were many outstanding rankers in the Yu clan. For example, the Eastern Sky King, whose strength was very close to a level 8 emperor. Xianxia and He were so touched that tears almost flowed down their faces. The heavens did not disappoint those who worked hard. Their 200 years of hard work had finally paid off. The door to the world of innate rankers had finally opened for them. They had walked on this path of becoming a ranker for more than 200 years, from a young age to a white-haired old man. Only today did Elder Nangong come. Thinking of this, Xianxia and He trembled. They knelt on the ground and looked at each other with tears in their eyes. They really wanted to hug each other and cry bitterly. Who knew that Elder Nangong's courteous words would stun everyone? Who are the two of you? I'm very sorry, I think you have misunderstood. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue. Xianxia and He were dumbfounded. Could it be that Elder Nangong did not come to guide them? The cheers from the Xia clan were cut in half. It stopped abruptly. The entire place was deathly silent. Almost all the cultivators stared at Elder Nangong with their eyes wide open. They couldn't understand what he meant. Elder Nangong did not come to guide Xianxia and He, Eastern Sky King, who covered his face and could not bear to watch any more, suddenly jumped out. He pointed at Xianxia and He, who were as pale as dead ashes, and asked Elder Nangong, "Mr. Nangong, are you not here to guide them into the innate alliance? Both of them are quite powerful, but there is still a long way to go before they reach the innate realm. They need to work harder." Elder Nangong glanced at Xianxia and He who were kneeling on the ground and shook his head lightly. He made a denial that made the warriors from the Xia clan feel hopeless and made Elder Song and he collapse. Then he nodded slightly, "I'm here to guide someone else." Eastern Sky King shouted excitedly when he heard this. He clapped his hands at Xianxia and He who almost fainted and shouted, "Have you heard of the story of the old tortoises? Let me tell you mercifully. There are 2 old tortoises in this world. They think too highly of themselves. They are turtles at the bottom of a well, but they shamelessly want to climb out of the well and fly to the sky. Can they fly? Could they afford to fly with such thick skin? Congratulations to Elder Song and He for being guided by the innate alliance. Wahahaha, this is really a joyous occasion. On behalf of the Tianluo Kingdom, I congratulate the 2 living tortoises who can fly to the sky. No, I need to compose a poem to express my excitement. The thick skin of a tortoise is invincible in the world. When it comes to flattery, who can compete with it? Feng Kuang continued, "The imperial guards of the Xia Kingdom are following the Eastern Sky King. Congratulations to the 2 of you as well." The old cunning fox was not someone who was willing to be left out. He also shook his head and nodded. "Everyone from the Ivy Academy congratulates Elder Song and He for their glorious return to the Western Paradise. No, it should be their glorious ascension to the innate realm." Although Feng Xiaoyun, Xue Wendao and the others did not speak, they were suppressing their laughter in their hearts. They almost burst out laughing. Another big blunder. Yan Qianzhong originally hoped that Elder Song and he would show their power, but now he covered his face as he could not bear to watch any more. Even he felt embarrassed for the 2 old men. If he had known that this would happen, he would definitely not have befriended the Xia clan. They were really useless. Yan Qianzhong made a decision in his heart in a split second. He would break off his relationship with the Xia clan and abandon their secret alliance. After today's incident, it seemed that the Xia clan would suffer a disastrous decline. They would not be able to threaten the Yu clan anymore. There were many geniuses in the Yu clan. It seemed that the Yan clan would have to obediently stay at the 4th place and not surpass the Yu clan. Other than congratulating Elder Song and He, the Yu clan would also like to thank the 2 of you for teaching our Xiao Sen the rules of being a junior. You 2 elders have done a great job. Elder Yu Hai laughed coldly and clapped his hands sarcastically. He, Junwu Yu, the old cunning fox, Feng Kuang and the others had already known the result. They had been enduring patiently until now. Only when Elder Song and He had lost all their face did they launch a fatal attack to dampen their arrogance. Clap 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 clap. The Yu clan's guards were clapping their hands with all their might. Their voices were 10 times louder than the Xia clan's. This time, it was the Xia clan's guards who wanted to find a hole to hide in. Xianxia and He had been living like princes for many years. They were usually flattered by countless people. They had never been ridiculed like this. The 2 of them were angry and embarrassed. They were so angry that they couldn't control their breathing in the end. Their vision darkened and a sweet and fishy liquid flowed out from their throats. Puff puff. The 2 of them spat out blood and fell to the ground almost at the same time. At first, Xietao wanted to rush out and carry Xianxia and He back. However, Xietao pulled his big brothers close lightly. Xianxia and He were done for. They had lost a lot of face and were basically abandoned. If they were to be too close to them, they might even implicate the Xia clan. Most importantly, since the innate rancor that Elder Nangong was going to receive was not Xianxia or He, it would most likely be a warrior from the Yu clan. The biggest possibility was that it would be the most promising Princess Sisai. Although Princess Sisai didn't have the power of an innate yet, she had an excellent aptitude. It was almost certain that she would become an innate. It was reasonable for Elder Nangong to receive her in advance because he loved talents. When Elder Nangong walked towards Princess Sisai, Xiatu nodded his head secretly. His guess just now was right. Although Elders Song and he were level 8 intermediate emperors, their potential was almost depleted. They were also old and most importantly, they hadn't improved for more than 10 years. If Elder Nangong was interested in them, he would have received them long ago. Xiatu recalled that the Xia clan had been complacent too early. Just like this time, they attacked the Yu clan without any investigation. Who would have thought that they would make a mistake? Although the Xia clan had people supporting them, there was still a big gap between them and the Yu clan which had a deep foundation. Not to mention other things, Elder Yu Hai was much better than his big brother Xia Tao just by looking at the clan master. Xiatu observed carefully and realized that even the substitute clan master Yu Shan, who was always calm and collected, could suppress his big brother. Even when everyone was cheering for Elder Song and he just now, Yu Shan didn't move at all. Was this guy really the Yu Shan that his big brother said was not worth mentioning? Although the matter was not over yet, Xiatu knew that the Xia clan had lost this challenge. Moreover, they had lost miserably. The Xia clan had lost because of their impulsiveness and carelessness. They didn't understand the Yu clan's strength and trump cards at all before they acted hastily. The result was out of control. Xiatu looked at the Yu clan's third young master whose murderous aura was like that of a demon king. His heart trembled. It seemed that this brat would not let the Xia clan off. He had a close relationship with Princess Sisai. If Princess Sisai were to be accepted into the innate alliance, then the Yu clan would also rise. The Xia clan was in danger. Xiatu closed his eyes in pain. You were looking for me? I am not an innate yet, I am still far from becoming an innate. Princess Sisai looked at Elder Nangong who was walking towards her in a panic. She waved her hands and said, "You must be mistaken. Little girl, you are indeed still a distance away from becoming an innate. However, that distance is very small. You just don't know how to unseal your innate strength. If the lad beside you is willing to help you improve together, I believe that breaking through to become an innate will not be a problem. Little girl, I believe that I will be able to invite you soon. Today, I am actually here to invite the lad beside you." Elder Nangong smiled at Princess Sisai and nodded towards Yu Yang. He then performed an elegant greeting that no one had seen before. What? Not only Princess Sisai, everyone was completely shocked. Of course, Jun Wu Yu, Elder Yu Hai and the others who had seen Yu Yang kill Tu Qing and Quang Zhan, the two innate rankers, were excluded. The experts from the Xia clan almost collapsed. Elder Nangong was actually here to invite the Yu clan's third young master? How was this possible? Xiatu felt as if his heart was about to explode. A sense of crisis made him feel fear in his bones. The most impossible and most terrifying thing had happened. The Yu clan had actually produced an innate. Moreover, it was the Yu clan's third young master who hated the Xia clan. This time, the Xia clan was in danger of being exterminated. Xiatu recalled what Yu Yang had said before and realized that this lad was really an innate. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so arrogant. How would a normal junior dare to threaten to kill Elder Song and he? Yu Shan's eyes turned cold. He seemed to have already known that Yu Yang was an innate. However, when he saw Elder Nangong's evaluation of Yu Yang, his hands couldn't help but tremble. Eastern Sky King looked at Yu Yang dumbfounded. He didn't know how to react for a long time. Suddenly, he rushed over and grabbed Yu Yang's collar. He lifted Yu Yang up and shouted fiercely, "Are you an innate?" In response to the Eastern Sky King's question, Yu Yang scratched his head. "I think so in the past, but after killing Tu Qing and Quang Zhan, my power dropped again." "You killed Tu Qing?" "Oh, my mother." The Eastern Sky King was so scared that he shivered. He immediately let go of Yu Yang and put him down. He quickly tidied up Yu Yang's collar and revealed a satisfied smile. "I can't be an innate, but it's not bad to have a son-in-law who is an innate." "Son-in-law, when will you marry little fallen flowers?" Jun Wuyo was originally drinking water calmly, but he spat it out when he heard that. Eastern Sky King, this shameless fellow, was calling him son-in-law too smoothly. Feng Xiaoyun and Shui Wendao looked at each other, then turned to Elder Yu Hai at the same time. They stood up and cupped their hands to congratulate Elder Yu Hai. As for Yan Qianli, he still could not close his mouth. The two envoys from Western Lion Pagoda and Eastern Ocean Crystal Palace hurriedly stood up and congratulated Elder Yu Hai. It was normal for them to look down on the Yu clan in the past, because the Yu clan did not have any innates. However, it was different in the past. Not only did the Yu clan have an innate, they even had an innate who was only 20 years old. What kind of concept was this? No matter how their own sex attitude towards the Yu clan was before, from now on, they had to pay more attention to them. Old man Ku Ming also looked at Yu Yang in astonishment. His eyes were filled with astonishment, but he quickly recovered his original bitter expression. The happiest ones were none other than the Yu clan's generals. In an instant, joy swept through their hearts like waves, and countless people were so excited that tears streamed down their cheeks. The Yu clan finally had an innate. This was the first innate in 1,000 years. How many generations of people had been waiting for this day? Finally, an inborn expert had arrived. The Yu clan, which was in the most precarious situation among the 4 great clans, had finally risen up. In order to wait for this day, the Yu clan's ancestors had put in a lot of effort. Some of them had died in battle for the clan, some of them had endured humiliation and lived for the clan. Some of them had given up on training and researching puppet techniques to revitalize the Yu clan. Some of them had concentrated on training in order to achieve a breakthrough and memorized the mantra even if their bodies were to explode. How many generations of people had sacrificed their lives for the clan? Until today, an innate rancor had finally appeared. Although becoming an innate depended on one's own hard work, the Yu clan had to pay an unimaginable price in order to continue their clan and preserve their bloodline. 1,000 years of effort. Only today did he reap the rewards. For the past 1,000 years, all the hard work that they had thought was a waste had finally paid off for the first time. The heavens had given the Yu clan their greatest hope, a new innate rancor. Hundreds of family guards, servants, and disciples of other clans were so moved that they knelt down. Some of them burst into tears. At this time, 5th Grandpa, who was riding on a deer, had tears streaming down his aged face. The most talented person in the clan, Yu Qiu, had died. However, his most useless and most bullied son, a useless mistress who was ridiculed by the entire Soaring Dragon continent, continued his father's outstanding bloodline and became an innate rancor. Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai hugged each other. At this moment, both of them had tears in their eyes. The Dixia dynasty and the Yu clan had already become an existence that was bound together for good or ill. Although the Yan clan was within the borders of Dixia kingdom, they were closer to the Zijin kingdom. The Shui clan had very few males, while the Feng clan was strong in single combat but had no one to lead the army. Only the Yu clan had a steady stream of new blood, serving in the Dixia kingdom's army. For 1,000 years, they had always protected Dixia. If it wasn't for the Yu clan's 3 reviving heroes, Dixia would have been reduced to a third-rate country by now. Originally, when the most talented person in 100 years, Yu Qiu, died in battle, Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai had already given up all hope. They never thought that the young Yu Yang could actually endure this silently. For 15 years, he was willing to bear the scolding of trash and idiot, training in secret and finally reaching the innate realm. This kind of unexpected surprise made Jun Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai, Feng Kuang and the others drunk until they were dead drunk on the day Yu Yang defeated Tu Qing. Even until today, they were still moved by this. A Qilin child bestowed by the heavens, although they had lost Yu Qiu, this world-shocking genius, the heavens did not mistreat the Yu clan. They compensated them with an even more talented Yu Yang. Have you really reached the innate realm? When the Eastern Sky King put down Yu Yang, it was Princess Sisai's turn to grab his collar. She glared at him with her tiger-like eyes. When did that happen? You brat, you have been lying to me all this time? See if I don't beat you to death. How would I dare to lie to you? You know that I'm very afraid of tigresses. Yu Yang laughed, a very naughty laugh. Princess Sisai's face turned red and quickly put him down. Brat, are you asking for a beating? I'll deal with you later. Princess Sisai raised her little fist and was about to hit him. Seeing that all the elders were looking at them, she quickly pretended to be an obedient child. She imitated the Eastern Sky King's gesture and tidied Yu Yang's collar, purposely angering him. You don't look like an innate at all. How could a big pervert like you be an innate? I think they must have mistaken you for someone else. It can't be wrong, it can't be wrong. Brother must be an innate. Yu Bing quickly denied, afraid that she would really be mistaken if she said it. Xiao San, why didn't you tell me earlier? Boo-hoo. I'm too happy. Yu was so moved that she covered her face and cried, her tears dripping down from the gaps between her fingers. As for Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others, they had already hugged each other tightly, jumping in joy. They couldn't believe it. They felt that this was a dream. But they would rather never wake up from this dream. It would be so beautiful forever. The Xia clan's guards were all sitting on the ground dejectedly. Some were happy, while others were sad. They wanted to cry now, but they couldn't. Xia Tao, Xia Tu, and Xia Nu's faces were pale. It was too late for them to regret. If they didn't rush to attack the Yu clan, if they investigated clearly, if they didn't ask Elders Song and he from the Green Summit sect to help them, if they didn't invite all the rankers from Zijing Kingdom to besiege the Yu clan. Countless mistakes, any one of them could be fatal. What should they do now? Although Xia Tu was the Xia clan's wise man, he didn't know how to think anymore. Yu clan's disciple Yu Yang, as the head of the Innate Alliance's 10 directors, I invite you to join the Innate Alliance. Please go to the Xianyuan residence in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower on the 18th day of the 9th month. This is the proof that you are an innate ranker, and also the innate heavenly badge that belongs solely to you. Elder Nangong passed a dazzling star badge to Yu Yang. On it, there were ancient runes as the border, and the moon as the decoration. There was also a diamond-like star attached to it. The light was so bright that it was hard to look at it directly. Everyone looked at it with respect and envy. It was the symbol of an innate ranker. Even if it was only innate level 1, it was still the highest hope of the world. There were thousands of warriors in the world. There were only a few people who could obtain this kind of innate heavenly badge. Normally, it would take decades or even centuries for an innate ranker to be born. An innate ranker who was as young as Yu Yang was definitely an unprecedented existence. Elder Yu Hai and the others surrounded him. Although they couldn't reach the innate realm, it would be good to see the innate heavenly badge up close. Just when everyone was admiring the innate heavenly badge excitedly, Qing Song and Hei He suddenly pounced towards them with ferocious expressions, as if they wanted to snatch it away. Jun Wu Yu, Elder Yu Hai, Old Cunning Fox, Feng Kuang, Eagle-Eyed Xia Ho Wei Jia and the others were furious. Were these two old fellows crazy? How could they snatch the innate heavenly badge away? Everyone gathered their greatest battle strength, preparing to join forces to deal a fatal blow to the two old fellows. Feng Xiaoyun, Xue Wendao, Yan Qianli and the others also gathered around Yu Yang. As long as Qing Song and Hei He tried to snatch it away, they would also attack. Even Dragon Ambassador Bai Bo from the Eastern Ocean Crystal Palace, the red-haired man from the Western Lion Pagoda and Elder Ku Ming from the Southern Floating Mist sect immediately summoned their beasts and prepared to stop this crazy act. If the news of someone snatching an innate ranker's innate heavenly badge in front of everyone was spread out, it would become the Soaring Dragon Continent's greatest shame. Elder Song, Elder Hei, you can't. Xia Tu and Xia Nu, the two level 7 overlords, rushed out and hugged Qing Song and Hei He's thighs tightly. That badge belongs to us. This brat only has the strength of a level 6 elder, at most. What right does he have to obtain the innate heavenly badge? That badge belongs to us. We are the ones who are the closest to the innate realm. Could it be that we, the two of us, are inferior to a little kid? I can't accept this. This innate heavenly badge belongs to me. I have trained hard for 250 years. What right does this brat have to snatch away my innate heavenly badge? Qing Song's eyes were bloodshot as he roared crazily. His legs shook and an explosion like shockwave spread out. Xia Tu vomited blood from the shock, but he still didn't let go. Qing Song forcefully pulled Xia Tu's arms away and threw him away like a little chick. On the other side, Xia Nu escaped hurriedly before Hei He could do anything. He realized that Elder Song and Elder He had gone completely crazy. The fact that they couldn't become innates was a huge blow to them. First, they lost their face, then they became crazy with jealousy. These two seniors who were highly respected by warriors couldn't control their greed and became two unscrupulous lunatics. Yu Yang gently separated the people who were protecting him and walked out of the crowd. He stretched out his hand towards Qing Song and Hei He, who had bloodshot eyes. He opened his palm and showed them the innate heavenly badge. The innate heavenly badge is here. Do you have the ability to take it? Go to hell, little brat. Xianxia and He summoned their beasts respectively. Their powerful aura was like a passing hurricane, blowing away all the warriors who were above level 6, Elder. Yikong, Fatty Hai, and the Li brothers were blown back more than 10 meters before they could stand still. On the other hand, Yu Bing had already gotten used to maintaining her battle state under her brother's guidance. Almost as soon as Xianxia and He went berserk, she would immediately summon her grimoire. She was extremely fast and nimble. Even Elder Nangong would glance at her unintentionally. Green Pine Tree and Black Crane charged forward with an unstoppable momentum, bringing with them the power of a tornado. Everyone saw that these two guys had gone completely crazy. Just when everyone was ready to fight, two rays of silver light flashed across the sky. Like meteors. In a flash, they had reached the back of Xianxia and He. A small hand was raised. To Jun Wuyu and the others, this small hand was like a giant dragon's claw. It pressed on the back of Xianxia's head, easily pressing Xianxia, who was rushing towards Yu Yang, to the ground. On the other side, the same thing happened. He was pressed on the back of his head by a small hand as he was forcefully pressed into the ground. The whole ground shook, but there was no sound of explosion. However, after a long time, people could still hear the dull tremors coming from the ground. It was as if there was an ancient giant beast drilling into the ground. When the dust settled, everyone saw the two female guards with silver wings and silver armors pressing Xianxia and He, who were level 8, Emperor-s, to the ground. Xianxia and He, who were level 8, Emperor-s, were like insects in front of him. They were completely defenseless. They couldn't even struggle. Elder Nangong, these two dared to attack, innates, do you want to kill them? The female guard on the left stood up and threw Xianxia, whose bones were all broken, on the ground as if she was throwing rubbish. She then bowed to Elder Nangong and asked, "Let's deal with them later." Elder Nangong acted as if he didn't see Xianxia and He. He only looked at Yu Yang and asked with a smile, "My friend Yu Yang, do you wish to join the innate alliance now, or stay in the Soaring Dragon continent for a while and join us 9 months later? If you are willing, you can follow me now. In the Tong Tian 6th floor, you will obtain everything that an innate ranker has. I personally wish for you to follow me, because you have a lot of things to learn. It might be better to join us 9 months earlier than to stay. If you stay, your surroundings might not be suitable for training. Of course, I will definitely respect your wishes. What's your answer?" Everyone looked at Yu Yang, waiting for him to say something. According to Yu Bing's mentality, she couldn't bear to part with her brother, but she didn't want to hinder her brother's future. Instead, she looked at him with encouragement. "Do I need to pay a membership fee to join the innate alliance? If I do, I won't join." "Oh yeah, what are the benefits of becoming an innate ranker? Do you guys get divine equipment or divine beasts as gifts?" Yu Yang kept the innate heavenly badge and asked again. His words shocked everyone. Others couldn't even dream of getting an invitation from the innate alliance, but he actually had conditions to join. There's no need to pay. When new members join, not only will we not ask for items, we will also give them some free aid so that they can quickly adapt to the training in Tong Tian Tower. At the same time, they will also sign an alliance contract. Because innate rankers are too strong, they can easily cause a large number of casualties in the Soaring Dragon continent. Hence, under normal circumstances, we ask innate rankers to abide by the alliance contract and try not to fight in the Soaring Dragon continent. In the higher levels of Tong Tian Tower, there is a world that is thousands of times bigger than the Soaring Dragon continent. Innate rankers can use their own strength to obtain their own territory. They can do whatever they want without any restrictions. The innate alliance contract is only effective in the Soaring Dragon continent. This is also our innate alliance's protection for the Soaring Dragon continent. Elder Nangong patiently explained to Yu Yang. That won't do. What if someone wants to kill me? For example, those two lunatics just now. If I don't do anything, do I have to stretch my neck and let them kill me? Yu Yang discontentedly objected. Innate rankers have the right to kill any warrior who tries to harm an innate ranker, no matter what the reason is. Elder Nangong said with certainty. When the people from the Xia clan heard this, they shuddered in unison. They were doomed. They were completely in the line of fire. Now that Yu Yang didn't have time to care about them, Xia Tu and the others also didn't dare to sneak away. If the two silver-winged female guards attacked again, the whole Xia clan would probably be annihilated. It was impossible for a normal warrior to fight against an innate rancor. Xia Tu had already made the decision to cut his losses and protect the Xia clan. Feng Xiaoyun, Xue Wendao, Yan Qianzhong and the others all pricked up their ears to listen. This was a rare opportunity. Normally, Elder Nan Gong would come to the Soaring Dragon continent quietly. It was a rare opportunity for him to welcome Yu Yang openly like this. Everyone could also learn more about innate rancors. Although they might not be able to reach the innate realm, there was still hope. Furthermore, this information would be very useful to the younger generation. In their hearts, they couldn't wait for Yu Yang to ask more questions so that they could understand more. Yu Yang had already become an innate rancor. It was too late for everyone to be jealous of him. If they wanted to play tricks on him, they would only be courting death. The only way was to repair their relationship with the Yu clan. The rise of the Yu clan was already unstoppable. Even if the innate rancor, Yu Yang, did not interfere with the Yu clan's affairs, with his existence, the Yu clan would not have to worry about anything. Things like the Xia clan and the Zijing kingdom's rancors attacking the Yu clan castle today would probably never happen again. As for the Xue clan, everyone knew that they had already become pigs for Yu Yang to slaughter. The people from the Xia clan would die a horrible death, but it would not be a waste of their lives. This was because they had all died of stupidity. They had never seen an idiot who mistook a sister and her brother as an adulterous couple. They had also never seen an idiot who called a princess a slut in front of the emperor. They had never seen an idiot who dared to snatch the innate heavenly badge in front of an innate rancor. They reap what they sow. What's up with these two chicks? Yu Yang's level 4, divine vision, could see through the secrets of the two silver-winged female guards. He was very curious. If a new innate rancor reaches the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower for the first time, they might get caught up in endless battles and be unable to cultivate. Usually, if there were some small matters or battles, they could actually let their subordinates handle them. Hence, the innate alliance would introduce some revered martial guards to the new innate rancors. They would be hired by the new innate rancors to assist them in handling various matters. Their levels range from level 6 to level 9 in the Soaring Dragon continent. There are even innate rancors. Every revered martial guard has different abilities. Their employment conditions are also different. Generally speaking, the higher the level, the stronger the ability, the higher the employment conditions. Elder Nan Gong explained patiently. Then they are the mercenaries that you were trying to sell to me? Revered martial guards? Then how much would it cost to buy them? Yu Yang was very interested in buying beauties. Moreover, these two beauties were very good at fighting. You can't buy them no matter how much money you have. They are not revered martial guards, but war god guards with higher intelligence and more potential. Generally speaking, they would take the initiative to choose innate rancors with potential to assist them and level up together. It is impossible for normal innate rancors to have war god guards. When Elder Nan Gong said this, everyone was so envious that they started drooling. From Elder Nan Gong's words, one could come to a conclusion. That was that Yu Yang was not a normal innate, but an innate with great potential. This was because Elder Nan Gong had brought along war god guards that other innates did not have. The only one who was a little jealous was Princess Sisai. This brat had always been a playboy, he was definitely a big pervert. Now, he even gave him two beautiful war god guards. How could this be? If this went on, it would be strange if he didn't forget his original sweetheart. This was not good. Could it be that the war god guards didn't have any monsters? Princess Sisai's imagination ran wild. Her heart was sour. She originally wanted to reject them on behalf of Yu Yang, but she was not related to him at all. She was really infuriated. Then did they take a fancy to me? Free of charge? As Yu Yang fantasized, he felt extremely happy in his heart. Ever since he was born, he had always been loved by little Lolis the most, but he had always been treated as an enemy by big sisters. He had never seen any big sister fall in love with him at first sight. His charm could only defeat little Lolis in an instant. Now, fate had finally changed. Big sisters had finally sent themselves to his doorstep. Innates were really awesome. Even without stepping out of his house, there were still beauties throwing themselves at him. This kind of blissful sexual life was really too blissful. Yu Yang was so touched that he almost cried. My friend Yu Yang, these two are the war god guards that Jizun personally chose for you. I think that they probably don't know you. If you have any questions, you can ask them directly. Elder Nangong coughed slightly. He really wanted to remind this brat not to be too optimistic. Even if he had potential, who would know that there was a young innate with great potential in the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower? If she didn't give him 2 of her war god guards, how could he obtain the war god guards without even joining the innate alliance? That was definitely impossible. The 2 of us are the Eastern Goblin Tribe's dragon ladies. Although we have Jizun's orders, we can't be sure that you are the master that we need to follow. We need to find an innate ranker that can help us improve. Right now, we can't be sure that you have that kind of ability. So, we won't immediately contract with you, unless you can prove that your potential is higher than ours. The heroic war god guard on the left opened his mouth and poured a bucket of cold water on Yu Yang. It turned out that they were not obedient, but had their own thoughts. We might not necessarily contract with you. The war god guard on the right was not as serious as the one on the left, it was more cute. If you go to the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower and test your potential and confirm that you are useful to us in the future, then we will consider. The war god guard on the left stated another condition. Consider. The war god guard on the right added another sentence cutely. Boring, so troublesome. Forget it, you guys can go back. I have plenty of beauties, I don't care about the war god guards at all. Aren't they just 2 dragon ladies? There's nothing to be proud of. Just one sentence, I don't want them. Yu Yang waved his hands like a man. He looked cool on the outside, but his heart was bleeding. These 2 top-grade dragon ladies, he was really stupid to dismiss them just like that. Fatty Hai and Yi Kong were shocked. He didn't want the war god guards? This? Forget about them, even Elder Yu Hai and Jun Wu felt that it was inconceivable. What was wrong with this brat, even rejecting the war god guards? What a boring man's self-esteem. Princess Sisai had an extremely strong 6 records. She could tell that Yu Yang's words were a little insincere. It wasn't that this brat despised the war god guards, but the words of these 2 war god guards had aroused his self-esteem. Hence, he would rather reject them than listen to their conditions. If they wanted to talk about conditions, it should be him, the master, who would rather not have them. Now, Princess Sisai finally understood what kind of person Yu Yang was. Her lips curled into a smile. She wanted to laugh secretly, but she was afraid that he would be angry. She secretly punched him with her little fist. When Yu Yang glared at her, Princess Sisai smiled gently at him. I support you. You lost 2 girls, I will compensate you with fallen flowers and wuxia, and also an an. That was originally mine. When Yu Yang remembered that he still had City Mistress Fallen Flowers, the Mysterious Beauty and the girl Anan, he felt a little better. Since that's the case, shall we go back? Are you really not going to follow us to the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower to test your potential? Can we really go now? The war god guard on the left looked at Yu Yang with a questioning look, as if he was a little surprised that he would chase him away. I won't send you off. Yu Yang looked tough, but he really wanted to beat himself up in his heart. Such a good dragon lady, how could he give up just like that? He really let Xianxia, this tigress, get to the point. For the sake of his self-esteem, he gave up the 2 dragon ladies. It would have been great to have a threesome with them, but there was no hope now. Elder Nangong suddenly clapped his hands and praised. Yu Yang, my little friend, Jizun had mentioned you to me 3 times. She said that you are a person who likes freedom. Your actions are spontaneous, your thoughts are not bound, your will is free, and you hate restrictions and rules. It seems that she is right. However, I can assure you that the Innate Alliance's covenant is definitely not a rule to restrict innates. It is a kind of protection for the soaring dragon continent. Let me ask you, before you became an innate, if not for the Innate Alliance's covenant, countless enemies would have killed you a long time ago. Would you be where you are today? That's why we need to restrict innates' movements in the soaring dragon continent. If it's somewhere else, innates can do whatever they want. As long as they have the ability, innates can do whatever they want. There are no restrictions at all. They are much freer than you are in the soaring dragon continent. Although Yu Yang was a little tempted, he was not willing to go to the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower to be tortured. In the soaring dragon continent, he was an existence that rarely met enemies. Other than the heavenly imperial guardians and other rankers, no one else could threaten his life. However, the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower was different. The Thousand Goblins sect leader was waiting to find trouble with him. If he did not have the power of innate level 5 or above, he would definitely not go to the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower. Otherwise, he might be plotted against by the Thousand Goblins sect leader. Although picking up girls was very important, safety first, if he was alive, he would get girls. Otherwise, if he died, then Fallen Flowers and the others would become widows. How pitiful would that be? On the left, the serious-looking war god guard flew over and handed Yu Yang a crescent-shaped silver ornament. Ji Zun said that if you reject our request, then we will pass this to you. Yu Yang was sweating profusely. It seemed like the mysterious introducer, the royal sister, had already known that he would reject them. What is this? Yu Yang realized that this item looked as ordinary as a black jade necklace. However, in reality, it was a treasure that could not be seen through even with his level 4, divine vision. The cute war god guard on the right nodded and said in her usual tone, "Good stuff." Good stuff? Of course he would keep it. Yu Yang didn't even hesitate for a second. Princess Sisai was originally very curious about this half-moon-shaped silver ornament. She wanted to take a closer look, but who knew that this miser would keep it? She really wanted to strangle him to death. Elder Nan Gong bowed slightly to Jun Wuyu, then nodded to Yu Yang. He gracefully performed a common etiquette between innate rankers. "My little friend Yu Yang, since you are willing to stay in the soaring dragon continent temporarily, let's meet again 9 months later." Yu Yang thought to himself, if he hadn't reached innate level 5 in 9 months, then he wouldn't have signed that innate alliance contract. It's fine even if he didn't sign it, who would be so bored? In the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower, there was the Thousand Goblins sect leader, that treacherous man, who was waiting to cause trouble for him. Unless the mysterious introducer, the royal sister, personally came to fetch him, that would be different. At that time, he might even be able to see the Night Empress' real face. Also, he must smell the Impatience's body fragrance. Was that a virgin's body fragrance? He had to figure this out. If it was, then he might as well push down the Impatience as well. Who asked her to tease him time and time again? If he didn't push her down, she would push him down sooner or later. While Yu Yang was letting his imagination run wild, Elder Nan Gong had already waved his hand to everyone and left. The 2 war god attendants also opened their respective teleportation scrolls and left. However, when they left, they turned back at the same time and looked at Yu Yang. Their eyes were a little complicated. Princess Sisai felt that she had to be more careful of this kind of eyes in the future. This brat already had enough girls by his side. If there were 2 more dragon ladies, then she wouldn't even have a place to stand. Hence, she had to warn him not to be like her father, that muddle-headed ruler. If 3 or 4 girls were all her sisters, then it's fine. But don't let the whole harem come out, otherwise, she wouldn't let him off. What are you thinking? He's long gone. Princess Sisai stretched out her fair finger and lightly tapped Yu Yang's forehead. I was wondering how much the prize money for the 100 Schools Elite Tournament would be. When Yu Yang said this, everyone was stunned. This brat was already an innate, yet he still wanted to participate in the 100 Schools Elite Tournament? What was there left for them to fight? He could torture them all to death. Don't worry, I've already signed you up. One is the team competition, and the other is the individual comprehensive challenge. It's a pity that you weren't interested at that time. Otherwise, you could have signed up for the individual combat skill challenge or the individual beast challenge. That way, you could have won all 3 championships. Fatty Hai couldn't help but feel regretful. He already knew that Yu Yang had the ability to become the champion, but at that time, Yu Yang wasn't interested in participating, so he didn't dare to help Yu Yang register for another event. Kid, are you really going to compete? Even the old fox couldn't stand it. Although the old fox wanted the Ivy Academy to become the champion, he felt that Yu Yang was too much of a bully for an innate like him to participate in the 100 Schools elite tournament. What if he bullied other people's children until they cried? When Yu Yang heard this, he immediately objected, "Hey, I'm not a student. I also have the right to participate in the 100 Schools elite tournament. Students have the right to participate, there's no rule saying that innates can't participate. Furthermore, I don't have any innate strength now. I had overexerted myself when I killed Tuqing. Now, a righteous person like Xianxia, the son of the Xia clan's clan leader, could easily kill me. I risked my life to participate in the tournament, and you're criticizing me instead of supporting me?" Everyone was sweating profusely. Forget about Xianxia, even if all the rankers in the Xia clan were to join forces, they wouldn't even be able to be crushed by you. Saying all these was just to find trouble with the Xia clan. Right now, the Xia clan was like a stray dog. No one was willing to help them. Going against an innate, wasn't that the same as seeking death? Forget about the outsiders, even the Zijin Kingdom's warriors, the level 6 elders, and the level 7 overlords, who had secretly helped the Xia family, had quietly left the Xia family's side, drawing a clear line between themselves and the Xia family. Without an innate rancor, the Yu clan could not be easily bullied. Now that the Yu clan had an innate rancor, they were like ferocious tigers. No matter how many people came, they would all die. Even an idiot would not help the Xia clan to start a war with the Yu clan. I was wrong. Boo-hoo, I've been blinded by lard, I'm ungrateful, I'm not human. Old Marshal, on account of the fact that you've led us to war in the past, please spare our Xia clan. I'll beg for your forgiveness and kowtow to you. Xia Tao suddenly knelt down and cried bitterly. He then started to slap himself until his face swelled up like a pig's head. Blood flowed from his nose. Xia Tao then crawled to Elder Yu Hai's feet and kowtowed nonstop. As a clan leader, he acted like a scoundrel. If you don't forgive me, I'll cry myself to death in front of you. Xia Tu, Xia Nu, and the others also signaled all the Xia clan members and guards to kneel down. The humiliation of kneeling was insignificant compared to the extermination of their clan. With so many rankers watching, no matter how cruel Elder Yu Hai was, he would not order the extermination of the Xia clan. No matter how severe the punishment was, it would not be to the extent of extermination. On the contrary, if they stubbornly resisted to the end, there was no need for Yu Yang that innate to do anything. Many rankers would take the initiative to exterminate the Xia clan. In any case, extermination of the Xia clan was not a bad thing for them. This way, they would have one less competitor. Grandpa, let's deal with it. I personally think that we should punish them severely. Yu Yang picked up Qing Song and He He, who were on the verge of death, and turned to leave. Yu Yang's words and actions were very appropriate. He was an innate, his words carried a lot of weight. Elder Yu Hai could use his words as an excuse, it was impossible for the Xia clan to escape punishment. He was also a junior. If he raised his butcher's knife and exterminated the Xia clan in front of everyone, the elders would definitely feel embarrassed. It would also easily leave an irreparable psychological scar on the other clans. Now that he turned around and left, it proved that he, an innate, did not care about worldly affairs. He had already left enough face for everyone. In their hearts, everyone would definitely be very grateful. Elder Yu Hai looked at Yu Yang and nodded secretly. If his son, Yu Qiu, were to deal with this matter, he would definitely not be able to do it. His character was too upright, he did not understand and did not like to use the means of a superior. This Xiao San was indeed more outstanding than his father. Jun Wuyu and the old cunning fox also nodded secretly. Even the ferocious Zhang Fei-like Eastern Sky King's eyes lit up. Other than them, the Shui clan's Shui Wen Dao, Feng clan's Feng Xiaoyun, Yan clan's Yan Qianzhong and a few others could see through it. In the Xia clan, only Xia Tu was not sad after hearing Yu Yang's words. Instead, he was happy. If Yu Yang had left without a word, Xia Tu reckoned that he would have found his way to the Xia clan and exterminated the entire Xia clan. Xia Tu definitely believed that this Yu clan's third young master was the kind of ruthless person who would exterminate the roots. Now that he said that he would punish them severely, he would not only use the Xia clan to establish his might, he would also let them live to show the Yu clan's benevolence. Him handing this matter over to old Marshal Yu to handle was already the greatest grace he could muster. With old Marshal Yu handling this matter, the Xia clan would definitely not be exterminated. Xia too heaved a sigh of relief. Looking at Yu Yang's back again, his eyes were filled with gratitude. If he was an innate, he would definitely not let his enemy go so easily. This might be the reason why Yu Yang was already an innate at such a young age, while he was only a level 7 overlord. After training for so many years, Elder Yu Hai's first condition was for everyone to keep the secret that Yu Yang was already an innate ranker. Elder Yu Hai knew that he couldn't hide this matter for too long. However, he would hide it for as long as he could. This precious grandson of his still had a lot of things to do in the Soaring Dragon continent. It wouldn't be a good thing to reveal his strength to the public now. At the very least, he couldn't let anyone spread the news that Yu Yang was an innate to the world. If some people secretly spread the news, he definitely wouldn't be able to control it completely. He could only ban it openly. Princess Sisai and the others didn't stay at the bottom of the Yu clan village to see how Elder Yu Hai would deal with the Xia clan. Instead, they quickly caught up to Yu Yang. They were all very curious. How could Yu Yang be an innate at such a young age? Yu Bing and Yu couldn't understand it at all. However, Princess Sisai felt that Yu Yang becoming an innate might be related to the ancient runes on the cliff at the Cloud Peak Lake. Of course, it was related to his own innate talent. Countless people had climbed that cliff before, but he was the only one who could trigger the ancient rune circle. He could even lead everyone to reap the benefits together. Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the Li brothers were overjoyed. They couldn't imagine how Yu Yang became an innate ranker, but they didn't bother to ask. They only knew that their future would be bright if they followed Yu Yang. Are you really going to participate in the 100 Schools Elite Tournament? That's so boring. Why don't we go and do the World Tree Quest? Also, are you not going to clear the Gemini Temple? Princess Sisai wasn't willing to participate in the 100 Schools Elite Tournament, because she was already invincible in the 100 Schools Elite Tournament. Xianxia, this year's 100 Schools Elite Tournament is a little different from the previous years. It's no longer the 3 great killing stars, but the 3 rising stars. The one who has the highest chance of winning is the Floating Mist Sect's junior sect leader. The second one is the Zijin Kingdom's prince, a proud disciple of the Western Lion Pagoda. It's said that he's the first super genius who could defeat the 3 elders of the Western Lion Pagoda. His strength can't be underestimated. Yu Yu's words hinted to Princess Sisai to be careful, because her pursuers had already arrived. When the time comes, she shouldn't fight with Yu Yang because of this. Alright then, I'll also participate. But, I'll only participate in the group competition. Princess Sisai looked at Yu Yu gratefully. The 2 girls looked at each other and smiled. Who's the 3rd rising star? Yu Bing asked excitedly. It's the Tianluo Kingdom's prince. It's said that he's the most handsome man in the world by all the female students. When he smiles, he can make people fall head over heels for him. When he walks on the streets, countless people would crash into cars, pillars, and walls. In short, no matter if it's a man or a woman, they can't help but admire him when they see him. It's a pity that this Tianluo Kingdom's prince is an ice prince. He's not interested in anyone, and only likes to train and train beasts. Otherwise, girls who are willing to throw themselves at him would line up for him to choose from. Yu Yu's words reminded Princess Sisai not to look at handsome men. Yu Yu could see that her brother's jealousy was even fiercer than a tsunami. Is it really that exaggerated? Princess Sisai expressed her disbelief, but she was still vigilant. She must never talk about handsome men in front of Yu Yang in the future. This brat's magnanimity was really not that great. Furthermore, this brat's looks were not bad. Although he wasn't as exaggerated as someone who could make people fall head over heels for him with just a smile, the more she looked at him, the more she felt that he was pleasing to the eye. Yu Yang, this brat, belonged to the type that was bad-looking but also very pleasing to the eye. Princess Sisai felt that if this brat didn't look like a pervert all day long, as long as he was serious, he would immediately be 10 times more handsome. Yu Yang didn't know the thoughts of Yu Yu and Princess Sisai, so he couldn't understand their sisterly conversation. However, he was very unhappy that there was someone who was more handsome than him in this world. I hate all creatures that are more handsome than me. I will kill them without mercy. When Fatty Hai heard Yu Yang's sour and murderous words, he jumped in fright and patted his chest. Luckily, I look very safe. Looks like looking safe is also a kind of luck. However, Yi Kong was suspicious. Isn't your view of beauty different? Most of the handsome men that girls like are weak, pretty boys. We guys don't think that's handsome. The 3 great killing stars and the 3 great rising stars. This year's 100 Schools Elite Tournament will be very interesting. Yu Bing felt that the more experts there were, the better. The more experts her brother defeated, the more impressive he would be. It's not only the 6 experts. There's also the Holy Spear Lady Knight from Tianluo Fragrance Academy, Dragon Ambassador Ken Lanyu from Eastern Ocean Crystal Palace and so on. They are all hot favorites to win the championship. Their odds in the Thief Guild's underground betting market are almost the same as the 3 great killing stars. Yu Yang didn't doubt Yu Yu's words, but he felt a little strange. Why did so many young experts suddenly appear? Everyone is secretly grooming young experts. Maybe it's because the situation in the Soaring Dragon continent is getting worse and the competition between the various countries is getting fiercer, so they want to start from the younger generation. This is also considered a probing attack. Princess Sisai realized that this 100 Schools Elite Tournament was not simple. Vaguely, it had become a chessboard for the various countries. The younger generation, on the other hand, had become the probing chess pieces for the various countries or powerful forces. If there were people who participated in the tournament without any political motives, it would probably only be Yu Yang, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the Li brothers. Yu Yang thought for a while and felt that there were still a few days before the preliminary round. If he started preparing now, he could still make it in time. Yu Yang didn't need to prepare too much for himself. He only needed to train Yu Bing and give some pointers to Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the others at the same time. Returning to the first floor of Tong Tian Tower, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the others went to the Wild Bull Valley quest to collect 10 Bull King's horns. On the other hand, Yu Bing followed Yu Yang into the Gemini Temple once again. Although they still managed to escape from the Gemini Temple in the end, Yu Yang had confirmed many things in his heart. He had even discovered some details that Yu Yu's Grandmaster did not notice. With regards to the Gemini Temple, Yu Yang started to have some confidence. However, he needed to prepare a lot. Compared to preparing for the 100 Schools Elite Tournament, it was 100 times more difficult. For example, the most important one was to learn City Mistress Fallen Flowers' silent death technique. If he didn't know this, he wouldn't be able to break through the shadow clone. City Mistress Fallen Flowers, the most beautiful girl in my heart, Fallen Flowers, I miss you. Time passes quickly and almost a month has passed. I want to remind the beautiful City Mistress that your salary hasn't been paid yet. I hope that before I die of hunger or lovesickness in the Winchim Hotel, I can see your beautiful figure in front of me. Yu Yang wrote a letter to City Mistress Fallen Flowers. At the end, he signed, your most loyal personal guard captain who is willing to work overtime for free and volunteer to warm your bed. Princess Sisai didn't have any objections to the signature, but she was very dissatisfied with the 3 words in the first sentence. She felt that if he didn't remove the words, the most beautiful, it would be better to change it to another name. To this, Yu Yang's reply was, go, stay away from me, don't hinder me from picking up girls. If you want to pick up girls, that's fine too. Who asked you to put on such a smelly princess attitude? It's not easy for me to write a love letter to pick up girls, do you think it's easy for me? What did you say? Princess Sisai raised her fist. She didn't care whether Yu Yang was an innate or not. If he dared to tease her, she would beat him up first. Don't be angry, girl, I'll give you a smile. Yu Yang saw that the situation wasn't good. He didn't know how the vinegar jar outside would react, but the vinegar jar at home was about to collapse. He quickly used his 36 ways of stripping, no, it was 36 ways of coaxing. For his future blissful sexual life, he decided to take down this rouge tigress first. As expected, it was effective. When Yu Yang used his coaxing skills, Princess Sisai immediately giggled and laughed. In the end, she rolled her eyes at him with her tiger-like eyes. That girlish pout almost made Yu Yang's bones go soft. Alright, if this tigress was cute, she would be invincible. City Mistress Fallen Flowers really came, although she had been hiding from Yu Yang ever since she saved Fourth Mother. However, when Yu Yang needed her help, she came without hesitation and taught Yu Yang the feigned death peacefulness technique at the first moment. Although the girls felt that Yu Yang was a pervert, they couldn't deny that he was a martial arts genius. Before Yu Bing could even comprehend 10% of it, this brat had already learnt the feigned death peacefulness technique. However, Yu Yang still needed Yu Bing's help to clear the Gemini temple, so Yu Bing had no choice but to learn it. Regarding this, Yu Yang hesitated for a long time before deciding to tell them about body fusion. Of course, he wouldn't say that he had the divine vision, inherent skill and could see the secret technique in his parents' diary. This brat pretended to be the pitiful guy and said that his mother had taught him when he was young. Body fusion? Princess Sisai's first reaction was to suspect that this brat was trying to take advantage of everyone. Brothers, body fusion is very useful. When he pulls my hand and transmits his spiritual chi to me, I can immediately summon the Treant without any effort. Yu Bing was the one who supported Yu Yan the most, and she didn't think that there was anything wrong with it. Princess Sisai and City Mistress Fallen Flowers looked at Yu Yang with a Yura Siscon look. Yu Yu also blushed a little, but she pretended to be confused and changed the topic. She asked about the details of Yu Yang and Yu Bing's battle in the Taurus temple. Yu Bing was very honest and told her sister everything. No one doubted her. After discussing for a while, they decided to let Yu Yang test the effects of body fusion on everyone. You guys are thinking too much. Yu Yang tried to explain himself, but when the girls heard it, they felt that this brat was hiding something. After the three girls sensed Yu Yang's body fusion, innate chi, they gathered again to discuss. They couldn't deny the effects. The effect was definitely good, extremely good. However, they always felt that Yu Yang's true chi was a little strange when it flowed through their bodies. It was as if this kid could see inside their bodies, which made them feel a little embarrassed. Castellan Fallen Flowers and Princess Sisai were slightly better because they both had him in their hearts. Although they did not admit it, they knew very well how they felt in their hearts. Yu Yu, the cousin, felt a little awkward. She did not know if she should refuse or not. If she refused, it would easily arouse Yu Bing's suspicion. Moreover, she would also miss out on this special cultivation method. The secret cultivation method from 10,000 years ago was the dream of everyone. It would be a pity to give it up. She didn't reject him because she was his cousin, and it was a little awkward. In the end, it was still Castellan Fallen Flowers who was more free and easy. Everyone, don't think about it. Cultivation is cultivation, as long as your heart is righteous, what's wrong with that? We definitely can't miss out on the secret cultivation method that has been lost for 10,000 years. Most importantly, you are the only healer. You won't be of much use in the lower levels of Tong Tian Tower, but once we reach the 4th level and above, we will fall into endless battles. The beasts there are innumerable. If we don't have a healer, we will all die of exhaustion. With body fusion, Yu Yang can double your strength, and he can also connect our bodies. Everyone can heal and recover together. This way, everyone's lives will be more secure. When she said that, Princess Sisai and Yu Yu were relieved. It wasn't a bad thing, it was just siblings joining hands to fight together. What was there to be afraid of? After the discussion, everyone accepted the body fusion with a clear conscience. However, they didn't mention it normally, in case it would be awkward if they did. When Yu Yang was researching more secrets of body fusion, Castellan Fallen Flowers wrote a letter. Yu Yang suspected that the letter was written to the mysterious beauty who loved to read books, but Castellan Fallen Flowers refused to let him read it no matter what. At the same time, she denied it flatly, making Yu Yang's heart itch. Body fusion was very profound. Furthermore, there were some contents in the later stages that could only be done by intimate couples or even husband and wife. Yu Yang didn't dare to say those things out now. He only said the most basic and shallow parts of body fusion, and demonstrated it to the three girls together with Yu Bing. Because Yu Bing's heart was pure and flawless, she didn't think too much about it. She could meditate very easily, allowing Yu Yang to control her body in just a few seconds. She was the most successful and effective one among the four girls. Castellan Fallen Flowers was also not bad. After failing more than 10 times, she successfully fused with Yu Yang to form Dual Aurora. That kind of power increased by 10 times, causing Princess Sisai to be so envious that she almost meowed like a cat. Yu failed more than 30 times, but she could also join hands with Yu Yang to summon healing water that had double the effect. Her Spirit Spring inherent skill had leveled up the moment she successfully fused with Yu Yang. From the original level 2, Clear Gurgling Spring, it leveled up to level 3, Spirit Chi Fountain. With the Spirit Chi Fountain, the girl's recovery speed had increased by at least 3 times, and the interval between summoning beasts had also been greatly reduced. However, this was not very useful to Yu Yang, because Yu Yang's summons were all abnormal existences. One summon of his shadow would last for 10 days, while those like Little Winley would exist forever without any time limit. The Spirit Chi Fountain's greatest help to Yu Yang was to let Yu Yang gradually master the power of inability. Among the 4 girls, the one who suffered the most was Princess Sisai. Because her 6 records inherent skill was the strongest, her senses were very strong, and she was used to controlling her body. She was not used to Yu Yang's innate chi entering her body. After failing a total of 500 times, he only succeeded once. Yu Yang was so tired that he almost fell to the ground. The effect of Princess Sisai's success was even more terrifying than City Mistress Fallen Flowers' Aurora. In Yu Yang's hands, she seemed to have become an invincible human weapon. Her beast's power could be added to Yu Yang's body, and Yu Yang's Yang ability, Spherical Beheader, Space Teleportation, and other ultimate skills could be used as he wished on Princess Sisai's body. However, after succeeding once, Princess Sisai refused to let Yu Yang touch her body no matter what, even if it was just her arm. Being heir is still the most obedient. Who am I working so hard for? It's all for you guys to level up. Yu Yang had been secretly taking advantage of them these few days. His innate chi had flowed through the 4 girls' meridians, it was no wonder that they were embarrassed. NN. Yu Bing was very happy to receive her brother's praise. Although Princess Sisai and City Mistress Fallen Flowers would usually pout coquettishly at Yu Yang, when it came to training, they still obediently submitted to him. Even his cousin, Yu Yu, endured her embarrassment and actively trained with him. They had long realized that training with Yu Yang for a day was equivalent to a month's improvement. No wonder this brat was already innate, at the age of 20. His secret techniques and realm were really not something that normal warriors could imagine. The 100 Schools Elite Tournament was about to begin, but Yu Yang decided to go to the Gemini Temple before returning to the tournament. If he didn't take down the Gemini Temple, Yu Yang would always feel that he couldn't get over it. Star Domain, in front of the 12 Zodiac Temple's teleportation gate. Be careful, if you really can't get through, we'll think of another way. Don't you still have a girl who loves to read books? She's very smart, why don't you ask her? Princess Sisai unexpectedly advised Yu Yang not to be rash. The Gemini Temple was indeed the hardest temple to challenge. No one had ever succeeded in the past 10,000 years, so it was normal for them to fail. I'll definitely succeed, I'm confident. Yu Yang was at least 80% confident. He felt that if he didn't guess wrongly, the key to breaking through the Gemini Temple was the word Gemini. It was impossible for a single person to break through, it needed 2 people. Furthermore, it had to be 2 Geminis whose hearts and minds were interlinked. The one who had the most heart and mind with Yu Yang was Yu Bing. She couldn't guess what Yu Yang was thinking, but she had absolute trust in her brother. Furthermore, she had opened her heart and mind to Yu Yang, allowing Yu Yang to control her body and turn the 2 of them into one. This would be the key to breaking through the Gemini Temple. City Mistress Fallen Flowers didn't say anything. She hugged Yu Yang with a little emotion. That day, she met him here for the first time. Time flew, and when they came here again, their identities were slightly different. From strangers who didn't know each other, they gradually became lovers. Yu Yang's heart was also filled with tenderness. He patted City Mistress Fallen Flowers' back lightly, wait for me to come back, I'll definitely succeed. On the other side, Yu Yu also hugged her sister Yu Bing. She reminded her to be careful and follow her brother closely. Back at the Gemini Temple, the scenery was the same as before. Bing heir, close your eyes. Yu Yang held on to Yu Bing's little hand and used body fusion to make Yu Bing enter into a state of suspended animation. Then, he summoned the quintet golden puppet mice that were harmless, and wouldn't receive any attacks. These quintet golden puppet mice were one of the keys to Yu Yang's success. Yu Bing fell into Yu Yang's embrace softly. Her breathing almost stopped. 1 minute later, Yu Yang hugged Yu Bing and laid down at the entrance of the Gemini temple. The phantom shadow in the middle of the arena also fell to the ground. When Yu Yang's heart stopped beating and his mind went blank, Yu Yang's shadow clone disappeared. The ancient code had already thought that the person who was trying the challenge had fallen into a state of near death and was dying. Naturally, the shadow clone would have the same reaction, which was to disappear. Yu Bing's shadow also disappeared after Yu Yang's shadow disappeared. In the end, there was only a golden mask that was half crying and half smiling, lying quietly in the center of the arena. The quintet golden puppet mice followed Yu Yang's order before he entered into suspended animation and dragged the treasure, the golden mask, back. There were 5 shadow quintet golden puppet mice, but they didn't receive any orders and just stayed there quietly. After about half an hour, they returned to Yu Yang's side. After spending another 10 minutes, they finally covered Yu Yang's face with the golden mask. At the same time, the door of the Gemini temple opened. The second shadow of Yu Yang immediately rushed out and flew towards Yu Yang. The second shadow was a smiling woman. Different from the first shadow who was wearing the golden mask, she was the other half of Gemini, the kind Gemini. According to Grandmaster Yu Yu's notes, as well as his own observations of the Gemini temple, Yu Yang found out that the first shadow was the evil Gemini. Similar to Yu Yang when his killing heart exploded, she was definitely an existence that killed without blinking. As for the second shadow clone, it was the kind Gemini's shadow clone. She would stop the challenger from entering, but she would definitely not kill the challenger. She would only snatch the golden mask back and allow the first shadow clone to recover. One of the keys to success was to fight for the golden mask. Yu Yang could use the method of faking his death and the quintet golden puppet mice to obtain the golden mask. Once the golden mask was worn, the evil Gemini shadow would not appear again. As long as the golden mask returned to the huge circle in the middle of the arena and Yu Yang woke up, the first evil Gemini shadow would immediately appear again and maintain the same battle power as Yu Yang. The second kind Gemini shadow was only responsible for guarding the Empress Temple. When the golden mask covered the challenger's face, the first evil Gemini shadow would disappear completely. Then she would leave the Empress Temple. The second key to success was to stop the second kind Gemini shadow. Originally, a gold-ranked level 6 existence was extremely difficult to defeat, but the kind Gemini would not kill the challenger. This was her only weakness. Little Wenli floated out from Yu Yang's body. First, she threw a clean ball of light at Yu Yang, helping him to recover quickly. At the same time, she immediately faced the second kind Gemini shadow. Little Wenli activated her binding inherent skill and waved her dual icicle blades at the same time, freezing her opponent. The stone element Medusa, Storm Mermaid and Thunder Naga were all summoned to help in the battle, stopping the second kind Gemini shadow. Yu Yang, who had woken up, immediately carried Yu Bing and sprinted towards the Gemini Temple Empress Temple. The third key to success was on Yu Bing. As long as the last step was successful, then the Gemini Temple that made people feel hopeless would be cleared easily. I must succeed. The Gemini Temple that no one had been able to clear for 10,000 years was about to be cleared. Yu Yang's heart was beating rapidly, unable to control himself. Yu Yang carried Yu Bing and rushed into the Gemini Temple rear hall. The second kind Gemini shadow tried to stop him, but was stopped by Little Wenli's binding chains, inherent skill. Under the double attack of the binding chains, inherent skill and dual icicle blades, her mobility was almost zero. Stone element Medusa, Storm Mermaid and Thunder Naga rushed to the rear hall's entrance at the first moment and used their powerful skills to buy time for Yu Yang to enter the rear hall. The storm horn was blown. With the help of stone element Medusa and Thunder Naga, the storm summoned by Storm Mermaid engulfed the whole Gemini Temple's arena. As soon as the kind Gemini regained her mobility, the purple lightning would strike down. Little Wenli tried her best to stop the second kind Gemini shadow. She knew that the shadow in front of her would not be injured. No matter how heavy the attack, the shadow would recover to its original state. However, she continued to attack, because the strength of the shadow would not increase, it would always be gold-ranked level 6. This was what Yu Yang was trying to do. Gold-ranked level 6. Although it was a holy beast with high intelligence, Little Wenli could still deal with it. The current Yu Yang did not care about the situation outside. He rushed into the rear hall and saw that there were two Gemini statues under the war god's wall. One of them was smiling while the other was gloomy. "It's you guys." Yu Yang hurriedly placed Yu Bing in front of the smiling Gemini statue and took out his crystal card, preparing to receive the reward for clearing the stage. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared behind him. In the void, a shadow flew out at an extremely fast speed. It was the kind Gemini shadow that was being held back by little Wenli just now. The strength that she was using now was actually the same as when Yu Yang unlocked his innate rank. She teleported back from outside the rear hall and punched Yu Yang's back. Yu Yang didn't expect the clone to not only know how to teleport, but also reach the innate realm. When he was hit, he didn't even have the time to unseal himself to reach the innate realm. The heavy punches made Yu Yang see stars, and he felt dizzy and disoriented. His internal organs felt like they were being overturned. Now, Yu Yang finally had a taste of his own fist. In theory, the kind-hearted Gemini was as strong as he was. The terrifying power of the punch caused Yu Yang's back to feel like it was about to break. His ribs cracked and fresh blood gushed out from his throat, spraying onto the golden mask and dripping onto Yu Bing's face. Yu Yang was afraid that his body would crush his sister if he leaned forward, so he gritted his teeth and withstood the thunderous punch. If it wasn't for the fact that he had learned the neutralizing force technique from the battle with the big loli in the dream realm, this punch would have killed him. Yu Yang only realized now that his own punch was really not easy to take. The kind Gemini shadow, when Yu Yang was heavily injured and vomited blood, also fell to the ground with a loud bang, blood spurting out from between her lips. Strange, why was her injury more serious than his? Yu Yang was curious. Then, he came to a sudden realization. Everything he had learned in the dream world, such as the deflecting force technique, or the innate invisible sword chi, could not be replicated by the ancient laws. The kind Gemini suffered the same injuries as Yu Yang, but she didn't know how to neutralize force, so her injuries were naturally much more serious than Yu Yang's. However, the ancient code quickly healed her injuries. Other than quickly recovering, the kind Gemini also recovered to the same level of strength as Yu Yang. Under Yu Yang's astonished gaze, the kind Gemini once again unsealed her innate state. She raised her left hand high up, as if she wanted to control the nirvana flame, just like how Yu Yang killed Tu Qing. Her right hand was the world exterminating wheel, just like how Yu Yang threw the world exterminating wheel to kill Kuang Zhan. A terrifying ancient rune circle appeared on her body. The only difference between her and Yu Yang was that her left hand didn't have the nirvana flame, but a normal flame. However, it was enough to make Yu Yang's heart beat wildly in fear. Would he be able to withstand this attack now? That day, Tu Qing, who was close to innate level 3, couldn't withstand it, and Kuang Zhan, who was hiding far away, also couldn't withstand it. Right now, he couldn't even unseal his innate state, so how could he withstand this fatal attack? Forget about Yu Yang, even little Wenli, who was chasing them from the passage, let out a scream of shock. The nirvana flame was fake, but the world exterminating wheel was real. The combination of the two was a destructive attack. Yu Yang didn't even have the possibility to dodge or defend against it. He never thought that even though he had guessed everything correctly, he was wrong about the second kind Gemini clone. She actually had all of his strength, it was just that she didn't use it normally, so she wouldn't deal a fatal attack to the original. However, at the end of the trial, she finally made her move. Perhaps this was the first time in 10,000 years that she made her move. Right now, Yu Yang could only sigh at his abnormal strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died under his own techniques. The kind Gemini clone's face was filled with tears. She controlled the fake nirvana flame in her left hand and raised the world exterminating wheel in her right hand. She rushed towards Yu Yang, intending to perish together with him. Little Wenli's binding inherent skill could only stop her for a second. In the end, little Wenli hugged Yu Yang in despair. She had already tried her best, but this wasn't something that she could fight against right now. This was because the kind Gemini clone currently possessed Yu Yang's strongest power. Only the nirvana flame wasn't real, everything else was exactly the same. Just as the destructive attack was about to hit Yu Yang's body, Yu Bing suddenly woke up from her state of suspended animation. Her eyelashes trembled slightly and she opened her eyes. The two Gemini statues suddenly shone with a dazzling golden light. The statue on the left shot out a beam of light and entered Yu Bing's forehead, while while the other beam of light entered Yu Yang's back. Even little Winley was bathed in the golden light. The kind Gemini clone instantly shattered. Her entire body turned into black and white light. The white light carried a part of the world-exterminating wheel and floated into Yu Bing's body. As for the black light, it floated past little Winley's body and entered Yu Yang's chest. The fake Nirvana flame exploded. A ball of flame flew towards Stone Element Medusa, who came to help. It splashed on her snake hair, turning it into a blazing snake hair. Yu Yang and Yu Bing's summoning grimoire appeared at the same time. They flipped the pages. Before they could see the reward for clearing the trial, Yu Yang and little Winley sat on the ground powerlessly and hugged each other tightly. Just now, life and death was in a split second. If Yu Bing didn't wake up and complete the Gemini Temple quest, then everyone's life would have been in danger. Yu Yang was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. This Gemini Temple was really abnormal. Luckily he had brought Yu Bing here and guessed that the Gemini Temple quest needed 2 people. Otherwise, he would have definitely died. This battle was the most thrilling battle that Yu Yang had ever fought. It was even more dangerous than the battle with the Dark Golden Spectre. This was because the enemy that killed him was not someone else, but a shadow that had the exact same power as him. Yu Yang thought about it and felt a little lucky. Luckily that kind Gemini clone didn't know the innate invisible sword chi, otherwise he would have been killed in one hit. Little Winley released a pure white light and healed Yu Yang's injuries. On the other hand, the Storm Mermaid carried Yu Bing, who had fainted again, and brought her in front of Yu Yang. Yu Yang realized that there was an incomplete, world-exterminating wheel, runic circle on Yu Bing's jade back. He was startled. That incomplete, world-exterminating wheel gradually disappeared. He suddenly felt that this little girl might have gotten a great bargain. If she could master innate strength in the future and know how to use this world-exterminating wheel, even if it was incomplete, it would still have terrifying power. It would be enough to make her enemies suffer. Yu Yang was afraid that Yu Bing would wake up, so he quickly helped her, whose clothes had turned into ashes, wear her clothes and looked at her grimoire. Gemini inherent skill? Yu Yang realized that there was an additional inherent skill on Yu Bing's summoning grimoire's front page. Suddenly, he felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. How could clearing the 12 zodiac temples give such a terrifying reward like an inherent skill? No wonder the Gemini temple was so abnormal and difficult to clear. There was a saying, the greater the price paid, the greater the reward. Sure enough, he had risked his life in exchange for an inherent skill. This was definitely a reward that every warrior in the world yearned for even in their dreams. Gemini inherent skill, level 1. Gemini has the ability to communicate telepathically. Gemini can perform telepathic dialogue and eye exchange within a certain distance. On the surface, this Gemini inherent skill didn't look like much. But in reality, this was a good inherent skill for traveling at home and killing people to keep them quiet. Yu Yang felt that if this inherent skill was used properly, it would be 100 times better than inherent skills like fire, ice, or poison. Of course, it might not be that useful to other people. But to Yu Yang, this was definitely a great killing weapon. Telepathic dialogue was already powerful enough, and he could even use eye exchange. This was definitely a pervert among perverts. Yu Yang looked at his own summoning grimoire again. Sure enough, there was an additional Gemini inherent skill on it. The strange thing was that his Gemini inherent skill was different from Yu Bing's. Behind his Gemini inherent skill, there were actually 2 dark golden words, innate. What did this mean? Could it be that his Gemini inherent skill still had some hidden abilities? Yu Yang couldn't understand what was going on at the moment. What made Yu Yang incomparably surprised was that little Winley summoned her diamond grimoire. When she opened it, there was also a Gemini inherent skill on it. It turned out that even little Winley had miscalculated the reward just now. This was definitely a bug. Yu Yang hugged little Winley and kissed her hard. He didn't plan to report this to the god of heaven game company. He was extremely satisfied with this bug and didn't want to complain at all. Moreover, even if he wanted to complain, he wouldn't call the great god. Maybe the ancient code rewarded him like this. Yu Yang accepted reality with a clear conscience. Anyway, no matter how many rewards there were, he wouldn't reject them. The more the better. Little Wenli raised her hand and pointed at Yu Yang's mask. This thing? It can actually summon its own shadow? Yu Yang realized that today was his lucky day. Not only was he rewarded with a Gemini inherent skill, he also received the most powerful gold-ranked item, the Golden Mask. Golden Mask, Good and Evil Gemini, Warrior's Accessory, Shadow Type, Gold-ranked, 7-layer Curse Seals, First Layer Unsealed, Skill Evil Shadow, Gold Grade 6 stars. Evil Shadow, summons an evil shadow that replicates half of the original strength. Duration, 1 hour. The evil shadow will disappear automatically after its energy is depleted. Yu Yang tried to summon it and discovered that the one he summoned was the first shadow that was originally standing in the arena. However, the strength of the shadow had been weakened. It was only half of Yu Yang's usual strength. Furthermore, it didn't have a mind of its own. It only had fighting and killing instincts. Any actions that went against its instincts would be controlled by the original body. In other words, this shadow had no life and no intelligence. It was just a cannon fodder. Of course, Yu Yang was quite satisfied with it. With a shadow as cannon fodder, just thinking about it was beautiful. Especially using it to deceive the enemy, it was simply a perfect existence. Rumble, Yu Yang was so happy that he stayed in the Gemini Temple's rear hall for a long time that he forgot to go out. In the end, the rear hall's door was slammed shut. He had no choice but to continue to the next Cancer Temple. It was the same as leaving after reaching the Cancer Temple. Carrying Yu Bing to the Cancer Temple to take a look, he discovered that this Cancer Temple was completely different from the other 3 temples. It was an endless swamp, and in the distance, there was a muddy path extending forward. It should be leading to the territory that the Cancer Temple was guarding. Yu Yang immediately changed his mind. Now that he had cannon fodder to lure the enemy, and this was an advantageous terrain for Little Wenli and the others to fight, he might as well go and see if the gold-ranked beast inside was a crab or a lobster. Princess Sisai, City Mistress Fallen Flowers and Yu waited for an entire day and night, but Yu Yang and Yu Bing still hadn't come out. They were extremely anxious. Let alone them, even Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers who rushed over were restless. They had never seen anyone who could stay inside for so long. If it wasn't Yu Yang, but someone else, everyone would have given up all hope. Yu Yang and Yu Bing had originally entered the Gemini Temple at noon yesterday. However, when the sun was setting, the 2 of them still hadn't come out. According to the original plan, the Gemini Temple challenge wouldn't take more than 2 hours, so it should have ended long ago. However, after an entire day and night, they still hadn't come out. The Golden Armor Captain brought water and food to Princess Sisai and the others, but the 3 girls didn't have the appetite to eat or drink. They only held hands and encouraged each other as they waited outside the teleportation portal. Yi Kong and Fatty Hai were extremely anxious, but they didn't dare to say anything to comfort them. They were afraid that the moment they opened their mouths, the 3 girls' willpower would collapse. When the sun had set, Yu Yang and Yu Bing still hadn't come out. However, the mysterious beauty who loved to read books had rushed over with a worried expression. The moment she arrived, she hugged the 3 girls and comforted City Mistress Fallen Flowers and Yu. It's all right, we have to be confident. He will definitely pass this stage. It's all my fault for letting him challenge the 12 Zodiac Temples. Even though I knew that he was challenging the Gemini Temple, I still encouraged him. Princess Sisai hugged the mysterious beauty's shoulders tightly. Even someone as strong as her needed comfort from the mysterious beauty. If a man doesn't go through hardships, how can he stand tall and look down on the common people? Xianxia, this isn't your fault. If it was me, I would also support him. The mysterious beauty patted Princess Sisai's back and said with an extremely determined tone, maybe there was an accident, but I believe that he will be able to overcome it. Everyone, believe me, he will definitely bring his sister out, he definitely will. With such certainty from her, even Yu, who had the weakest willpower, was greatly energized. City Lord Fallen Flowers gradually regained her confidence in Yu Yang. She nodded at the mysterious beauty, indicating that she was fine. Princess Sisai secretly wiped away the tears that were sliding down her cheeks. She was about to speak when she suddenly saw a flash of light from the portal. She was overjoyed. They're out. They're finally out. A man covered in wounds and covered in blood rushed out. because he was in such a rush that he knocked Princess Xianxia, who was holding him, to the ground. This bloody man was none other than Yu Yang. Yu Bing, who was on his back, had blood all over her face. Her thighs and back were also a mess of flesh and blood. However, her injuries were considered lighter than Yu Yang's. Moreover, she wasn't like Yu Yang, who fainted the moment he rushed out. She was more conscious. When she saw City Lord Fallen Flowers and her second sister Yu in front of her, she burst into tears. The mysterious beauty hurriedly hugged her and looked down at Yu Yang's injuries. She realized that Yu Yang's injuries were extremely serious. She hurriedly gestured to Yu. Quickly heal him. Sister Fallen Flowers, come and hold Yu Bing. I'll help Sister Yu. Yi Kong, don't come and cause trouble. Let me save him. Luckily, his heartbeat and pulse are normal. His life is not in danger. Sister Yu, summon another healing water ball. Everyone was in a mess. Only the mysterious beauty was as calm as before. Yu's hands were trembling. She kept summoning healing water balls. However, Yu Yang's injuries were extremely serious. 2 or 3 healing water balls were just a drop in the bucket. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others prepared to crush the healing crystal. However, they were rejected by the mysterious beauty. This was because she realized that the healing white light, which had a strong recovery effect, was actually harmful to Yu Yang's body. What he needed was internal nourishment. As long as there was enough energy, his body would have an extremely strong self-healing ability. Using the healing white light to forcefully heal him would instead be like pulling a seedling to help it grow. It was not a good thing. The mysterious beauty gently laid Yu Yang flat on the ground and carefully examined his wounds. She discovered that there were claw wounds, bite wounds, stab wounds, stings, blunt wounds, and all sorts of other kinds of wounds. Other than his face, which was slightly better, his chest and back were riddled with scars. Princess Sisai suppressed her panic and examined Yu Yang's body from head to toe. She shouted happily, his bones are fine. There are only external injuries. His internal organs were also shaken. City Mistress Fallen Flowers also quickly examined Yu Bing's body. She nodded and said, Bing Air is also fine. What actually happened? Bing Air, why did you guys enter for so long and didn't come out? What actually happened? When Yu Bing heard this, she cried out again, in the Virgo temple, there was a mother, there was me and there was also a Shuang'er. They were like the shadows in the Gemini temple. They were the ones who beat brother up. Once we entered, the teleportation door to the Virgo temple disappeared. We couldn't leave. Brother carried me on his back and escaped. I don't know how long it took before the teleportation door reappeared. Brother quickly carried me and escaped. What? When Princess Sisai and the others heard this, they were shocked. Didn't Yu Yang and Yu Bing go to challenge the Gemini temple? Why did they go to the Virgo temple? Could it be that this brat passed through the Gemini temple, Cancer temple and Leo temple and killed his way to the Virgo temple? The mysterious beauty immediately carried Yu Yang and gave a look to City Mistress Fallen Flowers and Princess Sisai. This matter shouldn't be discussed in public. Yu reacted and quickly covered Yu Bing's mouth. She comforted her, Bing Air, be good. Let's go back and talk. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others were completely stunned. They didn't know how to react for a long time. In the end, when they saw the mysterious beauty carrying Yu Yang away, they quickly chased after her. However, the golden armor captain flew over and stopped them. You guys leave immediately and forget everything that happened here. Fatty Hai originally wanted to shout at them to stop meddling in their business. However, when he saw the golden armor captain's serious expression, he was shocked and quickly nodded his head. When Yi Kong and the others left, the silver-armored guards couldn't help but discuss, which temple did they challenge? Why did I hear that it was the Virgo temple? Didn't they want to challenge the Gemini temple? What are you guys talking about? Is this something that you guys can discuss? The golden armor captain shouted loudly. No, we're just... A few silver-armored guards were shocked and trembled. Memory deprivation. The golden armor captain suddenly took out a crystal staff carved with special runes from his bosom and raised it up high. In an instant, a white light that was 10,000 times stronger than the sun appeared, drowning the entire area outside of the 12 zodiac temples in a sea of light. After 10 seconds, the crystal staff in the golden armor captain's hand disappeared along with the light. All the silver-armored guards fell to the ground. The golden armor captain kicked them one by one to wake them up and shouted, "What are you guys doing? Sleeping while on duty?" The silver-armored guards were so scared that they quickly got up. Each of them had a blank look on their faces. They didn't understand why they would sleep on the ground while on duty. However, they didn't dare to ask. They quickly lined up neatly and continued to guard the entrance of the 12 zodiac temples. Even so, the golden armor captain still didn't admit defeat. He carefully observed the eyes of the silver-armored guards one by one, afraid that the memory deprivation was not thorough enough. At the wind chime in, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the Li brothers were all walking in circles outside. If they entered the room, they definitely wouldn't be able to help. However, if they didn't stay here and wait for news, their hearts wouldn't be at ease. After a long time, the mysterious beauty and Princess Sisai finally came out. Seeing Yi Kong and the others coming to welcome them, the mysterious beauty immediately waved her hands. "Don't worry, Yu Yang is fine now. However, it seems that he still needs some time to fully recover. You guys should hurry back to the Ivy Academy immediately and participate in the 100 Schools Elite Tournament like how you usually do after training. We will also rush over quickly. Other than Grandma Wu Ting, the principal and the vice principal, don't reveal the news of Yu Yang passing the trial to anyone else. The fewer people who know about this, the better. If you guys can find Anan, then ask her to come here quickly. She seems to be an expert in healing, so it should be effective for Yu Yang's recovery." Understood. When Yi Kong heard this, he was extremely excited. As long as Yu Yang was safe and sound, everything would be fine. Fatty Hai was even more excited. It seemed that what Yu Bing had said previously was true. Yu Yang had really killed his way from the Gemini Temple to the Virgo Temple. Otherwise, Yu Yang wouldn't have suffered such heavy injuries. Of course, Fatty Hai believed that Yu Yang's body was an abnormal existence. To him, this kind of injury was probably nothing. It was better for him to go back and wait for the good news. Fatty Hai and Yi Kong looked at each other and hurriedly turned around to leave. On the other hand, the Li brothers were more polite. Before they left, they even bowed to the mysterious beauty and Princess Sisai. Indistinctly, they seemed to have the intention of entrusting Yu Yang to them to take care of. Returning to the inner room, the mysterious beauty made a surprising decision. "Yu, take care of Bing Er. The three of us will help him bandage his wounds. His internal injuries were almost healed due to his innate foundation. It's just that external injuries are troublesome. We need to clean his wounds and bandage them immediately. Fallen flowers, Xianxia, don't hesitate anymore. Let's put aside our reservations. Since we all know what to do, let's all come and help." City Mistress Fallen Flowers saw the mysterious beauty carrying Yu Yang into the bathroom. She gritted her teeth and followed them in. Princess Sisai, however, was hesitant. She walked to the door and turned back. She sat on the chair and stood up again. Yu had just carried Yu Bing into her room to bandage her wounds. When she saw Princess Sisai's appearance, she hurriedly came out. Princess Sisai lowered her head to avoid Yu's gaze. She said insincerely, "Sister Yu, I think it's better if I help you." "Xianxia, why are you still hesitating at this stage? Quickly go and save him." When Yu saw Princess Sisai's appearance, she felt bad for her. "I don't have an engagement with him. Moreover, he's fine now. I won't go and bandage his wounds. Let me help you." On the surface, Princess Xianxia looked like a man and was very forthright, but in fact, her face was very delicate and she couldn't bring herself to lose face. It was not that she had no feelings for Yu Yang, but Yu Yang had not made any formal promises or agreements with her. She was afraid that because of Yu Yang's matter, the sisters would turn against each other in the future. She would become a shameless woman who snatched other people's husbands. "You're thinking too much. Let's not talk about our deep sisterhood. My brother has a stubborn temper. He must get what he wants. Do you think you can hide from him? Good Xianxia, hurry up and save my brother's life. I beg you." Yu knew that Xianxia was delicate and needed her help. She quickly coaxed and pushed her into the bathroom. As soon as the door opened, the two women saw Fallen Flowers' trembling hands pulling down Yu Yang's pants. Yu turned around and left, leaving Princess Sisai staring blankly. The mysterious beauty was examining Yu Yang's head very carefully. She didn't even turn her head as she called out to Princess Xianxia for help. Sister Luo Hua will be in charge of cleaning his head. Xianxia, you check his vitals and see if there are any injuries there. Princess Sisai felt dizzy when she heard that. Me? Wuxia, ask Sister Fallen Flowers to do it. I don't know anything about this. I don't know either. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was also blushing. She waved her hands in panic. You guys make me very speechless. The mysterious beauty took a deep breath and suppressed the trembling in her heart. She quickly tore off the last piece of clothing on Yu Yang's body. Suppressing her embarrassment, she reached out and touched his body for a while. She said with uncertainty, he doesn't seem to be injured. I don't have any knowledge in this area, so I can't be 100% sure. You guys come over and check too. Let's verify together and make sure there's no problem here. Wuxia, if you say there's no problem, then there's no problem. We don't know anything about it. City Mistress Fallen Flowers blushed, but out of curiosity and concern, she still peeked a few times. What if I'm not here? There's only the two of you. Why don't you just let him die? Come over and help. No matter how precious you are, this kid will take advantage of you sooner or later. Don't be so stubborn. Please have some sense of responsibility as a wife. Your hearts are about to break, but you're still holding on to your pride. Come over. The mysterious beauty rolled her eyes and casually put a bath towel on Yu Yang's waist. Then, she quickly used healing water to clean the numerous wounds on Yu Yang's body. City Mistress Fallen Flowers saw that the bath towel was covering him and quickly went over to help. Princess Sisai stared fixedly. After a long while, she came back to her senses and leaned over to help. The three women worked together. At first, they didn't cooperate very well. They were in a mess. However, as City Mistress Fallen Flowers and Princess Sisai gradually calmed down, the three women's cooperation became more and more tacit. One of them cleaned the wounds, one gently wiped it, and one quickly bandaged it. In the end, even when the bath towel was pulled away, the three women were busy treating the wounds and turned a blind eye. When the mysterious beauty carried Yu Yang, whose entire body was bandaged, out, Princess Xianxia and Luo Hua City Mistress finally collapsed in the bathroom, leaning on each other. The blush on their faces didn't disappear for a long time. If they were talking about saving people before, they didn't have time to think about it. Now that they were done saving people, they thought of everything they saw just now. Thinking of Yu Yang's masculine characteristics that were completely opposite to a woman's, they couldn't help but feel a burst of blushing shyness. Yu Yang slept soundly. He didn't know that he had been seen by Fallen Flowers and Xianxia. Of course, even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care. If they saw, then so be it. Sooner or later, they would have to be honest with each other. The next day, when Yu Yang woke up, he found City Mistress Fallen Flowers sleeping on the edge of the bed beside him. Princess Sisai was curled up and sleeping on her side in the corner. On the floor, there was a thick, soft, snow-white blanket. Yu Bing slept on it, kicking the blanket away with one foot. His cousin, Yu, seemed to be busy in the kitchen outside. Yu Yang scanned the room and felt that someone was missing. He remembered that before he fainted yesterday, he seemed to have seen the girl who loved to read waiting outside. Where did she go? In the morning, Yu Yang was still a little weak. After all, he had lost too much blood. However, at noon, after drinking 3 big bowls of meat soup, Yu Yang's body obviously improved. Especially after Little Winley came out and cast a clean light ball on him, Yu Yang stood up directly from the bed. He rushed into the bathroom anxiously. As soon as he took off his pants, he exclaimed, "Who bandaged me here? My kidneys, they even tied a bow. I'm not injured here at all." Princess Xianxia and Luo Hua City Mistress who were in the room heard Yu Yang's shouts, and their faces immediately turned red. It seemed that the bandaging was their handiwork. Yu Bing, on the other hand, didn't understand. She blinked her big eyes, as if she was curious to ask where he was not injured. Princess Sisai, City Mistress Fallen Flowers, and Yu were even more embarrassed when they saw Yu Bing's innocent and curious eyes. In order to change the topic, Yu quickly asked Yu Bing heir, what happened yesterday? Hurry up and tell us about it. Although the three girls were already mentally prepared, hearing Yu Bing's words, they still couldn't help but be shaken to the core. Yu Bing didn't know how she managed to pass through the Gemini Temple, but she said that after passing through the Gemini Temple, she found out that her brother was already heavily injured. However, in the Cancer Temple, not only did his brother recover more than half, he even went to the Cancer Temple at the bottom of the sea alone and killed a 10,000-year-old cancer that was as big as a house, obtaining the tidal pearl from the Cancer Temple's body. She didn't know how Yu Yang did it, but she saw her brother dragging the 10,000-year-old crab's corpse out of the water. After killing the 10,000-year-old crab, I rested for about an hour. Then, brother brought me and continued to the 5th Leo Temple. When Yu Bing said this, the three girls secretly blamed Yu Yang for acting recklessly, insisting on clearing the trial in one go. Couldn't he come out and greet everyone first before entering the trial? I won't care about him anymore next time. Princess Sisai snorted unhappily. She raised her small fist, wishing she could beat up Yu Yang. What did you say? Yu Yang, who was untying the butterfly knot bandage to release a large amount of water, didn't hear her clearly. It's none of your business. City Mistress Fallen Flowers hurriedly replied. Bing heir, continue. When you reached the Leo Temple, what did you see? Yu asked Yu Bing to continue. The Leo Temple is different from the Cancer Temple. The Cancer Temple is full of swamps, and there's even a lake. The Cancer Temple is under the water, so I couldn't help at all. However, the Leo Temple is on the ground. It's a plain, like a grassland. It's not considered vast, it's a bit like a canyon. The Leo Temple is built on top of a cliff. There were many bronze-ranked lions on the grassland, and there were also silver-ranked lions. Big Brother helped me kill all the male lions and silver-ranked lionesses. There were only 20 or so bronze-ranked lionesses left, and I still had a hard time fighting them. I estimated that we fought for at least 2 hours. I killed all the lionesses and dug out their magic crystals. In the end, I rushed over to help my brother. I realized that he had already killed a gigantic lion king and obtained a golden shield that was carved with the image of a lion and ancient runes. We were all tired and only recovered after resting for a long time. In the end, my brother said that we couldn't fight the Virgo Temple, but we still wanted to go and scout for information. Who knew that the moment we entered the Virgo Temple, the teleportation gate would disappear? What appeared in front of us was a house in White Stone City. There were images of my mother, Xianxia and I. They said a lot of heart-wrenching things. In the end, they even attacked us. Brother carried me on his back and tried to escape, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't escape. Brother's injuries were most likely caused by the images of my mother, Xianxia and I. I couldn't do anything. Yu Bing's tears fell as she spoke. Now, Princess Sisai and the others understood that the Virgo Temple was a difficulty that existed to target the challenger's weakness. Who did this fellow Yu Yang care about the most? It was definitely his family. The people he cared about the most were Fourth Mother and his 2 younger sisters. Hence, the images that appeared in the Virgo Temple were the 3 of them. No matter how strong Yu Yang was, even if he knew that the Fourth Mother, Yu Bing and Xianxia in the Virgo Temple were fake, he still wouldn't attack them. Furthermore, they were all extremely powerful images. Other than protecting himself, Yu Yang also had to protect his younger sisters. It was inevitable that he would be severely injured. Luckily, they managed to endure until the teleportation gate reopened. Otherwise, Yu Yang and Yu Bing's lives might not be guaranteed. When City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the others thought of this, they secretly rejoiced. Yu Yang had a good sleep. When night fell, other than his injuries that had yet to heal, he seemed to be fine. He had regained his usual vigor. If the 4 girls didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't dare to believe their eyes. Princess Sisai happily punched Yu Yang. As the saying goes, good people don't live long, bad people live for 1,000 years. This fellow is so bad, it would be weird if something happened to him. Even though she said that, she was secretly amazed by the abnormal recovery ability of this brat's body. An ordinary martial artist would have to lie in bed for at least half a month for a serious injury, but he had almost completely recovered after sleeping for a day. Even if there was a cure, it shouldn't be so fast, right? Of course, she didn't know that Yu Yang's innate chi was extremely good at recovering injuries. Furthermore, after Yu Yang broke through to the innate realm, he learned many healing techniques from the big loli in his dream realm. Furthermore, his body was originally very good, so it wasn't strange that he almost recovered in a day. Are we going to participate in the 100 School Elite Tournament? Let's go. Yu Yang wasn't used to lying in bed like a sick person. The Virgo temple was like a demon in his heart, it was extremely difficult to pass, so he decided not to think about it for the time being. He decided to bring Yu Bing back to participate in the 100 School Elite Tournament, so that his sister could train and show off her might. After the battles in the Taurus Temple, Cancer Temple and Leo Temple, Yu Yang felt that Yu Bing had improved a lot, as if she had been reborn. Furthermore, with the training in the Gemini Temple and Virgo Temple, his sister would definitely be able to amaze the world in the 100 School Elite Tournament. As for Yu Yang himself, if he didn't meet an extremely arrogant opponent, he wouldn't fight with them. He couldn't be bothered to fight with those small fries. Of course, if he met people like the Floating Mist Sex Jr., Elder, or Prince of Zijin, Yu Yang wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson himself, to show off their might. Was the Junior, Elder, very arrogant? Was the Prince really that awesome? The jealousy in Yu Yang's heart surged like a tsunami. He didn't care who the other party was, as long as they were his love rivals, he would definitely beat them up. Although he didn't manage to win over Princess Sisai, Tigress was already his wife. If other people dared to have any ideas on her, they would be courting death. Yu Yang knew that he didn't have the demeanor to let go of his beloved beauty and compete fairly with others. That kind of foolish thing should be done by others. His beloved beauty, of course, would belong to him alone. Participating in the 100 School Elite Tournament, 90% of Yu Yang's intention was to defeat his love rivals, while the remaining 10% was just to watch the show. As for the reward for the champion, Yu Yang didn't think that the champion's reward could be compared to the rewards from the 12 zodiac temples. Are you really alright? City Mistress Fallen Flowers also felt that this brat's body was very abnormal. He was practically a cockroach that wouldn't die. Yu Yang smiled slyly. He moved closer to City Mistress Fallen Flowers' ear and whispered, "I'm fine, there won't be any problems even in the bridal chamber tonight." You're asking for a beating. City Mistress Fallen Flowers' face turned red. She spat at him lightly and wanted to reach out to pinch his mouth. Suddenly remembering a certain bad thing of his, her body instantly turned soft. Her hand trembled, but she didn't manage to pinch his mouth. Instead, she was held by his big hand. City Mistress Fallen Flowers felt a wave of heat from his big hand. As it extended up her arm, it gave her a strange feeling that was both uncomfortable and comfortable at the same time. Her whole body trembled and she hurriedly struggled free. "Don't pull my hand." Yu Yang had just succeeded in taking advantage of her, so he immediately pretended to be an obedient child. "Whoever dares to touch my city. Mistress, I'll fight him to the death." When Princess Sisai heard this, she almost punched him into the sky. Flirting with Fallen Flowers in front of her? This was too much. Yu hurriedly became the peacemaker and pulled Princess Sisai's arm. "Let's go, we're already late. I think we won't be able to make it for the opening ceremony of the 100 School Elite Tournament." In reality, not only did Yu Yang and the others miss the opening ceremony, they even missed the first round of the tournament because they didn't show up. In other words, Yu Yang and Yu Bing had already lost a round before they even fought. Now, Yu Yang and Yu Bing had to go through 3 rounds of elimination. They had to win at least 2 out of 3 rounds before they could be promoted again. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to participate in the official elite tournament. As for whether Yu Yang could be promoted again, the old fox leading the team wasn't worried at all. It was just that he felt a little embarrassed in front of his old friends, because one of the disciples leading the team actually ran away and gave up on the tournament. Luckily, Ivy Academy's results had always been the worst among the worst. Hence, it wasn't strange for Ivy Academy students to give up on the tournament. If this happened in Xianxia Academy, it would probably be news that shook the entire Soaring Dragon continent. This year's 100 School Elite Tournament wasn't held in Xia Kingdom like usual. It was held in Tianluo Kingdom instead. The venue was the Champion Island. When Yu Yang and the others finally reached the Champion Island, which was located in the middle of the sea, surrounded by water and surrounded by coral reefs, the sky was already bright. Yu Yang and the others randomly found a warrior's inn to rest. They slept until the sun was high up in the sky before they got up to eat. Yi Kong and Fatty Hai, who heard the news, brought Yu Yang a piece of good news and a piece of bad news. The good news was that Yi Kong and the others didn't disappoint them. They won the team tournament even without Yu Yang and the others. On the other hand, the bad news was that because Yu Yang was lazy in bed, he was absent from the secondary elimination tournament again. He didn't even have to fight before he lost another match. Because of Yu Yang's unprecedented forfeit, it was estimated that more than half of the elite students on the Champion Island had heard of Ivy Academy's name. Many people even gave Yu Yang, who had registered for the Titan, the nickname Coward. If I don't show my might, they would think that I'm a good person. Yu Yang wasn't someone who could be easily bullied. He didn't have the magnanimous heart to laugh it off. He was only thinking about how to bully his opponents in the afternoon's tournament. As for Yu Bing, who was also absent from the tournament, she felt extremely ashamed that she had embarrassed the Ivy Academy. She blamed herself very much, but she still listened to her brother. Since her brother didn't set off, she would rather be absent from the tournament. Hui Tai Lang isn't a contracted beast and can't participate in the tournament. Are you preparing to use a platinum-ranked Bloody Queen to scare your opponents to death? Princess Sisai, who had just woken up from her beauty sleep, stretched her beautiful waist. Yu Yang thought about it and realized that it was true. He didn't have any beasts that were suitable to be shown to the world. Bloody Queen, Barbarian Cow Shadow, Thorny Flower Demoness, Golden Beast, none of them were suitable to be shown to the world. As for Little Wenli, she definitely couldn't be shown to the world. Yu Yang was in a difficult situation. The quintet Golden Puppet Mice didn't have any battle strength, and the Spirit of Flame and Smoke wasn't willing to listen to his commands. What should he do? Could he go out and buy a trash beast? Why would he need a trash beast? Yu Yang suddenly slapped the back of his head. Didn't he still have a Reaper Mantis? Although it was still an egg, it was still a gold-ranked beast. When Yu Yang took out the Reaper Mantis egg, everyone was sweating profusely. Would he be able to hatch it in time if he only took it out now? Even if it hatched successfully, what use could a small Reaper Mantis have? Don't we still have 2 hours? We can make do with it if we hurry and train it. When Yu Yang said this, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others all fell to the ground. Even the Yu sisters, who trusted Yu Yang the most, didn't have any confidence in him. Yu Yang, if you can train it in 2 hours, I will change my surname to yours. Princess Sisai laughed out loud when she heard this. Bet with her, I support you. City Mistress Fallen Flowers tried her best to encourage Yu Yang. Anyway, no matter who lost, she wouldn't lose. She was just a spectator cheering for him, it wouldn't take much effort. If you lose, you will follow me. If you lose, you will run naked. Princess Sisai initially wanted to say that if Yu Yang lost, he would change his surname to hers. However, she thought that it wouldn't be appropriate. She didn't want to make a joke out of it, otherwise this brat wouldn't be able to get out of it. Hence, she changed her words and asked Yu Yang to run naked. This running naked was something that Yu Yang had said when he teased her in the past. This time, she could take revenge on him for teasing her in the past. Are you looking down on me? Yu Yang put on an air of, if I say it's possible, it's possible. Can he really train a beast in 2 hours? Seeing his confident look, everyone was a little uncertain. This brat was really too abnormal, it might really be possible. No matter what kind of beast it was impossible to nurture it into a beast within 2 hours. Not to mention that the egg in Yu Yang's hand was still an unhatched egg. At first, Yu Yang had only said it casually. He didn't really intend to nurture this Reaper Mantis egg into a beast that could fight in battle within 2 hours. However, after hearing Princess Xianxia's words, he had the intention to give it a try. In the pitiful guy's mother's notes, there were 5 main ways to nurture beasts. At the same time, there were a few other ways to nurture beasts. One of them was for insect-type beasts. Of course, those secret methods were only suitable for nurturing a small number of beasts. They were very special, and the effects of nurturing differed from person to person. Some people could use this secret method to nurture a holy beast, but most people would only nurture their beasts into trash. In other words, the secret method would only be effective if both the beast and the master met special requirements. The Reaper Mantis fulfilled the insect-type special requirements, and Yu Yang thought that he, as the master, should also have no problem, so he wanted to give it a try. Originally, Yu Yang planned to let the little girl contract a grimoire in front of his family and give her the Reaper Mantis in front of everyone. Yu Yang didn't expect that the Reaper Mantis's egg would be stained with his blood the moment he thought of it. Although it hadn't hatched yet, it had already acknowledged that it was his beast. Yu Yang could only put aside the idea of giving the little girl a gold-ranked beast. The Reaper Mantis egg had not hatched yet. For the past few months, Yu Yang had been observing its changes. From time to time, he would transfer some innate chi to it. He also hoped that before it hatched, it would evolve to become more perfect. The Reaper Mantis egg, which had absorbed countless of its siblings' broken eggs and innate chi, was changing every day. If Yu Yang did not have the time to care about it, it would have hatched long ago. Alright, I'll show you how powerful I am. Yu Yang used the Eye Destroyer dagger to cut a small wound on his finger and used his blood to draw a contract circle on it. Although it was already a contract, the secret method of nurturing was not recognized. Yu Yang had to make a proper contract. Of course, this was double insurance. With a burst of golden light, the Reaper Mantis egg shone with a dazzling brilliance. Vaguely, it looked like a small sun. At this time, the contract had been completed. If it were an ordinary martial artist, they could let go. However, the secret technique required the master to continue to inject spiritual energy, the more the better. Moreover, the master had to prepare at least a cup of blood to feed the beast. Yu Yang was channeling innate true chi into the contract. The continuous channeling of innate true chi caused the light to shine even brighter. The contract light that was supposed to disappear after 3 to 10 seconds flashed for a full minute without stopping. Princess Sisai and the others looked at Yu Yang's actions in astonishment. They started to believe that this brat might really be able to nurture a beast within 2 hours. When the light stopped, the eggs were broken and the insects were reborn. The hatched Reaper Mantis was very small. Its body was about the size of an ordinary person's finger. Its color was like white jade and it was slightly transparent. As soon as it hatched, it used its small head to look around. When it discovered Yu Yang, it immediately crawled towards its master. If it was someone else, they would feed the young beast something at this time. It would be best if it was a magic crystal of the same attribute. If it was not fed for 2 to 3 days, it might even starve to death. Of course, special type and element type beasts would not starve to death, but their future growth would be severely affected. The nurturing of young beasts was very important. Furthermore, the quality of the magic crystal it ate would determine the beast's future growth. For example, a young beast that ate a level 6 magic crystal would grow much better than a young beast that ate a level 3 magic crystal. As for young beasts that were fed nothing or only level 1 or level 2 magic crystals, they would basically be useless in the future. At most, they would become a laborious beast. Ah? You're feeding it blood? Princess Sisai saw that Yu Yang was feeding the Reaper Mantis with blood and couldn't help but feel sorry for him. She thought that this brat was too competitive. Even if he lost the bet, she wouldn't really let him run around naked. She was just trying to anger him. This idiot, he actually took it seriously. What an idiot. Princess Sisai really wanted to give Yu Yang a punch, but she knew that this was an important moment and didn't dare to disturb him. She clenched her small fists and watched at the side. The girls could clearly see that after the Reaper Mantis sucked Yu Yang's blood, the blood flowed around its body like a thin thread, as if it was going to form a runic circle, or perhaps open up a meridian circulation. In the end, the blood threads became thicker and thicker, turning into a blood ribbon. In the end, the entire Reaper Mantis turned pink and bright red. After turning completely bright red, there was a flash of golden light. Under the nourishment of Yu Yang's blood and innate chi, the Reaper Mantis's body grew rapidly. It grew at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. 10 minutes later, the Reaper Mantis larva that was originally as thick as a finger had grown to the size of a baby's arm. Yu Yang fed it blood again and supplemented it with innate chi. You're still doing it? Princess Sisai felt that this brat didn't want to live anymore. He had already lost a lot of blood previously, and now he was feeding the Reaper Mantis with his blood. Was winning or losing a bet really that important to him? Brother? Yu Bing was even more worried about Yu Yang. I'm fine. Yu Yang smiled at her. After feeding the Reaper Mantis 3 times and nurturing it with innate chi, Yu Yang finally stopped, feeling a little tired. He took out the gold dragon magic crystal from his lich ring and gave it to the Reaper Mantis. When Yi Kong and Fatty Hai saw this, they all fell to the ground. A gold-ranked level 7 gold dragon magic crystal was used to feed a young beast just like that? This little thing had to become stronger even if it didn't want to. In this world, probably only the prodigal Yu Yang would use a gold-ranked level 7 gold dragon magic crystal to nurture a Reaper Mantis. If the Reaper Mantis couldn't surpass gold-ranked level 7, it would be a huge loss. Princess Sisai was so angry that her teeth itched. She really wanted to bite this brat to death. He even used the gold dragon magic crystal for the bet. Wasn't this cheating? City Mistress Fallen Flowers' mentality was different from hers. She cared more about the result and hoped that the Reaper Mantis would work hard. It would be best if it could mutate into a platinum-ranked beast, or jump a few levels and become a gold-ranked level 5 strong beast. Of course, she knew that this was only her wish. It was impossible for such a thing to happen in reality. Even if it did, it wouldn't happen within 2 hours. Almost half an hour had passed. The Reaper Mantis had grown from the size of a finger to the size of a man's arm after feeding it 3 times. It was almost a meter long. Its body was now blood red. Although it was still a young beast, it still gave off a kind of invisible pressure. After Yu Yang passed the gold dragon magic crystal to the Reaper Mantis to chew on, he yawned and went back to his room to sleep for another hour. When he came out again, the Reaper Mantis had already grown to a length of 2 meters. Its body was as thick as a human's leg. The 2 sickles in front of it already looked a little scary like the Reaper's scythe. Its originally young wings had also gradually grown and it had started to learn how to fly. It was crooked and would occasionally bump into the wall or the items in the room. Its flying posture was extremely clumsy. Yu Yang took out a few wyvern magic crystals and let the Reaper Mantis continue to eat. Originally, the secret skill did not require the best magic crystals, nor did it require multiple feeding. However, Yu Yang felt that it was fine if he didn't nurture it. If he nurtured it, he would make it the best. When the Reaper Mantis finished eating, another 20 minutes had passed. There were only 10 minutes left until the 2-hour time limit. Princess Sisai knew that this bet had already lost its meaning. However, on the surface, she still refused to admit defeat. There's not much time left, your Reaper Mantis is still a young beast. Princess Sisai actually didn't want to remind him, but in front of everyone, she couldn't bring herself to admit defeat. There's no other way, I can only use my trump card. Yu Yang rolled up his sleeves and used his blood to draw an ancient rune on the Reaper Mantis body. A terrifying aura was released from the Reaper Mantis body. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others were actually shocked by the shockwave and fell to the ground. A purplish-black light rose into the sky like a pillar of light, reaching a height of a few meters before falling back down. It returned to the Reaper Mantis body. Everyone saw the ancient rune on the ancient mantis body turning as if it had a life of its own. In the end, it disappeared. The original blood-red Reaper Mantis changed color continuously, finally turning into its mother's purplish-black color. However, there was an additional blood-red and a dark golden scar on its body. Although it was an insect-type beast with no intelligence, everyone could feel a special kind of intelligence hidden in its 2 huge eyes. This was a light that only intelligent beings possessed. The Reaper Mantis was still growing. From a young beast, it gradually evolved into a mature embryonic form. However, its growth speed was extremely slow. 10 minutes passed, but the mature embryonic form was still not complete. According to the bet, Yu Yang had lost. However, according to the initial goal of nurturing a young beast into a beast, Yu Yang had won by a large margin. Now, everyone could see that it was only because the Reaper Mantis was a gold-ranked beast that it took a longer time to evolve. If it was a bronze-ranked or silver-ranked beast, Yu Yang would definitely be able to succeed in 2 hours. Princess Sisai didn't say anything. She didn't want to mention it, lest Yu Yang got angry at her. The bet was only a joke, don't take it too seriously. At most, she could use it as a shield next time when he was angry at her. Princess Sisai decided to change the topic. The competition in the afternoon is starting, we have to leave immediately. Otherwise, we'll forfeit the 3rd time again. Of course I have to go to the competition, but before that, I want to do a great naked run. Yu Yang took off his clothes, then his pants, very straightforwardly. You dare? Who asked you to run naked in public? Princess Sisai hurriedly grabbed his hand that was about to loosen his belt. She didn't want Yu Yang to run naked behind her. What would happen then, if this spread out, wouldn't she, the princess, become the laughingstock of the whole world? Others who didn't know would think that she had some perverted hobbies, like a naked man following her on the streets. Princess Sisai thought about it and felt a chill run down her spine. She hurriedly pulled Yu Yang's hand away and buckled his belt again. She then helped him wear his clothes. I've never seen such a scoundrel like you. This time doesn't count, we'll talk about it next time. Yu Yang smiled slyly. He lightly hugged Princess Sisai's shoulders. Brother, whenever you want to see, just call me. I'm willing to accept my loss. Princess Sisai was speechless when she heard this. Why did it sound like she made the bet because she wanted to see his naked body? City Mistress Fallen Flowers couldn't help but laugh out loud when she saw Princess Sisai fuming with anger yet speechless coquettishly. She laughed until her shoulders trembled. Even Yu and Yu Bing couldn't stop laughing. There was no one in this world who could deal with Princess Sisai. He was the only one who could be her nemesis. At this time, outside the secondary elimination tournament, the old cunning fox paced back and forth, scratching his head anxiously. Why was this brat Yu Yang late again? It was fine if he didn't want to participate, but he didn't even show up when he signed up. This was really worrying him to death. There were still a few minutes left. If he still didn't show up, he would become the first coward in history to forfeit the tournament. The old cunning fox couldn't wait to go up and compete in his place. It wasn't like he couldn't win anyway. Your elite disciple wants to forfeit again. Not bad, this is a historical record. Not only is it unprecedented, I'm afraid there won't be anyone who can surpass it in the future. The old cunning fox's friends laughed out loud, purposely mocking the old cunning fox. The old cunning fox was speechless. He thought to himself that this brat didn't want to come. Otherwise, as an innate, he would beat up all their proud disciples until they cried. He was about to leave in a huff. Suddenly, he saw Yu Yang calmly walking over with Yu Bing, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the others. Damn it, it's finally our Ivy Academy's turn to show off our might. Ivy Academy, contestant Yu Bing. If she is not here in 10 seconds, she will forfeit. The referee and another contestant went up the stage. They waited for a long time but did not see anyone. On the other side, Yu Yang and Yu Bing had just entered their reserved box and did not have time to go up the stage. There were not many people watching the secondary elimination matches today. There were only a few hundred people in the seats that could accommodate thousands or tens of thousands of spectators. It was an exaggeration to say that there were more students preparing for the semifinals than there were spectators. In reality, 90% of the spectators who came to watch the competition were friends or relatives of certain students. They were all here to cheer for them. The current box was also cheap. It could be rented for 3 silver coins and there was even free tea. When it came to the top 100 tournament, a VIP box that could accommodate more than 10 people would definitely not be rented for less than 10 gold coins. As for the top 10 group finals and the grand finals, the price would probably double. Yi Kong rushed down the stage and said to the referee, "Contestant Yu Bing just ran here. Please wait for another minute and let her drink some water to catch her breath." When the referee heard this, his face turned darker than his clothes. It was fine if she was late, but she still wanted to drink water to catch her breath. He immediately started counting. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Moreover, his counting speed was slightly faster than usual. Yu Bing did not have time to walk out of the corridor to enter the contestants' area. She directly jumped down from the VIP box and barely managed to count to 1. She jumped onto the stage. Her face was red and her heart was beating like a drum because she was nervous about the time. When she got on the stage, she hurriedly bowed to the referee and apologized nervously, "Referee, I am Yu Bing." The referee did not have a good expression at first. However, when he saw that contestant Yu Bing, who was audacious enough to be late and made him wait for so long, she turned out to be a cute little girl. His iron heart immediately softened. He wondered if this little girl had a poor sense of direction and could not find the competition venue. She did not look like the kind of lazy person who liked to be late. "If you're ready, let's start the competition." The referee tried his best to look serious. Unknowingly, his voice had become much gentler. If it was another male contestant, he would have already scolded them severely. Yu Bing had always been very respectful towards her elders and teachers, so she quickly bowed in response. A little fledgling. The opponent was a tall and skinny man. When he saw that his opponent was Yu Bing, he felt proud in his heart. He felt that victory was already in his hands. The comprehensive challenge competition does not restrict the use of combat skills, beasts, or other combat techniques, but the requirement is that there must be beasts participating. Alright, you can summon your beasts now. The competition was divided into 3 rounds, and each round had a time limit of 3 minutes. If the opponent was knocked out of the ring, knocked out, or surrendered, the winner would be the winner. If the winner of the 3 rounds could not be determined, then the winner would be determined based on the effective attacks and the momentum of the attacks. The more effective attacks and the stronger the momentum of the attacks, the winner would be the winner. The forbidden action is to kill with malicious intent. Our goal is to compete, not to kill. Are you all clear? The black-clothed referee quickly and clearly stated the rules. Yes, I understand. Yu Bing nodded obediently. TSK. The tall and skinny man on the other side was disdainful. Who didn't know this kind of rule? It was said once in every competition and repeated over and over again. It was really annoying. The classmate who supported the tall and skinny man shouted from below the ring, "Xiao Lu, don't be soft-hearted. Take down that fledgling. If you win this round, you can return to the elite competition. Don't go easy on her just because she's a girl. Fight properly. If you win, we'll go find a girl with big breasts. This flat-chested fledgling isn't worth looking at. Hurry up and take her down." These words infuriated Yi Kong and Fatty Hai. A competition was a competition. Why did they have to talk so much nonsense? It was fine if they talked nonsense, but they even talked about flat-chested and whatnot. Were these lowly fellows born to be beaten up? They dared to say such things to Yu Bing. Yu Yang had just sat down and had not even had the time to drink his tea when he heard the arrogant words of the other party. He was furious. He threw his teacup and prepared to chop those lowly men to death. Princess Sisai hugged him tightly and scolded him, "Idiot, it's none of your business. Who cares what he says, just let Bing Er win against that lowly man. Victory is the most important thing. You sit down properly." City Mistress Fallen Flowers laughed out loud. She realized that Yu Yang was really a protective person. Of course, this feeling of being protected by him was not bad at all. Although he was not protecting her now, City Mistress Fallen Flowers knew that if someone dared to laugh at her like this, he would also get angry for her. Below the ring, Yi Kong and Fatty Hai prepared to rush over and beat up those lowly men. The 2 linesmen saw that something was wrong and hurried over to stop them. Although Fatty Hai managed to stop them, his anger did not subside so easily. He pointed at the group of students and scolded, "Trash, remember, don't let me see you on the stage, otherwise I'll beat you up until your teeth fall out." When the group of people saw that Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the Li brothers only had 4 people, while they had 10 people, their courage soared. The leading man arrogantly sneered, "Fat pig, you should be glad that you're here. If you were outside, we would have already turned you into a braised pig. I'm Gucci Jin from Zijin Kingdom's Golden Wolf Academy. I'm here to tell you, fat pig, if you have the ability, meet me in the top 100 competition." Without waiting for Fatty Hai to reply, the 2 linesmen had already chased him away. They only said one sentence. When Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others heard it, they had no choice but to obediently go back. This was because the linesman said, "If the relatives and friends below the stage fight, the contestants on the stage will be disqualified." "Haha, you're only fit to be a teammate with a pig-like fellow." The tall and skinny guy laughed out loud. He did not care about how strong Yu Bing was at all. Especially when he knew that this opponent had already lost 2 rounds in a row. His heart was filled with even more disdain. He felt that it wasn't that he was weak, it was just that he was unlucky. In the first round of the elite competition, he had met Xue Tan Lang, one of the 3 great killing stars. It was normal that he couldn't win. As for Yu Bing, he didn't even put her in his eyes. The tall and skinny guy summoned a black bear. It was bronze ranked level 3 and had strong strength. The black-clothed referee secretly shook his head. In this battle, it seemed like the defeat of the little girl named Yu Bing was already a foregone conclusion. A bronze-ranked level 3 beast, and a black bear with great strength. The black-clothed referee did not make a gesture to start, but asked in a low voice, "Do you want to give up or continue?" He was a little worried for Yu Bing. The attack from the opponent's black bear could put the little girl's life in danger. Continue the competition. Yu Bing was no longer the Yu Bing of the past. She had fought alongside her brother and had already been reborn, becoming a ranker. In the Taurus Temple, Cancer Temple and Leo Temple, she had killed more than 10 bronze-ranked beasts. She had even killed many bronze-ranked level 5 ox-head warriors and bronze-ranked barbaric bulls, bronze-ranked level 5 giant crabs and bronze-ranked lions. In her eyes, a bronze-ranked level 3 black bear was nothing. She really wanted to pass the 100 schools elite competition to prove to her brother that she had improved by training hard. She also wanted to prove that the various techniques that her brother had taught her could be used in real battles. In Yu Bing's heart, this 100 schools elite competition was equivalent to her reporting her results to her brother, hence, she decided to give her best results to her brother. Yu Bing nodded towards Yu Yang, who was in the private room, her eyes filled with determination. The black-clothed referee made a gesture for the 2 contestants to come forward and salute. Yu Bing did not summon her grimoire, nor did she summon her 100-year-old Treant defender. She first bowed politely to the opponent. The tall and skinny guy did not have this kind of demeanor. He took the opportunity when Yu Bing bowed to order the black bear to attack her. Despicable and shameless. Yi Kong was furious when he saw this. It was fine if it was just a verbal attack, but what kind of person was this guy? Both parties saluted, but he actually launched a sneak attack. Furthermore, his opponent was a girl. Yi Kong almost wanted to jump onto the stage and tear this guy apart alive. Idiot. Yu Yang looked at the tall and skinny guy with a mocking smile. The black bear roared like thunder. It stood up on its hind legs and slapped down on Yu Bing's head with a huge paw. Yu Bing's image flashed and suddenly appeared on top of the tall and skinny guy's head. She landed a heavy roundhouse kick on his face, which was filled with complacency because he thought that his scheme had succeeded. Boom, the tall and skinny guy flew out of the arena, blood spurting out from his mouth and nose. Other than those who knew about Yu Bing's strength, everyone else was stunned by this scene. Even Yi Kong and Fatty Hai did not know that Yu Bing had already become this strong. Under Yu Yang's guidance, Yu Bing had become stronger. Yi Kong and Fatty Hai knew about this. However, they did not know that even her combat skills had increased to the point where she could instantly kill her opponent. Haha. Yu Yang laughed complacently. He knew that Yu Bing was kind-hearted and did things according to the rules. She usually abided by the rules, and because she was pure and naive, she trusted others easily. In this way, she could easily be ambushed or deceived in battle. To counter these shortcomings, he specially created a type of combat skill for her that could make sudden changes at the last minute. Before teaching Yu Bing, Yu Yang had repeatedly told her to pay attention to her opponent's every move. She had to pay attention at all times, and when the opponent made a move, she had to use her body's reaction to counterattack without thinking. She had to achieve the natural reaction of if the opponent doesn't move, I won't move, if the opponent moves, I will move first. Although Yu Bing had no way to meet Yu Yang's requirements, she had no way to reach the realm of attack later but reach first. However, it was already impossible for her opponent to ambush her. Yu Bing's greatest strength was that she was obedient. Whatever Yu Yang said, she would remember it attentively and use it whenever needed. Yu Yang might not be a good teacher, but Yu Bing was definitely a good student. Yu Yang was not surprised at the result of Yu Bing KOING the tall and skinny man. On the contrary, it was a matter of course. Ivy Academy's Yu Bing wins. The black-cloaked referee was stunned for a moment. After regaining his senses, he hurriedly waved his hand to indicate that Yu Bing had won. Impossible, she ambushed me, she ambushed Xiao Lu. The group of opponents obviously could not accept this result. Roar roar. The bronze-ranked level 3 black bear suddenly pounced towards Yu Bing. It opened its bloody mouth, revealing its dense, sharp teeth. It turned out that the tall and skinny man who had fallen to the ground was not willing to accept his defeat, so he continued to order the black bear to attack. The black-clothed referee was furious. How could he go against the rules like this? She actually dared to challenge his authority as a referee? He was about to punch the black bear out of the arena when he suddenly saw Yu Bing's figure flashing, easily dodging the black bear's bite. Boom 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 boom, she consecutively sent out 18 beautiful yet powerful roundhouse kicks, kicking the black bear's huge body until it staggered backwards. The last kick even sent the black bear flying 2 meters away, causing it to crash heavily onto the body of the tall and skinny man who was just about to get up. The black-clothed referee's mouth was so wide that a toad could be stuffed inside. It can't be. The audience who had noticed this match also had their eyeballs drop to the ground. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the others stared dumbfoundedly at Yu Bing, who was slightly out of breath due to her full-strength attack. They couldn't believe it. Was this still the Yu Bing that they knew? End of chapter 220. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.